for this round coming up here. And as you can see, starting us off, we got the Don himself, Jesse Parker, on the Don, which I am super excited to see. But I also have to give a big shout out to Sebastian Lashman and Brandon Bond, who I actually both know. They're both very talented players. I'm so excited to see where they go. But also Callie White is on this screen, and we know Callie from that second place finish back in Toronto.
But also it removed any other opportunity Chase had to terastallize in the game. Having the Ghost Terra type available to Miraidon immediately afterwards could have been huge, because it at least means that you have to think about the fake out. Having the Dragon Terra type available for Incineroar could have been huge there in the end game. That Assault Vest Incineroar probably takes one Ice Beam, even with the Assault Vest, and would have been able to clean up there and definitely be able to resist any Surging Strikes. Close combat probably still cleans up there, but it'll be really interesting to see if Chase is more conservative with his Terras moving forward into Game 3.
I'm glad you brought that up, because in Game 1, Cedric arguably struggled to use the terastallization effectively. And then in Game 2, he won because he forced his opponent to use their terastallization in a subpar way. Going back to Regulation H, a lot of times terastallization was a tool, but it wasn't necessarily the be-all, end-all, because the games were a bit longer, the power levels were a little bit smaller, and because of that, there was just more time to play. In Regulation G, though, especially when you're playing against a team like Miraidon, you probably have one turn for that terastallization, and you need to make it count. And that's something that's going to be so important to keep an eye out for as we go into Game 3 here.
Game 3 here, Cedric Bernier versus Chase Liebert will be the Iron Crown making an appearance alongside the Whimsicott. And it will be the Amoonguss and Kyogre lead for Cedric here in Game 3. Iron Crown being led out here just sort of screams, Amoonguss, get off the field!
For sure. Iron Crown is a Steel Psychic type. Notably, I think the fastest Steel Psychic type out there. And this one does have Psyshock. So, Life Orb, Psyshock, even without a Quark Drive activation, will definitely threaten a ton of damage on this Amoonguss, if not the knockout outright. So
honestly, threatens big damage onto either Pokemon because Psyshock hits for your physical defense, not your special.
Exactly. But against this, in this moment, looking at how this game has played out, I do think that Amoonguss is the scarier Pokemon for Chase, but you can only afford to ignore Kyogre for so long. So I like the double protect play here, trying to feel out how Cedric is going to approach this game, and we see that Origin Pulse come once again. So just trying to spread the damage around, spread the love.
Spread the love, and the love in this case is an Origin Pulse. Both of these Pokemon will avoid it, however, as Amoonguss goes for a Spore. And now, so the double protect, having protect on Whimsicott, opens up for very interesting encore shenanigans here. So now Whimsicott has the ability to lock either the Kyogre or the Amoonguss into either Origin Pulse or Spore. But not both, crucially, because, you know, if you could lock Amoonguss into Spore and the Kyogre into Origin Pulse, you just switch in Miraidon here and you're good.
Exactly.
But you have to pick one.
And that's a really tough pick to make as well, because if you do lock Amoonguss into Spore, send in the Miraidon so that you don't have to worry about that Pokemon being put to sleep, you may take an Origin Pulse for your troubles. And we saw this Miraidon be able to take one Origin Pulse, but two is where it starts to get a little bit dicey, and I'm glad we don't see any switches from Chase here as a result. Instead, just going straight on the offense, trying to find the KO against the Kyogre!
One hit point remaining after the critical hit. Kyogre hangs on just barely and hits both Pokemon with the Origin Pulse. Not enough to pick up the KO onto the Iron Crown, but Whimsicott now will go down to another Sludge Bomb. The Amoonguss is continuing to pick up KOs here in Game 3, and the Kyogre just barely hanging on there.
So the Kyogre might not get a chance to attack again, just throwing that out there right now. But I think the key thing here for Cedric is that the Kyogre will be on the turn while Chase sends in his next Pokemon. We see that's going to be the Urshifu, which does bring some interesting mind games up in terms of, well, is it going to terastallize again? How is Amoonguss going to handle this situation? But I think Cedric's biggest benefit right now is that the Kyogre is on the field, threatens damage, and requires Chase to
Absolutely, and the Amoonguss being out on the field, the Urshifu coming in, the Iron Crown still has the ability to hit that Amoonguss for super effective damage with Psyshock. the only way for Cedric to survive that would be to terrestrialize into the fairy typing, but then Urshifu is going to be able to clean that up just after if Amoonguss tries to protect that Kyogre here.
For sure, and that's a tough spot for Cedric to be in. He needs to pick whatever's going to align best with his backline, and I like protecting the Amoonguss here. Again, Kyogre probably not going to get to attack this turn unless something unique happens, maybe a double into the Amoonguss potentially, but it will be able to at least allow you to respond, and that's really, really important.
Yep, and Cedric will spend this turn protecting Amoonguss and getting a free switch in here as the Kyogre goes down. So the final two Pokemon we see are Rillaboom and the Urshifu of his own. That Choice Scarf Urshifu is safe to come out here, as both of these Pokemon have no ability to prevent it from attacking, and it will be the fastest thing on the field.
And because it's the fastest thing on the field, this means that it can go ahead and threaten a knockout into the Iron Crown before it can Psychic the Amoonguss. And then Amoonguss could try and Spore the Urshifu if you don't think it's going to terrestrialize, or you could then use the Sludge Bomb again like we saw in Game 2. Cedric has the opportunity now to potentially force a 1-on-3 situation, which even though he's lost the Kyogre and it's probably the Miraidon in the back of Chase's party, those are pretty decent odds, all things considered.
Yeah, those are very decent odds, and there is no reason not to just attack with the Urshifu and Rage Powder with the Amoonguss. Worst case scenario, Chase uses the terrestrialization on the Urshifu again to avoid the Rage Powder, and then, the terrestrialization's gone. So there's the Rage Powder here, and the close combat covers for a Miraidon switch in to pick up the KO onto Iron Crown.
Urshifu will be taking some defensive drops for its trouble, which I think could come into play in the future. But for now, with Amoonguss right side by side, it's going to take this close combat very comfortably and also be able to deal a little bit of damage back with the Rocky Helmet that it's holding, which could come into play later.
Absolutely. It is a really tricky situation there for Chase, because if you go for the Surging Strikes, you're just getting redirected into the Amoonguss and taking 3 hits of Rocky Helmet recoil. If you go for the close combat, the other option, you deal a little bit of damage into the Amoonguss and just take 1 Rocky Helmet recoil, but you also then drop your defenses, and Cedric has locked into close combat. Cedric will be able to keep close combating into that Urshifu or even the Miraidon here.
For sure, but I don't think that's necessarily something you want to go for at this point in time, as Chase is down to his final 2 Pokemon, and we know that Cedric has the Rillaboom in the back of his party, and if you can remove about 30% of your opponent's attacking power, I mean, don't get me wrong, Evan, I will admit, we're still going to see some Miraidon numbers coming up this turn, but it's so critical that you make this switch here, get rid of the electric terrain, and just give yourself the opportunity to take those attacks a little bit better, and also threaten some sleep with the Amoonguss as well.
Yep, well, there is going to be the Grass Terrestrialization on the Urshifu once again for Chase to dodge out on Rage Powders from that Amoonguss and avoid Spores. But this Dragon Pulse will deal good damage into the Amoonguss, not enough to pick up the KOs because of the terrain. And Rillaboom switching in takes just 1 attack this time, so it's much healthier. And the grassy terrain means that Amoonguss gets to Spore Miraidon.
And this is a very safe Spore for Cedric, because you know that you're going to be able to remove the electric terrain, and you know that the Miraidon cannot terrestrialize into something that is resisting the Spore. So even though this Amoonguss could have tried to reach deep into its heart, make the prediction of the terrestrialization and Sludge Bomb for the KO on the 1-on-3, I think you're much safer going for the Spore on the Miraidon this turn. While Chase is going to be able to knock out the Amoonguss if he chooses, before you're able to retaliate with a Sludge Bomb, you just only have 1 Pokemon to worry about. You have a couple of turns to deal with this Miraidon before it wakes up, and that just makes it more comfortable for you to go into this endgame.
Absolutely. Urshifu will protect itself this turn from the opposing Rillaboom's Fake Out as Amoonguss switches out for Cedric's own Urshifu. Now, this is not a great position. Chase is down on Pokemon, only has these last 2 remaining Pokemon, which means we will never see electric terrain again. However, Miraidon's Dragon and Electric typing is actually really good here. Has the ability to resist hits from Rillaboom, has the ability to resist Surging Strikes from Urshifu, and of course Urshifu will have to lock into an attack here, and doesn't take super effective damage from the Amoonguss, but gonna have to wake up first and also find some way of dealing some more damage here, not just tank hits.
Assuming Miraidon wakes up on the early side, so maybe this turn, maybe next turn, I think that Chase still has a path to victory here because he's able to lock into Dragon Pulse and just do consistent damage to all of Cedric's Pokemon. If Cedric wants to take out the Miraidon, he's going to have to rely on close combat on his Urshifu, which it's great that the U-turn got the KO on the opposition. We'll have to switch around a bit to get it back in, but yeah, that Urshifu really is the key Pokemon for Cedric right now.
Yep, so that means that Urshifu will switch out for the Amoonguss that just recovered its health with the Regenerator ability. And yeah, I think Chase really needs a one-turn sleep here from Miraidon. There it is.
He got
Miraidon wakes up, fires off a Dragon Pulse into the Amoonguss on the switch, and Amoonguss will go down. This Rillaboom we already saw went for the U-turn, so we'll be able to switch out and bring the Urshifu back in. And also bring the Rillaboom back in, so we'll have fake out pressure once again. And Miraidon, you're tanky, but you cannot tank two close combats from this Scarf Urshifu, plus whatever this Rillaboom wants to do.
Exactly. So turn 1, you fake out close combat. Turn 2, you close combat. And then if you're worried about how the speeds are going to interact, I guess you can Grassy Glide. If you're not, you can go for a different attack. This Miraidon is very powerful, but unfortunately, like you just said, not known for its defenses when it cannot terrestrialize into a ghost type and just ignore fighting type attacks.
Yeah, and this all comes back to that one pin that Cedric had on the Urshifu with Amoonguss on the switch end. Being able to either, Chase had to make a choice. Do I take the defense drops or do I take the extra damage from Rocky Helmet? I'm not so sure there was even a choice there. I think this still ends the same way every time. But since that turn, Cedric had the ability to make this play that we just saw create the end game. It meant that the opposing Urshifu would go down to that U-turn, would be able to then switch out, have the Rillaboom switch out as well to reset fake out pressure onto the Miraidon. And Chase got a little bit lucky there with a one-turn wake-up, but even if he had targeted down the Rillaboom, Cedric had set up a position where he was always getting two close combats off into that Miraidon.
And he didn't even need the two close combats at the end of the day, which just was like icing on the cake. But I love Chase's team. I think it's really cool. I wish we could have seen the electric terrain interaction with the Iron Crown, as I'm pretty sure that's a way to get around some of the more unique techs that people are bringing to counter Miraidon Whimsicott as the Worlds team. Cedric just had very consistent play there, was able to land the Origin Pulses when they mattered, and as a result, just navigating to that end game was very well done by him.
Absolutely, and this is really interesting because a lot of people see the matchup between Kyogre and Miraidon and say, oh, well, Miraidon's an electric type, Kyogre is weak to electric types. Of course, Kyogre is very disfavored in this matchup, but I think the Kyogre matchup is actually really difficult for Miraidon players because it often ends, like we've seen, with 3 grass types on the Kyogre player, with Rillaboom, with the Amoonguss, and a Grass Terra Kyogre. And Kyogre is so specially bulky that it can very much tank some of those hits, especially if terrain's off, and especially if it uses its terrestrialization. And Cedric made incredible plays there in Game 2 and 3 to make sure that he had the advantage up against the Miraidon.
It's kind of a glass half full, glass half empty kind of thing. Like if you're running Kyogre in Regulation G, it needs to be Terra Grass. You need to have Rillaboom and Amoonguss with it so that you can play Miraidon teams. But you're also a Kyogre, you also have a Rillaboom, and you also have an Amoonguss, which, like, they're good Pokemon. That's just how they are.
You're just running good Pokemon at that point.
Exactly, and we've seen time and time again, you know, Wolf Glick mentioned this on his media recently, that you run good Pokemon, you're going to do well.
Yeah, it turns out the good Pokemon are good Pokemon for a reason.
Exactly, and I think that's something so important to keep in mind in Regulation G in particular, when you can only have one restricted, and when your margin of error is just that much smaller.
Absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and toss it down to Joe to hear from our winner in that last round. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Gabby and Evan. We are here with Cedric, our winner here in this latest round. Congratulations, very tight match. How are you feeling? Were you sweating up there? I was nervous just watching.
Yeah, it was definitely a nerve-wracking set. After game 1, I missed the Origin Pulse on the Urshifu, which of course happens, you know, inaccurate move. I think that would have knocked out and it would have been a decently playable position, but once it didn't, I was really just clawing for like some good luck, didn't get it, and then game 2 and game 3 I had to lock in and make something happen.
Yeah, now this matchup in particular, a simple person like myself might see Kyogre versus Miraidon and be like, uh-oh, we're in trouble, electric beats water. But you have that access to Terra, and you have so many, fake outs and other ways to, try to mitigate some of that Miraidon damage. So how were you able to be so successful into Chase's Miraidon in this match?
So I think the presence of Rillaboom and Amoonguss is, of course, very important. Amoonguss be able to redirect any single target attacks, force it to go for discharges, which it doesn't love doing anyways because I have Terra Grass on Kyogre. But I think the unsung hero of that matchup is definitely the Terra Fairy Amoonguss, just because you saw, even without Terrain being active, Dragon Pulse doing close to 100% on my Amoonguss. The fact that I could threaten Terra Fairy and force Chase never to go for that the whole set was, I think, pretty critical.
I also think there was that really awesome play in Game 3 where you would swap the grassy terrain in and then spored Miraidon, so that obviously electric terrain's no longer on the field. Now Miraidon is able to be put to sleep. How often do those moments happen in these Miraidon, Rillaboom matches? Because it seems like so much is pivoting between I need electric terrain up, I need grassy terrain up. Like, how often can you actually put a Miraidon to sleep?
I think it's reasonably consistent in most Miraidon matchups. Chase has a slow Assault Vest U-turn Incineroar, which was very useful in the first game. I definitely couldn't go for the switch to Rillaboom, put it to sleep play if they just switch out the Miraidon in U-turn, and then you're in such a bad spot. But I'd say it comes up pretty often. I think it still could have gotten hairy there. I maybe should have covered for close combat Dragon Pulse in my Amoonguss slot, because I almost went down. If he had covered it with a close combat, I'd go down. I think I maybe should have gone for a Terra Fairy there. Hard to say. I think there's a lot of terrestrialization reads there. Since I got him right in game 2, Chase was a little scared in game 3 to go for some of his own, and it paid off for me.
But yeah, that's the end result. You ended up winning the match anyway, right? So even if you have improvements to look back on the stream match, it's still good to know that you came away with the victory. And you're facing off against Chase. You guys are very, very veteran GPC players. It's kind of was a blast from the past kind of matchup. How does it feel when you play against a trainer that has been playing for such a long time, just like yourself, compared to maybe a newer trainer who started in either Scarlet and Violet or more recent seasons?
It's definitely a thrill to be able to play someone who's been around not quite as long as you. I've been playing since 2010. I think Chase was either 2013 or 2014 was when he started on the scene. But getting the opportunity to play them is always fun, just because there's years and years of personal history, just talking to each other at events. But also, I've played Chase at events before. I think I played him at the Dallas 2018 regional, which I ended up winning. So, just having both the in-game history and the out-of-game history, it definitely makes it the victory and the losses a lot more intense than someone you don't know.
And Cedric, you're also a Texas player with a former Texas regional championship a few years ago. Is there more pressure trying to win here in San Antonio than say Toronto or Baltimore or another location?
I definitely don't think of that in recent years. Maybe in the past I would have been, but I think I've taken more or less of a step back in the intensity of competition for myself. I've been focusing a bit more on other avenues of the game, YouTube, etc. But to do well at the home regional, it definitely does feel good. I am actually from San Antonio. I live here. I was originally from Dallas, but yeah, it's definitely nice seeing all the local scene and representing on the big show for them as well.
Yeah, awesome. And then, speaking of content and everything, you have any shout-outs or any friends or family watching at home you want to say hi to?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out Kirsten. I don't think she's watching. I didn't tell anyone that I was on stream. Shout out to Dracula. Always shout him out. You might actually see him. Maybe I'll bring him to the venue tomorrow, Joe. I mentioned him like a couple stream matches, maybe like a year ago. But yeah, shout out to them. Definitely my rocks. And yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations on the victory. Hope you continue to succeed here in day 1. Hopefully we'll see more of you in day 2 tomorrow. So Cedric has to go get ready for the next round. So we're going to toss back to the casters with our next matchup. So Evan and Gabby, take it away.
That's right, round 5 has been posted, so Cedric's got to get into game just like we do. But I love watching Cedric talk about Pokemon. One of the great players at explaining his decisions, and has been here since the juniors division, and it's always incredible. Since I've been playing since 2010. Like, I know you have too. It's so crazy to see all these players that we've seen grow up and continue to do well and continue to succeed at Pokemon and only get better.
For sure. I mean, I remember Texas as being one of the scariest regions for Pokemon within North America, at least. And I think Cedric shows why it's still a huge threat to be wary of right now. But for now, I believe we are going to take a quick break before we are back with round 5 here at the San Antonio Regional Championships. So please stay tuned, everybody.
Do it, and Dragonite proudly watching from the sideline as Giovanni Costa wins his first regional championship at the San Antonio Regional Championship.
I got first into Pokemon when I moved to Los Angeles in 2015. I was looking at a way to make friends. I was like, oh, I like Pokemon, let me try this so I can make friends, and then been playing ever since. Transition to competitive play because I'm a pretty competitive person, and being able to talk to people that's also competitive was sort of a way to share this love. What drives me to compete in Pokemon is honestly just to have an opportunity to hang out with my friends. I only get a chance to see people a few times a year. It's just a really fun experience to be able to spend time with these people that I honestly love from the bottom of my heart. My favorite moment from Pokemon is my 4v1 comeback with my Dragonite back at 2017. I don't think anybody thought I was going to come back from that, but Dragonite pulled through.
It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama.
Absolutely crazy. I could hear the crowd through the headphones. That's how loud people were.
So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh, my man. Okay, Gio defying all the odds.
Honestly, my number one goal is to become the world champion. I top cut worlds back in 2016. Ever since then, I've been chasing being able to get to that place again, and it only gets more and more difficult every single year. And if I can get that one title, then I can say I accomplished what I wanted to with Pokemon. One of the things I learned very early on is I like to make my own teams. I like to just try my own things, and I think that has translated very well to other things in my life. If I were to give one advice to someone, is always march by the beat of your own drum. Do what you think is right, and I think you'll be successful no matter what you do.
back in San Antonio, Texas, where the boots are huge. And we are going to have some big matches as well as we head into our 5th round of Swiss. And you've got myself, Evan Latt, and my good friend and colleague, Gabby Snyder, to take you through it.
You know, I loved seeing those highlights and sort of forecasting for the European International Championships and, of course, from LAIC. I think the International Championships are arguably some of the funnest Pokemon events out there. So if that looked entertaining to you, make sure to look at the Pokemon website for information on how you could attend EUIC or potentially NAIC in New Orleans coming up later on this year.
Yeah, last year was our first year in New Orleans, and it was a blast here at the North American International Championships. But to get there, players are going to have to win some regionals and do well at these tournaments if they want to get a travel stipend to either of those events. And here are our current Swiss rankings. Some of these are players that we have already seen on stream. Some of them are players that we have seen on stream in the past. And a lot of these are fairly new names to our stream here and doing very well at 4-0. Of course, Cedric we just saw, as well as Keanu Inosanto earlier, both won their games on stream, obviously, and they are both 4-0. Also, incredible players like Zachary Weed, who has made it into the Masters division, aged up into the Masters division, also undefeated.
And shout-outs to Marco Perez, currently in 8th place, still running Wo-Chien after all this time, and still doing very well.
Yeah, eventually Wo-Chien is going to work.
I mean, I feel like it's just the tortoise and the hare, right? I mean, Wo-Chien's really slow, it's bulky, and eventually it will cross the finish line. It just has to wait for all of the hares of the metagame to just, I don't know, get distracted along the way.
Sadly, Wo-Chien is more of a snail than a turtle,
I know,
so I don't
but I'm
know.
trying to make this work.
But of course, we have a bunch of other incredible players here at 4-0. Our current #1 seed, Diego Aguirre, is also here. We have Andrew Figueras and Enrique Grimaldo, as well as Cody Sharp rounding out our top 8. And of course, on the right-hand side of your screen, that's our 9 through 16, Alexander Page, Alex Hurtado, Arath Alejandro Vera Alvarez, Christopher Setch, and Giovanni Sisk. I apologize if I mangled your name there, as well as Jacob O'Connor, Jackson Ferris, and Alfredo Tamayo.
We also have some notable matchups from this round. So we'll be featuring Xiliang Tang versus Grant Lyard on stream later, but check out the other matches that are playing out here. I think the highlight one to me, as someone who is a little bit biased towards my locals, is Zachary Weed there playing against Keanu Inosanto, but also Joe Ugarte playing against Stefan Mott. That's going to be a very fun match for sure. Aaron Brock versus Cody Sharp, and Brady Smith versus Christopher Seck.
Absolutely. Will be incredibly exciting to see the results of all of these matches. But of course, we will be watching Xiliang versus Grant. These are going to be an exciting matchup here. Xiliang Tang has made a big name for himself over the last couple of years, having incredible international placements, making it into day 2, making it into top cuts. Incredible player up against Grant, who, previously hasn't had a whole lot of big finishes, but has made it to day 2 of the regional championships multiple times, notably last season here in San Antonio. So really hoping for a repeat and absolutely starting off strong here with a 4-0 record.
For sure, and that's another thing that I really love about this regional so far is I feel like we've seen a lot of hometown heroes from the Texas region, which I know Texas is a state, but it's very large. It might as well be a region. Doing incredibly well here so far. So best of luck to all of these trainers in this round of the competition. And we're also, let's bring it back to the matchup we're about to see. We get to see 2 more new restricteds on stream, which is very exciting.
Absolutely. We are going to show as many of the restricteds as possible, it seems, here with a Terapagos versus a Calyrex Ice Rider matchup. I think this is going to be an exciting game here. These are both kind of a little bit different than we've been seeing, and I think this Terapagos in particular is a set that I'm very interested in, and I'm excited to see that Grant is already at 4-0 with it, because it is neither the Choice Specs nor the Leftovers Calm Mind. It is in fact Power Herb Meteor Beam Terapagos.
I mean, we've seen Power Herb and Meteor Beam do very well on Nihilego way back in the day on some more relevant Pokemon that are escaping me at this moment.
Right, like Glamora.
Thank you.
Yeah, we saw it on Lunala too.
I was like, why is Nihilego the only one I can think of right now? But no, it's a very cool strategy because the Power Herb allows you to negate the turn that moves like Meteor Beam require to charge up, get that attack boost, and then attack. So while you are sacrificing your held item so that you can get the special attack boost, you do have the benefit of that attack boost alongside of the ability to protect, which is something you cannot do if you are running choice specs.
Absolutely not. And actually, this Terapagos is both a Meteor Beam Terapagos and a Calm Mind Terapagos. So if you ever wanted to combine choice specs and Calm Mind Terapagos, Grant may have uncovered the secret.
I want to see how he plays it because this could be the solution to my, well, Calm Mind Terapagos is too slow dilemma that we were talking about earlier on in the show, but we will just have to see as Xi Liang, as the Calyrex Ice Rider user in this matchup, you know, probably won't allow for much slow play, I would say, just looking at the Pokemon. I want to wait until we get confirmation that players are ready before we really kind of dive into it. But, you know, Calyrex Ice Rider, not known to let Pokemon sit on the field for more than, I'd say, 3 turns on a good day.
Typically you don't sit in front of a Calyrex Ice Rider for very long, unless you're maybe Bronzong.
Can we not? Like, I'm sorry.
Oh no, what did I unlock?
I don't want to, you know, Nihilego, Bronzong, they were very popular back in the day, but we're here in Regulation G. Let's not bring one of the most annoying Pokemon for Calyrex Ice Rider back into the forefront, please.
Well, it definitely looks like Bronzong has not made an appearance here at the San Antonio Regional Championships. So I think you are safe, Gabby. No, you can breathe easy. We're all good here. No Bronzong. No one's ringing any bells. It's okay.
Okay. Well, thank you. I was a little bit worried there for a second.
Yeah, but these players are going to be a really interesting matchup here, and I'm really excited to see how Grant is going to be able to play here, especially going up against someone of the stature of Xi Liang. Xi Liang Tang has been one of the top trainers of the Scarlet and Violet era, and is definitely a player that I expect to make Day 2, and I expect to contend for a top cut slot, if not win the whole thing. So this is a very difficult matchup for Grant in terms of player to be matched up against, but it's just what happens when you go undefeated. When you are 4-0, you get paired up against other 4-0 players, and that tends to include the people who have a real shot at winning the tournament.
You do still have a little bit of a margin of error. You know, if you want to compete tomorrow, you do have to have that 2-loss record or better. So these players are undefeated, which means you can take a loss kind of comfortably at this point in time, but it's not necessarily as forgiving as it was last year. You know, talking about sort of legacy players in Scarlet and Violet, now that we are in this like asymmetrical cut era of VGC, those losses hurt a lot more. So you don't necessarily, I mean, you never want to take a loss, let's be real, but you don't really also want to take a loss against a good player in round 4, just knowing that if you do continue to go undefeated, you're going to just keep hitting those very strong players in round 7, in round 8, and beyond.
Yeah, and of course, because of the new format, there are fewer rounds of Poke-Swiss round overall, which, like you mentioned, does make every loss count way more than it may have in the past. But that also means that now that you are here in round 5 at undefeated, a win over a player like Xi Liang Tang will set Grant up for success moving forward into the future. And absolutely has demonstrated that he is a great player here to be at 4-0 and has an opportunity to really make a splash here, really make an impact by taking down, well, like maybe slowing one of the great players in the field today.
Can Terapagos make a splash if it's not Kyogre running Origin Pulse? These are the philosophical questions I ask myself.
Still a turtle.
It's still a turtle, exactly. No,
I can do ground and water things.
I think it would also be exciting, and I'm just going to speak in general terms at this point in time, to see a Pokemon like Terapagos have a standout performance here in San Antonio, because it was one of the more underappreciated underappreciated restricted Pokemon, let's say, coming into this weekend. You know, again, we hit on this in the pre-show, and I want to bring it up again. These Pokemon are very powerful. You know, they're restricted for a reason, but then at the same time, that means people will overlook certain Pokemon. They'll maybe try to follow metagame trends a little bit more closely rather than just kind of breaking out and doing their own thing. And we saw Miraidon do that at the World Championships with a very unique matchup, which was our team composition, excuse me, that was exciting. And who knows, maybe we'll see Terrapagos or Calyrex Ice Rider, or, I mean, we saw a couple of Eternatus's in the field. Maybe we'll see them have a breakout performance. You never know.
Absolutely. These are all Pokemon that are capable of winning a championship. There is no doubt about that. And Terrapagos, even as we saw, maybe is sort of fallen out of favor a little bit. Still has incredible players piloting Terrapagos teams. Still was the top 4 in terms of day 2 success for restricted Pokemon. Meaning is like, at minimum, you could say it's maybe the 4th best Pokemon in the restricted Pokemon in the format. Which of course means that there are people out there who will absolutely argue that it is the best restricted Pokemon in the format. It very well could be. And I think there's still plenty of room to experiment with this Pokemon, not just in the Pokemon itself, but in the team composition that supports that Pokemon as well. A lot of, especially the leftovers and substitute variants with leftovers, substitute, Calm Mind, sort of lock themselves into also including Rillaboom on the team to include more health recovery. So when you do substitute, you can potentially get your Terra Shell back. I remember trying to make that work with Orthworm to try to pass a free substitute over to Terrapagos. If anyone wants to take that and run with it, please do, because I love that little worm.
I was going to say, I think I've actually seen some people building like Miraidon Orthworm. I don't know where or how or why that's in my brain, but anyways, we're going to leave that where it's supposed to be left for now, and let's go ahead and get into this battle of Grant versus Xi Liang. Grant is our Terrapagos user of the round, alongside of the Ogerpon Harshflame, the Clefairy, Iron Hands, Fluttermane, and the Urshifu Rapid Strike, versus Xi Liang's team of the Ogerpon Hearthflame, Calyrex Ice Rider, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Landorus Incarnate, Amoonguss, and Roaring Moon. And what's so exciting to me about Grant's team is that, yes, you have the Power Herb on that Terrapagos. You have the ability to boost up your attack additionally with Calm Mind. But Clefairy is the support Pokemon in the setup, and that's such a unique adaptation.
Absolutely, and Clefairy gives you so many additional things. You know, the Friend Guard, of course, cutting the damage that gets dealt to Clefairy's partner Pokemon is extremely powerful, but you also have Life Dew as an option for additional recovery. So there is no Rillaboom on this team. There is not a substitute Calm Mind Terrapagos. Instead, it is that Meteor Beam Calm Mind, but you do still have the option for 25% recovery at any time if Clefairy is able to get this Life Dew off. Also, I think some really cool things here. The Urshifu Rapid Strike is Life Orb, so additional damage there. And going for the Poison Terastallization, it's kind of a throwback Urshifu to like Reg F. Of where, Urshifu just needed to survive Dazzling Gleams and Moonblast from Fluttermane to run over teams. Now, here it is again with Life Orb and the Poison Terra type, which means it still has access to Protect as well as its complement of Water and Fighting type attacks.
I think the thing I love about this team as well is that you have so many different ways you can play it. It doesn't necessarily feel like Terrapagos is the star, whereas if you look at Xi Liang's team, yes, you have some incredible, powerful Pokemon like the Landorus and the Urshifu and the Ogerpon to sort of drive your strategy around, but it does also feel like a key mode of this team is going to be the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Amoonguss. Now, the Fairy Terastallization on the Calyrex Ice Rider is a bit of a new adaptation. It's specifically so that you can handle Pokemon like Iron Hands a little bit more comfortably. You can also get a little bit more playability against the Zamazenta, depending on how they're trained and whether or not they go for those steel moves or not against you. But with the Amoonguss and the Calyrex as sort of key Pokemon to keep an eye on, if Xi Liang wants and feels like the matchup would be favorable, can just go for that Trick Room, and you have to look at how Grant is able to handle that. You do have Clefairy with the Grass Terra typing, which means you can redirect any Spore attempts, so you do have that ability to sort of make things last a little bit longer, but overall, these Pokemon are going to be naturally faster on Grant's team.
Yeah, well, that is if Xi Liang does not get a Tailwind off with that Roaring Moon.
That's very true.
Xi Liang has gone for the mixed speed here, has the Trick Room Room on the Ice Rider for Calyrex, as well as Tailwind on the Roaring Moon, running a similar set to what we have been seeing on those Kyogre teams. I also really want to call out before we get into game that the Urshifu on Xiliang's side is running Taunt instead of Aqua Jet. That is going to be so important at shutting down the Clefairy and the Terapagos to prevent it from getting any boosts. But looks like Xiliang will be leading with the Roaring Moon and the Calyrex, while Grant will lead the Fluttermane and Terapagos. So both players have led their restricted and are leading Booster Energies Pokemon here.
Booster Energy Pokemon meant to facilitate speed control. We do see Photosynthesis activate first on Roaring Moon to get the speed boost, and I'm pretty sure this Fluttermane's going to follow up with a speed boost as well, given that it is a Icy Wind Thunder Wave variant. And this kind of Fluttermane is really meant to sort of be that speed control for your team, but also threaten big damage with Moonblast. In this board state, Xiliang is guaranteed to get a Tailwind if he decides that's the approach he wants, but really does have to be careful with that Roaring Moon and the Fluttermane juxtaposition. I don't think the Calyrex is necessarily in a bad spot at this point in time, but losing your Roaring Moon too early and then letting your opponent get too many speed control options up could be huge.
Well, there will not be an immediate Tailwind as Roaring Moon went for a knockoff into the Terapagos. One way of negating the threat of that Meteor Beam is to remove the Power Herb instead. But Grant will respond with a Thunder Wave onto Roaring Moon, meaning that it will be slower moving forward, while Glacial Lance continues to deal big damage onto that Fluttermane, but just not enough to pick up the KO. Grant has obviously trained that Fluttermane to survive that hit.
And a good indication from Xiliang that he is very concerned about the damage potential of this Meteor Beam against his Calyrex Ice Rider. Probably doesn't want to opt for the Terrassalization so that it doesn't take, super effective damage from that rock type attack in this position on the board. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Xiliang either protect the Calyrex this turn or switch just to try and find his way around the Power Herb activation.
Yeah, well, there is going to be an immediate Terrassalization from the Terapagos on Grant's side of the field. That is just going to give a big boost to the health of this Terapagos and crucially also boost the power of that Meteor Beam in addition to getting the +1 from the attack itself. Calyrex will stay out on the field, has to Terrasilize into the Fairy typing to avoid that super effective rock type damage from Terapagos. It is not retreating, will stay on the field, means there is an option to potentially go for a Trick Room here as a one-hit KO from Fluttermane, doing what it does best. Fairy type attacks into the Dark Dragon type Roaring Moon. Here comes the Meteor Beam. Terapagos overflows with space power even more with the curious energy of the Terrastall phenomenon, and it becomes fully charged thanks to its Power Herb, and now firing off a really cool looking Meteor Beam into the Calyrex.
When you said that it was filled with that Terrastal energy, I just realized Terapagos is kind of in orbit above its own planet there on the field. I digress, though. I think that going for the knockout there onto the Fluttermane is great because you do get your own boost to sort of match the boost that we saw from the Terapagos. But I wish we saw the Trick Room from Xiliang because getting that speed control up on the field right now is so important. Knowing that Urshifu was in the back for him, I guess it's not as critical, but hypothetically, if you had the Amoonguss and you sent Trick Room, that would have been such a great board position.
Yeah, not going for the Trick Room there probably tells Grant a lot about the final Pokemon that Xiliang has.
100%. It's most likely not going to be that Amoonguss, and as we see the Urshifu go for a Detect here as well, this could be Grant Xiliang trying to let that Calyrex get KO'd, so whatever's in the back can come in.
Absolutely, trying to just get a free switch in here because that Calyrex is just sitting in front of a +1 Terra Starstorm from the Terapagos. Grant making sure to use Follow Me on the Ogerpon to ensure that this Urshifu would not be able to pick up damage with the close combat, instead would be forced to target into the Ogerpon. And that's just a free KO onto the Calyrex, and now Landorus, the final Pokemon for Xiliang.
Landorus wasn't a Pokemon that we saw paired with Calyrex Ice Rider really until last weekend in Rio de Janeiro, where we saw it win. But there's some really nice synergy here. It does have the ability to boost its power with sheer force in certain moves in addition to holding Life Orb, but I don't know if it's going to be enough damage, and critically, it's also slower than the Terapagos.
That is huge information. This Terapagos is faster than both the Landorus and the Urshifu, and a Sludge Bomb doesn't pick up the KO onto the Ogerpon, which means that both attacks are going to hit the Ogerpon, picks up the KO, but Grant has the fastest Pokemon on the field with that Terapagos, and we'll just be able to keep clicking Terra Starstorm with no repercussions, and also has his own Urshifu in the back.
Typically, we don't see Terapagos hit these speeds as a lot of people invest in the bulk so that you have the synergy of the Calm Mind, the leftovers, the substitute. But this Terapagos critically doesn't need that support, and as a result, knowing that it's able to outspeed the Landorus and the Urshifu, I think tells Xi Liang that you have to try and Trick Room for game 2. There's just no speed control you have available otherwise. Yes, maybe you can Tailwind, but even so, we saw that Fluttermane play around that threat so well.
Yeah, and Tailwind only lasts for 3 turns, and you know, there is plenty of opportunity here for Grant to be able to survive those 3 turns pretty handily with these tools at his disposal. And yeah, that's speedy Terapagos, or perhaps more accurately, possibly very slow Landorus and Urshifu that are making the Terapagos look a little bit more like a Lopunny than a Tauros, but that was big information in game 1 that I don't think either player necessarily really expected.
I mean, I certainly didn't expect it as well, but we saw Oliver Eskelin prove just how having a unexpectedly speedy Pokemon can be really impactful in the metagame. So a very good call at team building for Grant there. I'm curious to know as well if Xi Liang maybe invested a little bit more in bulk in his own Urshifu Rapid Strike and Landorus, but we'll just have to see how the rest of the game plays out at this point in time. As going through, you know, we did see
es rico, es hecho con fruta natural, es Watts, es fruta.
Making your game art in tiles can be beneficial in a lot of ways. Because tiles are so modular, tile maps make it easy to create new levels and modify existing ones. Some good examples of games that utilize tile maps really well, of course classics like Mario and Pokemon, but also a lot of newer indie games like Spelunky and Stardew Valley take advantage of this art style. So in this video we'll have a look at how to use Unity's built-in tile map system. Also special thanks to Judeman, Beffio, Infinity PBR, Yorai Omer and Hans Hoftun for their support on Patreon. And with that, let's get started. So I just opened up Unity and currently we have nothing in here. But in order to start creating tile maps, we need to have a tile set. I went online and found this pretty cool tile set by Leonard Papin. As you can see, there are a bunch of different elements like rocks, dirt, grass and water. And if we have a look at the ground tiles only, this is what we see. Of course, if you want to learn how to create your own tile sets, I have a tutorial on how to do that in Photoshop. But there are really a bunch of tiles in here, and there are even multiple tile sets for the different elements in the scene. So just to keep things simple for this tutorial, I've gone ahead and created a simpler version of the tile set, and I'll of course have a download link for that in the description. Let's take this file and import it into Unity. Let's click on it, and you can see here I've just selected the most basic ones. Now first we want to make sure the texture type is set to Sprite, 2D and UI. We'll then change the sprite mode from single to multiple because we have multiple sprites in here. We'll also change the pixels per unit to 32. The reason why is that the size of each tile in my tile map is 32, and I want one tile to be 1 unit big.
And that's going to be really difficult for Xi Liang. If it is not and it was a roll, then there is an opportunity for Xi Liang to basically do the same thing but have wildly different results.
Unfortunately, there was a bit of a judge ruling there, and we are resetting the score. They are going to be replaying game 1. That being said, I think all of our analysis still applies.
The mythic 4-game set. We're doing it.
I mean, you know these players are going to use the information they got in that previous game to approach this next game. It's just how you play Pokemon at the end of the day. And I do think that you're absolutely right. You know, if the Ogerpon was able to hold on consistently, that is going to change how this game is played moving forwards. I want to see the Clefairy.
Yeah.
I don't think you necessarily need to bring the Clefairy. I think that the Terrapagos did a very fine job on its own that previous game. But I do just want to see like more of this team that Grant has built, because I think there's some really cool options here. And I think seeing the Clefairy and the Terrapagos side by side is just a very unique take on the Clefairy and the Calyrex Shadow Rider we saw do incredibly well last time we were here in Regulation G. And sometimes, you know, when we are in this situation where we have potentially 4 games of Pokemon into play,
so change the pixels per unit to 32. The reason why is that the size of each tile in my tile map is 32, and I want one tile to be 1 unit big. Then, because we're dealing with pixel art, we want to set the filter mode to point so it doesn't get blurred out. And we can also go down here and disable compression. Now if we apply these settings,
could potentially help with, you know, limiting Urshifu's close combat damage from Xi Liang's side, as well as potentially just, you know, having that healing option with Life Dew.
Yeah.
We are about to get into our first game of the set. Like you mentioned, Gabby, the scoreboard has been reset. It is now 0-0. That game did not count, and we will be heading into now our game 1.
I mean, that's just more Pokemon for us, though, at the end of the day. So good luck to both these trainers once again. I think we've done a really good job of breaking down just what these players are thinking about going into this next round. So I do want to take like a step back and just, you know,
we can open up the sprite editor, and here we want to define each individual tile. Luckily, we don't have to do all this by hand. We can simply use the slice option up here, change from automatic to grid by cell size, because we know the size of each tile. That's of course 32 by 32 units, with no offset and no padding, and we can just go ahead and hit slice. And you can see it actually automatically registers all of our tiles. I definitely recommend you go through and see if everything is here. It certainly looks like it. With that, we can simply hit apply, and if we now close down our sprite editor, we can drop down this menu on our object, and here we have each individual tile as a sprite. So next, what we want to do is create a tile map. To do that, we go to the hierarchy, right click, go to the object and select tile map. And you can see it automatically creates this object called a grid. That's because all tile maps in Unity are rendered using a grid. So if we go to the scene view, we can see all of the grid lines, and of course, in each of these grid cells we can now place tiles. If you've ever used the UI system, think of the grid just like a UI canvas. We can of course configure stuff like cell size and gap here, but in most cases you probably just
paralysis and then just got knocked out immediately afterwards. Setting up the Tailwind at least would give Xi Liang some opportunity. Would probably end up trading the Roaring Moon for those 3 turns of Tailwind, so you really got to make good use of them. But definitely does give Xi Liang an opportunity to potentially start using those other threats.
I will say, if your preferred backline in this situation is going to be that Urshifu Rapid Strike and Landorus again, I think that's a trade you're okay making.
Absolutely. You just get it in for free.
Yeah, well, we're going to run back game 1 on Xi Liang's side of the field.
There you go, Gabby.
I mean, it's the Clefairy, so I got what I wanted, but I wasn't expecting to see it alongside of the Urshifu, just given that a lot of times these Clefairy really want to be with their preferred restricted partner Pokemon to sort of open up the board state for it. But like we saw in the previous game, Grant was very comfortable letting Terrapagos just do its own thing. The Meteor Beam and the Power Herb combination allowed it to sort of exist without Clefairy support. So if Clefairy is going to support another Pokemon, a more frailer pick like the Urshifu, who is going to be looking to deal damage with Life Orb, which is a very unique pick on this Pokemon coming into this weekend, is a great partner for it.
Yeah, let's also not forget about the Helping Hand that Clefairy has available, being able to further boost the damage from the Urshifu. The Life Orb plus a Helping Hand will deal big damage to basically everything on Xi Liang's team if it can be targeted correctly. There will be the Surging Strikes that the Urshifu will be locking into, while we are going to see our first terrestrialization of the game, and Xi Liang is not going to let this Roaring Moon go down to a close combat immediately, going to go into the flying typing to give itself an additional boost to the acrobatics. And there is the Helping Hand from Clefairy. That is not a follow me, that's just a knockoff onto the Urshifu. Will knock off the Life Orb, so will reduce that damage on the Urshifu, as those Surging Strikes with the Helping Hand, but without the Life Orb, are a little bit sadder for it.
I I mean, that still does 50% damage, though, to that Calyrex, which means it is in 2-hit knockout range, and this Glacial Lance will not be able to return the same threat to really either of these two Pokemon, thanks to Clefairy's Friend Guard, and thanks to just the natural typing of these Pokemon. That being said, though, Calyrex isn't necessarily the scary Pokemon in this board state. Terra flying on Roaring Moon. You mentioned the additional boost of that attack. Acrobatics actually gets a boost if you consume your held item while Roaring Moon is on the field, and that's exactly what Photosynthesis and Booster Energy allows it to do. So Clefairy could redirect a Acrobatics away from this Urshifu and get knocked out in the process. If Clefairy tries to support Urshifu with another helping hand, it might not be able to find the damage it needs because Roaring Moon is the fastest Pokemon on the field. So Xiliang in a fantastic position here to go on the offensive with Roaring Moon.
Well, there is the Acrobatics from the Roaring Moon. It flies through the air without a care, but Clefairy will hang on. Urshifu's Surging Strikes will now target down the opposing Roaring Moon. Not going for the Calyrex on the other side. Deals well over 50% there onto the Roaring Moon. Without the helping hand, without the Life Orb, may not have even been able to pick up the KO onto that Calyrex, as Calyrex will finish off that Clefairy with that Glacial Lance and a critical hit onto the opposing Urshifu, making sure that it took plenty of damage as well as getting a +1 boost to its attack with that Chilling Neigh.
I'm not sure if it's going to have the opportunity to use that boost, though, as looking at Grant's final two Pokemon that he could potentially send in here, unfortunately do pose a bit of a threat to the Calyrex Ice Rider. I like the use of Terapagos here, as we did see already just the lengths that Xiliang went to remove the threat of Meteor Beam in Game 1, or in the previous game, but in this game now, Terapagos isn't in a position where it needs to go for that boost. Both the opposing Pokemon are below half their health. It's possible that a Terra Starstorm after the Terastallization from Grant will be enough damage on its own.
Absolutely, and that's going to be the immediate Terastallization coming out for Grant. That is going to be the Terapagos, so just going to unlock the Terra Stellar, Terra Starstorm that spread damage onto both the Calyrex and onto the Roaring Moon. Of course, that does remove the Terra Shell, but this Aqua Jet will just deal a little bit of chip damage into the Calyrex as Roaring Moon goes for the Tailwind. So has stalled out a number of turns here while the Calyrex is able to finish off that Urshifu thanks to that critical hit and deal big damage to the Terapagos thanks to the +1 boost from Chilling Neigh before taking damage from this Terra Starstorm, which should be able to clean up both of these Pokemon. But now, Xiliang has both of their final Pokemon in the back out for free and in Tailwind. Actually, the Calyrex still survives.
Calyrex is a very bulky Pokemon, and unlike game number 1, this Calyrex has not Terastallized, which means that Terra Starstorm will not be doing super effective damage, and also no boost. This is such a incredible adjustment for Xiliang, as now this Urshifu is out on the field, does have the Tailwind boosting its speed. It will be able to outspeed the opposing Terapagos or Ogerpon as a result. You still have to play a little bit of the follow me mind games here. It's possible this Ogerpon could just try to redirect any single target attacks at this point in time, but we saw the Calyrex outspeed already. We know that 2 attacks into Ogerpon probably will pick up the KO, and Terapagos will potentially go down after another Glacial Lance.
Yeah, absolutely. The Calyrex has the ability to knock out that Terapagos even around Follow Me, and that is why there will be the forfeit from Grant Laird, and Xiliang Tang will take this additional win as the first win of our round 5. So Xiliang Tang is now up 1-0 versus Grant. And we do have a little bit of additional context to provide for the judge decision for game 1. The sheet that they had on stage had Trick Room on Terapagos, which is obviously not a possible move for Terapagos. Obviously, the sheets that we have on our software as well as here in the booth are correct. It is Protect, Terra Starstorm, Meteor Beam, and Calm Mind. Still trying to figure out any additional information, but that is why game 1 was replayed instead of a loss being given or moving moving on forward. So now Xiliang Tang up 1-0.
Now that we're in game 2 proper, let's go ahead and talk about adjustments, because I think that Xiliang showed his hand in that game 1, where we saw the Tailwind interaction, we saw just how the speeds interact. Really, the Calyrex Ice Rider, the Landorus presumably, and the Urshifu definitely are going to be faster than the Terapagos after that Tailwind hits the field. And by dedicating your Terastallization to that Roaring Moon, Xiliang really guaranteed that it would be able to use Tailwind before it was taken off the field.
Yeah.
Took a couple of turns there to just kind of relax, get some damage down, and then set the Tailwind up at the perfect timing. But still, that's how Xiliang is most likely going to look to approach this other game, because he's very comfortable with it. And it just felt like that was sort of the board state he wanted in the previous game, but was unable to get to because of the Flutter Mane. So then if you're in Grant's shoes, what's stopping you from just not leaving that Flutter Mane again? It worked well in the first game. It was able to put the threat on that Roaring Moon, and I'm not necessarily convinced that the Flying Terastallization is going to be enough to save Roaring Moon when Flutter Mane's on the field, because that Thunder Wave was really all it needed to get the upper hand.
Yeah, and Thunder Wave is just so powerful into some of these Tailwind teams. And I think what Xiliang did really well in that first game, the first game that counted here, is that Xiliang was able to effectively delay the Tailwind turns until such time as at least one Pokemon would come in for free, potentially both of them. And will be a mix-up here, as Xiliang will lead the Roaring Moon and the Urshifu, but that is up against the Flutter Mane and Terapagos lead, the same lead from Game 0 here.
But the fact that Terapagos is on the field once again next to Flutter Mane does make this Roaring Moon, I think twice a little bit about going for that Terastallization. That being said, you could just go straight for the Tailwind like we saw in the first game of this set. We didn't see that, but you could make that adjustment. You could then have the speed control on your side. This Urshifu can then go ahead and play around things a little bit. You can make sure that your Calyrex Ice Rider can come in and have that advantage as well. You can play this a little bit differently, and I think having the Urshifu next to this Roaring Moon does mean that you're threatening a lot more damage than we saw in the first time around, which is exactly why we see this Flutter Mane switch out.
Well, Flutter Mane is switching out to Ogerpon to give Follow Me support to the Terapagos, but this could be a little bit scary, as Xiliang Tang will go ahead and Terastallize here in turn 1. That will be a Mystic Water, Terra Water boosted Urshifu, also a defensive Terastallization into the Flutter Mane, which means that there's going to be potentially big damage coming out from this Pokemon. There's the Tailwind coming out from the Roaring Moon, making this Urshifu extremely fast, as the Surging Strikes will connect on what once was a Flutter Mane and is now an Ogerpon. Still not enough to pick up the KO here on the first round of Surging Strikes, but that means that this Ogerpon will be able to only tank one hit from one of Xiliang's Pokemon, as Grant will go ahead and start Calm Mind boosting.
It's interesting to see the Terapagos go for Calm Mind in this situation, where it still has the Power Herb and Meteor Beam combination available to it. That would certainly deal a lot of damage to this Roaring Moon and possibly get the knockout. So it's a great indication that Grant predicted that the Urshifu wasn't necessarily going to taunt that Pokemon, was anticipating going on the offense. That being said, now you have your one boost. There is Terastallization on the opposing side of the field, and you have one opportunity to redirect attacks. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Terapagos just start going on the offense now. It has that one boost, that's all it needs, and now it's time to deal some damage.
Yep, there's the Follow Me from Ogerpon, and because that Terapagos has not taken any damage yet, it will still have its Terra Shell intact for when this Urshifu fires off a Surging Strikes into that Pokemon. So of course this will make all of these hits actually not very effective, instead of neutral onto the Terapagos. Still deals a decent amount of damage here. Will be well over half health taken away from this Pokemon. Actually just about exactly half health taken away from the Terapagos. Surging Strikes rolls get weird. But this will mean that the Terapagos, with that +1 boost from the Calm Mind, is able to easily fire back with a Terra Starstorm and pick up a one-hit KO of its own.
And that's exactly why Terapagos is one of the restricted Pokemon that you cannot overlook in this metagame. I think you're okay with making that trade if you're Shi Liang, as while you did lose the Urshifu, you presumably still have that Calyrex Ice Rider lurking around in the back. And if history serves correct, most likely that Landorus Incarnate as well, who can also threaten some decent damage onto the Flutter Mane with Sludge Bomb, or maybe just target down the Terapagos. It will be the Calyrex Ice Rider, though, taking the field for Shi Liang against the opposing Urshifu, so still a fantastic spot for him. You still have the acrobatics on that Roaring Moon. We know that the Calyrex Ice Rider is faster. This is certainly Grant's situation to respond to.
Absolutely, but the one thing that Grant has going for him right now is that both the Urshifu and Terapagos have the ability to protect, which means that he does have the ability to start stalling out these final turns of Tailwind. Urshifu will go for the Detect here. Terapagos will follow it right up with a Protect of its own. So Shi Liang gets a free turn to do whatever he wants with both of these Pokemon. That will be the Acrobatics into Urshifu, and then most likely this Calyrex going on the offensive as well. A Glacial Lance into both Protects here. One more turn of Tailwind, which means that Shi Liang Tang has one more turn of this Calyrex being faster than at least that Urshifu, but could just wait it out, and then you have the opportunity to switch it over into Trick Room here.
You could try and wait it out here, but we see Grant reaching for that strategy we saw Shi Liang so afraid of at the beginning of this round, and I think that if you do want to try and set up Trick Room, you have to be very, very careful about how you approach this board state at this point in time. I think that we're making a lot of assumptions here about whether or not Shi Liang's last Pokemon is going to be that Landorus. If it's something like a Mungus, then you 100% go for Trick Room in this situation. So I think that Shi Liang's play here will really tell us how he's approaching this, but I'm honestly a little bit nervous to see if he's even going to have the opportunity to go for it, because this +1 Terrastalized Terapagos plus the Urshifu, that's so much damage that he's going to have to withstand.
Well, Shi Liang does still have this final turn of Tailwind, which will be starting with damage onto the Terapagos and a follow-up Glacial Lance. The combination of Glacial Lance and Knockoff is enough to pick up the KO onto the Terapagos, which means that this Urshifu is now able to fire off an attack. And again, it does have its Life Orb this time instead of in the previous set, where his Life Orb was knocked off. This close combat easily picks up the KO onto that Roaring Moon because of no Terastallization here, which means that there will not be a second Tailwind in this game. So Grant is down to the final two Pokemon, Flutter Mane and Urshifu. Of course, that Flutter Mane has used its booster energy, but given the Pokemon that Shi Liang Tang has here, which is the Calyrex and the Landorus, it's still the fastest thing on the field.
It still is going to be the fastest thing on the field, but unlike some of the other Landorus we've been seeing, Shi Liang's Landorus, it has access to Protect. And I think that's something that we haven't really been seeing from a lot of the other Landorus that are doing well on this archetype at this point in time. So Shi Liang could opt to protect the Landorus this turn, use Trick Room on that Calyrex Ice Rider, and then regain the speed control.
Yeah, you can see Grant's kind of in a bind here. Will not be able to pick up a KO on that Calyrex with both the Flutter Mane and the Urshifu. Instead, will target down the Landorus with Urshifu. So dealing the damage to that Pokemon, gets a KO and paralyzing the Calyrex, hoping to get one or two free turns out of that status effect, while this Calyrex, which has gotten Chilling Neigh boost, is able to start attacking, and that's just going to be a high horsepower into the Urshifu, the Pokemon most able to deal big damage to that Calyrex. And we are just sort of in a waiting game here. Can Grant get a number of full paralyses to actually start dealing damage with this booster speed Moonblast from Flutter Mane?
That is the question, and unfortunately in the world of Pokemon, you do have to play to these outs, and I love the fact that the Thunder Wave was there. I think that's really your best way to try and stop your opponent's Trick Room, to try and buy time. We saw the Urshifu target the Landorus as well. That would have gone through any Protect had that been Shi Liang's play. But Shi Liang just very confidently realizing that, especially with all those boosts we saw the Calyrex pick up at the end of that game, had the attack power needed, just had to connect that high horsepower, and then the game would hopefully eventually be his.
Yeah, Shi Liang not feeling confident in the Glacial Lance damage, opting instead for the high horsepower. horsepower, potentially did open up a world where Grant could have double targeted with damage into that Pokemon and have gotten it down and then taken on the Landorus with Icy Wind Flutter Mane. But unfortunately for Grant, that did not happen, and Shi Liang-Tang in 2 games will defeat Grant here and become 5-0 heading into round 6.
With a really fun take on the Calyrex Ice Rider team as well. I was really excited to see those speed interactions, especially once the Tailwind hit the field with that Calyrex Ice Rider. I think that's kind of like the modern renaissance of Calyrex Ice Rider that we're in right now. But just fantastic board positioning as well. I think recognizing how to utilize the Roaring Moon, like do I Tailwind, do I knock off, do I acrobatics? I think the way that he played that, you could tell he wasn't thinking about the next turn, he was always thinking the turn ahead of that. And just making sure that Grant didn't have the board pieces he needed to come back and ultimately get the momentum on his side.
Absolutely, and with that, Shi Liang-Tang will be 5-0 heading into round 6, which means only 3 more games to go today, and I believe only 4 more wins before being able to qualify for that asymmetrical top cut. So it is extremely close now here for Shi Liang.
It's incredible that that's just kind of the world we're in terms of these tournaments. Like, yeah, 4 more rounds and then asymmetrical top cut is just, that's not a lot of Pokemon at the end of the day compared to where we were.
Absolutely. And really well played there from both players. And I think this is so interesting, the switch up that Shi Liang made in that second game to lead the Urshifu alongside the Roaring Moon, which gave more immediate Tailwind offensive pressure. I think the problem from that game 0 that Shi Liang may have identified was that, even with a Tailwind immediately, the Calyrex maybe would not have actually been fast enough to do enough damage to the Pokemon that Grant had in the back. But without that, with Urshifu leading instead, was able to immediately threaten damage, force that Flutter Mane out, and put Grant on the back foot that entire game, as opposed to game 0, where Grant was just well ahead of Shi Liang.
And that's the thing about Calyrex, I think either form really, is that you want to be able to have those boosts on your side so that you can threaten the big damage. But before you get those boosts, if there's not like a super effective damage modifier, or I guess maybe a helping hand if you're a Clefairy helping out your partner, that damage just isn't there. And I think that's the perfect adaptation, because regardless of when the Calyrex hits the field, if it's in the back, you know that the opposing Pokemon will have taken some damage, and some damage is usually enough to turn Glacial Lance or Astral Barrage into knockouts, convert to boosts, and then go on your merry way.
Yeah, too many times people playing against Calyrex teams end up with all of their Pokemon at about 75% health and feeling like, I'm in a great position, and then they just get swept. It happens.
It happens.
We've all been there. But a place that I personally haven't been is 5-0 at the San Antonio Regional Championships. You know who has?
No.
Shi Liang-Tang.
Whoa.
He's done it. And he is in the lounge with Joe right now to talk about how that feels and about those matches.
That's right, Evan. Shi Liang-Tang is 5-0 here at the San Antonio Regional Championships. Congratulations on your victory there. That was pretty stressful. You want to try to walk us through what was going on? And you got the set victory, but it was a little stressful there.
Yeah, the set went a little bit messy. So there was a team sheet error where actually it says the Turbo Ghost doesn't have Protect, but it actually had Protect. So I thought, okay, this guy doesn't have Protect, I just knock off and he cannot Meteor Beam, and that messed up. So that was what happened game 1. And but game 1 we still played out, and I got a lot of info. The most important thing, like my Roman being faster than his Flutter Mane, his Turbo Ghost is super fast, something like those. I think that helps me prepare for the rest of the games. So I took advantage of the stuff there, and I think the later set I played quite well and defeated.
Yeah, I think you're a player that I always notice your playstyle, at least on the stream matches we get to see, is it feels like you are very strong at controlling the pace of a match where, if you want a game to be over in 4 turns, like your opponent is going to have to try to be defensive, or if you want to stall out a match, right, let's like your Wo-Chien team or whatever, then you're going to force your opponent to play slower. Is that something that you do try to do, that you want to be in control at all times in the match?
I'm not sure it's about the match or about the team building. Like the Wo-Chien team I put before, it was a very, very defensive It has a lot of tools to nerf down opponent attack and recovery. This one goes much more offensive, I would say. Like the stream match people just said, it's mostly just tailwind attack, 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 which it's a different style. But I think I'm able to master different styles.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel like you can roll into any tournament with any type of team and perform very well with it. Let's talk about that tailwind. Talk about Roaring Moon and why it's come up in such popularity over the last couple of weeks, especially in Birmingham, but here in San Antonio as well. It's not a prankster tailwind, right, the way that maybe Whimsicott has, but with a booster energy and a speed boost and being a really fast Pokemon, it's like kind of like prankster. So how did you decide to bring Roaring Moon as your tailwind setter compared to, say, a prankster tailwind user like Tornadus or Whimsicott?
Yeah, so I think compared to pranksters, tailwind users, Roaring Moon has a lot of defensive value. So one thing is it's being a dark type, so it's very good into Calyrex Shadow Rider. I can easily switch in Roaring Moon in front of Astral Barrage. Another reason is that Roaring Moon is also a dragon type. So you see that my team has no other dragon types. So before the slot was like a Grimmsnarl, if I remember correctly. And I got pinned by, say, Ogerpon Fire plus Urshifu lead very heavily because they are Fire Water Grass attack. I just have nothing to stop it. And Roaring Moon gives me a very good Fire Water Grass resistance. So, and also being a speed control. So I think I really love the Roaring Moon in the team.
It really kind of balances the team out, right? Where you have some offensive threats, also you're typing, but defensive, helping of resisting Ghost and as a dark type and resisting Fire Water Grass as a dragon. So it's that glue for the team. And you have Calyrex Ice Rider, that's a very popular restricted Pokemon, but it's not necessarily like a very slow version. You have this Tailwind, you have Urshifu, another fast Pokemon. So how do you run a fast team here with a relatively slow restricted Pokemon?
I think fast and slow are always relative. If I get my speed control, I get Tailwind, I'm the faster one. So Ice Rider looks slow, but it's not really slow. Like, I'm still faster than my opponent's Terapagos and their Tailwind. And also, I'm slow, I'm bulky, I have Trick Room. So I think it gives me a lot of flexibility of I can go faster and I can go slow. I have more tools to control the pace of the match.
Is there something about a Terapagos in this particular type of matchup where compared to, say, another restricted, because it's only got the one weakness and it can really dish out a lot of damage with the Stellar Terastallization, that like it's not the same as like facing another special attacking, spread attacking restricted Pokemon? Or do you plan for Terapagos the same as you plan for Astral Barrage or Water Spout, like just any type of spread special attack?
I think things are very different. Terapagos mostly pins Terra, and for this guy, he has Meteor Beam. So my Calyrex feels really weird because if I Terra, I get hit by Terra Stellar Storm. If I don't, I get hit by Meteor Beam. So I need to be careful on the speed and also try to knock off that knock off the Power Herb to avoid Meteor Beam.
All right, and then we'll get you back out into the field, celebrating with your friends. But do you have any shout-outs for anybody watching at home?
Yes, I want to shout out my team building group: Justin, William, Nick, Chongjun, and also I have a lot of other friends helping me practice. And most importantly, I want to shout out to my wife and family for continuing to support me playing Pokemon.
All right, awesome. Well, congratulations, Xiliang. 5-0 right now. We wish you best of luck. Hopefully, we'll see more of you tomorrow in day 2 of the Swiss.
I hope to.
All right. We are going to take a break here. Or actually, excuse me, our casters are ready. They have something to add on to the conversation, so excuse me for that. But casters, take it away.
Fast Pokemon, slow Pokemon, that is just the selfish perception of people. Truly skilled trainers know that all speed is relative.
I was hoping you'd say true trainers know that Groudon is not a speed Pokemon.
Not a speed Pokemon.
Also something in there about, did we have something to contribute to the conversation? But you did, and I really appreciate you for that, Evan. That was beautiful.
Yeah, Joe, we always have something to contribute, buddy. Don't worry about it. The congratulations there for Xiliang. Of course, I always found it really interesting to hear all of our players talk about their teams and the matchups in particular, and highlighting especially because we saw in game game 0, leading the Calyrex, it did feel weird to be threatened on both sides from the Meteor Beam and a Terra Starstorm. So really well played there from Shiliang to identify that sort of rogue option that Grant was running, and identifying and seeing how to immediately switch over and prepare for the next 2 games.
And it really was a rogue option on Terrapagos, at least based off what we've seen historically in the official, Pokemon broadcasts of these tournaments, as a lot of times in the past, Terrapagos, obviously it has multiple forms. We're going to focus on the Terrastal form, which is the one that we see for the most time in battle, assuming it doesn't terrastalize. It was known for carrying leftovers or maybe choice specs if you're Aurelian at the NAIC finals, and because it has leftovers, a lot of times it would run Protect and Calm Mind and just try to maximize the amount of time on the field. Terra Starstorm does fantastic damage after you get a special attack boost, as we saw on Grant's team. Earth Power is a great coverage move. I also want to shout out Substitute as well as just a way to get more time on the field. But Grant really did have a very unique approach to Terrapagos.
Absolutely. Having the Meteor Beam and the Power Herb option to immediately get that +1 boost, so that you are sort of combining both the Calm Mind and the Choice Specs variants into one Pokemon, was really interesting, and I would love to see that be iterated upon and to see how Grant does over the course of the rest of the day. Other things to say about this Terrapagos, one of the things that we've been seeing is we have Terra Starstorm and Earth Power listed here as moves for Terrapagos. A lot of players have been shifting away from a double attack Terrapagos and into just Terra Starstorm as an attack and the Substitute. And like I was mentioning at the start of that round, typically that's so that you can't almost always paired with Rillaboom. So that after a Substitute and a Protect, you're back up to full health, which means that you've reactivated your Terra Shell, which means that your Substitute now has Terra Shell, which means you can probably sneak in a couple Calm Minds if you're playing really well.
I think you can very comfortably sneak in some Calm Minds if you get Substitute up, if you get Grassy Terrain up, and if you get Leftovers up. And I know that sounds like a lot, but one thing I want to call out is that you really just have to lead Terrapagos and Rillaboom, and then you already have like 90% of the board state you need for that, because Rillaboom can fake out the biggest threat to that Terrapagos, it can set up Substitute, and then next turn you can Protect for free as a little treat. So
absolutely.
It's, again, you cannot overlook this Pokemon. I think a lot of people may have underestimated it a little bit coming into this tournament. I think Grant did a fantastic job of just showcasing, nope, it's still here to play. And honestly, if you want to try out Terrapagos yourself, why don't you go check out your local Pokemon League? There are so many incredible TOs out there running weekly Pokemon leagues, running those league cups and league challenges that you can use to get championship points in your own backyard. Maybe not literally, but relatively closer than some of these bigger tournaments. And honestly, it's a great way to make friends. There are so many people from my locals who travel together to these events. The flight, the one direct that was from San Antonio and Boston yesterday had a bunch of people on it, and honestly, it's always an amazing time. So
absolutely.
Make sure to check out your local leagues, and if you are local to San Antonio, there you go, Shenanigans. That's a fantastic name.
Yep, and of course the Heroes Hideout as well. So all of these are places that you could play in the Pokemon League here in San Antonio. And I just have to echo what you said, Gabby. It is so much fun to go to your local events. They are much smaller than regionals, which means you actually get to talk to basically everyone who is competing, and you can build those relationships. There are a couple of my locals that are here competing in San Antonio. I'm excited to see how they're doing. And it's really just a really great way to continue to play Pokemon in between the major premier events like regionals and like the international championships. Get those reps in, build up some strength, get some practice, and meet some cool people while you do it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're somebody who's out there watching, thinking to yourself, like, I want to play VGC, but maybe I don't like the Battle Stadium ladder because it's hard for me to figure out what works, or I want to go to these bigger events, but I don't necessarily have a community there to support me. Go to your locals, honestly. Like, I find that the Pokemon community is so welcoming and so kind that even though there is competition at the center of this game at the end of the day, everybody's willing to help. Everybody's willing to help lift you up. And
absolutely,
it might not be in the heat of the moment, obviously, but I've had so many opponents and I've seen so many people talk about the matchups after their local games. You know,
Yeah.
oh, well, I thought you were going to do this. Why don't you do that next time? And just sort of learn how to play the game together, which is so exciting.
Absolutely. That's the best part of the game. But the other best part of the game is the game. And we have round 6 getting ready. So we are now going to take a quick break. And when we come back, it'll be the 6th round of Swiss here in San Antonio, Texas. Stay tuned.
It's been amazing to see Nicholas Morales' journey throughout the Baltimore Regional Championship.
My name is Nicholas Morales. Currently, I live in Georgia. What Pokemon typing would I be? I want to say the Poison typing. I think the Poison typing has a really good defensive toolkit. I think they have a bad rep for being kind of bad, but I think there's a lot of amazing Poison types out there. I first got into competitive Pokemon when I was around middle school, actually. I found it on the internet pretty much. It's like competitive Pokemon videos during the Platinum days. That's my first step into it. I actually skipped Gen 6 and 7, but I really picked up during Double Restricted in Swish. I really liked that VGC format. Overall strategy was just playing towards range. You know, Archaeodon, it's almost impossible to one-hit. You know, you have Basket Legion 2, who is a massive threat. So multiple threats, multiple big number guys. The first time I was on stream, I felt like the crowd was kind of rooting against me. I could kind of hear them. He was doing really well for most of the match. I was sitting there like, I don't know, like I gotta focus. Like, what are you doing?
3 HP and a dream.
The second time on stream, it was over pretty quickly. It's really nerve-wracking. Like, I can keep my cool during like a high-stress situation, right? Like, I don't like when I was playing up on stage, I didn't really like let it get to me too much. Like, maybe like my leg was shaking, but like everyone has that, right?
It's gonna be the newcomer, Nicholas Morales.
Finals, I could tell when I heard the crowd counting down the population bomb hits, I was like, okay, they're ready for me. It's really cool.
Can it do it? Another one, another one. Give me 2 more. Oh my goodness. This is his first tournament ever, and he wins it all.
I've never been to locals before. Well, this is my first one ever. Feels surreal. I didn't even think I would day 2, let alone putting the whole thing. My friends really kept pushing me along the way. My good friend Ming, he's really into the VGC scene. I would never have known like what EV spreads to use, common line, team comps or whatever. I would never know any of that without him. The power of friendship, right? But honestly, they help you push that goalpost so much more, and then you all push the goalpost together. If I don't have fun with it, I'm just not gonna play. I did a lot better than I expected to. You know, qualify for Worlds is great. I still don't think it's real. If I were winning my first regional ever into winning my first World ever, I would permanently retire.
So I think if I had one tip for new players, as this is also my first regional, make friends with everyone who's here. Everyone's super friendly, ask lots of questions. Everyone's just so happy to be here, and they just really want to help everyone who wants to play Pokemon.
If I had one tip for a new player, it'd be to practice, to scrim a lot of people and just keep practicing.
A tip I would have for new players would be if you just pick a deck and you practice it a ton and you just play it, then you can do well.
It's a game that you learn by doing, so getting in as many matches as you can and learning from your mistakes, making note of any misplays, any ways that you could have played better. One of the things that I did to prep for this tournament was practicing with my friends and playing some friendly sets and just kind of sharing feedback with each other. And so really having that community helps a lot.
Practice is the biggest thing, really. If you're not practicing your events, you're not going to know your matchups, you're not going to know what to play, and you're going to have a bad day. But if you pick good decks, practice lots, you'll do well eventually.
Watch streamers and play popular teams.
A tip I'd have for a new player is to play whatever deck you're comfortable with and what deck you like the most, because you'll have the most fun that way.
and welcome back to day number 1 of the San Antonio Regional Championships. I'm Rosemary Kelly, joined by Len Duel, and we are so excited to bring you through the next round of Swiss. Len, I can't believe we're already at round 6 for today.
Yeah, we're already to players who are 5-0 on the day, having incredible runs with just a few rounds left.
We have 3 more, and it's kind of amazing that we're already at this point, but so exciting for our trainers that are ready to take the stage as well as the rest of the competition hall, because if you get a record of just 6 wins, you get to make it forward to that day 2 phase of competition tomorrow. And here on your screen are 16 players that are ready to do just that with 1 win in this round.
Yep, any one of these players can get a win and lock in getting to play tomorrow. Of course, the goal is just not just to play tomorrow, but to get enough wins to move into that single elimination portion of the tournament, or even get a bye through the first round of the single elimination portion. So lots to play for even after picking up that win, but it's going to feel good for all those players who are 6-0 and know they're at least coming back in the morning.
Whew, just a breath of and a sigh of relief as you take a look at getting through your last couple of rounds of the day on top of it. But when you look at how some of these players are actually matching up against each other, and even just across this list here, I see some very formidable names. Giovanni Siske is one of those players that we've seen really at the top tables in the North America scene. Brady Smith has been a player that's been around for so long, being able to consistently get wins and top cuts, especially in those earlier regional days. Zachary Weed is a newer player that's been coming in from the seniors division, who has had just a stellar season, especially towards the back half of 2024. And of course, we just saw Shiliang Tang on screen.
Right, so many players with big histories behind them, but also players that are less familiar with being in this position, who are maybe having one of their strongest tournaments and trying to keep that run going.
Maybe we get a chance to feature just a couple more of those players. I think one in particular we're very excited to feature is going to be Diego Aguirre versus Michael Zhang. This is going to be a really great match to watch, because Diego, I think, falls under that category of players you were just mentioning. Maybe not had too big of a history in terms of VGC, but ended the year off so strong.
Yeah, Diego got top 16 at Worlds just a few months ago, of course playing Regulation G there as well. That's their best tournament up till that point. It's going to be hard to do much better than top 16 at Worlds. It's going to need a deep run today. And both Michael and Diego were playing Zamazenta with Tyranitar and Latios, pretty similar teams at that World Championships. I know Diego has stuck with his Zamazenta without some of those other pieces. Michael has moved away from it, but will be very familiar with the team composition.
I mean, we've been able to talk a little bit about the theory behind how to run a Koraidon team. And so we get a chance to show firsthand what maybe some of that cooking can really look like. But for Michael Zhang, this is a player that you look at and you think of as a pioneer team builder. You see all of those teams and you go, well, that's just a Michael Zhang special.
Yeah, such an inventive team builder. Of course, won a regional championship with Tyranitar and Komao a couple years back. And every team they bring to a tournament, every team he brings, it feels like he's on the cutting edge, like it's going to push other players in another direction. And no change with that today. Pretty interesting team we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, that Zamazenta team that Michael Zhang ended up using already, it made the rounds. Like, if Diego was running a very similar team, people took inspiration from what Michael was running and said, well, I love this. It's fun, it's creative, it's so unique, and I have to try this out for myself.
Yeah, it really felt like so much of the Zamazenta usage in Regulation G followed how Michael was using it, and the people that Michael was building with were using it. But this is a little bit of a change in direction. Diego has still Qian Pao, a familiar teammate for the Zamazenta, but also Chi-Yu out there to be a formidable special attacker.
Yeah, Chi-Yu and Fluttermane are maybe 2 of the Pokemon that we've seen as a pair alongside these Zamazenta teams a little bit more recently in terms of Zamazenta team composure. And so you have this very strong duo of special attackers that you can rely on, and what a force to have when you look across the way and Michael Zhang has this stellar Koraidon team that has so many Pokemon that would love to play in the sun.
Right, has the double photosynthesis with triple photosynthesis with Brute Bonnet, Walking Way, Gouging Fire, Fluttermane, photosynthesis everywhere. Brute Bonnet, of course, stands out, not a Pokemon that's at very high usage, just a few of them in the field today. Of course, we think of it just as another version of Amoonguss, still has the Spore and the Rage Powder, but can be much faster and can be much more bulky on a specific side, especially if you are trained to get a photosynthesis boost in either defense or special defense. And then, of course, a very unique pick alongside this NDD female, just in kind of a supportive role here. Adds a second bit of redirection available next to Koraidon, and can be disruptive against Miraidon. Of course, not going to be helpful in this match to disrupt the terrain, but the support with Follow Me could still be really useful.
Yeah, the terrain, I can see where it plays a role in other matchups that we see in the teams that are left in the field. A lot of priority, which is great for that Psychic terrain to shut down, and indeed he does have that Psychic Seed to help make sure that its defenses are going to be just a little bit better. But I am all eyes on these Photosynthesis Pokemon, but also on this Koraidon's Orichalcum Pulse being able to set the sun for not even just like the Photosynthesis Pokemon on his team, but look at how well he sets up for some of Diego's Pokemon.
Yeah, Raging Bolt, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane on the other side will all love being in the sun. We mentioned earlier that Koraidon often feels like it's there to support all those other Photosynthesis Pokemon, no change here, but really offensive ones from Michael. Scat, the choice band, the Gouging Fire, instead of a more supportive role, has Walking Wake with Life Orb, so it'll be a ton of damage coming out onto this team, and Zamazenta wants to play at a little bit slower pace and be able to withstand a hit or two, but you're going to get challenged on that when it's choice band, Flare Blitz, and choice or Life Orb, Hydro Steam into Zamazenta. And so it's going to be fighting fire, with Chi-Yu also getting up there in speed with Choice Scarf, and then of course great speed control from Fluttermanes on both sides. They're both going to be speed booster. It looks like Icy Wind on one and Thunder Wave on the other are going to play possibly critical roles in making sure that the right attacks go off first, because there's so much high-powered offense in this game.
I look at how much difficulty Zamazenta is going to have in this match as well. You've got the Dragon Terra, which typically we would look at as a very good defensive Terra to have, but then you see that makes you vulnerable to something like the Draco Meteor from the Walking Wake. Yes, it gives you a bit of a resistance to these fire-type attacks, but how much does that matter when the sun is up? Mitigates a lot of that resistance.
Right, and mentioning the Terastallization, Koraidon is one of the best Pokemon in the regulation actually forcing that Terastallization on Zamazenta. Even with a physical attack, can actually threaten a 1-hit KO and force that Terastallization, which does then, like you say, make it vulnerable to Draco Meteor, vulnerable to Fluttermane Moonblast, in a way that also costs your Terastallization. But would expect to see both players bring the restricted Pokemon, and so that's where the Terastallization has to go. It just means that things are a little bit more difficult for Diego.
You have to find the right time to actually utilize that Terra and maybe try to get a threat out of the way beforehand. But as we've seen from a lot of these Zamazenta teams, once the Zamazenta is on the field, it's pretty unlikely to want to make a pivot out. And Diego's team doesn't really have a whole lot of pieces that you can make defensive switches with. So right off the bat, as we enter into the first game of this best of 3, it's all-out offense here. Diego has that Chien-Pao next to the Fluttermane, and for Michael, it is the Koraidon next to his own Fluttermane.
So both Fluttermanes hit the field. We get Photosynthesis activating first, but wouldn't be surprised to see both trained to be absolute maximum speed, meaning that they are tied with each other. Koraidon, if trained for maximum speed, could also be tied with the Chien-Pao, but one of them may be trained more offensively. But yeah, this is as fast as Pokemon can move, just about. We have 4 Pokemon at nearly maximum speed, getting more speed boosts from the Photosynthesis, and then speed control from each Fluttermane makes this a very volatile position. The Koraidon has to watch out for ice moves from the Chien-Pao on the other side, but of course has Fire Terastallization to mitigate. That would also mitigate damage from Moonblast on the other side, so wouldn't be surprised to see the Terastallization spent early to keep that Koraidon a little bit safer.
There you go. You called it, Len. It's going to be that Fire Terastallization onto the Koraidon. But I'm also looking at how these Focus Sashes can play a role, not only on the Fluttermane on Michael's side, but also the Chien-Pao on Diego's. It's going to be the Icy Wind first from Michael's Fluttermane that's going to be able to break the Focus Sash, but more critically, drop the speed stat of both this Chien-Pao and this Fluttermane. We've seen how this can function, but we know now that the Fluttermane is still going to be faster. With the Thunder Wave into the Koraidon, it's going to make it much slower than this Chien-Pao. We have some really interesting speed interactions here, but on top of the paralysis, you had the option for a flinch not coming through from the Icicle Crash, so Koraidon goes for the Flame Charge, and here's another way that you can counteract some of these speed interactions as Flame Charge gets the KO onto Diego's Fluttermane, but also increases your speed.
such dynamic speeds. We have so many speed effects here. So the first thing to note is that, like we thought, the Fluttermane's probably tied with each other. So really crucial for Michael that Icy Wind comes out first, but then it's not enough speed. Even the Fluttermane dropped one stage of speed is still faster than the Koraidon on the other side. So he gets to throw out the Thunder Wave to change the speed recipe again, pushing the Qianpao back above the Koraidon. But then now Koraidon gets one speed boost back up. Now the paralysis on the Koraidon is going to do more than cancel out the Flame Charge, so it's still slower than it started at.
Thank you so much for summing that up for everybody, because it's a lot of things to keep track of. But one thing's for sure, this Fluttermane on Michael's side is still the fastest thing on the field. Getting a chance to go for yet another Icy Wind. You drop the speed on this Zamazenta, and look at Flame Charge. It's just a one-hit knockout onto that thing. You've got, the collision course as well. I think I just completely saw that wrong. Either way, you're doing a ton of damage to this Zamazenta, and it's out of here.
Another really crucial turn of speeds. The Fluttermane, of course, is still moving first, and so gets the Icy Wind onto Zamazenta. Diego may have expected that with the paralysis on Koraidon on the other side, Zamazenta would move before, but no. Even with the paralysis, the Flame Charge and the Icy Wind meant that Koraidon moved before the Zamazenta and just picked up that one-hit KO that we mentioned before the game, that very few physical attackers can threaten a one-hit KO into Zamazenta with the defense boost, but Koraidon with Collision Course and the extra damage on super effective hits is able to do that. And so just picks up the KO and takes a pretty demonstrative lead in this game. Now Fluttermane still untouched, still has Focus Sash intact as well, can throw out Moonblast against either of these targets.
Really good Pokemon to have on the field right now, and there's still no way that you can get around that unless you go for something like the Thunderclap or the Sucker Punch from the Qianpao. Any of those priority attacks would be one way that you can actually deal with that Fluttermane.
Yeah, it would probably take both to be able to take down the Fluttermane, which would open up a free turn for Koraidon. For now, Koraidon just going to switch itself out, get NDD out to block any priority, make sure that Fluttermane gets a safe chance to go out on the offensive this turn.
And this is huge because this Fluttermane has so much offensive power behind it, not just the Icy Wind, but you look at Moonblast and Shadow Ball as the other options for attacking. There is Terastallization still available for Diego, though, so this is going to be a Terastallization onto the Raging Bolt for water. Recognizing that maybe this Raging Bolt is going to be that key to success. You get a chance to deal with some of these Fire-type attacks a little bit better, but you're also not going to be able to get just taken down by a single Moonblast. But look at this. The Psychic Terrain, the perfect call for Michael to have to keep this Fluttermane on the field. That Focus Sash was broken from the Icy Wind a turn before, and so this Qianpao is down for the count. Michael is running away with this game.
Yeah, just such a smart, safe way for Michael to build on his lead. Had seen that Qianpao protected on the previous turn and so was vulnerable, so you want to get a Moonblast into that slot. The only thing that could possibly stop a Moonblast into that slot is the Sucker Punch and Thunderclap double up to pick up a KO, and so NDD switching into block priority is the thing that makes that happen. The last possible wall there would have been Diego using the Ghost Terastallization on Qianpao to be able to take a Moonblast, but that's not where Terastallization is spent. Means that Moonblast lands in a Qianpao, gets that KO, and leaves Michael up 4 Pokemon to 1, and at that point, Diego knows it's over, time to move on to game 2.
But such an explosive start to the game. I mean, even in that first turn, there were so many different interactions happening in terms of these moves that are going to be increasing and decreasing speed. And it was just so dynamic when it came to how is this Koraidon actually going to weave in attacks. The Thunder Wave made that even more complicated, but the Koraidon fought through that pressure, was able to deliver those big flame charges, big collision courses, and just took over the game.
Really took over the game with the help of the Fluttermane, right? That is the key piece there. The Icy Wind to drop down opposing speeds, to break Focus Sash on Qianpao, to land the Moonblast that was the final KO of the game into it. That Pokemon needs to get slowed down for Diego to have a strong position here. The Zamazenta can fight okay against it, can try to heavy slam in it, but the Focus Sash is really valuable in Fluttermane. You know, most teams can't afford to put a Focus Sash onto their Fluttermanes because they need the booster energy themselves, like we see on Diego's side. But what's one of the key advantages of having your own son is the ability to run Focus Sash on Fluttermane and make it a 2-step process to take it off the field. When you combine that with Diego not having Icy Wind on his Fluttermane, meaning there's no way to do speed control and break the Fluttermane Focus Sash at the same time, the Fluttermane versus Fluttermane fight just feels like it's very far in Michael's favor. And so when we had game 1 lead with kind of 2 attackers each next to a Flutter Mane, Michael's Flutter Mane has the advantages there to break Focus Sash, to have a Focus Sash of its own, and didn't end up working out for Diego. So we see an adjustment. Michael's fine to have Flutter Mane next to big attacker, but Diego's going to bring out Amoonguss and try to slow the game down a little bit, get something put to sleep.
This Amoonguss has that Water Terra, and as we've seen in so many of our other matches today, that Water Terrestrialization can throw a big wrench into the works. That's a great way to be able to deal with this Koraidon.
If you hit it put to sleep, of course, Koraidon can still do a ton of damage with Collision Course. Maybe a double up of Collision Course and Moonblast would be enough damage to pick up a KO. You have to be a little bit wary of that. Of course, you'd only lock those moves in if you were fully predicting a Terrestrialization. Otherwise, they're both resisted into Poison type Amoonguss. Meanwhile, the Flutter Mane on the other side can still do something very valuable like Thunder Wave Koraidon, but that would keep you from being able to put it to sleep in the future. Both of these Pokemon kind of want to use status as one of their main goals here, but they can't status the same Pokemon. And then Flame Charge is a great option just to get sped back up. We saw that it is a KO into Flutter Mane from that previous game. May take the Fire Terrestrialization to get that extra damage, but the Fire Terrestrialization is so valuable, it's really not going to be a surprise to see it again because it reduces the Moonblast damage and damage from Qingtao that may be in the back.
But this still feels like kind of a passive turn here for Diego. You're putting a lot of emphasis on this Amoonguss being able to help put something to sleep with Spore, and also that your Flutter Mane might be able to actually help you out in the process. That first game, there was a difference between Diego being able to have a bit of a better position, whether or not the paralysis lands and actually gets you the full para that you would have wanted out of something like that. But as we see a Protect from the Flutter Mane, we really get a chance to dig into the first turn of this game number 2. And we see the Thunder Wave connect its mark onto the Koraidon, so it's not going to be a Spore into the Koraidon at the very least. You're hoping that this paralysis is going to buy you enough time for this Amoonguss to do something bigger. But Koraidon works through that pain. Flame Charge into the Flutter Mane is almost going to be a one-hit knockout, so it looks like it might be a roll.
The Icy Wind was the extra bit of chip in the previous game to lock in that KO. Doesn't happen this time, but of course Michael can go for it on the next turn. And ultimately a pretty expensive trade for Diego, right? You get the paralysis onto Koraidon, which is really valuable, but then it undoes part of that speed mitigation with a Flame Charge up. And meanwhile, Diego got no damage dealt while Flutter Mane was almost KO'd. Now Moonblast into the Amoonguss that has already used Terrestrialization makes it easier to go for that double up if that's Michael's goal.
Well, that Flutter Mane is going to be taken out pretty well in the future, but as we see the Collision Course into that Amoonguss, it is going to be the perfect target when it has Terrestrialized away from all that poison typing that you just mentioned. So perfect target for both of these attacks. Michael is taking out such a big issue for him to deal with on Diego's team.
Yeah, you've eliminated Terrestrialization and gotten rid of Amoonguss with anything falling asleep. We talked before turn 1 that you might be able to get the damage on Amoonguss if you could commit that double up, but it's so risky to do it before Terrestrialization is shown. But because Terrestrialization was used defensively on turn 1 to no effect, because no attacks were going into that slot, it made that double up perfectly safe on turn 2. Now, that has left Flutter Mane on the other side of the field still healthy and has put enough chip damage into the Flutter Mane on this side that it can either hit in a KO with Shadow Ball or a KO with Sucker Punch while the Flutter Mane on the other side goes out on the offense. So it's not going to be easy to get your Icy Wind off here. You'd love to get the Icy Wind to both break a Focus Sash and KO the Flutter Mane on the other side, but with the damage already down, it's all pretty risky. You can try to make the same play of bringing in NDD in order to block a Sucker Punch, and then maybe you can win a Speed Tie, get an Icy Wind off, but it's not for granted at all.
Well, it's just going to be a Protect too, so maybe reading into it a little bit that those priority attacks could come that Flutter Mane's way, and so instead, you're going to take the Moonblast into that Flutter Mane, make sure that it's going to be protected, and with this Qingtao going for the Throat Chop, it's still doing a lot of damage, but not before it's going to be able to take some damage. As I say that, the full para comes through onto the Koraidon, and Diego has bought himself some valuable time.
Fully Paralysis keeps a KO from going out from Koraidon on that turn. Michael recognizing there was an opportunity that Koraidon was bulky enough to get taken down in one hit, and the Flutter Mane was a juicy enough target that Diego wasn't going to double target into the Koraidon, so had the opportunity to go for damage with Koraidon on that turn. But now that it's been lowered, there's the potential for just a target into either slot taking 2 KOs, and so Michael has to react, has to switch out for the NDD, set the Psychic Train, and try to get an attack off with Flutter Mane.
But that's perfect because this calls back to an earlier strategy that you were discussing in terms of having the Psychic Terrain to ensure that this Flutter Mane on Michael's side would be able to go for something like the Icy Wind. The Protect, though, on Diego's Flutter Mane is going to ensure it's not going to get KO to the Icy Wind from Michael's Flutter, but the Icy Wind still, if it connects, can do a little bit of work. It misses though, and so Tianpao free to go for the throat chop, and it's still going to be able to stick around for another turn.
Michael not finding the most fortunate outcomes in all of these trades. The Icy Wind miss and the fully paralyzed turn from Koraidon means that Tianpao is still healthy, still has Focus Sash intact, and the Flutter Mane on the other side still going to be the thing moving first. Indeedee, though, has really valuable redirection here. It may just go down quickly to a Tianpao on the other side, but it should at least buy a turn for the Walking Wake, despite the weakness to Moonblast from the Flutter Mane on the other side, because the Flutter Mane will move first and would get redirected by Follow Me before the Throat Chop came out.
Yeah, and I love this call that Michael is making, because even though there's this Flutter on the other side, you know, just protected, there is still a fourth and final Pokemon in the back. Diego is going to finally reveal that Zamazenta, and in the face of this Walking Wake here, I don't know how it's actually going to fare. Walking Wake is going to be fast, it's speedy with the Hydro Steam. Look how much damage it does to the Zamazenta in the sun.
Does a big chunk, but doesn't get a KO and continues to not damage the Tianpao. But that's a pretty valuable exchange. Having the Indeedee not go down to Throat Chop and leave it for the redirect for one more turn buys that Walking Wake a little bit more time. Michael needs a lot out of it because the Koraidon in the back is paralyzed and is fairly low health. It's pretty unlikely that it actually can accomplish anything in this game because all three of the Pokemon on the other side will be faster and will have the damage potential to just KO it. And so all of the burden is on Walking Wake's shoulders to get the damage out. And what's going to make that so difficult is that Flutter Mane is lurking in the back. I think it's great preservation from Diego to, even though it cost, you know, most of Zamazenta's health bar to come into the Hydro Steam there, as long as you keep Flutter Mane as like an insurance policy against this Walking Wake, it's going to be really difficult for Michael to come back in this game.
Oh, just a couple of unfortunate events, a series that's going to lead to a snowball as the Follow Me here from the Indeedee still doesn't sell the rest of the story. Icicle Crash does not miss, so Indeedee gets knocked out to that final attack, leaving this Walking Wake a bit vulnerable, as because the Photosynthesis boost wore off, it is going to be slower than the Zamazenta, and it's just a one-hit knockout.
Yeah, Zama has the damage to just KO Walking Wake. That ends the game right there. Koraidon slower than Zama now, while paralyzed, is in body press range. And so like you said, a couple of unlucky pieces just meant that the damage didn't land for Michael in time, and the snowball was there for Diego. This is a game being played at such a high speed. We saw it in game one with so many different speed control options, both players really vying to be faster and using extremely fast Pokemon to try to make that happen. And as soon as you kind of lose grasp of that speed control in the way that Michael did in game two, it all gets away from you so quickly.
It's tough because if you're in Michael's shoes, how do you actually deal with the Thunder Wave that can come through from the Flutter Mane on the opposing side? Game number one, you noticed Icy Wind wasn't enough to be able to give your Koraidon the speed advantage, and so you were still under threat of actually getting hit with that Thunder Wave and those full paras. So how do you weave around that?
I think ultimately the paralysis in game one ended up being fine, right? Because even though it wasn't enough, the Icy Wind wasn't enough to stop the paralysis, it was still faster after the Flame Charge to be over Zamazenta, and that's like maybe the main goal here, right? You're not to boil Regulation G down to one restricted versus another, but having the Koraidon end up being faster than Zamazenta swung the game one. The change in game two was not being able to get the damage down onto Flutter Mane to get the one-hit KO, and not to get the damage down into Tianpao to be able to threaten KOs there, which then forced the Koraidon off the field without getting any damage onto Zamazenta. I think the Amoonguss in that sense served as a really valuable decoy. It never landed a Spore and it cost the Terastallization, but it drew a full focus from Michael on a really pivotal turn two that when you combine that with the Icy Wind miss and the fully paralyzed turn from Koraidon was like Michael's a really great opportunity in that game to get a lot done, and that turn was spent leaving Flutter Mane on the field to be a problem throughout the rest of the game. And so Amoonguss, I think, had its right impact, even though it couldn't get a Spore. If it can amplify that impact and get a Spore as well, no surprise to see it led again, then it will really swing this game. And so now Michael has the kind of offense that lets you make sure you get a KO against Flutter Mane, really threaten a KO onto Amoonguss, and that's that Choice Band Gouging Fire being led in the sun, with Photosynthesis ready to pump out damage.
Yeah, it's going to be attack that's going to be heightened as well. Oftentimes when we see Gouging Fire in this position, it's going to be a Photosynthesis boost to its speed. So now those attacks are going to be hitting even harder with that Choice Band.
Right, this Gouging Fire is just a nuclear weapon now ready to detonate on the other side. Of course, doesn't have any speed advantage, but maybe Michael recognizing it was really hard to gain full speed advantage in this set anyway because of the disruption on the Flutter Mane on the other side. So why not just have a couple of things that are bulky enough and threaten enough damage that you don't mind whether you move first or second, you're going to win those trades.
It's still a tough call to make, though, because do you expect there to be a terrestrialization from this Amoonguss? And there's not. It's just going to be the Koraidon that goes to that Terra Fire, and a double protect coming through from Diego. Smart, because you get a chance to use this double protect to fish for what this Gouging Fire has locked into for that Choice Band, and how Michael wants to try to cover for this first turn. Collision Course and Heat Crash going to be the moves of choice right into that Amoonguss.
I think it's a really smart combination of moves. Nothing on Diego's team can take that move, and that concludes Amoonguss as a grass type and Amoonguss as a water type. Either way, Amoonguss would go down to that, which means that slot is super vulnerable on the next turn. And Flutter Mane, while it can gain speed advantage for the team, can't do anything to mitigate that offense coming in unless it's another turn sprint being fully paralyzed, and can't threaten a KO against either of these Pokemon now that Koraidon has become a fire type. So Michael can just put that double target right back in the Amoonguss slot again if he'd like to, and know that he can get a KO out of it.
But it forces the terrestrialization at the very least, because Diego has to kind of hedge his bets. What are you going to, maybe do you expect that double to come back through? Are you hoping that maybe Michael changes his mind and actually goes for some other attacks?
And maybe I'm underestimating the bulk of the Amoonguss and is able to take the double up. We'll see.
Oh, well, the Thunder Wave is going to be the first thing that happens in this next turn. Could be a full para here, but not before we see this Gouging Fire go for the Heat Crash, and look at that! Not very effective into a water type that's going to have that resistance, and you're still doing like 60% to this Pokemon. But Koraidon doesn't choose to go for the double up this time around. It is enough to get the one-hit knockout onto the Flutter Mane. So I'm thinking there might have been a little bit of a play involved. Oh, that was Flare Blitz.
So yeah, Michael opting for Flare Blitz this time, recognizing that Flame Charge wasn't enough damage, but maybe expected the Amoonguss to switch out or the Amoonguss to not dedicate Terrestrialization, knowing that the threat of just the combination of two fire attacks or a fire attack and a fighting attack into Amoonguss would have been enough. And so I think Diego makes out with that, manages to use the Terrestrialization to take one fire attack from Gouging Fire and get it put to sleep. Now Koraidon is paralyzed and slower than anything on the other side and didn't get a Flame Charge to try to mitigate that, so now just needs to switch out. And the Gouging Fire hasn't taken a sleep turn, is going to be really vulnerable for a couple turns. Michael needs to buy time with things, so trying to find a Flutter Mane switch into a Body Press.
That was a great call there, because as a ghost type, you would not actually take any damage from that body press. But similarly, Diego says, okay, my Amoonguss has kind of done its job. I know I also have a turn because that Gouging Fire is sleeping, so let's put in this Chien-Pao, get this sort of ruin to activate, but it's the perfect call because this body press is not going to hit its mark. That's not going to be lower defenses that matter right now.
It's the kind of play that Diego needed to make to kind of keep control of this game. The idea is that Chien-Pao can come in and body press with Sword of Ruin is enough damage to just KO the Koraidon, which means Koraidon can't attack, and you know Gouging Fire can't attack because it's asleep. So you're guaranteeing that you take no damage from that turn, but then Michael makes the right response, which is to get Flutter Mane in and kind of waste that turn of full momentum for Diego, while Gouging Fire burns one turn of sleep, and then now Flutter Mane able to protect through a second turn and the Throat Chop.
And now it still gets to keep its focus sash as well, as the body press goes into the Gouging Fire instead. A one-hit knockout, essentially. I'm going to call it what it is there, as we see that Gouging Fire go down. Sun is still active, though, and so Walking Wake, a great Pokemon to be able to bring in here. We saw how the speeds interacted in that last game, but here's some really critical information for Diego. There is no Indeedee in this third and final game. He doesn't have to worry about there being a switch in to create that Psychic terrain.
Right, is able to use priority moves however he'd like. The speed is back fully in Michael's advantage. Chien-Pao recognizes that, has to get off the field and get Amoonguss back to try to stymie the offense of Flutter Mane and Walking Wake.
But with that Terrestrialization expended, this Zamazenta is forced to go on the back foot. A protect to go defensive. Fluttermane uses the Icy Wind, and while the speed drop doesn't matter on this Amoonguss because it's still going to be the naturally slowest thing between all of these Pokemon, it's still just any bit of damage here. Walking Wake wanted to go for the Weather Ball into the Zamazenta though, so a good protect here from Diego to stave that off for now. And now the Sun is also gone.
The Sun going away probably does the most here to change the relationship between Walking Wake and Zamazenta. Both that now Zamazenta is faster than Walking Wake, and that Walking Wake won't have the offense to threaten a one-hit KO against Zamazenta on the other side. That may force the Koraidon back on the field. Of course, Koraidon paralyzed maybe isn't that valuable other than setting another 5 turns of Sun to try to support the Walking Wake, but really you have to be very precious with the resources of this Walking Wake and Fluttermane. If a trade is made, for instance, Fluttermane switches out to the Koraidon while Walking Wake gets a KO into Zamazenta, that's probably still a losing trade if there's a Spore in response onto the Walking Wake. So really almost nothing can be given up by Michael in this position.
Well, you've seen how much Michael wants to try to get rid of this Amoonguss at all costs. So even though you see this Rage Powder, Michael was like, I gotta get rid of this anyway, so I'm just going to attack right into it. Body press into the Walking Wake. It's a critical hit. You can see Michael shaking his head. That's a big knockout for that Zamazenta to have taken. If there was a follow-up attack from that Walking Wake, that Amoonguss is down. And now Michael is forced to rely upon this paralyzed Koraidon and the Fluttermane as his final 2 Pokemon in this third and final game.
It's going to be hard to find the offense against Zamazenta, especially because of the speed relationship between Zamazenta and Koraidon. When we saw Koraidon move first despite being paralyzed in game 1, that was because of an earlier Flame Charge. So there's going to be no time to get that Flame Charge in this game. And then, yeah, Michael committing, really wanted to get rid of that Amoonguss right then before it could put something else to sleep, and so couldn't get the Sun up. But that meant that the Walking Wake was slower than the Zamazenta. Even without the critical hit, we saw that body press does so much to Walking Wake. But with the critical hit, it's just the KO, a really game-swinging KO here.
Oh, and a double protect here from Diego. Still smart to play towards the end, stalling out these turns of Sun as long as possible. And so this is just going to be a great way for Diego to kind of assure a victory against maybe something just awful happening in this last couple of turns.
Well, one thing to watch out for here is that Koraidon is probably bulky enough to take a body press if there's no sort of ruin, and so you may be tempted to try to get Chien-Pao in to make that happen, but that prevents you from going for redirection at the same time. Koraidon, of course, did show Flare Blitz there. Even if you took a body press, you would go down to Flare Blitz recoil. But if you can get rid of the Zamazenta, then Fluttermane can probably close this against Amoonguss and Chien-Pao.
Well, Koraidon protecting itself for now, and there's no switches, so Fluttermane gets a chance to land the Moonblast into the Amoonguss and even up the Pokemon count. It is now 2 versus 2. The Chien-Pao and Zamazenta trusted duo versus this Protosynthesis pairing of the Koraidon and the Fluttermane.
Michael continues to stay alive in this game, has diffused a couple of body presses, one into Fluttermane and now one into a Protect, that if they were landing on target to deal damage, things would look really far ahead for Diego. But now, like you say, we're into a 2-2 position, but now the Chien-Pao is in next to Zamazenta, meaning that those body presses are amplified into Koraidon, threatening a KO. There, the speed advantage is there, but the double protect is there. Koraidon manages to live through another turn.
That's a huge double protect. Unfortunately, it leaves this Fluttermane to have to take a Sucker Punch, bringing it down to its Focus Sash, but Fluttermane still gets a chance to fire up one more attack. The Icy Wind hits into both Pokemon, so the Chien-Pao gets its Focus Sash broken, and Zamazenta is finally going to have its speed dropped, but is it actually enough to get this Koraidon back into the fight?
The idea here is that if you get 2 Icy Winds into Zamazenta, then the Koraidon is faster than Zamazenta. But Chien-Pao Sucker Punch actually denies that, because Icy Wind is a damaging attack would mean that Sucker Punch hits, and so there's just no way to get an Icy Wind off as long as Diego is willing to click Sucker Punch in, and so Fluttermane has to just protect itself, can't go for the Icy Wind on this turn.
A huge call to have to make, though, because Chien-Pao is going after the Fluttermane once again. It does fail because of the Protect, but the body press from the Zamazenta sort of ruined enough to soften up that Koraidon, enough for the body press to do the job. It's just down to this Fluttermane, and Diego is one Sucker Punch away from being able to win this series and maintain an undefeated record. Michael throws in the towel, and there it is. Diego Aguirre goes 6-0 in day 1 of the San Antonio Regional Championships.
Manages to make it happen with all the speed control and the speed control denial in the end. Fluttermane, too scared to click Icy Wind, knows the Sucker Punch is coming, and so just leaves Koraidon on an island to go down to body press.
That was such an explosive match, though. We talked about some of those high-octane turns where you're looking at trading damage with some of these big attacks, collision course, knowing that you can get some big knockouts, that gouging fire threatening everything with either a flare blitz or a heat crash. And Diego had some really great defensive plays there to make sure that he still had control of the game, especially in that game 3.
Right, it felt like the only way Pokemon were taking attacks in this game were because they lived with Focus Sash, but that's not quite true because the other way Pokemon were taking attacks was Amoonguss. And Amoonguss continues to feel like the MVP of this tournament so far. It feels like every round we watch is an Amoonguss just swinging the game simply by being able to take an attack or two. And once again, it's a water terastallized Amoonguss that's able to take a fire attack, get a disruptive Spore off, and really cause problems for the opponent that broke down Michael's momentum and opened this game up.
Those body presses from the Zamazenta, this is really where the power in this restricted lies. Looking at how it operates next to that Chien-Pao Sword of Ruin, where you look at that and I was like, oh, well, nothing on this team wants to take a body press. Fluttermane can take it fine, naturally, but what about everything else? You can't switch anything into that attack.
I mean, it's the drawback of having such an offensive team, right? Michael has so many offensive tools, both with speed boosters and attack boosting, all these photosynthesis, but had very few defensive tools. And a defensive tool that he'd probably use in a lot of matchups is the Brute Bonnet that was trained to get defense photosynthesis boost, but you can't use that against Zamazenta. Your defense is not going to help you when you're a dark type worried about body presses, right? And so that kind of defensive backbone was gone, forcing Michael to play in an all-out offensive way. That Diego find the route tools between Amoonguss and the disruption of the Thunder Wave to, keep up and stay at the same pace as such an offensive team.
Yeah, I think I look at that Brute Bonnet and said, oh, Ghost Terra, that makes it so good, but then you know that Chien-Pao on the other side has 2 dark type attacks, just get throat chopped, and it's just not going to be enough, I think, to really get you over the finish line. And
Terastallization was also such an important resource, because if you do spend it to make Brute Bonnet a Ghost type, then Koraidon is very vulnerable as a Dragon type. The Fluttermane with the Speed Booster on the other side can just go after it.
Yeah, very tough decisions to have to make, but Diego Aguirre stands as the winner after this round. Let's go to the lounge with Joe and hear from him about how that match went.
Thank you very much, Len and Rosemary. That was a crazy matchup against Michael Zhang. There was a lot of sun going on, a lot of photosynthesis. Even you take the advantage of the photosynthesis. So how are you feeling right now at 6-0?
Really surreal, honestly, and Michael Zhang is probably like such a figurehead within the community. I ended up using his team for Worlds, so he's a huge inspiration on my side, so just being able to beat him, or like face him, was really interesting and really fun, yeah.
Well, I mean, you had success at Worlds, right? So you're continuing on here in the same format. I guess I could ask, you might be a little biased, but how's your perspective on Regulation G? Do you enjoy the format?
It's all right. I think it's okay.
So it's over this match. The first thing I noticed on Michael's team was like, it seemed like Raging Bolt's invitation got a lot left in the mail because he had Walking Wake, Gouging Fire, Brute Bonnet, Fluttermane, but you had a Raging Bolt on your side as well as a Fluttermane. So going in, understanding that he had Koraidon, was there a situation where you felt like, I'm going to use his son against him with your Pokemon, or no?
So I was thinking about bringing Raging Bolt into that matchup, but I think the 4 that I brought into it was, I think, better into the match because I needed Amoonguss to put something to sleep or like to have that threat. I did use Fluttermane, but I had my own photosynthesis, so I didn't really get to use the sun on my side, unfortunately. But yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of damage trades back and forth, a lot of focus sashes being activated and everything. And one of the things I appreciate about your team is it seems just very well-rounded. Like, it's not, obviously Zamazenta is one of those jack-of-all-trade Pokemon that it's just like, it's generally solid into most matchups. It's not overwhelmingly good at one thing. It's just very strong as a general Pokemon. But then, so you have Zamazenta who's well-rounded, and it's like, well, I have Chi-Yu to help my physical attacker, or excuse me, Chi-Yu to help my special attackers, and then I have Chien-Pao to help my physical attackers. So does this team have like a specific core that is built around, or is it just generally versatile Pokemon?
I think it's very versatile, but there is a main leads that I tend to sort of focus around. So I would either lead, Fluttermane with Zamazenta to put in, speed control first couple of games with Thunder Wave, or, dish out damage with Chien-Pao. So with that body press and sort of ruin, body press tends to do a lot of damage, so you can sort of deal more damage than your opposing team, and if they don't get to move with Thunder Wave, then it just sort of puts it in my favor. So I would say Zama, Chien-Pao, Flutter, and then one of the remaining 3 other Pokemon.
Yeah. Now, be honest. How many Walking Wakes have you faced in preparation before?
You know what's funny? So I have a friend group who were sort of building around Koraidon Walking Wake. Oh. So I faced it quite a bit. So I had a game plan going into it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you accidentally had a lot more preparation.
Yes, I did.
Than Michael was anticipating. Most people have a lot against that. And how are you feeling right now at 6-0? Obviously the job's not done, right? You want to finish 8-0. You want to do even better, moving on to Top Cut tomorrow and winning a regional. So it's got to be a positive feeling. Like, yes, I've accomplished that first goal, but you know that the job is not finished.
Of course. A bit surreal, just beating one of my, inspirations. So I'm still thinking about it. I think, gotta go just go.
Let it soak in. Let it soak in. It's awesome.
Gotta go in match by match, I think. So, basically, we'll see. I'm hoping to, make it.
All right. Well, besides Michael Zhang, we'll give him a shout out as being an inspiration for you. Are there any other trainers that inspire you? Any family members at home you want to give a shout out?
So my parents, of course, for supporting me throughout this, journey. My team building group. So Olivia, Braden, Rafe, and Jacob were huge core members within. We called them the Zama Warriors. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So we had sort of game plans going around. So especially Olivia. Olivia came up with the Raging Bolt set, which was really good. And then a lot of my friends, we're in a Discord group called Ditto's Den. So they're all watching, they're all supporting. So thank you so much to them. Yeah.
Shout outs to the Zama Warriors, the Ditto's Den. You in any group chats that aren't named after Pokemon? All right. Anyway, best of luck to Diego. You're 6-0. Hopefully, finish the day strong in these last 2 rounds. We hope to see you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks for having me, Joe. Thanks so much.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. We're going to head back over to the caster so Diego can get some rest.
Thank you.
Diego's got to get some well-deserved rest because that is going to be the player we get a chance to see tomorrow in our Day 2 action. And I hope Diego's proud. I mean, what a great performance at the end of 2024 to lead into this season and already kicking things off in such a big way.
Yeah, continuing on from that top 16 at Worlds, looking for another strong finish this weekend and well on track for it. Still has a couple more chances to get wins today that'll help move him into the top cut tomorrow. Lots of good things ahead.
And sounds like just so much good practice and prep going into this event as well. Love being able to hear Joe pick his brain a little bit about how the team came together and how he actually prepared for a tournament like this.
Yeah, I've talked to a few top players about how this format feels like it really rewards mastery because Regulation H felt like there was a completely new team and a completely new metagame and direction every few weeks. Whereas this, while there's been small adjustments and new things that have popularized, feels like a lot of the same team compositions from really early on in Regulation G, which means that if you've been playing the same core Pokemon with different supporting pieces around it that entire time, you can get those matchups really down. You can dial in the exact right 6th Pokemon, that right move set for Raging Bolt to solve all of your problems. And I think a lot of the players having success out there this weekend, it's because they've really developed that mastery with their restricted Pokemon.
I mean, you look at even just Birmingham last weekend and how many players actually kept with their Worlds team and just recycled it or kind of evaluated what are the right pieces that worked and said, oh, well, it's great. These 5 Pokemon, but maybe I changed this one. And we're all set to go for one of the biggest tournaments of the year. And it paid off for a lot of our players. I think Oliver Escalin is that one player I'd look at in particular where he's like one of the Kyogre masters, right? And he ended up getting that 2nd place at Birmingham with that team.
Right, because if you put all the time into preparing it for Worlds, nothing really substantial changed after that, right? Sometimes we have Worlds where a team kind of takes the tournament by storm, but I think a lot of players went into that tournament expecting Miraidon built pretty similarly to be the strongest thing and came out not feeling like things had changed substantially and they just needed the right small adjustments or the chance to play against the right matchups, and so no urgent need to shift anything up.
Well, something else I got from Diego's conversation with Joe is that community is very important because you can't play Pokemon without your friends to support you. And so maybe you can find some new ones. Find a Pokemon League near you, scan that QR code to find the event's locator for Play Pokemon, and you might be surprised at how many locals and leagues are in your area where you can meet a bunch of other like-minded Pokemon players.
You can find your group to work out those Zamazenta flowcharts. There's all of those game plans.
You have to come up with a good name. What would you use?
What? Alakazam spoons.
Ooh, you have to have a lot of spoons, you know, to actually multitask.
All right, well, give me a little time to workshop it. I'll come up with something better.
Perfect. I love it. Here are some of the Pokemon leagues in the San Antonio area, but still make sure you check out the event locator so you can find all of the different places that you can play Pokemon. There are so many prizes on the line for our players as well. We talked about them a little bit at the top of the day, but if you are sitting at that 6-0 record and you can manage to find yourself as 6-2 or better at the end of day number 1, you keep yourself in the running for our prizes, monetary and TCG packs, both on the line for all of our divisions.
Lots at stake tomorrow, but of course players also playing for the spot in the top cut and trying to get that guaranteed win, for that guaranteed invitation to World Championships for winning the tournament to go along top of that $6,000 and 108 booster packs.
It's a lot of packs to open.
It's a lot of packs.
It's a lot of packs. How do you take that home?
Well, do you open them all immediately, or do you like dole them out like one a day for the next 3 months?
It depends on my mood. Because if I'm having a bad day, then it's like, oh, maybe I'll treat myself to a couple of packs.
Okay.
But you know, if things are going well, I'm like, maybe I'll stockpile them for later and I save them for a rainy day. Yeah. Or share them with friends. That's also fun.
To open them as a group.
Yeah,
like,
and then you like do, I don't know, sometimes I do challenges with my friends. If like you open up 20 packs each, then you can like play games where if you pull a full art, it's like 3 points, and you can, I don't know, come up with fun ways for those points to count.
to gamify opening your pack.
Yeah, exactly.
But then it's so heartbreaking. Someone's like opens your pack and they're all excited about the card they pulled, and you're like, but that's
my card.
That's my pack. That's my card. I'm gonna
you can pay for it. Yeah, no, well, you know, it depends on what kind of friends you have, I guess. Anyway, that's our prizing that our players here are going to be vying over. But it's not just competitive Pokemon on this channel. We also have other ways that you can engage with our Twitch and YouTube. On Twitch this week, we are going to be having the Pokemon Black-White Adventures in Unova and Beyond. On Wednesday, we're going to be doing a rerun of the 2024 Pokemon Europe International Championships for the video game. And on Thursday, more Pokemon Black and White. The anime is good. I don't know if I've ever watched Black White, though. I think I missed that gen.
That's one of my favorite theme songs. Now, I don't know if it shifted up during different eras of Black and White, but the original Black and White theme song, one of my favorites.
Oh, there's some really good ones though, because I'm even thinking. I think the one for Johto might be my favorite.
That's a pretty good one.
It's a classic, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, go make sure you check out what else is going on the Twitch channel this week. Take a look at our caster predictions though. Len, I think you and I did a pretty great job. If I do say so myself, we saw Groudon appear. It counts. Participation award. But Kyogre's really shown up in a big way.
Yeah, we've seen a few Kyogre win on stream. We've seen Groudon win on stream. Of course, Zamazenta just won on stream. He's had a pretty solid day as well.
It has had a good day. And Gabby also showcasing some of the more popular Pokemon to include on those Zamazenta teams now. That Chi-Yu and that Fluttermane didn't necessarily make an appearance together, but just the threat of both of those Pokemon, or knowing that you have an additional way to get damage through, is such a big deal. Even if it's not the Chi-Yu next to the Fluttermane, which is sort of our classic combination, you've got Chi-Yu next to Raging Bolt.
Really can help amplify damage. Of course, Chi-Yu really pivotal on those teams as well to keep down the Calyrex Shadow on the other side. The Choice Scarf Chi-Yu is pretty common in order to stay faster than Calyrex Shadow and quickly force a Terastallization. And of course, once Calyrex Shadow Terastallizes, then it's just ready for the body pressing. But you've got to tip that over first, and so it plays a pretty important role. Diego, of course, had all 4 of these Pokemon on his 6 Pokemon team that he just won with, and then the Zamazenta we saw earlier on in the day that Keanu won with had 3 of the 4, just no Chi-Yu to go with it.
Yeah, some really good adjustments there. And then for Joe, we have the Ice Rider Calyrex, still the champion of the Ice Horse. How come none of us picked Shadow Rider?
No one wants to pick Shadow Rider.
Yeah, you're right. I don't even want to play Shadow Rider. I did for a while, and then I was like, oh, you know, but I could be edgy and different and play Groudon, and now everybody's playing Groudon.
Everyone's always looking for, that next turn of the wheel, trying to be a little bit ahead of the curve, feel like they're reinventing everything. And the moment it does feel like that's Groudon and Kyogre for a lot of people.
Yeah, and Koraidon. I know not necessarily finding the win from this last match, but I think that match ended up looking closer than people realized too. I think we're saying this a lot. Right now, Regulation G feels like a game of inches. And if you give up just any little bit of push, your opponent's going to pull everything away from you. And so that really can domino effect into one tiny little lead extending into a giant one.
Yeah, absolutely. That game could have definitely swung the other way with just a few different things. And you know, Michael's now 5-1, was 5-0 going to the last round. Luca Paz also out in the field at 5-0 with Koraidon, so a couple of them having very strong days.
It's just time for weather. I think that's what it is. So we have Jake over here to give us the weather report, but he's not here at the moment, so maybe we'll have to check back in with him in a little bit. Thanks for watching so far the coverage of the day 1 of San Antonio Regional Championships. We're going to be taking a short break, and when we come back, more Pokemon action.
Welcome in, trainers. I'm here in San Antonio, Texas for a Texas-style hot chili cook-off. And I have 3 of the spiciest trainers in the venue here today. Haydonis Actual, Out of Pocket, and Sceptile Ice. Each one of these trainers brought their own personalized chili. They're going to give us a taste and their hot take on the meta. Haydonis, you're first.
All right, so my hot take on the meta right now. Okay, first of all, actually, let me not get ahead of myself. My chili is called the Catastrophically Cooked Clodsire Chili because, in my opinion, Clodsire is terrible in this meta right now. We have Diggersby, we have Annihilate, even Azumarill still taking super effective damage from the Sludge Bomb. You're taking super effective damage right back from Bubbles and Ice Beam. I just don't think it's good right now. If you want to choose a ground type, choose Diggersby. But don't hold it against me if I run Clodsire in the tournament tomorrow. So, yeah, let's try a bite of this chili here, shall we? Yeah?
All right, let's do it.
All right, let's see.
All right, grab a chip, Pocket, and Sceptile if you can.
My Clodsire, yeah, you go for mine, actually.
All right. Get a good scoop. It's not that spicy. Don't worry.
Okay, yeah. I'll not shy away. Here we go.
All right, now we need some live reactions here. Sceptile, how are you feeling about this? Catastrophic Clodsire? Really?
It's true. Clodsire's terrible.
All right. Pocket?
Oh, boy. What things I can say about Clodsire and how bad it is. I completely agree with Haydonis here. Oh, boy. It's just like, we got 2 ground types that compete with it, that both wallop it. Then there's Azumarill, as he mentioned. Feraligatr is still very prevalent. Drapion of Energy gives a lot of trouble. And even stuff like Annihilate that now has Ice Punch as a better option can really terrorize it. So if you're running Clodsire tomorrow, or actually today, best of luck to you, because you may need it.
Well, I think we can agree that Clodsire itself is a good Pokemon. It's got good stats, it's got good moves, but in the current meta, not the best time for it.
Not the best.
All right, Pocket, you're up. What'd you bring for us today?
All right, this is called the Pocket's Pelly Pepper Hot Chili. And I'd say that my take here is that Shadow Annihilate is way better. Not way better. I'd say marginally better or slightly better than the normal because we got boosted Shadow counters, Rage Fist add up way faster. And one very specific matchup that I wanted to talk about is the Diggersby matchup. With Diggersby against a normal Annihilate, Ice Punch plus 13 counters do not sometimes knock out, depending on the debuff from the Scorching Sands, which lets Diggersby get 2 moves against Annihilate for free if it has Ice Punch, or it forces a close combat if they have close combat. But if they have their Shadow and they have Ice Punch, you just negate it. It completely wipes it out.
All right.
And the Shadow counters wallop.
All right, let's give this chili a try, and then we'll kind of ponder about this point about Shadow Annihilate. I think Shadow Annihilate actually won in Birmingham.
It did.
Recently.
Icelandic Lapras, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
sorry.
I'm curious. Shadow Annihilate, again, it's already a Pokemon that's maybe on the flimsier side in terms of stat product. So going Shadow, you might actually gain a lot of matchups. What do you think, Sceptile?
I don't like Annihilate.
Whoa.
Worst Pokemon ever.
Wow.
Okay.
I've never used Shadow Annihilate. I would never use Shadow Annihilate, so I can't really put a take in here.
All right. Haydonis?
Well, I'm kind of questioning what's hotter here, the chili or these supposedly hot takes, because it seems like we're all in, well, except for Sceptile Ice here, but I at least am in agreement. I think Shadow Whip is better. We saw Icelandic Lapras use it very effectively in Birmingham, and if I had one, quite honestly, I would probably be using it as well for that Diggersby matchup because it could get pretty uncomfortable. The normal type should be losing to the fighting type, but...
Awesome. All right, Sceptile, you're last. I think you've got a spicy one for us.
So I have the Viper Spitfire Hot Chili, and my hot take is if you are running Corsola, Diggersby, and Annihilate, you are bad at team building.
Whoa.
This is the new Noctowl Trevenant Lantern. It is terrible. If you are running this core, go home.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
All right, guys, try that.
All right,
That,
well,
that
I
chili
don't-
has to be kicking.
I don't think I can even try the chili. I have to go home. He leaked my team.
Oh, your whole
He leaked
team,
my line
right?
of 3. No, I'm just...
All right,
All right,
guys.
let's see.
Okay, that's interesting. I never thought of that trio as being as alignment dependent, I should say, as Noctowl, Trevenant, and Lantern, because that was a tough matchup to be in if you're on the receiving pocket. I interrupted my train of thought. I see the chili's getting to you.
No, the take just oh boy.
No, he's from Maryland, so
Like there's 3 words as like a phrase I could say in response to that. It's Zooey Mama, because unlike the Noctowl Trevenant Lantern core, there are so many core breakers. There's so many awkward matchups. And sure, all 3 Pokemon, very strong neutral matchups, right? You got the still very strong counter, Rage Fist from Annihilate, Diggersby, just bulky, and then Corsola. All 3 moves recently got buffed, very strong. But there's still a lot of iffy matchups in that for all 3. We got Talonflame, Mandibuzz, especially with Air Slash, as well as things that are very safe in all 3, like, for example, Shadow Kanto Marowak.
All right, fair enough. Adonis, any final thoughts? Give me one sentence. What do you think?
Said it best. He as in out of pocket, not Sceptile-ized.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm a little offended because I'm running 2 of those Pokemon tomorrow, so...
All right, everybody. Well, Sceptile Ice, Pocket, Adonis, thank you so much for joining us on the Hot Chili segment. Back to the action.
No matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, be courteous of their state of mind and, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is saying good luck to a player and giving them a good fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you return a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
Welcome back, everyone, to beautiful San Antonio, Texas. It is the end stage of our regional championships here in San Antonio. The players have been competing all day long, and we are now in our final 2 rounds of Swiss, starting with round 7. My name is Evan Latt, and I am joined once more by Gabby Snyder to take you home for this incredible regional championship.
It's been so exciting so far, seeing just how many different teams there are out on the field, how people are running these restricted Pokemon that we've seen do well in Regulation G before, but not quite like this. And going into this next round, excuse me, I've had a little bit of a preview of one of the teams that we're going to be seeing face off. But before we get to that, let's go ahead and check in on our Swiss rankings. Is anybody you see here with that 6-0 win record is just 1 win away from making it into day 2 tomorrow?
That's correct. All of these players here at 6-0 are in great position for the rest of the tournament here. Of course, Diego Aguirre, who we just saw, did win that match and is now 6-0. Joining him is Arath Almaraz representing Mexico alongside Brady Smith, Shilang Tang, Jackson Ferris, Zachary Weed, William Brown, Luca Paz, Stefan Ma, and Arcel Puri. Those top 10 players all undefeated.
Of course, if you've only taken 1 loss so far, you are still in the running. So Cedric Bernier, Mackenzie Frosch, Alexander Page, Eric Bartlett, Victor Manoath, and Justin Tang are all still in a comfortable position to make it into day 2 of the competition tomorrow and potentially make it into that asymmetrical top cut. Of course, the pressure starts to get a little bit more pressing when you are in that position, and we're unable to show our X and 2s on the field right now, but there are still a ton of incredibly strong trainers who are in contention at this point. So even though we have a bunch of newer names here in the top of the standings, I think it's very impressive to see them do so well in a field that has so many accomplished trainers.
Absolutely. And as we are sort of tracking the performances of our restricted Pokemon, I do think it is pretty notable to note who is not undefeated. So we have our undefeated players, but there are a few big, well, specifically 2 really big restricted Pokemon that have taken losses. There is no one who is undefeated representing either of these, and that is Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider, both of which have been relegated to 5-1 at best.
I mean, you say that. I mean, it is devastating. I'm sorry. You are absolutely right.
It's just a game, Gabby. It's okay.
It is interesting, though. You know, I think we've seen Miraidon do a lot of amazing things, but I do think that it having a bit of a more target on its back coming into this weekend is understandable. Calyrex Shadow Rider, I think, is definitely one of those teams that you can't overlook. And while I'm surprised that there isn't one that's undefeated, I'm not as surprised as I could be. I think that a lot of the strongest Calyrex Shadow Rider players are players that we see come in at 1 or 2 losses and then just play incredibly well in day 2 of the competition. So yes, they are undefeated, but that may or may not define how they're going to do tomorrow.
Absolutely. Of course, you do not have to be undefeated to compete tomorrow. You just have to have no more than 2 losses to your name. So you will be fine if you have taken 2 losses, so long as you win out for the rest of this. So both of those Pokemon are not out just yet. I do think it's also notable that the big Sunsetter that we were all expecting to see do extremely well coming off of the Birmingham and Rio Regional Championships, Groudon, is also not in our undefeated list. That's not too strange. Groudon has not made a lot of appearances as an undefeated Pokemon, but instead it is the other Sunsetter, it is the other Dragon type from Scarlet and Violet that has made a huge impact here in San Antonio so far. You might even say has had a collision course with this regional championship. It's Koraidon is actually having an incredible tournament so far.
And that's something that's really interesting to talk about, because I know that I've personally had these conversations where who's better, Groudon or Koraidon? Because on paper, they both do the same thing. They set up the sun for those photosynthesis Pokemon. We saw Michael Zhang's team really built around photosynthesis at the end of the day. But beyond that, Koraidon's faster. Koraidon has a higher attack stat, especially thanks to its ability, getting that additional boost that the sun brings, or a Calcimpulse. So I don't know. I think that there's definitely different ways to play them. I'm not surprised to see Koraidon doing better in this tournament, just because I think in a field that seems like it's rewarding people who can go fast, deal big damage, and sort of win the momentum that way, Koraidon is favored in that position. But that being said, you know, I think the team that we saw from Zhejiang earlier on in the stream with that Groudon and the Gouging Fire combination was really cool. And there's still some really cool Groudon teams out on the field too.
Absolutely, and I expect we will continue to see some of those teams heading into day 2 as well. But it really is about Koraidon right now, and I think it's going to be really. I would not be surprised to see, you know, 2 or 3 or 4 remaining Koraidon stay undefeated. The only trouble is they will start running into each other, and then they will no longer be undefeated, at least one of them.
I kind of want to take a moment here to peek and just see how many more Koraidon we have in the field that are undefeated. Do you know the answer already?
I think it's actually 3.
Okay.
Could be 3 or 4.
I'm going to quickly just take a peek here.
It's definitely, you know, the other Pokemon that have been succeeding really well in this tournament so far have been the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Terapagos.
Yeah.
Both of which Koraidon has really strong matchups into. So at this point, if you are a Koraidon player at the top table, you got to be feeling pretty good about yourself.
Yeah, I do believe it is 3. So again, it's interesting to see that Koraidon is in that position, just given that a lot of us, I think, anticipated Groudon having that spot. But so it goes.
You know, the thing is that Koraidon is just an extremely powerful Pokemon. It has the same speed as Miraidon and hits about pretty much just as hard with Collision Course, with Flare Blitz, with even Flame Charge. Once you invest the Terastallization, Terra Fire into it, that's a Pokemon that is going to be doing a lot of damage. And the one thing that it has over Miraidon is the access to things like the Flame Charge. Miraidon does not need a Tailwind Setter to go fast. It just needs a free turn to get a boost off of Flame Charge to start going fast. And it also opens up so many additional partners for Koraidon. I think you said we've seen Koraidon 3 ways over the course of the day.
We will see 3 ways.
We will have seen it 3 ways.
That's a little bit of a sneak peek, but we'll get to that later. You want to talk about the similarities. I want to talk about the differences with Miraidon, because Miraidon can very comfortably use Choice Specs. It doesn't have to worry about any Pokemon like Incineroar and Intimidate weakening its attack power, whereas Koraidon, I feel like most of these successful Koraidon that I've seen are all holding that clear amulet because Pokemon like Incineroar are such a problem. Admittedly, you can still deal super effective damage back, as Collision Course is a fighting type move, but that Intimidate will still, you know, sort of ruin your chances at even getting there unless you're holding that clear amulet. So
absolutely.
Because you're holding clear amulet, that means you can run Protect, and I do think that even though, you know, their speed stats are the same, even though their attack boosting capabilities are the same, because you have to, you know, take that item and you can run Protect as a result, you do play Koraidon very differently than someone would approach Miraidon.
Absolutely, and the ability of Sun is just a better field effect than the electric terrain in general. We have seen Sun teams be extremely powerful in the history of the video game championships. And of course, Marco Silva proved how strong Sun offense could be in Regulation H with that Charizard team. Of course, you've only gotten more abusers of Sun added into the field with the return of Regulation G. Like we saw Michael Zhang's team with 4 Photosynthesis Pokemon on it.
Yeah.
Those all got free stat boosts because of the Koraidon being out on the field. You know, that's just something that, in addition to these traditional like chlorophyll users, in addition to sort of fire offense for a Sun team, there are so many different boosts and things that you can do with a Koraidon team. Like, it's not even just about offense. Like, that Brute Bonnet that we saw earlier can get boosts in its defenses instead of into attack or speed. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see which Photosynthesis Pokemon each Koraidon player who is making it this deep into the tournament is deciding to use, how they're using it, and if there are any real answers to that, if Pokemon like Kyogre are unable to keep up, and thus the Sun just gets to be out there for free.
And what's really interesting about that as well is that I would argue Sun versus Rain is a very well explored concept within VGC. You know, we've had Groudons and Kyogres, we've had Politoads, Pelipper's, Torkoals, Ninetales, I guess the Kanto Ninetales specifically. There's so many different iterations of that kind of positioning that exists historically in VGC that when you come to these matchups of like Koraidon versus Kyogre, you can sort of rely on those experiences that you've had to sort of help dictate how you want to approach your team building. And what's really interesting about Zachary and Luca is that their Koraidons do have some photosynthesis users on their team. I believe the Raging Bolt is on both teams, and the Fluttermane is just on Luca's side of the field. But the rest of the team is very unique.
Yeah, they both have the Chi-Yu as well to make use of the sun. But, Zachary has opted for the Venusaur, which gives him a chlorophyll user, which means he also has access to sleep powder. And the ability to then start putting initial threats on Luca's side to sleep, but also mixing the paradoxes here with the Iron Crown. This is actually fairly similar to an Iron Crown that we saw earlier. It has the ground Terra type as well as the Terra Blast, but because there is the Indeedee female on the team, it also is making use of the Expanding Force.
Yeah, I actually had the pleasure of watching Zachary compete with this team last weekend at Locals, and what's really interesting about this team is that you can lead the Koraidon and the Venusaur. You can go for those sleep powders kind of like you'd see a Jumpluff do on the Groudon variant of this archetype. But then the Venusaur has so much more attacking power that's backing it up at that point in time that it allows you to play it a lot differently. And the Iron Crown and the Indeedee as well just give you a different approach to that sort of B mode of the team that you have to be responsible and respectful of if you are the opponent. In this particular mirror, I want to talk a little bit more about just how these photosynthesis Pokemon are going to interact, because once the sun is active on the field, it's not going away before those 5 turns are over. And I do think that it'll be interesting to see, especially how the Raging Bolts interact, given that Zachary's is holding Life Orb, whereas Luca's Raging Bolt is holding that Assault Vest.
Yeah, other important item differences here. The Chi-Yu on Zachary Weed's side is going to be the Choice Scarf variant, as opposed to Luca, who will be running the Covert Cloak Chi-Yu. That means that Zach will be running a full offensive Chi-Yu with Heat Wave, Dark Pulse, Flamethrower, and Snarl, versus Luca, who has a little bit more of a supportive Chi-Yu. It's really just one move different, but it makes a big difference. That's going to be the Snarl, Heat Wave, Overheat, and Taunt. So opening up the ability to taunt on Chi-Yu can be really important when you start having to worry about Pokemon like Venusaur, who does threaten to put any of these Pokemon to sleep unless they can be protected by the Cornerstone Ogerpon on Luca's side.
And that's the real nice thing about having the Ogerpon as your redirection user, is that Follow Me is a normal type attack. It means that grass Pokemon have to obey it as opposed to ignore it, like you may see from a Rage Powder on the Amoonguss. So when you are playing the Mirror or you're playing a Groudon Jumpluff team, you can just redirect that Sleep Powder away pretty comfortably. I do think that based off of how I saw Zachary approach his team, if he does decide to lead that Venusaur and that Koraidon, I don't think he's necessarily going to feel like you have to Sleep Powder, and I think that's another key difference between these two Pokemon working together opposed to the Groudon and the Jumpluff.
Yeah, you obviously immediately threaten to knock out that Ogerpon if Ogerpon tries to protect against that with Follow Me. And actually, I think this Chlorophyll Venusaur would actually be really fun to watch in a Kyogre matchup. But unfortunately, we just have double bikes. We've got the Koraidon versus Koraidon, and we have the Fluttermane versus the Venusaur. So Fluttermane now will get a photosynthesis boost because of the sun. But that also means that the Venusaur is going to get a chlorophyll boost, making it even faster than the opposing Fluttermane.
So we've seen a lot of Fluttermane take advantage of photosynthesis throughout this tournament so far. What's unique about this Fluttermane is that in addition to Moonblast and Icy Wind, which are essentially required on this Pokemon, its third move is going to be Sunny Day. So there is no access to Thunder Wave, which means that if Fluttermane wants to be handling the speeds of the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field, that Icy Wind is going to be its best option. And with Icy Wind, that will eventually leave these Pokemon vulnerable to the Venusaur in this position. So I think that Zachary's in a great spot to choose how he wants to approach this game. He could go full-on offense right now, probably will Terrasilize to help handle a potential Moonblast a little bit better, but overall just free to feel out the start of this game.
Yeah, the one big advantage that Luca has right now is that his Koraidon is not necessarily forced to Terrasilize in front of the Venusaur, versus Zachary will have to immediately in fear of a Moonblast. Flutter Mane, though, will protect, and the first Sleep Powder connects. Koraidon is now asleep on Luka Paz's side. So that means that this Flame Charge will be free, but it will be into a Protect, which means that it will not actually get that speed boost. But there's the first turn of Sleep being taken by Luka's Koraidon. We could probably call it Koraidon Classic since it has not terastallized yet.
Again, Koraidon 3 different ways. You have your Classic, you have your Terrafire, and then you have, others out in the field for sure. Second Sleep Powder from that Venusaur, though, will connect with Flutter Mane, and this is exactly how Zachary likes to play this team. You just put the Pokemon to sleep, they can't deal damage, you're able to deal damage, and you just take the win that way.
Yep, and going on the offensive with the Collision Course, not going to give Luka any opportunities to get, too many opportunities to wake up, and it will be a one-turn sleep for that Koraidon, which means that it will be able to fire off a Flame Charge, not into a Protect, so Luka now has the speed advantage in the Koraidon matchup.
And that's how you begin to find your way back in this matchup if you are Luka. You want to have that speed advantage so you can threaten bigger damage onto these Pokemon. Unfortunately, after seeing just how much damage that Collision Course did, that will be a 2-hit knockout on the opposing Koraidon. I don't think that's necessarily something you can rely on at this point in time. Maybe you protect your Koraidon this turn, hope that your Flutter Mane wakes up, and then you're able to navigate through this a little bit more cleanly. Still in a tough spot, but if it does come down to a 1v1 or potentially Koraidon versus, I don't know, maybe an Iron Crown, maybe a Raging Bolt in the back, that speed advantage is going to be huge.
Yeah, and it is also possible, depending on how these Pokemon have been trained, that even after a +1 boost, Koraidon could be faster than the Venusaur.
That too.
But there is going to be a Protect from a Sleep Powder as Flutter Mane takes a second turn of Sleep. Now, Zachary will be able to fire off a Flame Charge here. This time does connect onto the Flutter Mane because of that turn of Sleep, and now has matched the speed boost against Luka's Koraidon.
I think the key thing to keep in mind this next turn then is exactly what you just said until we got the reveal of the Ditto on Luka's side of the field.
Hey,
now,
buddy.
The fun thing about Ditto is that it will copy the opposing Pokemon. It'll copy its stats. The only thing it doesn't copy is the HP. So right now we have 2 Koraidon at +1 speed versus 2 Venusaur with the same exact speed. There's a potential here for some speed tide shenanigans. And there's a potential for the Koraidon on Zach's side to go to sleep.
Yep, so Luka will be able to move first with Venusaur. So Venusaur is the fastest thing on the field. And you know what? Zachary said, hey, it's not just the imitation that gets to put things to sleep. I can hit all 3 of my Sleep Powders.
I love to see that Luka brought the Ditto to this matchup, though, because this is the exact situation where Ditto is so helpful. You cannot be put to sleep because you are now a Grass-type Pokemon. You can match the speed for free, essentially, and then you can also threaten that same style of slow play. Does come down a bit more to sleep turns at this point in time. Who's going to wake up first? Obviously, Zachary still has the Pokemon advantage. But if Luka gets lucky with that Koraidon staying to sleep, this could be a very different game.
Absolutely. Depending on when these Pokemon will wake up, that could be the defining feature here, as the Grass Knot is able to cleanly pick up the 1-hit point KO on the opposing real Venusaur. So we have fake Venusaur and Koraidon Classic up against Terrafire Koraidon. Both of these Pokemon are going to take another turn of sleep away once more as Indeedee comes out onto the field.
Indeedee is holding the Psychic Seed, so we will see it get a special defense boost, which will help mitigate some of the damage from the opposing Venusaur. But when that Koraidon wakes up with the sun still active on the field, it's going to be taking a lot of damage from that physical Pokemon. So the nice thing here is that Indeedee can decide to redirect away attacks if you're worried about the opposing Koraidon waking up before you do. That being said, though, I think you have to try and deal damage with this Pokemon at this point in time because of this exact scenario.
Yeah, Luka's Pokemon wake up first. Koraidon is the first thing to move here and will deal just under 50%, almost exactly under. And the first Sleep Powder will miss. Venusaur unable to land that last Sleep Powder as Psychic finally picks up the KO on Koraidon Classic from Luka's side. Because Luka has not terastallized, that is still weak to the Psychic type damage from that Pokemon. And Ogerpon was in the back the whole time.
It's interesting that the Ogerpon didn't switch out, but I can't say I'm surprised, as you don't want to take damage on your sturdy Pokemon upon switching in. I think it's the same reason why we saw that Ditto sort of manually come in after a Pokemon was knocked out, rather than being swapped in and potentially losing that Focus Sash. It's just not something you want to take. That being said, though, I think that this Ogerpon is in a great spot to deal some big damage with those Ivy Cudgels, assuming the opposing Koraidon stays asleep. Luca very confidently here, I think, just assuming it's probably going to wake up this turn. Let me just try and play around that.
Yeah, I believe it has already been asleep for 3 turns, so that will be a wake-up for Koraidon, which will connect this Flame Charge into the Venusaur. Not falling for the trap, is not actually able to pick up the KO, but it doesn't matter because Ditto had the Focus Sash anyway, and Indeedee dodges another Sleep Powder. Ditto just isn't as good at landing these Sleep Powders as actual Venusaur.
And without the Sun on the field, that extra damage needed to pick up the one-hit knockout on the Pseudo Venusaur was just not there. Which means we have more turns for Sleep Powder, I guess.
Well, unfortunately, because the Sun is gone, Venusaur is now slower than Koraidon, so it still just gets to fire off these attacks. That's going to be a collision course into Ogerpon that is only hanging on because of its sturdy ability right now. That would have been a one-hit KO many times over without, and unable even to pick up the KO on Indeedee in return. Sleep Powder, though, finally lands, which means that there will no longer be any Follow Me's. So if Luca is able to target that Koraidon with an Ivy Cudgel, could still be able to pick it up, but that's going to be really difficult to do, and it's going to be a guessing game.
It is going to be a guessing game. You could try and just guess the guess and then maybe try to go for another Sleep Powder somewhere, but I think given the accuracy that we've seen from this Ditto, I wouldn't risk it. I like the Ivy Cudgel straight into the Koraidon. That's the damage you need. You do still have to worry about whatever Zachary has in the back, but at least the Koraidon's gone at that point.
That's so true. Koraidon will be gone. And actually, you see a neat little quirk of Ditto, which is that Ditto only has 5 power points per attack. So actually, you don't ever want to waste a turn like Sleep Powdering into a Protect, because then that actually limits how many you could possibly use. Venusaur Ditto will Protect this time around, hoping that Koraidon is going to target into that, while the Ogerpon is able to fire back with an Ivy Cudgel. Indeedee stays asleep, but the Flame Charge actually connects onto the Ogerpon. Zachary did not fall for it. Ogerpon goes down, and this Koraidon is so fast and so safe to knock out this final Pokemon on Luca Paz's side.
I love seeing this Koraidon consistently going for those flame charges. Not that it necessarily matters from like a speed control perspective, but just showcasing that you don't need the collision courses. You just need that little bit of damage to pick up the knockout on the Pseudo Venusaur, and a little bit of damage on that Ogerpon as well. And Zachary managed to get through that game 1 without even showing his final Pokemon. I think that Luca could probably make an educated guess on what it may have been, given that Indeedee was the Pokemon of choice, but Indeedee provides so much support for this team, even outside of the potential synergy with that Iron Crown. It was able to redirect those Sleep Powders away. Of course, those dodges really helped as well. But just Psychic alone was enough to pick up the KO on the non-terastallized Koraidon from half its health. That is a huge damage calc to keep in mind moving forwards, and I think that'll definitely influence Luca's choice of terastallization going into this game too. If you assume your opponent's going to bring those Psychic-type Pokemon again, I think you have to plan on terastallizing your Koraidon.
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how these players adapt in Game 2, because Game 1 was all about Sleep Powder. Zachary hit all of his Sleep Powders. Luca missed a couple of crucial ones, and you know, the sleep turns were relatively easy. Luca got a little bit of an early wake up, but the rest of them were pretty even. I think the big question mark that I have for Luca is, what did Flutter Mane do in that set? Was Flutter Mane useful? It did not get off a Moonblast or an Icy Wind. It just went to sleep and then got Flame Charged. Obviously, if it can dodge a Sleep Powder, a whole new ballgame. But if it can't, well, we'll get another shot to see as the Ditto lead actually catches the Venusaur on the leads. So that means that Luca will get a free Venusaur. Said, hey, your team looks cool. What if I use it too?
So the neat thing about Ditto's imposter ability is that it can copy the Pokemon directly across from it. A lot of times with Ditto, you see trainers have it in the back so they can switch in and choose the spot that that Pokemon appears in. What we saw Luca do for that lead was anticipate Zachary's going to lead the Venusaur in the same spot, and I'm going to copy it. Get that Sleep Powder pressure immediately, but not even go for it. He opts for Sludge Bomb.
Yep, there's a Sludge Bomb into a Sludge Bomb. Both of these Venusaur doing the exact same thing, dealing a little bit of damage to each other. And now, crucially, Luca is able to get an Icy Wind off. That will drop the speed of Zachary's Venusaur, which means that Dittosaur is now the fastest thing on the field.
Zachary has to play very carefully here because the opposing Ditto Venusaur has the Sleep Powder threat against his Koraidon, but also could potentially knock out that Venusaur now with a Sludge Bomb. If Luca thinks that the speed control is more important, or just getting the KO on the Venusaur is more important, you can go on the offense here. Otherwise, you can continue to Icy Wind with this Flutter Mane and just open up opportunities to deal damage to the opposing Koraidon. And I think that the fact that Zachary switched out the Venusaur here is just a recognition that, okay, yeah, this isn't the best spot for this Pokemon at this point in time, but given the fact that Koraidon already used its Protect last turn, I'm not sure if Indeedee is going to provide much support here.
Yeah, at least not on this turn. Indeedee will switch in for the Venusaur and get that special defense boost, and that means that it is time to Terrastalize. There is a Flutter Mane on the side of Luca's field, which means that this Koraidon cannot risk just getting cleanly one-hit KO'd by a Moonblast. So goes into the fire typing, but is still under threat by a Sleep Powder, which will connect. Dittosaur connects a Sleep Powder onto the Terrafire Koraidon, which is going to take a little bit of a nap, while Flutter Mane's Moonblast will also deal a little bit of chip damage, just in case Zachary got a little bit greedy there, but did not, just took a little bit of damage from the Moonblast, and now the Indeedee is on the field.
And now it's Zachary's turn to play the how many turns will my Pokemon stay asleep game. With Flutter Mane switching off the field, at least you don't have to worry about any big Moonblasts connecting with that Indeedee this turn, but you still have to worry about the fact that your Koraidon is currently asleep and really cannot help you navigate this board position.
Well, Dittosaur lands a second Sleep Powder onto Indeedee. Indeedee is now asleep, but Koraidon only takes one turn of sleep and will fire back with a Flame Charge. That's going to connect onto the Ditto and knock it out and give a speed boost to the Koraidon that Luca can't do anything about because it is holding the Clear Amulet. And now, Luca brought in his own Koraidon, but it is now slower than Zachary's, which means that the Terrafire Koraidon will be the fastest thing on the field. And both of these players have redirection Pokemon out on the field, but you have to imagine that maybe Zachary just getting a little bit ahead could be the decider here. Fortunately for Luca, Indeedee's asleep.
Indeedee is asleep for now, but that's not necessarily something you can count on, given that you just saw your opponent's Pokemon wake up after a single turn. I love the Fire-type Terrastalization from Luca here. I think it's a very safe play, and I think that it also will support him in terms of the potential damage here. You know that you have to go for a Flame Charge to match the opposing speed at this point in time.
Yep, well, there's the Ivy Cudgel into the Protect. Zachary is protecting that Pokemon, while the Flame Charge from Luca's side gets the boost from the Terrastalization as well as the Sun and deals good damage into the Indeedee while raising its speed. And Zachary's Indeedee takes another turn of sleep. That is now 2 turns of sleep for that Indeedee.
So it could wake up this turn. Odds are it will stay asleep at this point in time. I think the thing that I want to keep an eye on here is just how Zachary is going to play this Koraidon moving forwards. You can't deal enough damage to that Ogerpon to get the one-hit KO because Sturdy is still intact. And because of that, you could potentially be taking 2 attacks from this opposing Koraidon and the Cornerstone Ogerpon unless Indeedee woke up, which it did not.
Yeah, with another turn of sleep here, that means that this Koraidon on Zachary's side is vulnerable. Not able to get to the Sturdy on Ogerpon, but it really doesn't matter. Luca will respond with a Flame Charge of his own to continue to keep parity with Zachary's Koraidon. Picks up the KO on Indeedee, which means that redirect option is now gone. And because there was another turn of sleep, Ogerpon gets to fire off an Ivy Cudgel. Super effective damage into this. Koraidon picks up the KO. Doesn't even need the critical hit.
And just like that, Zachary's down to his final 2 Pokemon. One of the Pokemon is going to be the Venusaur, which, yeah, could still be faster than these Pokemon. However, with the sunlight expired and with Luca in charge of the sun on the field at this point in time, that's not something that you can afford to give your opponent. And even seeing that the final Pokemon is going to be that Iron Crown, we will get to see Quark Drive activate. I believe this should be a special attack boost. That's not going to be enough because it's still going to be slower than all of the flame charge speed boosts that the opposing Koraidon has at this point in time. And those fire type attacks are going to be doing so much damage to the steel and psychic type Iron Crown.
Yeah, I don't know that it necessarily mattered even if the Iron Crown got a speed boost from the booster energy, but without that, that's just a one-hit KO from the Koraidon. Picks it up with the Flare Blitz, and now just Venusaur left for Zach means that, you know, not a lot of options here. Without the sun on the field, the Ivy Cudgel is able to cleanly pick that up, and we are forcing another
Luca making some great adjustments there, using that fire type terastallization to help out his own Koraidon. Being able to call the lead with that Ditto against the Venusaur was so huge for him as well, as that allowed him to play Zachary's game of Pokemon, of the Sleep Powders, of the Venusaurs. And going into game number 3, the nice thing about that adjustment for Zachary at least is that the easy thing to do is either you just put Venusaur in the other spot or you play that mind game of, well, where's Ditto gonna go?
I don't know that it really matters though, because if Zach switched up the 2 Pokemon and led Koraidon and Venusaur in 2 different areas, then Luca has 2 Koraidon.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like,
that's very true.
Venusaur can only sleep powder 1 Pokemon at a time, which means that one of the Koraidon gets to do damage. And I think that's really interesting about the Ditto lead. Luca saw that Zach was going to be leading Koraidon and Venusaur and maybe wanted to just continue to lead that over and over again. And Luca said, well, if I get the Venusaur, then I get to also hit Sleep Powders, and I get to at least stall out the sleep turns that happened to him in game 1.
True.
And if I don't catch the Venusaur and I catch the Koraidon, great! I got 2 Koraidon on the field. I love it.
I think that's the confidence of a Ditto player right there. I know that you ran Ditto the first time Regulation G came around. Personally, I think that I would much rather have the confidence of being able to switch in my Ditto to a transformation, but you're absolutely right. Against Zachary Weed, who has shown time and time again he likes to favor the same leads, you either get a Venusaur or a Koraidon, and that's absolutely something you can play out either way.
Yeah.
Whether or not that'll happen a 3rd game, though, I see Ditto on the field next to Koraidon, but what Pokemon will it copy?
It's not going to copy the Indeedee. It copies the Iron Crown. Another snipe from the Ditto, correctly identifying, getting the copy onto the Iron Crown, so will be an offensive threat here. The Psychic Surge will set the Psychic Terrain and will activate the booster energy on Iron Crown and activate the ability to start firing off Expanding Forces. But since that is a special attack boost, the speed is still even amongst those two Iron Crowns.
The confidence of a Ditto player, indeed. Another fantastic lead from Luca, correctly identifying the slot where the more physical threat would appear. I do think that you have to lead Indeedee and Iron Crown, just given the fact that your Tachyon Cutters aren't going to be doing a ton of damage to the Koraidon, and you really want to be hitting those Expanding Forces for the spread damage and for the potential boosts that could get from the Indeedee and the Psychic Terrain. But in this particular situation, assuming that Zach has that Koraidon and something else in the back, that's not really something you can switch in. Now your opponent has that Psychic typing against you. I think unfortunately for Zach, he has to make a very tough call here on how do I navigate out of this spot.
Yeah, and I think it's going to start, as usual, with Koraidon, but this time on Luca's side with a Terastallization. The Psychic type damage coming out from Iron Crown would be too devastating for the dragon fighting Pokemon, while Indeedee will have to just go ahead and follow me to protect the Iron Crown. That's going to be a Flame Charge coming out from Koraidon, connecting onto the Indeedee. That'll deal some good damage 120 damage there from the Flame Charge and get the boost. Tachyon Cutter comes through and with a critical hit in one hit picks up the KO on to that Indeedee. So Iron Crown on Zachary's side is no longer protected by redirection and will just be able to fire off an Expanding Force into a resisted Iron Crown Ditto and a lot of damage into the Koraidon with a critical hit that just got a speed boost.
And now we also get to see which Pokemon that Zach has in the back, which it does spell a bit of an interesting adjustment for how this game is going to proceed moving forwards. We do see Venusaur as the Pokemon of choice, which makes sense. Sun's on the field, it has that Chlorophyll boost. That's not necessarily speed that can be matched by Luca at this point in time, assuming that one Flame Charge wasn't enough. So you could choose to put some Pokemon to sleep, or you could choose to just go on the offense with a Sludge Bomb into the opposing Koraidon. That's certainly a knockout at this range.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of options for Zachary with these two Pokemon out on the field. You kind of saw that he was trying to maneuver this situation a lot in the previous games, but now has finally gotten both Venusaur and Iron Crown with terrain up. Venusaur lands the Sleep Powder once again onto the Ditto Crown, and the Koraidon will protect itself to save one turn from this Expanding Force coming out from the real Iron Crown.
So after a second Expanding Force here, that Ditto is going to be left with just about a third of its health. This might actually be... Okay, no, that's not going to be a 3-hit KO. Never mind. But still, that's some really good damage onto that Pokemon. And I think that now that the Ditto is asleep as well, you can sort of ignore it for the next turn.
Yeah.
Yes, it did take its mandatory turn of sleep, but Venusaur still has its Focus Sash intact. You know that it's going to be faster. And again, you still threaten good damage from Sludge Bomb onto that Koraidon. So regardless of which Pokemon Luca decides to target with the Koraidon this turn, as long as you can connect and attack with it, you are going to take out that Pokemon. Tries to go for the double protect in respect of that, but it just fails.
Yeah, Koraidon needed to go for that double protect there to save a turn from this damage coming out from Venusaur. And with a single target remaining on the field, that 4-hit KO may have just turned into a 3-hit KO as a third Expanding Force connects onto the Ditto. Still not enough, even with the boost from having only a single target. And another turn of sleep is spent by Luca's Ditto.
I'm very curious to see how Luca is going to navigate the rest of this game. We've seen the Koraidon, we've seen the Ditto, and now we have the Fluttermane, which does have that booster speed and will be able to threaten a KO onto this Venusaur eventually with a couple of Icy Winds. That being said, though, the Iron Crown is in the perfect position to go on the offense against the opposing Fluttermane, and as long as this opposing Ditto Crown, as I heard you call it, remains asleep, then Luca's really going to struggle to get back in the game, and that's why he keeps going for Protect on that partner Pokemon. He's trying to let this Iron Crown wake up. Unfortunately, though, Grass Knot will just take it out.
Yeah, Zachary saw the success that Marco Silva had with Charizard and said, no, my first partner Pokemon, Venusaur, can actually pick up the KOs too. And he is proving it here. A Grass Knot picks up the KO onto Iron Crown and leaves Fluttermane stranded. Ogerpon now will come out to support that Pokemon, which means that there will be no more opportunity for Sleep Powders, but one of the best counters to Cornerstone Ogerpon is Iron Crown.
Yes. Tachyon Cutter can hit twice so that you are able to get the KO regardless of Sturdy. Sludge Bomb as well does good damage to that Pokemon. So the reason why that this Fluttermane is going for the damage onto the Iron Crown is that it is the scarier Pokemon for Luca. Unfortunately, without a critical hit, just isn't able to find the damage. And Zachary's only a couple of Tachyon Cutters away from taking the win this round.
Yeah, I think that is about all she wrote for Luca Paz here in Game 3 of Swiss Round 7. The sunlight finally disappears and the terrain finally disappears. It has only been 5 turns in this game so far, which means that Ogerpon had the opportunity to move faster, but as the only Pokemon with 3 Pokemon, Zach did not reveal his 4th Pokemon, did not show a restricted Pokemon yet in that last game, and still managed to defeat Luca Paz, an incredibly strong trainer, congratulations to Zachary Weed in his first year as a master.
Yeah, congratulations to him. We saw him last on stream in top 8 in Orlando, I believe it was, last year, and just...
You're right, this is his second year as a master.
Yes, I mean, technically, I guess it's 2025 now.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think it's a really fun team, and I think that Zachary has identified some really unique interactions between the Indeedee and Iron Crown that a lot of people anticipated may stay behind in Regulation H or maybe even Regulation F when we saw trainers like Justin Karras pilot those two Pokemon. But
well, I think we saw why it's still really strong in this game, especially when you see it matched up against Pokemon like the Cornerstone Ogerpon, which has been much more popular here in Regulation G than in any of the other regulations prior.
For sure. And the other thing that I like about this team is that the Venusaur puts so much board pressure on the field, but also then has the offensive pressure to back it up. You know, Jumpluff and other Sleep Powder users, I guess Amoonguss with Spores, the other side of the spectrum. They're great Pokemon, but sometimes you just want to have that damage potential to ensure you don't have to switch around. You don't have to set up that Sleep Powder and then waste a turn repositioning to get into a favorable spot. Venusaur just has everything going for it, and as long as that sunlight's on the field and you're not necessarily playing that weather matchup, it's very comfortable just dealing that damage.
Absolutely, and I think what was really interesting about that Game 3 and what I loved about Zachary's switch up was after seeing that Luca was incredibly willing to lead Ditto into the Venusaur and Koraidon lead, which again, either of those is pretty decent to catch with the Ditto, leading instead with the Iron Crown and Indeedee actually means that neither of them was very good for the Ditto to copy. So by leading the Ditto, Luca was kind of behind that whole game. There was no opportunity to switch Ditto out because Iron Crown could just pick up big damage with Expanding Force onto anything. And or Tachyon Cutter. And the Indeedee, you know, it did go down immediately, but that was even better because that just meant that more threats like Venusaur came out, and you know, Zachary was able to preserve, assumingly, his Koraidon in the back just using the sun that Luca had so thoughtfully set for him on turn 1.
Yeah, and that's a very unique way to play a mirror matchup at the end of the day. A lot of times with these weather wars, when you have two Kyogre on the field, I feel like you may just want to get them out on the field against each other depending on, you know, these sets and whatnot. Maybe you want to use the fact that you'll have some time to set up those Calm Minds, or maybe if it's Choice Scarf, you want to just outspeed and handle the partner first. In this situation, Zachary was able to play the mirror by not really playing the Koraidon, which was really exciting to see. And I think just a good shout to just how strong of a trainer he is.
Absolutely. Incredibly well played there from Zachary. Of course, now we'll be 7-0. One more win in the day remaining, potentially for Zachary to go 8-0 and then be in day 2, where we'll only need to win, I believe, one of the matches tomorrow to make it into the asymmetrical top cut. Of course, we will see these players tomorrow in day 2 regardless, but incredibly well played there as well from Luca, who I believe was using the same team that he used for the World Championships in Anaheim. And I was really impressed by that Ditto play, especially in game 2, and with just the guts that it takes to lead Ditto.
For sure, and I would love to talk to you more about that at some point, Evan, but for now, we actually have Zachary and Joe ready in the lounge for an interview, so please take it away.
Thank you very much, Evan and Gabby. We're here with Zachary, 7-0 on the day here in San Antonio. Now, my first question, you're already qualified for day 2. Obviously, the goal is to win the tournament, right? But is a round 7 like this where you're undefeated, or maybe round 8, is it less stressful because you know at least you have a chance tomorrow, or is it more stressful because you want to press your advantage and you want to stay undefeated?
I would say for me that it's less stressful because it's just that you already have the weight off your shoulders of making day 2. So now you just have to focus on getting more wins as opposed to like fighting for your tournament life. So you at least have that safety net of already having day 2.
Yeah, I think that's an understandable position. And in this particular match, you're facing Luca, regional champion, a very strong trainer, a mirror match in restricteds, right? And Ditto throws a crazy wrinkle into this because you're the one with Sleep Powder, but now he's saying like, no, I have access to Sleep Powder now. So how do you deal with a mirror in this situation where it seems like your opponent's using your Pokemon against you to their benefit?
So normally I like using Venusaur in the mirror, as we saw, because it pressures a lot of Sleep Powders, especially if the Flutter Mane is slower like it was here. And game 3, I realized that he doesn't really have any psychic type resistances, so I was just able to pressure Expanding Force the entire game.
I think that's the big or the interesting part about this team with the Iron Crown, because it's not a Pokemon that you see all over the place. It is a really strong special attacker, right? And if there are no psychic resistances, as you're saying, like even on the other side, even if Ditto transitions or transforms, into an Iron Crown, like it's not going to hit back as hard as you're hitting. So, were you expecting Ditto to come in all of the games, or like did he catch you off guard in game 2 when it transformed into Venusaur versus game 3 when it transformed into Iron Crowns?
I was expecting Ditto to come because it can give him a second restricted or give him access to the Venusaur. I was a little caught off guard by the Ditto lead in game 2 and 3 because it's very risky, because like depending on which slot it's in, he might get a Koraidon or like get something completely different, so it might not be like a necessarily reliable lead. Like we saw in game 3 that Iron Crown wasn't really doing much after Ditto copied it.
Right, yeah, it's definitely very important what Ditto copies in this particular matchup. And, you're using Koraidon to great success, undefeated so far. We've actually seen it a couple rounds in a row be pretty strong. And, my thoughts are it's the same legal Pokemon from 6 months ago. There's nothing really changed. Obviously, we have new perspectives and everything, but why is Koraidon performing so well, particularly with you this weekend, but over the course of the tournament as a whole we've seen so far?
So for me, Koraidon is a really strong meta call because of how common Zamazenta is. Zamazenta is the most popular restricted. New teams have come out, and it's just really popular in general. And Koraidon eats Zamazenta for breakfast most of the time, and Venusaur helps a lot too. And of course, the rise of Kyogre. Koraidon can help and bring the sun in, and all the partners are really good into Kyogre. And in addition, Ice Rider being less common than it was before, it's probably Koraidon's weakest matchup, but now that it's less common than it was before, it's easier to bring Koraidon to a tournament without expecting to face 4 or 5 Ice Riders. In fact, I haven't faced a single Ice Rider today.
Oh wow, okay, that's interesting because it still is pretty high usage. So you'll probably run into 1 or 2 tomorrow.
Most likely.
Yeah. The Terrafire on Koraidon is always interesting to me because you always want to do more damage. So fire type in the sun, right? That's you're compounding your damage there. But it also feels like we use the classic phase a Terra Hog, right? Koraidon is usually hogging the terrestrialization on the team. Do you ever find yourself in positions that you wish you could terrestrialize another Pokemon on the team, or is it always like, no, I got to protect Koraidon. The best strategy is to turn him into a fire type?
I do find that at times Koraidon can be a Terra Hog, just because it otherwise without Terra Fire, Flare Blitz and Flame Charge are just not doing enough damage. In that match, I was thinking about Terra Ground, Iron Crown, just to live a Flare Blitz or a Flame Charge or something, but I couldn't because I needed the Terra Fire on Koraidon in order to live the Fluttermane Moonblast, because Dragon Fighting is a really bad defensive typing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty rough typing to have, especially with Fluttermane now being back up in the usage again. So you want to go from 4 times weak to Fairy to resisting Fairy. Definitely understandable. You have one last match here today, but do you have any shout outs for anybody watching at home you want to give shout outs, appreciation for?
First of all, my parents, my mom and dad, for taking me to all these events and always supporting me. I'm eternally grateful for them. Second of all, I want to give a big shout out to Justin Knox. This was his team. He built it. He worked with it for months and months and let me help with it. And it's a very strong team. And I'd like to shout out my best friend in Pokemon, Josh Robinson, always there to support me for all these events. And of course, the New England community. I love you guys all.
Yeah, shout outs to the New England community. A couple of our casters see you up there at the local events, and they were singing your praises backstage during that match there. So congratulations, going 7-0.
Thank you.
Best of luck round 8, and of course we wish you luck going into tomorrow as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Zach. We're gonna head back over to the casters. Casters, take it away.
Shout outs to the New England community. I feel warm and fuzzy inside, I'm not going to lie. But seriously, it does take a community to, get to the level of skill that Zachary Weed has accomplished. And, I'm so glad that he shouted out his parents and his friends for supporting him, as it does take those support pillars to really get you to this point. And I mean, I always see Zachary and his mom coming to the Cheese League, and it's just so sweet. It warms my heart,
Absolutely. It turns out to have good success at Pokemon, you should eat more lobster and clam chowder.
Yeah.
New England?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was going to maybe say drink iced coffee regardless of the temperature outside.
True,
but,
true.
I guess you can have clam chowder with that.
Yeah, why not? Coffee and clam chowder sounds great.
Okay.
Well, congratulations to Zachary for being 7-0 heading into his final round of Swiss for today. Of course, again, he will be competing in day 2 tomorrow alongside all of our other players with 6 wins or more. So congratulations to him for making it undefeated at a 7-0 record. 2 more wins away from making it into our asymmetrical top cut tomorrow. So congratulations to him.
And congratulations to Montana Mott, who is our only player to watch, currently still in contention for day 2 tomorrow, is running a team that seems very reminiscent of the team that he used to win the LA Regionals last year. Unfortunately, Rajan Ball and Justin Knox are eliminated from the competition, but I want to just say, Rajan, I thought you were really cooking there with your team. He has a Doug trio, which is very exciting. Unfortunately, just probably ran into too many Kyogres.
I'm guessing just didn't hit the mirror as often as he hoped to. And also Justin Knox, spiritually still here in contention, as we just heard from Zachary Weed, who gave Justin shout-outs and credit for the team that he was just piloting. So spiritually still in it, Justin. And congratulations to the team for making it to day 2.
For sure. And that's another thing that you have to keep in mind about Pokemon is that, it really does also come down to the battles that you play, who's sitting across from you, what restricted they're running. A lot of times you'll see trainers, groups of trainers all run the same team and just have completely different outcomes at a tournament because of that. So even though Justin Knox maybe didn't have the best day today, I think Zachary Weed has shown us that this is a very strong team. Unfortunately, with Pokemon, there is always that little bit of luck that can just make or break tournament runs.
Yeah, absolutely. What really matters is each individual game you play. It's not about the team necessarily, although you definitely want to have the team that gives you the best options, the best chances, but also is in your matchups. It's who you play. It's how you're feeling on the day. It really can just sort of fluctuate wildly depending on how well you're feeling in any given moment. For those of you who are watching along with us here on Twitch, make sure that you are continuing to follow the channel, because it is not just our video game championships that are happening here. You can also watch even more. We're going to have the Black and White Adventures in Unova and beyond on Tuesday from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. in Pacific time. And then, of course, we will be also rerunning the 2024 European International Championships on Wednesday as well. That was a very exciting tournament, and if you have been enjoying this, I would recommend, and you missed it last season, check out that probably day 2, I'm assuming, or top cut for the European International Championships on Wednesday.
Definitely set your alarms if you have them. If you do end up missing the Pokemon Black and White Adventures in Unova and beyond runs happening this week, you can always go check out Pokemon TV on YouTube. I believe that they've started also posting the episodes of the animation there, which is really exciting. Yeah, I was rewatching some of the Indigo Plateau League this past week and getting my nostalgia on, which is very comforting.
That's incredible. I love hearing that. Well, let's take a look at the day 1 meta. This is where our players have been competing against. And number 1 for restricted, Miraidon. Buddy, I'm so sorry, but things seem to be going poorly for you in this tournament. 17% usage, but no representation at the top tables. Of course, Calyrex, Ice Rider, Terapagos, and Koraidon have been doing the best so far, with Zamazenta also in the mix. And Kyogre, one of the least consistent Pokemon in the game, thanks to relying on Origin Pulse, still making it undefeated so far.
There's one other undefeated restricted in the field, Evan, and it's not on this graphic.
Oh, that's right.
Which one do you think it is?
I would have to guess that that's going to be my good friend Ho-Oh. Is it Ho-Oh?
No, it's not Ho-Oh. Sorry. Maybe someday.
Not with Cornerstone Ogerpon around.
Maybe someday. But no, there's actually Jackson Ferris is running a Zacian team, or a Zacian team, which is really exciting to see go undefeated in this field. I think Zacian was one of those Pokemon that was very, very popular in the Dynamax era. You know, Behemoth Blade being able to deal damage regardless if the Pokemon Dynamaxed or not. The numbers worked out approximately the same. But ever since Dynamax was gone, I feel like Zamazenta has really been like, no, I am the top dog.
Yeah, well, the Zacian is out here trying to prove that it can still hold a candle up against the Shield dog. And, you know, we already saw Zacian have some good success last season. The last time Regulation G was around, Grant Weldon, of course, did very well with it at the World Championships.
Yep.
So definitely an underdog Pokemon to keep an eye out for. As we move on to the other sort of supporting actors here in our day one usage, of course, the not restricted, but is Urshifu at the top with 46% usage. And of course, all of our familiar cast and characters, our friends from Regulation G, are back here in our top 12.
But so many different ways we've seen trainers run this Pokemon. I mean, just last round, we saw Luca pause with that Flutter Mane and Sunny Day to provide some much-needed weather support against teams like Kyogre that can switch that weather around. We've seen the Raging Bolts with Life Orb. We've seen them with Assault Vest. We've seen even Assault Vest Incineroar versus Safety Goggles Incineroar. There's so many different ways you can run these top 6 Pokemon, and I feel like we've seen a lot of different permutations on them today, which is what is exciting to me. Yes,
Absolutely.
The faces are the same, but really, with all the differences we've seen, I'd argue that they play like completely different Pokemon.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And the other thing that I'm excited about this weekend is that last match. That was such an enjoyable match to watch that I have got to do it again. I really want to hear a little bit more about some of the ins and outs of that particular matchup. And I believe we have both Joe and Len standing by to break down that match in even more detail for us. So, Joe and Len, take it away.
Thank you very much, team. We are here with a new segment we're trying out. Welcome to Area Zero, your main station for Pokemon analysis. We have our great analyst, Len Duel, here to walk through that last round 7 matchup in the San Antonio Regional Championships. And this should be a fun segment. We're going to be going back and forth, talking about the plays and the big moments between that matchup between Zach and Luca. So I say we get started, Len. The most important place to start is turn 0, I would argue.
I think that's the place to go, right off the bat with the leads from the first game.
All right, so we're going to hit play here in our spot, and you'll see here, if you ever want me to pause, just let me know, Len. We're going to start with Koraidon v. Koraidon. I'll pause real quick after the terrestrialization to know that this one terrestrialized, but Luca did not terrestrialize his Koraidon on his side.
It's the impact of the Flutter Mane on the other side, right? Threatening the Moonblast and forcing the terrestrialization out means that Zachary has to use that terrestrialization right away, which is a little bit of incremental advantage for Luca from the beginning. But then, really what felt like the story of this match starts right away, which is that Luca protects one of his Pokemon and the other gets put to sleep. This would recur a few times over the match. It felt like Zachary's targeting was on point throughout the match, and it puts him up quickly in this game with a sleeping Koraidon on the other side.
Yeah, and then that Flame Charge goes in there. But immediately, if we want to pause real quick, we got the sleep right onto Flutter Mane. You knew Koraidon was already asleep, so it was free for Venusaur to target that Flutter Mane slot.
Right, and crucial for the way this match was going to play out, that Venusaur was faster than Flutter Mane, the Chlorophyll doing more than the speed booster to get Venusaur up over, and now both Pokemon asleep on the other side.
Yeah, that Flutter Mane going to sleep, second turn of sleep for Koraidon, and it's something that as the adjustments went into the set, Luca just didn't want to deal with his Pokemon being slept. We know in future games he was able to bring the Ditto to try to abuse that, but that damage is pretty strong, putting in a half spot, and this Flame Charge bringing Venusaur down with the Sun, it's just so much damage.
Yeah, the one-turn sleep was really working to keep Luca in this game. We see another big difference between the leads here, which is that Flame Charge goes into Venusaur and doesn't get a KO because of the Focus Sash, whereas when Zachary's Flame Charge goes into Flutter Mane on the next turn, it just picks up the KO because there's not a Focus Sash there. And that difference in having a Focus Sash or not really made a difference in how these two Koraidons ended up against each other.
Right. So remember, Luca keeps alternating protects every turn, but then Zachary's just able to keep his momentum and targeting the other slots. Fluttermane stays asleep here, so it's essentially a sitting duck for this Flame Charge.
Right, sitting duck to get one-hit KO'd by Flame Charge and now match the speed that the Koraidon got from the Flame Charge in the previous turn. So both of them have gotten a speed boost, but now only one player has gotten a KO out of the situation. And so it's a lead pairing that, while it forced a Terastallization for Luca, it ended up kind of giving up a KO. Now here's, I think, a key inflection point from this match, because we hit a reset where Luca gets to pick what Pokemon to bring up onto the field and matches the Venusaur on the other side by using Ditto, and now has the advantage of the Focus Sash, because his Focus Sash is on his Ditto and has kind of match speeds everywhere. We are in like a speed tie hell here with both Venusaurs tied, but it's really crucial decision what Luca goes here, because you could use Venusaur on the other side to just try to KO the Venusaur on this side before it can move, because it's down to 1 HP, but you risk that if you lose the speed tie, you get a less impactful KO while allowing your Koraidon to go to sleep. So instead, Luca opts in for just both players getting the sleep powder off and both Koraidons falling asleep, and kind of sets this end game up to be about which Koraidon managed to wake up. But it's not all about that, because even with the Koraidon on Luca's side eventually waking up first, it didn't swing the game in Luca's favor. So I think this was a moment where Luca maybe could have had more by going after the Venusaur on Zachary's side.
Right, because as long as you keep Venusaur on the other end, then Zachary's just going to be able to continue to go for those sleep patterns. So even if you're punishing him by getting access to your own sleeping, sleep abuser, you can still, the Venusaur on Zachary's side is unpunished.
Right, and gets to stay around and put things to sleep. Now we can skip through ahead the next few turns, because not much happens, unfortunately, for Luca because of a couple of sleep powder misses. That was the other story of this game one, that Zachary was hitting every sleep powder. Luca missed a couple into this MDD that let it continue to threaten Follow Me, lands a Psychic into the Koraidon to pick up a KO onto Koraidon here.
Well, one thing I want to talk about on this turn here is that we see, these last slots not revealed yet, right? So excuse my poor drawing skills. But we know that the Ogerpon's going to be big, and we know that Zachary hasn't revealed that fourth Pokemon. So Pokemon's a game of information. It feels like you already revealed the Ditto trick up your sleeve, right, on Luca's end, and whoever reveals that fourth Pokemon next might be in trouble.
Absolutely. And Luca is the one forced to reveal that fourth Pokemon first, because the Sleep Powder miss leads to a Psychic KO and a restricted Pokemon advantage for Zachary.
Yeah, so we move on to our next play here, which is the Ogerpon. This is the cornerstone of the team, the least used form of Ogerpon, but it has access to Sturdy, so it can't get one-hit KO'd by super effective attacks, has that redirection. It's the most defensive option, but what Luca needed in this moment was more offense, and all you have left is this Ditto and the Ogerpon.
But the Ogerpon offers really good offense into a fire Terastallized Koraidon. Eventually, that would be a big part of how Luca won game 2. But Sleep Powder missed again here, and then the targeting continued to be on point for Zachary. If we go a couple turns ahead, I think on the second to last turn, there's another kind of 50-50 in targeting, where there's both a Venusaur and a Ogerpon on the other side.
So that's the Ogerpon turn. Yep, sorry, excuse me, everybody. We're gonna make this work. Don't worry. Pause, and
I think, are we in game?
We're still in game 1 right here. So that's the.
This is game 2 now.
No, it's game 1. We're good. See, it's still 0-0. So we're gonna go a couple turns in and hit play. We're learning on the fly as we go, team. Everybody.
Well, so on that last turn before the concession,
here we go. So this
Zachary
right
makes
here,
another really good targeting decision, where the Venusaur protects itself and the Flame Charge goes into the Ogerpon on the other side. Just another kind of 50-50 of where the targeting is going to go, and or rather the collision course, and then the next turn, the Flame Charge into Ogerpon while Venusaur protects itself continues to build that lead for Zachary.
Yeah, so this Ogerpon goes into the Indeedee thanks to the Follow Me. They both have access to redirection, so these teams really show how similar they are, even though they're using different Pokemon. You have Ditto to match Venusaur, you have Indeedee to redirect the same way that Cornerstone redirects.
Right, both have redirection options, and good ones with Follow Me that mean that even Venusaur can be redirected.
So if we move on to our next clip here, that was the Protect on this Koraidon. Keep it safe. You don't want to mess around with potential Ivy Cudgel into that slot. And you know that Luka is down to these last 2 Pokemon. Zachary still hasn't even revealed that 4th Pokemon in the back at this point.
Right. Zachary just has an enormous lead here because of all of that good targeting earlier on.
We go one more turn. We saw the sleep there. Be able to advance a little bit. Here's the Venusaur Protect you were talking about.
Right, so Venusaur protects itself, and Zachary once again stays on point with the targeting. And in a game where he's already far ahead, takes the decisive KO that causes a concession on the next turn. It causes Luka to have to rethink things a little bit and what to do in team preview going into game 2.
So yeah, that's going to be it there. We're going to see the move on to the next game. Here we are with the Imposter Ditto. We'll pause it right after it transforms. Now you have 2 Venusaurs. Again, it's a very scary position, especially with the sun up, with the chlorophyll on your side too.
Yeah, Luka recognizes needs for change, wants to get both Venusaurs on the field. Possibly wants to get Venusaurs both on the field, but of course had no real control over that. Had just led Ditto in the first turn.
And remember, it's on this side here in game 2. It's going to be important in game 3 of the Venusaur.
And the Venusaur in game 1 was also on the right side. So if Luka was expecting the same thing, then he got the transformation that he wanted in getting matched Venusaurs here without having to first get out of an early position. And then Flutter Mane next to it still forces Protect and eventual Trastalization from the Crydon on this side.
Yes, the Sludge Bomb from Ditto into the other side doesn't even do half to Zachary's, and you see that Sludge Bomb does a little bit more. But this Flutter Mane, you noted, importantly, it was slower than Venusaur, even after the Photosynthesis boost here. So the Icy Wind will change that.
Right, the Icy Wind makes sure that now the Venusaur and the Flutter Mane on the other side are going to be faster than either thing for Zachary.
Yeah, here we are into the next play. We can see Indeedee and Iron Crown being brought in the back this time around for Zachary. So that is an adjustment, which credit to Zachary for making an adjustment after a victory. But it might have been something that Luka was actually anticipating, or maybe better got a better result because that Zachary changed up his Pokemon.
Right. Zachary changes things up a little bit, but I think also just the lead matchup being so different really worked in Luka's favor, and Luka was kind of fishing for that if we think ahead to the next game, and then Zachary makes the right adjustment to continue to change up that lead matchup. But yeah, the Trastalization is continued to be forced by Flutter Mane, but Crydon just goes to sleep. Crucially, this ended up being a 1-turn sleep. That means the Crydon is back awake quickly. But the Trastalization still diffuses that Moonblast for the turn.
Yeah, that Moonblast really doesn't do too much damage. He will be put to sleep, but in the next moment, this next turn that we were talking about here, he's able to wake up. Flutter Mane does switch out in this spot, so now Luka going to have to reveal the 3rd Pokemon on the team. He doesn't really want this Venusaur position, or Ditto, I should say, to change at all.
And one thing that ends up happening a few turns later on in this game because of the Crydon switch here is that the sun expires and leaves the Venusaur that's in the back for Zachary as the slowest thing on the field, because now both Crydons are on during this first sun.
So this sleep pattern goes into the Indeedee, and I think Indeedee got slept for multiple turns in this slot. It's very high variance when you introduce multiple sleep pattern Pokemon. 1, are they going to land it to begin with? 2, how many turns are the opposing Pokemon going to be asleep?
Right, but Crydon does wake up here, so the variance of sleep turns goes in Zachary's favor right there, and gets the KO onto Venusaur.
Yeah, so we move on to our next play. Ogerpon comes in here instead of re-bringing the Flutter Mane in.
I think now Luka does something really clever on this next turn. So the Ogerpon on the other side is threatening an Ivy Cudgel into the Crydon, and the Sturdy on Ogerpon means that you can't deny that Ivy Cudgel hit, and Zachary's going to have a really hard time winning this game if he allows that to happen. So what you want to have happen is for Indeedee to wake up and be able to follow me redirect that Ivy Cudgel away. So Zachary protects himself from an Ivy Cudgel on this turn and spends a necessary sleep turn with Indeedee. But on this turn, Luka opts to use Fire Trastalization on his own Crydon in order to amplify the damage, and then Flame Charges the Indeedee, which swaps their speed relationship between Luka's own Ogerpon and Crydon. so that on the next turn, had NDD woken up into Follow Me, the turn sequence would have been Koraidon finishing off the KO with Flame Charge, and then Ivy Cudgel landing into Koraidon to take the KO. Now, ultimately, Luka gets his cake and eats it too, because
that's what I was going to say.
Doesn't even wake up, and so gets the Ivy Cudgel anyway. But that Flame Charge in that turn is crucial to change up that relationship and mitigate the risk of a one-turn sleep on the NDD.
Right, yeah, that's what was so huge there, is that if Zachary's trying to rely on NDD waking up after the first turn, well, Koraidon also just woke up after the first turn, so you're really trying to rely on some very low % chances of happening.
Right, but even if it had happened, it was not going to help here because of the play.
Because of the Flame Charge.
Because of the play that Luka made with the Flame Charge.
Yeah, so here on this turn, now NDD has been asleep on 2 turns. He goes for the Follow Me, but it's a 3rd turn of sleep, so really tough luck for Zachary there. Maybe it evens out since Koraidon pretty much woke up right away. Flame Charge into the Ogerpon slot to match the speeds on this turn, but Lucas is already fastest, so he's going to get the 2nd Flame Charge, gets the KO on NDD as well, maintains the speed boost, and remember that Sun is going to run out.
Right, and the Sun expiring is really crucial because that next Pokemon in the back for Zachary, now forced out because of the 2 KOs taken this turn with that Ivy Cudgel, is the Venusaur, and without Sun, it becomes the slowest Pokemon on the field, and it already chipped down from the Icy Wind and the Sludge Bomb on turn 1. It is vulnerable to Ivy Cudgel just outspeeding and KOing it, which takes away all the flexibility for Zachary in this game, because now you can just a simple Flare Blitz into the Iron Crown, Ivy Cudgel into Venusaur, and there's nothing to be done.
Yeah, you're plus 2 speed, you have the redirection if you wanted from Ogerpon, but this Iron Crown, I think that might have really opened Luca's eyes going into Game 3, that Iron Crown was the 4th Pokemon in this particular matchup. He already had a game outright, because, as you mentioned, with this Flare Blitz from the plus 2 speed into Iron Crown, but I think that definitely led or made Luca think like, okay, I'm just going to bring Ditto, and whatever it turns into should be advantageous.
Or at least taking the lottery again, that maybe if Zachary sticks with the same lead, that you're content to transform into either of those Pokemon. But ultimately, Zachary does not stick with it, right? If we go into the team preview, or into the turn 1 of this next game, it's a shift up to the full-on Psychic mode here, and a much worse imposter targets.
Yeah.
The NDD would have probably been worse than the Iron Crown, but neither one is a good target. So in some sense, this is a really good adjustment for Ditto just being led, because the Iron Crown is going to have a really hard time having an impact against these 2 Pokemon. Expanding Force would be resisted,
right?
And if you're attacking into the NDD, you're really letting the Iron Crown on the other side have free reign.
Well, that's the thing that Zachary talks about, was that the Expanding Force into his entire team, besides Ditto turning into Iron Crown, there wasn't a resistance. So he felt very comfortable leading it in Game 3 and just clicking Expanding Force as many times as he wanted, even if it's into a resisted Ditto now turned into the Iron Crown. Eventually, the amount of damage being provided by this Iron Crown, it also forces Terrestrialization out of Koraidon, since it's naturally a fighting type. You want to get rid of that Expanding Force weakness. It just was such a great lead for Zachary, even though Luca, swaps sides with his Ditto. You never know where to put the Ditto on turn 1 because you have no information.
Right, I think it's a great call out that the Ditto did swap to the other spot. Luca may be trying to think that Zach would be 1 turn ahead.
That he might bring Venusaur to the other slot.
But ultimately, putting 2 things out that you don't mind getting transformed into is a good way to not have to play that guessing game.
Yeah, so we have this was now the 2nd turn of the game here, or actually, hold on, let me fast forward a little bit here. So we had Growing Pains with everything. We have our Terrestrialization right here out of Luca's Koraidon. Usually, first 2 games we saw Zachary Terrestrialize right away on turn 1. Now it was Luca's turn.
Right, the offensive pressure into fighting type Koraidon is coming from Zachary's side now. The Follow Me means that you cannot just take the Iron Crown off the field, and so you have to respect the Expanding Force on the other side, so instead it's just Flame Charge into NDD.
Now NDD goes under half HP. The speed boost was able to help Luca in this matchup, but NDD getting knocked out here on this turn does allow Zachary the free switching.
puts Venusaur on the field with Ditto already on the field, so you know you're going to be the only one in this game
with Sleep
Powder available. And I believe on this next turn also continues the storyline of Game 1 with some really good Sleep Powder targeting.
Yeah, so we move on to next one. Here is the Venusaur. And, you know, in this spot where, you know, obviously we know the result, but would you target the Sleep Powder into here because Ditto has a higher health and you anticipate it potentially switching out to try to match your Venusaur later? Or do you go into the low health Koraidon with Sleep Powder, which also seems like, well, why would I put something to sleep if I can just get the knockout instead?
Or you're right, it's either Sleep Powder or Sludge Bomb, but good targeting on where to go because either one is threatening quite a bit of damage. If you let the Expanding Force go off, it's going to take Venusaur down to Focus Sash. If you let the Koraidon get a Flame Charge off, it'll both take Venusaur down to Focus Sash and then be faster than Venusaur. So this is a really important turn to get right because if you just attack into a Protect with Venusaur, the momentum could quickly swing back in Luca's favor.
And you see the back and forth decision making that Zachary was going through. We have the benefit of his POV, right, being player one in this match. He was going, you know, do I Terastallize? Do I not? Where do I protect? And here is the Protect from Koraidon, but Sleep Powder, like it has the whole set, Zachary making the right call, going into the non-protected target.
Right, but winning the 50-50 of where to target and then also landing the 75% accurate move and just stymieing any option for Luca on this turn, right? Of course, nothing will happen from Luca's side of the field. It's just a Protect and a Pokemon snoozing through the turn while another Expanding Force comes out. And you mentioned that the Iron Crown is the only Psychic resistance, but if it's going to keep getting chipped down by that, it won't stand up for much longer. And now Koraidon already protected itself, is still slower, and is just a very vulnerable Sludge Bomb target. So just kind of swings the whole game right there with that correct target.
And I also like how this Zachary's Iron Crown, it just has free real estate to click Expanding Force every turn, even into the Ditto. You have the Sludge Bomb into this low health Koraidon, so Luke is in trouble. But even if it takes 4 turns to Expanding Force, Ditto is essentially pinned because you don't want something in the back taking that damage for free.
Right, you need to find kind of a different way through it because you can't afford to switch there, maybe hoping that the Sleep Powder would be the choice and it would miss, but instead Sludge Bomb makes an easy game out of it.
So now Fluttermane on the field with the sun up, but remember we saw in game 1 that the speed boost did not make it faster than Venusaur.
Right, and so the Venusaur can move first, which means it can Sleep Powder the Fluttermane. A lot of players would think to do that, but once again, Zachary stays ahead with the targeting. Fluttermane protects itself. Grass Knot goes into Iron Crown and just picks up a KO. Throughout this match, these are all kind of turns that could go either way, but Zachary has the right targeting down.
And that's got to be a lot of confidence from these types of matchups to know that their only way back in, Luca's way back in, is if I fail a Sleep Powder into a Protect.
Right, that if I'm gonna stay on fire and hit all of my attacks, both targeting-wise and accuracy-wise, that I'm going to win. I want to go here and highlight, if we pause, how over this game already is. Because the Ogerpon has Rock and Grass offense. The Fluttermane, because it has opted for Sunny Day and Icy Wind and Moonblast, does not have Shadow Ball, can't go after the Iron Crown. The Iron Crown on the other side is still full health. So it's going to take multiple attacks from these Pokemon. Meanwhile, even the Sturdy is not a help for Ogerpon because Tachyon Cutter would just KO through it. One Tachyon Cutter into either of those slots is going to pick up a KO, and Luca just needs turn after turn to whack into the Iron Crown to make it happen.
Two Tachyon Cutters into both as it's a two-hitting.
And that's all on top of the rest of the lead, which is the Venusaur still being there and healthy and one unrevealed Pokemon left in the back. But that's where that targeting led to, is just an incredibly strong position for Iron Crown.
So is there somewhat of an aspect of this game with Luca of an over-reliance, not over-reliance, but like an over-hope of Ditto catching the Venusaur off guard, like maybe leading Ogerpon instead so you have an immediate Sleep Powder resistance, and you know, it's maybe not great into Expanding Force, but at least you know that you can then swap Ditto in later, confirming where the Venusaur would have been.
Right, I think that could make a lot of sense, or just not opting the Sleep Powder. The other thing that Ogerpon does is let you follow me away the Sleep Powders. I definitely think the way it was approached with trying to find Zachary making a mistake, it's also something that can snowball a little bit. The further behind you get, the more you have to fish for mistakes from your opponent for like a double target of maybe Sleep Powder and Tachyon Cutter into Fluttermane on the turn that it was protecting there, buying a completely free turn for the Iron Crown on the other side. Zachary just kept not making those mistakes, kept having every targeting down, so Luka just fell further and further behind.
Yeah, and then the real, we had the conversation with Zachary, you and Rose talked about it as well with Koraidon being on the rise since then. I think this is just a great showcase as to why, because it's not just Koraidon. Like, yes, absolutely, the game 1 and 2 when he terrored Koraidon on turn 1 and did big damage with Flare Blitz, big damage with Flame Charge and getting the speed boost. It's great at doing that, but I think that the Terra is more about dropping its bad defensive typing. And sure, you want to do more damage with Flare Blitz in the sun, obviously, but it's really about like just not getting absolutely destroyed by Moonblast, staying on the field, getting a couple speed boosts, and slowly but surely, especially Sleep Pattern helping you out there, slowly winning the game.
It is really crucial damage amplification as well. We both saw that for both players, with Luka getting a 2-hit KO into NDD with Flame Charge only because of the 50% extra damage, and Zachary getting a 1-hit KO onto the Flutter main on the other side because of the amplification from the Fire Terastallization. So it's one of their restricted Pokemon that some of them we see different terastallizations, it feels like, in every team and every tournament, but Koraidon has been consistently fire the entire time because of both the defensive and offensive value it provides.
Right, and also it's cool of Zachary to have Iron Crowns on the Koraidon team. It's almost like he got lost. He got on the wrong bus or something, he's supposed to be with all his electric, he's all his Quark Drive friends, but he's out with the Photosynthesis team.
Yeah, he got lost in the future instead of the past.
All right, well, thank you very much, Len. Congratulations to Zachary on that round 7 win, but we're ready to start our round 8 coverage, our final round of Swiss here on day 1 of the San Antonio Regional Championships. So we're going to throw it right back to the casters.
Who among us hasn't been trying to find your future Paradox friends and instead find yourself surrounded by photosynthesis boosted Pokemon? Whomst?
Not me.
Ah, well, yikes. Just me and Iron Crown then, I guess.
Yeah, I haven't really figured out the whole time travel aspect of that, though, so I gotta call a professor.
Anyway, we are headed into our final round of Swiss here in San Antonio. Thank you so much to Joe and Len for breaking down that last matchup for us. And as you can see, we are down to only 5 remaining undefeated players. We have Arath Alejandro Vera Alvarez, Xiliang Tang, Jackson Ferris, Zachary Weed, and Stefan Mott, who are all undefeated right now. That means we will have at least 2, maybe 3 undefeated players heading into day 2 tomorrow.
That being said, though, all of these XN1 players are confirmed to be competing tomorrow, as this is our final round of Swiss for the day. Even if they do lose this matchup, they will still be able to continue competing tomorrow at that XN2 ranking. So we've seen a lot of these trainers on stream already so far. Diego, Cedric, and some of the others, Michael Zhang as well. But a lot of newer names kind of popping up here, which is really exciting to see. We've talked a lot about the restricted Pokemon that are doing well in this format. A lot of mix-ups that I think we weren't necessarily anticipating coming into the day, which just means that tomorrow is going to be such a fun day of Pokemon to watch. So if you're not planning on watching it, why are you watching this stream but not going to watch tomorrow? Like, clear your calendar. I gave you permission. You can do it.
Yeah, you can't watch day 1 and then not watch day 2. That's just wrong.
No.
Yeah, and I'm also really excited about seeing some of these players who are rising to the top here. Of course, Arath and Jackson are 2 players we have not seen a lot at the top tables, and certainly not on stream. But these are both 2 players who have done very well for themselves. They both qualified for the World Championships last year, and both have had day 2s before. They will be adding another day 2 to their record by their performance here so far. And both being undefeated, looks like they're in a pretty good spot to have a breakout performance.
For sure. If this isn't arguably already a breakout performance, I'd say in this newer era of Pokemon, the Scarlet and Violet era, going undefeated at any point in Swiss is a huge accomplishment. So congratulations to them. We also have some notable matchups coming up this round that, while we can't feature them on stream, it is always exciting to see the New England local making it to yet another regional with Stefan Mott playing against Zachary Weed. We have Xiliang Tang versus Tanner Mask. Behzad Muntayer, apologies for that, versus Brady Smith. Justin Tang, Michael Zhang. Connors Swickhart versus Nicholas Morales. All trainers that have really earned their spot on this graphic. I think earned their spot to compete tomorrow. And so much incredible Pokemon happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone except for those 5 undefeated players who are your first 2 matches and Qiliang Tang, all at 6-1 here. So additional players like Justin Tang, like Behzad and Connor, who are in day 2 with a 6-1 record, will be trying to be 7-1 because, again, the records carry over, and you need to have a record of 9-2 or better to make it into the asymmetrical top cut tomorrow. Which, again, if you are watching now, I expect to see you here tomorrow for that asymmetrical top cut.
You know what? I'm going to give our viewers a little bit of grace. If they can't make it in person tomorrow, you're at least going to watch the VOD, right?
Yeah.
You're going to watch the VOD.
They're there forever.
Yeah. No excuses.
None.
But that being said, though, I am really excited to talk about this particular matchup because I think both these trainers, or well, one of these trainers at least, is running a very similar team to what they brought to the World Championships, and the other one has just decided to completely mix it up.
Has decided to completely mix it up, but also kind of is running a similar team to what they ran at the... We'll get into it, don't worry.
I was like thinking about saying that, but then I'm like, if I say that now and we come back to it later, people are going to be like, what? And then I'll have to explain myself, and then it's much easier to sort of set people up for the differences and then be like, nah, actually.
Nah, it's actually.
You got to have the storytelling order in place.
Yeah, well, like we mentioned, we are going to be seeing Jackson Ferris versus Arath Vera. Both of these are going to be 2 players that we have not previously featured on stream, so I'm very excited to see how both of these players perform here on the stage, because it is a very different thing to be playing out in the field,
yes.
On the tables with everyone around you. You know, there's that camaraderie of everyone's getting ready to start. There's some nerves. There's some energy there. On stage, you're, you know, before the lights. You're under the lights. Everyone will be able to see you on stage. You will be being broadcast to everyone, and it can affect people. But we have seen time and time again some of these players that have previously been overlooked before the Scarlet and Violet era have come through in this new era of Pokemon, and going 7-0 in a really difficult Swiss tournament in a format like Regulation G that really punishes mispositioning, and the tiniest of mistakes can really flip even like a 70-30 matchup on its head. It's really difficult to do, so both of these players have absolutely demonstrated that they deserve to be on stage, and they deserve to be in day 2 tomorrow, which they will be.
I wish we had time to ensure that everybody who has a breakout performance has their opportunity to compete on stream. Unfortunately, we don't. If anybody knows how to use a Ditto to maybe clone like our entire stream setup, backend included, that would be cool.
The imposter stream.
The imposter stream. But unfortunately, that's just not something that we can do yet. Question mark. If Ditto's real, right?
How would we know?
Oh, shoot, you're right. Oh, no.
That's the beady little eyes. That's how we know.
I might have to call an emergency meeting, Evan. We might have some imposters among us.
Well, as we start getting our players up on the stage, I think it's going to be really exciting to see how these teams match up. Like you mentioned, one of our players is running something very similar to their Worlds team, and the other is running a similar team with very meaningful differences.
Yeah.
And we are also going to see another new restricted Pokemon that we have not seen yet.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that. I think that this honestly inspires hope that the metagame isn't necessarily as solved as I think a lot of people thought it was coming into the return of Regulation G.
Absolutely.
Admittedly, I don't think that a metagame will ever truly be solved, because I do think if we do ever hit the point where 9 out of 10 people are running the same team, that one person who isn't is going to have a really great day, or a really bad day.
Yeah, I mean,
depends.
we can look at 2015 and see how that worked out.
Okay, well, fair enough. But I do think that seeing these new takes on teams, seeing this innovation is really exciting, especially since we're getting to it immediately, you know, in the second week of Regulation G at these more major competitions. And I know going into the European International Championships in just under a month, I believe
Absolutely.
it is, there's going to be even more innovation there. And I'm so excited to see what ideas stick from these regionals and what ideas maybe get left on the drawing board.
Yeah, and it's been really fascinating to see what ideas have stuck from the World Championships.
Yeah, that too.
You know, not even just, you know, the meta development that's happened over the course of Birmingham and Rio to now, and then from now till the European International Championships. You know, we sort of ran through some of these numbers and pieces of information earlier. We have had a whole section of last year's tournament play was this format.
Yep.
And we know what all of those have been. And some of these teams, you know, like the team that we're going to be seeing here on stream being piloted by Jackson, who will be running the Zacian team, was one of those rogue teams that that Grant Weldon was able to start promoting and became one of the top players at the World Championships, making it into the asymmetrical top cut, the top 24 at the World Championships, running a variant of this team. And that has been completely ignored by everyone else. No one else seems to believe in Zacian.
I mean, to be fair, I do think that it's a very different team. I think that you have to approach it, you know, yes, the Zacian is the restricted Pokemon on your team, but is it the restricted Pokemon with the Reggie Draco as well, having all of that damage that it can bring? You're in a position where you're not necessarily building your game plan around a singular Pokemon, which is something that we see a lot of from these other restricted teams, like what Arath is running with the Terapagos and all of those partners to sort of help the Terapagos buy the Terapagos time. What's really interesting, though, about the way that this matchup is going to work is that I think that there isn't necessarily an advantage on either side of the field. You know, this isn't a Kyogre Terra Grass versus Miraidon matchup. There's going to be a lot of leeway for these trainers to feel out how their opponent approaches the battle, how they want to play it, and I think that's really exciting.
Yeah, and typically if you're running a Zacian and you see a Terapagos, you might feel pretty decent about the matchup, but critically, this Zacian is not running Sacred Sword. It only has Play Rough, Behemoth Blade, and Terra Blast as options, so will not be able to hit the Terapagos for super effective damage, even though it will still deal a lot of damage, especially if Arath is not able to keep that attack stat under control with Intimidate from Incineroar.
You also have that Urshifu with the Choice Band to bring that very powerful, super effective close combat damage to the field. I don't think you necessarily have to rely on the Sacred Sword for Zacian at that point in time. And I do think that Terra Blast, Terra Ground opens up some matchups against Miraidon in particular. That certainly helped Jackson make it to the undefeated point in this tournament. I also really like the synergy of having the Tornadus with Rain Dance alongside of that Urshifu. Ogerpon Hearthflame has proven time and time again it's a very powerful attacker. And then you even have the Farigiraf with Safety Goggles and Psychic Noise to shut down Amoonguss, and then Foul Play for any Calyrex, either of them really, that's going to do some really good damage. So a very well-rounded team. I don't think that there's necessarily like an A mode and a B mode to this team. It's more responsive to what his opponent is going to bring. And for Arath, that is going to be that Terapagos team. We saw him run a very similar team at the World Championships, but notably it was Calyrex Shadow Rider instead of the Terapagos, which brings up an interesting question. Like, how do you make that adaptation? And I think that if you are running specifically the Nasty Plot type of Calyrex Shadow Rider, you can buy yourself time to get those turns, you can get those boosts, and then come in for the damage. And I think what Terapagos does is it wants to play the same style of game, but it has a lot more bulk. And I think that because it has more bulk, you can buy yourself a little bit more time. And again, allows you to feel out how your opponent is playing and then sort of take the game at your own pace.
Yeah, a couple of interesting things about this version of the Terapagos team that Arath is running. That is the substitute Terapagos again with the leftovers, but not alongside the Rillaboom, which means we are unlikely to see a situation where Terapagos sets up a substitute and then is able to stall out some turns to regain the Terra Shell ability. The substitute will just be there to block any potential statuses, taunts, or one hit of damage from, for example, a Choice Band Urshifu on Jackson's side. And the redirect option that Arath has chosen is Amoonguss, and that is critical compared to the Ogerpon because Jackson's Choice Band Urshifu is Grass Terra, which means that if Jackson needs to, he will always be able to Terrastalize that Urshifu to ignore the Amoonguss instead of getting trapped like we've seen so frequently, being forced to close combat or surging strikes into an Amoonguss when it really wants to get at the Terapagos.
For sure. And I think that playability as well is what allows this Urshifu to opt for Choice Band as opposed to Focus Sash or Mystic Water or maybe even Life Orb. It's just easier to sort of maneuver in and out of those positions, and as a result, you can double down in the attack.
All right, well, here are our leads. It's Tornadus and the Zacian up against the Terapagos and the Fluttermane. Now, Arath is running a really interesting Fluttermane that does not have Protect, which is very unfortunate for this Fluttermane, staring down the Zacian immediately. Now, it does have access now to both Icy Wind and Thunder Wave and Taunt, but because the Tornadus is out on the field already, we'll always have access to the Tailwind if it wants to.
But if Zacian takes this opportunity to attack the Fluttermane for the knockout and Tornadus sets up Tailwind, that is a turn for the Terapagos to set up a substitute or go for Calm Mind without any repercussions. Of course, this Terapagos could try and protect if it is worried about the taunt coming through from that Tornadus, but overall, I don't think you necessarily have to worry about that in a Game 1 situation, and I like the immediate switch in of the Incineroar here because you can at least intimidate that Zacian and again start buying your Terapagos more time.
Yeah, really unfortunate to lose the booster energy for that Fluttermane, but Arath hoping to potentially catch the Regidrago instead of the Zacian immediately, but the Incineroar on the switch will be able to get that high value Intimidate off onto the Zacian, tank a Behemoth Blade very easily while the Tornadus sets up Tailwind. And Terapagos, though, did not go for an offensive attack or a defensive attack or setup and went for offense, went for a Terra Starstorm right into the Tornadus.
This Incineroar could opt to try and fake out the Zacian to prevent it from attacking this turn, but then the Tornadus would be free to target down that Terapagos with the taunt. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the fake out connect with the Zacian and then Tornadus, follow up with an attacking move while Terapagos then also goes for an attack just to try and mitigate any potential shenanigans on the field.
Well, no fake outs, and the Incineroar dodges the Bleak Wind Storm. Terapagos, though, will be hit. That will break the Terra Shell, just dealing a little bit of damage. That should be easy enough for Terapagos to recover back with the leftovers, as a second Terra Starstorm will pick up the KO onto Tornadus. That means that there will be no more Tailwind after this is over. And Incineroar is just punishing the lack of a fighting type attack on the Zacian. A parting shot will drop it to -1, switch back out, and be able to switch back in for another Intimidate.
I feel like we're almost back in the Sword and Shield era, honestly, with the Intimidate into the Zacian, following up with the parting shot. I mean, this is how you want to play against this Pokemon. You just don't let it get that initial attack boost from the Intrepid Sword, and then you keep dropping its attack, so you force your opponent to eventually switch it out, and then you hit whatever's coming in really hard. Unfortunately for Jackson, has a very difficult decision to make here with the Terapagos still very healthy, with the Amoonguss now on the field as well. Does opt to send in the Urshifu, which could go for that Terra Grass like we were talking about and then be free to target whatever Pokemon it chooses. But the Zacian really can't do much at this point, and again, it's still Terapagos' game to win. Imagine if Jackson does go for the Terastallization, but Arath matches it and then fires back a Terra Starstorm. That could be a big play for him.
That could be a big play, but also that is a choice band Urshifu. So if it went for the close combat, I don't know that Arath Terastallization is protecting it. And Jackson is really threatening a lot of damage on this Terapagos. It could switch out into the Fluttermane, but that Terra Grass is really threatening to negate everything about this Amoonguss. Zacian will switch out for the Ogerpon, as Terapagos, again, feeling that pressure, is actually just going to send in the Incineroar instead of either the Fluttermane, So will be the Incineroar that comes out, will be knocked out by whatever attack that this Urshifu goes for, which I believe we saw was the Surging Strikes, not the close combat. Of course, really hard to lock into close combat when there is a Fluttermane that was shown.
Yeah.
But this Grass-type Urshifu can ignore everything that the Amoonguss can do, including Spores, including Rage Powders, and just picks up the KO on Incineroar. So next time Zacian comes out, it will not have to worry about more Intimidate, but it does no longer have the Intrepid Sword boost.
It does no longer have the Intrepid Sword boost, and it is going to struggle to deal damage to this Amoonguss type-wise. That being said, though, I think the Ogerpon is the Pokemon you want on the field against this Amoonguss in particular. You do still have to worry about that Fluttermane and its potential for speed control or Thunder Wave, but I think if Fluttermane's looking to play a more supportive role at this point in time, it's probably just going to go for the Thunder Wave, hope that you get a bunch of those paralyses, and you just proceed from there. I like the fact that Fluttermane is being saved at the end at this point in time. You do have to worry about the Zacian still in the back of Jackson's party, but this is a good opportunity for the Terapagos to return, at least knowing that the Urshifu can't target it with close combat. Those surging strikes are certainly going to hurt with the choice band boost, but it's not going to be as popular and or as powerful, and this could be an opportunity to, again, terastallize and then deal that big damage back.
Yeah, and this is just such a rough position for Arath to be in. It's so hard to see how he's going to be able to get around the damage that will come out from this choice band Urshifu. The one saving grace is that Jackson locked into surging strikes instead of close combat. So the terastallization coming out here from Arath will have a meaningful impact on the health pool as an Ivy Cudgel comes out onto the Terapagos, does a little bit of damage, and Urshifu follows up with surging strikes. I don't think that is enough. Terapagos will be able to hang on with just a little bit of damage and fire a little bit of health and fire back a Terra Starstorm, a spread attack that will hit this terastallized Urshifu for super effective damage.
And that's the hit that you want to go for. That is going to be the big damage you need to get out of this corner, but it's just not enough. If Amoonguss followed up with an attack here, then it could have picked up the KO on that Urshifu, but unfortunately it was a Spore trying to catch that Zacian coming back out on the field so the Urshifu could change its attack.
Yeah, really hoping to catch Jackson, trying to preserve that Urshifu for the future, but Jackson is just happy to get free damage down onto that Terapagos. Of course, did not pick up the KO, but also critically, the Terapagos did not pick up the KO. And this Urshifu and this Ogerpon should be plenty to KO the remaining Pokemon for that Arath has shown.
That's some really good information, though, for Arath moving forwards. I think after a single Calm Mind, that would have been enough to pick up the KO on that Urshifu outright.
Well, that's going to be the Terapagos switching out for Fluttermane here. Of course, that will just mean that Fluttermane is about to take some damage as the Ivy Cudgel connects onto Amoonguss. Not quite enough for the KO there, but oh boy, that choice band surging strikes hurts.
For sure, and it will take all 3 hits, but still, I feel like a lot of times we're used to seeing Urshifu with the rain boosting the damage. I think that choice band honestly is just as impactful, and Amoonguss will have the opportunity to go on the offense finally with Pollen Puff to lock in that KO against the Urshifu, but I do not think that the Terapagos has enough in the tank in order to handle the Zacian at this point in time.
Yeah, missing the opportunity to get that damage last turn. This Amoonguss has taken so much damage from the Ogerpon.
Exactly, and Ogerpon should be able to find a knockout against it before the Amoonguss is able to put the Zacian to sleep, which is really what Arath's endgame would have hopefully been at this point in time. But Zacian is at full health. Ogerpon is at a very high health stat as well. It's really just a matter of time before Arath is able to, or Jackson is able to wrap up the game.
Yep, there is the split targeting as the battle is canceled. Arath recognizes that he does not have any outs from that position, and that means that Jackson Ferris is just 1 game away from making it to day 2 as an undefeated competitor.
Undefeated competitor running the Zacian and the Regidrago that we saw do incredibly well at the World Championships and really kind of disappear for a little bit after that. And I just love how he approached that matchup with the Zacian in particular, being able to have it on the field when it was needed, being able to return it when it was done. And I think the combination of the Tornadus and the Zacian together as a lead just put a ton of pressure onto Arath where he couldn't find the turns that he needed on the Terapagos to get it set up. Instead was forced to start attacking with that Terra Starstorm to prevent the Tornadus from having multiple turns so that it could Tailwind, it could Taunt, it could otherwise provide support for Jackson's team.
Yeah, Jackson, never used Taunt in that game. But the pressure that Taunt was putting off just by virtue of it being on the Tornadus' moveset, like the fact that Arath has to look at that team sheet and see, okay, Tornadus can taunt my Terapagos at any time. That means I need to focus it down and I can't start getting buffs. If I start buffing, I could just waste a turn. And instead, that meant that Tornadus set the Tailwind, went for a Bleak Wind Storm, and then got knocked out, which is fine because that just means that Jackson gets to switch in a Pokemon like that Choice Band Urshifu for free.
For sure. And when you think about adjustments, like how can Arath get around the threat of Taunt and Tornadus? You don't want to lead Terapagos, as we've seen that Terra Starstorm is a 2-hit knockout initially. You look at the Pokemon that could potentially 1-hit knock it out. Well, Raging Bolt, But then Raging Bolt is going to be taking super effective damage from that Zacian's Play Rough unless it misses or unless that Pokemon terastallizes. And on a team with Terapagos, you really want to terastallize the Terapagos if you plan on bringing it.
Absolutely. Well, here is the lead once again. It is the Flutter Mane and the Terapagos up against the Tornadus and the Zacian once again. So Arath finds himself in exactly the same position as Game 1. Last time, because there was no Protect on Flutter Mane, he had to switch it out for the Incineroar, which was able to force that Zacian out eventually, but otherwise, you know, we saw how that game played out.
For sure, but the Terapagos did attack turn 1 in Game 1. What happens if it decides to go for Calm Mind this turn? Yes, the Tornadus could go for Taunt, but we saw just how critical that speed control was for the Zacian and the Flutter Mane interaction in particular.
Well, here it is once more. The Incineroar is back on the field, gets the Intimidate off onto the Zacian, will remove that Intrepid Sword boost, and again, Zacian goes for the Behemoth Blade onto Incineroar while Tornadus sets up the Tailwind. This Terapagos, though, also still going on the offensive. Another Terra Starstorm, exactly like Game 1, right into the Tornadus.
Really, for Jackson now, I think you can follow a very similar game plan to what we saw in Game 1. Yes, maybe you don't want to take the parting shot from the Incineroar the second time around, but at the end of the day, we saw just how little that affected the game plan, and the fact that the Zacian was able to return to the field later without any damage would make me feel very confident about relying on that plan eventually.
Right, here it is again. The Bleak Windstorm this time connects onto both Pokemon and deals a little bit of damage to Terapagos and a critical hit and a speed drop to make up for Game 1 there, while Terapagos once more fires off the Terra Starstorm into the Tornadus. Of course, the Incineroar now on the field still tries to go for a Will-O-Wisp into the Zacian, but does not do anything because of the Protect. And now it's still, once again, entirely free to bring in the Urshifu.
Entirely free to bring in the Urshifu, and there's really nothing this Incineroar can do to avoid taking that damage. I suppose if you send in Ogerpon, you are still in a position where the Incineroar is going to be slower than that Pokemon, and you are going to be able to threaten a KO with an Ivy Cudgel into that slot. I think that what's more interesting to me at this board position is the fact that we saw the Will-O-Wisp instead of the Parting Shot. I love the manual switch here from Arath because I do think you need to get that Pokemon off the field, but I don't know if Raging Bolt is going to be able to take these upcoming hits either.
Well, there's the adaptation, Raging Bolt over the Amoonguss, but that's just going to be a play rough on the switch-in. Zacian does not play fair. He plays rough. Raging Bolt goes down with the follow-up Cudgel from Ogerpon. And, well, thanks for showing up, Raging Bolt. We'll see you tomorrow.
You're still going to be on that usage graphic, don't worry. Unfortunately for Arath, I think trying to catch his opponent, maybe doubling into that Terapagos there, thinking that the Terapagos was the bigger threat. But really, knowing what Pokemon Jackson has brought to this matchup and knowing what position he's in, it is unfortunate that Zacian is essentially forced at this point in time to sit on the field with those attack drops, but there is only so much damage that Terapagos is going to be able to deal in return, and really, as long as he doesn't terastallize, he's not going to be taking super effective hits from that Pokemon either, so it will be a little bit of a slower take here. We may see Arath have the opportunity to try and land a Will-O-Wisp on the Zacian, or whatever comes in next, which we know is the Urshifu, but at the end of the day, I do think that the momentum is still in Jackson's favor.
Yeah, definitely still in Jackson's favor. There's another Ivy Cudgel, a critical hit into the Terapagos that deals so much damage. Terapagos gets a Calm Mind off, but at what cost? That is not enough health to survive repeated attacks from any of these Pokemon, even as Incineroar does its best effort to reduce the damage of that Ogerpon with a Parting Shot. That means that the Flutter Mane will be coming back out here as the Tailwind is set to expire. So there is a little bit of hope here for Arath because of that.
Unfortunately, Fluttermane did already utilize its booster energy, but it still should be the fastest Pokemon on the field, unless there's some interesting stats going on here in terms of the speeds. I do think that the Terapagos getting the Calm Mind up is nice, as that will eventually open things up for a potential win condition. But unfortunately for Arath, he's going to have to find his way through these two very powerful Pokemon first, because really any attack that Jackson is allowed to land on the Terapagos at this point in time will result in a KO.
Yep, it's going to be very difficult for Arath to survive this. I can't even go for Thunderwave Paralysis because of the Follow Me on the Hearthflame Ogerpon. We'll need to just hope that an Icy Wind can connect, and this Terra Starstorm will be enough with +1. But of course, we know that it wasn't enough even with the super effective damage. That chip is not enough to change that calculation. The only thing that can help right now is a critical hit onto this Urshifu.
Here comes the attack, here comes the connect, and here comes the damage.
The stars are falling from the heavens, but Urshifu is strong, survives it handily, fires back with a Surging Strikes that will pick up the KO onto Terapagos, and Fluttermane all alone, not able to get past this Hearthflame Ogerpon with the fire typing still intact, means that Jackson Ferris is going to be undefeated heading into day 2.
There is a world where if Jackson terrestrialized the Urshifu a second time, that would have been a KO, and we'd be looking at a very different game. The reason why he didn't, though, is because I think Arath showed his hand a little bit earlier with the Raging Bolt adaptation. Had there been a question in Jackson's mind of, oh, well, is that Amoonguss available? Is that something I have to worry about? It's possible that we could have seen that terrestrialization come through. I think that if you're playing against Terapagos, you really do have to preserve it for as late in the game as possible, so it may have not happened, but at least that option would have been there. Instead, though, with the confirmation of that 4th Pokemon and just seeing how the Terapagos played out in Game 1, I think Jackson felt very comfortable there, just going for the redirection, going for that attack, and knowing, barring the chance a critical hit happened, you're in a favorable spot.
Yeah, well, there is the Follow Me from Ogerpon to continue to prevent anything from that Fluttermane from connecting onto the Urshifu. One Moonblast isn't enough, and a Surging Strikes will be able to pick up the KO on the Incineroar. That Incineroar is holding the safety goggles, not the Rocky helmet, so will not take recoil damage when it goes down. And that just means Fluttermane has to get through both of these Pokemon, and I don't think a critical hit Icy Wind will be enough for either of these.
It's a good reminder, though, that the Hearthflame Ogerpon can be incredibly bulky in the right situations, and just seeing how comfortably it was able to take that Moonblast in the previous turn is good information for us all.
Yeah, well, we got to see it. We got to see the critical hit there on the Icy Wind, but that just means that this Surging Strikes cleans up the game for Jackson Ferris, and with an 8-0 record, Jackson Ferris advances to day 2 as one of our top seeds.
Zacian showing us that it was not left behind in the Sword and Shield era. It doesn't necessarily need Dynamax in order to succeed here at the top tables, and it's just so exciting to see those Pokemon continue to do well. That was a very well played game from Jackson. I think he knew his lines into that Terapagos. He knew what Pokemon he needed positioned where and when and how, and it just felt very comfortable for him to take that win.
Absolutely. I will be so excited to hear a little bit more from Jackson as we start going through the course of the day tomorrow, just to see how he was able to pilot this team, what makes this team so comfortable and interesting for him, when so many other players, you know, it's not like this is an unknown style of team. Again, Grant Weldon was top 24 at the World Championships with essentially this team. Not quite exactly the same, but you know, the Regidrago, the Tornadus, the Zacian, the core is there. So people should have known something about this, but probably accurately predicted there wouldn't be that many Zacian in the field. So why prep against a matchup that maybe you'll see? Well, because it goes 8-0 and, you know, is in a pretty good position to make it into Top Cut tomorrow and then all the way through to the finals.
What's really interesting to me is that if you just flip that analysis around, if you're Jackson, you are running something that not a lot of people are prepping against, and you can prep against all the big teams that you think you're going to hit. And I do think that knowledge comes into play when you are, especially when you're you're 8-0 in a tournament, right? Like that's a good indication of prep. That's a good indication of knowledge, and I think that works in your favor if you are able to approach matchups like that. You know,
Absolutely.
Regulation G has proven time and time again you can't prepare for everything that you're going to run into on the field, and as a result, you have to pick and choose your matchups. But if you can run something that has like a 60-40 matchup into everything, and then also just count on your opponents overlooking the matchup so they're figuring it out on the fly, that is one way to gain an advantage for sure.
Absolutely, and Jackson clearly has an advantage here in this tournament, going 8-0. An incredible record for any player, but especially one for a player like Jackson.
Is a lot closer than I keep remembering it is. But that's really exciting, and I think the fact that these tournaments are a little bit shorter at the end of the day also allows people to go back home, to fully rest up, to prep, and make sure that they do come in with their A game first thing tomorrow morning, which is so important. I mean, these tournaments are really long, even if they are shorter than we remember. You know, 8 hours of playing competitive Pokemon at the top level to be undefeated is a huge mental load for sure.
Absolutely, and it really helps sometimes when you have a team like this one with the Zacian team that I'm guessing, well, I was going to say it either wins or loses pretty quickly, but for Jackson, it only wins pretty quickly.
We take those.
We take those every time, and really well played from Jackson there as well. Of course, you saw how Arath was trying to position that Incineroar to negate the power of the Zacian, and then just sort of realizing, like, I love your Intimidate's great. You're going to cycle Intimidates on my Zacian. You know who doesn't care about that? Choice Band Urshifu.
Yeah.
What if you just put your Intimidates down and then I knock every Pokemon out with Choice Band Surging Strikes? Is that cool too? And yeah, it was.
Well, what's also cool is that we have Jackson over in the lounge waiting for an interview. So let's go ahead and hear about his incredible undefeated run here at the San Antonio Regional Championships.
Thank you very much, Gabby and Evan. We are here with Jackson, undefeated through day one of Swiss. And you can see the prize off in the distance if you continue on this pace tomorrow. 8-0, moving on to day 2 of the San Antonio Regional Championships. Congratulations, Jackson. How are you feeling right now?
I don't know what to feel right now. I wasn't expecting to, I don't know, even make day 2. I was having like a bit of a team crisis a couple weeks ago. I was on Zacian like since summer, and then I was like, I think it's bad now. But then shout out my friend Waleed, he brought me back to it. So yeah, it feels good.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely the right call to come back. And it's not just the Zacian, it's the whole core is really offensive. We're talking about Urshifu and, you know, Tornadus and Regidrago and everything. Like, obviously there is some inherent synergy between Zacian and Regidrago, right, with the Fairy, Dragon, Steel core there. Is that really why this team works together so well, or is there something else that I'm missing that why the team is strong?
Yeah, it really is Zacian Drago that carries since they hit like everything except for Steel types with Dragon and Fairy. With Dragon, Fairy, and Steel, sorry. But yeah, so that's where all the supporting pieces come in. That's why I have Ogerpon, Fire, and Urshifu. So the fighting and fire coverage like really helps round out what they can hit, and then just the final 2 pieces are support. So yeah. Very offensive.
No, I mean, that's pretty much that's like good team building advice, right? You have really 4 offensive Pokemon. You have 2 supportive Pokemon that are there to maybe patch up certain holes or help support the Pokemon in different ways. And, you know, it seems like you just dish out a lot of damage. So I don't anticipate you've had many long drawn out matches throughout today, right? Like, what do you think was maybe the longest or most amount of turns that you've had in a victory today?
It was probably against Zama. So I played a Zama team last round. And yeah, so I kind of had to just whittle it down because they would Terra Dragon. And I didn't like bringing Drago to that because I don't like the wide card mind game. So I was just like Surging Strike seen through the resisted dragon damage, and that's probably like an 8-turn game. So that was the longest, yeah.
Yeah,
for sure. Everything else is really fast.
8 turns, yeah, for an offensive team, but that 8 turns is definitely a very long game. And you know, try to convert some people over to the Zacian team here. It's very much disrespected. Maybe not even disrespected, but there's so many other restrictions, let's say, that people appreciate more. It's not even in our top 8% usage. More, as you mentioned, Zamazenta is so huge right now. It's like 14% of the field here in San Antonio. So why should somebody at home be convinced to start playing Zacian as they're restricted?
It's just fun. And if you don't got a lot of time, your games go quick. Either way, you either win fast or you lose fast. So yeah, it's just a fun team to play. It's fun to play something that's not like a top 8% restricted. And yeah, it's just fun.
Is there ever a way, like, obviously, talk me through your whole team building process. So you started this in June. Is it always kind of like peanut butter and jelly, Zacian and Regidrago, or is there ever a different type of core you could build? Maybe like a Chien Pao version for, you know, the way Zamazenta takes advantage of the Sword of Ruin?
Yeah. So for me, the core 4 has always been Torn, Ursh, Zacian, Drago. I think you definitely probably need Tailwind, some kind of Prankster or fast Tailwind on the team. But yeah, you can really go any other direction with your offensive pieces as long as you can patch up those holes like the Zamazenta, things like that. So yeah, I think there's a lot that can be done with Zacian, I think.
It's untested.
I think so, yeah. There's some good teams like I think Grant Weldon Top Cut Worlds with it, so that was a good version too, but I think there's much more to be explored.
Yeah, I think everyone should start exploring their Zacian options for the rest of Regulation G. But Jackson, for you, don't want to keep you for too long. Why don't you go celebrate with your friends and family? Do you have any shout-outs for anybody watching at home?
Man, yeah, I have a lot. So shout out VGC Kingdom, everybody I'm here with, all my friends. There's too many to name. Shout out my friends and family. I sent everybody the link to watch me, so I hope you're watching me. Shout out my girlfriend for supporting me throughout the day. And yeah, that's about it. Shout out Minnesota too. Team Minnesota.
There you go. Shout out Minnesota. I like that. All right, Jackson, congratulations. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Gonna get that very important first one. Start off round 9. Just start off with that victory, and we'll come back into the building. But all right, cool. Jackson's already here.
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna toss back over to the casters, and then we'll close out the show very soon. So casters, take it away.
Thanks, Joe. I love hearing, again, the support system that is around all of our players. It is so incredibly heartwarming, and it's really hard to do this on your own. That's why you hear about so many different communities. Even just building a team is so difficult to do, that one that can go undefeated at a tournament like a regional championships. You really do need to have people around you that you can test against, that you can talk to, and of course people in your life that will support you and help support your dreams. And someday you'll be in the 8th round of the tournament going on stream for the first time, and you get to text all your family and friends and be like, I'm about to be on TV, I gotta tune in, I'm gonna win, it's gonna be great.
And not only that, just having someone at the venue who's there to support you with snacks and hugs and emotional support is so important too. So, it really does take a village. It takes a kingdom even to be a undefeated trainer at one of these regionals. And I am so happy that time and time again we have our players thanking their community, because that's so important. I mean,
Absolutely.
At the end of the day, Pokemon is and always will be about community, and we can really celebrate it here, in addition to enjoying a good old trainer-on-trainer Pokemon battle action.
Yeah, you do play the games by yourself, but you spend a lot of energy. You're really only as strong as the people around you who are helping to lift you up and support you throughout the entire process to get you to a position where you can play on stream, where you can play in, an undefeated match, when you can play in the top cut. Again, it's only one more game that Jackson needs to win to make it into his first top cut at a regional championship level. That's incredible. That's such an incredible moment. I remember the first time I ever made a top cut at a regional championships, I was kind of blown away. I was like, I did this? But I'm just a goofus. Like, how did I make it?
I know. I remember my first time too. There may have been a dare to go run through a giant fountain in downtown Seattle if a few people made top cut, and yeah. It was a good time. I needed new shoes after that.
Just gotta bring your waterproof sneakers.
I was not running Kyogre that weekend, but I was running a Politoed, so...
Same thing.
Yeah.
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 Politoed's even better. It gets perish song.
Next time I'm just gonna bring like a rain poncho and everything will be fine.
Well, that is going to be the end of our Swiss competition for day 1. Again, we are going to have more rounds of Swiss tomorrow, as well as the top cut, our asymmetrical top cut. Every player who has a 9-2 or better record will be able to make it into our top cut. But in order to look back on this last day of competition, we're going to throw it back over to the lounge to take us home.
Thank you very much, friends. We started the day with Evan and Gabby. We're going to end it with Len and Rosemary in the lounge team. It's been a crazy day 1 here in San Antonio. We'll start with you, Rose. What's really stood out to you?
Where's the Shadow Rider Calyrex?
Ooh.
Where's the Ice Rider Calyrex? Where are all the horses? We're supposed to be in Texas.
How many milk cartons do we need to put their faces on the...
Well, there's a lot of people, so at least like 1 million.
Yeah, no Miraidon around either. No bikes, no horses. Well, Koraidon, so I guess lots of those bikes.
Well, it would be dangerous to bring a bicycle next to the river
It's like a fire
walk,
bike.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
So can you actually even ride it safely?
Well, I sure did a lot in my Pokemon Scarlet game.
Yeah, I guess.
I flew around. I climbed mountains with my bicycle, you know.
All right, maybe a bad argument next.
All right, anyway, let's celebrate the players that will be continuing on tomorrow that have made it through day 1 of Swiss. These are our day 2 Swiss players. I believe there might be more to come, but here's a big chunk of the players that are already qualified for day 2 tomorrow.
This list is full of some incredible players. Christopher Hahn is one of those players that we followed all the way from the seniors division. We've also had a lot of long-standing members of the VGC community here. Brady Smith, Cedric Bernier. It's kind of amazing to see how everybody has culminated in this amazing day 2. We say this every single event, but the day 2s keep getting stronger and stronger.
It's a really impressive field. We saw quite a few of them on stream today with a pretty diverse set of teams. This definitely feels like movement in the metagame. We have different Pokemon coming out on top, and so it should be exciting to see, these players are duking it out against each other tomorrow.
Yeah, if you guys if you enjoyed the action here today on day 1, you should definitely tune in tomorrow for day 2 of Swiss, and then our top cut rounds. And of course, by the end of tomorrow afternoon, we will crown a new regional champion. Coverage starts at 10:15 a.m. Central Time. That's tough for Len as a West Coast guy. You're gonna have to wake up early.
That's all right. It's easy to get energized when there's Pokemon to watch.
Oh, wow. What an answer. Oh, good answer. Len is the best here. So, let's see what else is down the pipeline for our regional circuit here on the Pokemon streams. We're in San Antonio. We got EUIC coming up. We got Vancouver. Then over to Atlanta. I'm very excited. I've never been to Atlanta. I'm very excited to see what, I hear it's a fun city. A lot of fun things to do in Atlanta.
I've been to the airport.
That's fair.
Nice.
I did transfer from the airport once, so I guess I have technically been to Atlanta.
I've been to the airport a lot. I haven't seen anything else in
I
Atlanta.
bet. Yeah, you and Daz basically live in the Atlanta airport.
Oh, don't tell me that.
That many transitions here. What about you, Len? What were you interested in?
I'm looking forward to Atlanta. It's a city with a lot of Pokemon history. Vancouver, another city with a lot of Pokemon history. Of course, the site of the 2013 World Championships, and we've had some good regionals there the last couple of years. So it should be some fun tournaments. And upcoming on the radar, we have the European International Championships in London. That's going to be a fun tournament to watch.
Yeah, it should be very exciting. But if you're not able to attend some of those IRL events, make sure you participate in the Global Challenge. Sign up now. It's happening January 30th through February 2nd. I'm kind of hit or miss. Sometimes I sign up and I play 4 games and then I miss both my Origin Pulses and I turn my Switch off. And other times I just forget to sign up. So don't be like me. Sign up right now. Make sure you play in the Grand Challenge.
What are you going to play in the Global Challenge this weekend?
I mean, I do have a Lunala team. I helped make Sierra and our community helped make us together. It's just a really fun Lunala Calm Mind boosting with a Grimmsnarl, setting up both screens to let Lunala get like 2 or 3 Calm Mind boosts up. But if I get crit, I get mad.
So if you play someone who Calm Minds a few times with Lunala and then you crit and get a KO and they run on the next turn, you might have played Joe.
Yeah, and let me know on social media too if you destroyed my Lunala team as well. But we can follow our channels here today on, we have our Pokemon.com/broadcast. That's going to have all of our coverage from all of our Pokemon games, Pokemon VGC, trading card game, Pokemon Go as well, and Unite when those special events come around. Love plugging Pokemon Unite. Great game there. You can follow on either youtube.com/Pokemon or twitch.tv/Pokemon, whichever chat you like to be a part of more.
Follow the channels.
There we go. Good answer. Do you first of all, there's a massive audience on both ends here. We're gonna have a conversation.
Okay.
There's a big Twitch audience, there's a big YouTube audience. Where do you prefer to watch Pokemon?
YouTube. I don't know. It's a good platform.
Like YouTube?
Yeah, I like the app a little bit better.
I'm a Twitch guy, I think I like using the Twitch emotes. I still like the old Pokken tournament emotes from back in the day. I still use like the Pikachu and Charizard and stuff.
Throwbacks.
Right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
those are good ones.
Anyway, last thing before we close out, just do you have a prediction, not from your caster predictions, just which restricted is going to come out with the title tomorrow? Don't worry about your predictions. It doesn't have to be the same.
I can think of 3 front runners right now. I think it's
Well, only one of them can win.
okay, but I'm gonna throw them out there, and you guys can decide. Kyogre, Groudon, or Koraidon. I think are like
Those feel like good
ST.
choices. Yeah, those feel like the new thing coming up in this tournament. I think Koraidon in particular, there's a few interesting builds of it out there. I'm excited to see one of those come out on top tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it should be exciting. I think those are good. I'm not going to give an answer. I'm going to wait till tomorrow,
no
and then I'll be like, oh, no, just
you
kidding.
put us on the spot. You answer.
No, Miraidon gets redemption, okay? I'm Team Evan right now.
That's a bad answer.
Miraidon.
answer.
No answer is bad. No question is a bad question. No answer is a bad answer.
No, I was saying that's a good answer. I think Miraidon might come out on top. It wins so many tournaments. They're still out there. We didn't see that many.
Supportive. That's my analyst friend. Did you see that segment? That's my analyst buddy, okay? We're like this. Thank you, Len. I appreciate the support. All right, we're getting a little unhinged here at the end of day 1 of our coverage of San Antonio Regional Championship. So everybody enjoy your evenings. We'll see you, as we said, 10:15 Central Standard Time tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, we will crown our next regional champion here in San Antonio. Everybody, have a great night.
Ah, estaba viendo el torneo de. Estaba viendo el torneo de Pokémon Escarlata. Bueno, viendo el
one extra prize card with the Briar there too. So we'll see how it's going to happen. It's looking very interesting here, as Clefba's going to be grabbed as we're going to just discard it. Earthen Vessel, we still have a little bit to draw here, as now we found our Ogerpons.
Yes, Ogerpons, we have 3 of them now. A little bit of abundance this time, as earlier we were having a dance drought, unfortunately. So here we go for Teal Dance. I believe this is the first Teal Dance of the game.
It very well might be. Okay, we're going to attach onto Radiant Charizard here. And we are going to draw one using restart here, but it is just going to be the Iono. Omar is going to get 4 cards here off the top of the deck, and Tally is going to just get 2. Oh no,
I believe we do a little bit too much, but we're going to have to wait and see here. Right now, 4 cards now in hand. Again, Iono 4, you draw up to the amount of prizes you have. Sometimes we play a little bit too fast. Your deck's a little bit thinner than usual, but looks like we're A-okay. Looks like going for the counter catcher for one of the Bouffalons. So we're not going down to the dangerous 2-prize territory. Also, we don't even have the attack just yet. Again, this Charizard cannot attack right now. We need 1 more energy to potentially retreat. Is this just going to be a stall game? Maybe keep the Bouffalon stuck in the active?
Gotta be careful too. Omar's deck is looking thinner and thinner by the moment, right? And that's the thing that Regidrago Restart does pretty well. You are able to see a lot of the deck, but
son los autorizados del Tigre. No le dijo nada, ni una wea. Capaz que con ese hayan traicionado a Nachita por haber de la sí, la ya mira, observa.
There's a lot of decisions here to make.
No, definitely, as I believe we are going to take a quick pause and bring it back a little bit. We're just double checking on that, maybe that extra card potentially. So, again,
ya, entonces, ahí está, ya está corriendo.
Very much ahead in that game. And so,
así estamos, es un juego plataformero, ¿cachai?
They were so far ahead that they had no opportunity to really get the bribe.
Acá tenemos como nuestra herramienta de diseño.
Opponent has never gone down to
¿Sí que te venía bien acá?
They just kept trading blows. Briar plus
sí,
an attack with its Rakdos is
buena idea,
Charizard. That would have been nice.
I feel like we still haven't really
found
entonces
ahora
ya,
bueno, filo, empezamos desde cierta definición, filo, y el juego va a ser una cosa como esta, nada, va por acá, como un plataformero, pero como que avance para arriba. Y estos son los niveles que tengo que ahora armar. Primero, este es primero. Están hacia arriba. Entonces este es nivel 1.
Colorless Terapagos,
y
as I've been calling it,
en el proyecto
is so interesting because
ya está
there
configurado
are 100 routes you can
como
go
una acuarela.
as long as you have
Es como una acuarela, el concepto de una paleta, le ponen en inglés como paleta, pero para mí una acuarela a la wea porque de ahí como que lo sacas con partes para pintar un lienzo. Acuarela a la wea. Sí. Sí, pero no lo voy a comprar más. ¿Por qué se hace caleta?
Finding the Briar at the right
time.
Even managing the game where it comes to that worst state where your opponent is down to 2 prizes, and you need your Briar. That's a little tough to maneuver, but I believe the best deck that can do it is this colorless Terapagos, because there's so much room.
Entonces yo ya tengo, como te decía, la paleta. Y en este objeto que es como ya, estos son los objetos que están en la pantalla.
Bring it down to that point. So, yeah, I remember when this was first released. Yeah, it was so much fun to play this deck. Just be able to essentially end the game. Everyone was playing both spells too, at Dusknoirs as well. You could win the game.
Something else I want to talk about too. I've been talking about like a lot of these players, and a lot of them have opted out of this weekend. Like Alolan Executor EX, we're just not using it anymore. Sí, la cosa es que entonces, tengo que hacer esa, hay que hacer esa forma ahora la entonces la podemos, aquí está la base, ¿cachai? Digamos que esta ya es la base. En base a las proporciones de los personajes, probablemente hay que ajustar cosas, en realidad. Y también el modito de nieve. Es una burbuja la weá. Pero le quería hacer más celeste, le quedaría. Sí. Un poco por el por este color que está diciendo? Rígido. Está diciendo Sex on the Beach, ¿no? La wea. Te confisco tu energía, ¿no? Oh, no sé, pero hasta. ¡Ah! Ya, sí, entonces caché como con el color uno puede ir alterando igual su apariencia. Qué sé yo, no como que bueno, pero esta no es la final de todas maneras, bueno, el último que puse. Entonces ahora acá en el grid, uno selecciona el grid y aquí te dice abrir paleta de la wea. Y aquí hay distintas paletas, ¿cachai? Estas 3 paletas, como 3 acuarelas distintas. Acá está el que venía de ejemplo, que es otra pantalla que se construye con esta paleta. Y acá está el que necesitamos para las plataformas, que en este caso son puta, todo lo que son bordes. Entonces supongamos entonces que estas de acá van a ser el borde izquierdo también. Los elementos que son con los que el mono pisa, el mono choca, tienen que estar en el level.
We are the bridge.
Sí.
No, but yeah, no bias, but I do think our challenge
vale. Y para hacer estas partes voy a seleccionar
my opinion, I think it
3 de estas. Ahí hago un pinto con 3. No, que mi pixel es de 3. Salto el mono con 3. Probemos, esa es la prueba. Voy haciendo cosas y voy probando.
It's just nice, and I think it has the most powerful V-Star power. Yeah, the Alpha V-Star, definitely gonna miss that card.
Bueno, todo esto que ya está, sobre lo que estamos probando ya está construido, ¿cachai? Funciona, el movimiento, el salto, el disparo de burbuja, que eso. Obviamente esto falta final, pero funciona porque mira, entonces. Está empujando las cosas. Ahí está. A este weón yo le puedo hacer weá. Bueno, obviamente. Eso ya está construido, eso es. Esa es una verdadera mecánica que filo, y ahora ya tenemos harta pantalla, y la cámara tiene que eso, hay una zona de muerte, así tal cual. Y está.
Listen, it's just about keeping the most consistent list. Obviously, it's important to be able to know exactly when you're running, having the most amount of comfort. Cutting consistency is just not a good thing.
Yeah, I believe we talked about this earlier. Like a couple of key cards with Rage Drago and cutting
with what list was it? Where you just, I think it was Terapagos actually. It was a Terapagos list and then a 1-1 line of Red Drago V-Star because Legacy Star is just that good where if you lose something in a Squawkabilly or you lose something in a Pokestop, you just go on ahead and get it back. With Cerulege, I believe is the next deck to kind of come up the ranks here, just because it truly is about just dumping the hand completely, going out, getting those earthen vessels, getting the fire energy, jet energy, and the water energy, because sometimes Cerulege is played with Palkia, of course the water package as well. So I'm interested to see how that deck is going to start to come into form, knowing that our Chaladon has now started to come into his own form, and we saw Jander a little bit earlier putting a fun spin on it too with Pidgeot and also the Dusknoir line as well.
Again, a lot of innovation here at the San Antonio Regional Championship. I'm thinking about it, the Regidrago V-Star in the Cerulege. Using the V-Star power and then you just discard a bunch of energy as well. Like, that's synergistic. Yeah. Maybe you actually discard the Legacy energy. I don't know, are they playing Legacy energy still in that deck? Ooh, there's so much. There's so much that can happen, right? But again, just I'd love to see that. Hopefully we get the feature on Saturday.
Listen, chat, I'm with you. I hang around in the chat all the time during regionals. Chat's like, when's Gholdengo coming? I'm with you. I love Gholdengo. I played Gholdengo for a long time too. You just get to draw cards. A lot of people say there's so much power in being able to just draw a card, right? Especially coin bonus, which is a great ability where if Gholdengo EX is in the act, you get to just draw 2, and then you got more friends on the bench. You know, your 4 cheese dip, as I like to call that deck. Drawing cards, that's dipping pretty with Ninja. You just get to have the whole deck in your hand at certain points.
It's definitely fun to draw some cards. Maybe you play Togekiss as well, so you like to maybe try and draw extra prizes. But I'm sorry, you know, our Chaladon is the metal Pokemon right now. The metal Pokemon.
Listen, it's earned its flowers. I mean, it's certainly a really fun deck to kind of watch, right? The amount of times that you can go on ahead and reset. I know you were playing Scoop Up Cyclone, another good ace deck in our Chaladon. We'll see how this one is going to go. I mean, it's your caster pick. You really think it's going to go the distance all the way?
I mean, if again, I played it yesterday. I played in a challenge here in the San Antonio region. It was like 150 people, and I went what, 6-1, 7-1. I forget. It's been a long day. There's a lot of Pokemon.
That's a lot of Pokemon.
I felt very confident. Then afterwards, I went to another challenge right after. One of the locals. It was really nice actually. So while I was playing at the San Antonio,
Bola 3.
played a local. So chatted him up. I chatted with him. I wanted to know more about San Antonio. Maybe have a little bit more to say here. And he tells me about like there's a bunch of local.
¿Ya está bien?
Game shops. There's a lot of nice local game shops here in San Antonio. So great place for Pokemon. And he told me there was a after challenge. So after this challenge, there's another challenge a lot of people are going to. I'm like,
that's the
invite me. I'm like, let's do it.
You know what? I love it. I think it's super important also to talk about locals. Locals are really just my favorite part, honestly, of the game. Of course, regionals, being on the desk, and seeing all of my friends from all over the world is one thing, right? But where am I every Wednesday night? At my locals. I love playing at locals. You really get to kind of just like relax after work and just play the card game. And our local, at least thanks to Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket, has grown exponentially over the past couple months. I know for me, I just finally got I just completed the Kanto Dex, and I completed the Kanto Dex after I completed Mythical Island. I have all the cards from Mythical Island, but it took me forever to get one Hypno. I was trying to go down my Wonder Picks. I was like,
Hey, boy.
supposed to pull a Hypno. Like, please. But I was finally able to get Hypno there. And honestly, I love Pocket. It's really just a nice way to kind of like get the itch of just ripping a pack, like, you know, during my work day. It's like, all right, what did I pull today?
Yeah, why not? More Pokemon cards, the better, right? It's essentially a different format. Now we're excited for more releases. Right now we're like excited for Journey Together for the physical releases, and I'm also excited for that new Dialga Palkia set. I'm not quite sure what it's called, but we might be losing Dialga here after rotation. But we have Dialga in pocket, I suppose.
I think it's very important to note that the Pablo and Chip were really saying that you were dressed like Dialga.
That was on purpose.
Yes, it was.
I like to base the suit I'm wearing based on the pin, you know?
Yeah, it's very fair.
And I very much am attached to Dialga at the moment.
Very true, very true. I have a Palkia pin because I played Pokemon Pearl as a little kid. But I played Palkia for a little bit too. I played, let me see. I played Palkia with Greninja EX, the fighting one, when he started, when this was coming into play just a little bit more. I was like, maybe I'll make this work. And then I ended up just dropping the deck, going back to Drago, because Regidrago is just the best deck in format. But I will say it is really fun to play. I think it's a little reliable. I think it does reward good sequencing. So once again, it's a good deck. It's obviously best deck in format. It's #1 in the room. So expect to see some more Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah, but I remember the days when Palkia V-Star was the best deck in format.
Very true.
Back when we had Shady Dealing Inteleons, and just plus the Iridas, just a lot of water support. I remember how impressive that deck was. And to think, how many years ago was that when Palkia V-Star released? And to this day, it's still going strong. I mean, we just saw it in the previous stream game.
So my first deck, when I started playing the TCG, because I went on the internet and just looked up best Pokemon decks, because I really wanted to play. My first deck was Arceus V-Star with Shady Dealings. So I really enjoyed that deck. It's hard to believe that Arceus is also rotating soon. Like, we're going to just get, the Vs and all the V-Stars just out too. All the Radiants as well. We're getting those out as well. And we're going to be getting a whole brand new set of Eevees very soon legal in this format. And a little planty friend that I don't know how many people are excited to see.
It's the Badoo, but is it really your buddy?
Not mine.
But can you imagine trying to build a deck post-rotation without Radiant? That means we don't have access to Radiant Charizard anymore, Radiant Greninja, these staple cards that have to be in your deck pretty much. Ooh, it's gonna be interesting. Rotation is definitely gonna be interesting. But you know what? Still ways away. You can still enjoy these cards for actually for quite a bit. It's not until April. We still have BUIC, a bunch of other regionals that we will have access to. So I don't miss them quite yet.
I'm not excited for Badoo coming into format though, and that is before rotation that we will be seeing Prismatic Evolutions legal. I'm excited to see which evolution though is going to kind of prove to be the best one out of all of them. I think Flareon EX has a little bit of a power-up ability, or a power-up attack, I should say, that I think is going to be pretty good, but I really want to see what people are going to be able to do with that Umbreon EX and just take a prize card.
Listen. Why limit yourself to one evolution? They're all the best together in one deck.
Can you imagine? I'm sure
I've been trying that on a Pokemon trading card game live.
How's it going?
It's not good. I've won a couple of games.
Okay.
But it's really cool to go, you evolve into the Flareon, and all your EVs, they have that ability where if one EV evolves, they all evolve. Yes, I evolve into the Flareon, then I have an Umbreon and Espeon. And then
like Penny from Scarlet and Violet, just all of the evolutions like that. I'm excited to see where Prismatic Evolutions is going to take us. I think it's a great set as well. There was a lot of reprints of cards in there too. I know for me, I have a ton of Buddy Coffins now, but it looks like we are going to see maybe some motion coming up soon.
We'll have to see. I would still have to wait for a bit. Again, we want to make sure that we play things correctly, right? There's a lot at stake. Getting into day 2, winning this tournament means you get $10,000. You have to make sure that play the game correctly. Right. Especially at this point of the game, where it's 2 or 3. It's your win and in. Every win matters, and you're having an absolutely amazing run. There's just so much pressure, not to mention playing on the stream as well.
Can I say, Juancho, I did the test game for the stream yesterday, and the white noise in the headsets is loud. It's very loud. It's like
is a matchup I was very interested in, especially I feel like any matchup really against Reggie Drago is interesting just because can you take down the deck, you know? And it was really shaping up to be that way anyway.
It was definitely an unfamiliar matchup for me too. Like I said, I've really only had local experience of playing against what I like to call water Pagos, right? With Palkia and Radiant Greninja and being able to line up. Honestly, my local Andrew is playing with like glass trumpets, energy switches as well. So that is the most amount of experience I technically have with that deck. But of course, Bouffalant is a great Pokemon. I'm excited to see where Cali goes, if they're going to be able to make it all the way back up to that cup.
No, definitely, definitely. I believe now we do have a nice quick video to show everyone. Now, we do have Chip playing some Pokemon Pocket. I know we were talking about that earlier, so let's go ahead and check that out.
Hey everyone, Chip Ritchie here, and I'm going to be talking about the SP Emblem event that is taking place right now in Pokemon TCG Pocket. This is the SP Emblem event for the Mythical Island release, and in this event, in order to earn that final emblem, you need to win 5 games in a row, which can be a little difficult to do. So we're going to be talking about 3 different decks that I really like for this current event. The first one we're going to take a look at is Mewtwo. Now, Mewtwo is something that has been extremely strong in TCG Pocket ever since the game came out. And this deck list for Mewtwo EX, with the Gardevoir, of course, I actually got online on X from Stefan Ivanov. Now, Stefan is a 2-time international champion. He posted this list online. He said this is what he used to get his 5 wins, and so I thought that's a pretty good place to start. Now, I've played a lot of Mewtwo since this game came out. Side Drive, of course, being the main driving factor of this deck. 150 damage, 4 energy, though, and you do have to discard 2 energy from this Pokemon. It's one of the most powerful attacks in the game, especially when it is powered up and paired with the Gardevoir. With Psy Shadow, letting you get an extra energy from your energy zone and attaching it to the second Pokemon in your active spot. Now, the unique thing about Stefan's list is the fact that he played 2 copies of Sigilyph with the Spike Draw attack. 10 damage, and then draw a card. And in an event like this, where you have to win 5 games in a row, having a consistency engine like this, where you're dealing a little bit of damage, but you're just drawing more through your deck, can really be a huge benefit. So, using the Spike Draw in order to help you find your Gardevoir pieces, get those evolutions in play, and you can eventually get up to the Mewtwo's side drive. And of course, there is also the option of the genome hacking from Mew EX. Now, if you play the standard format, you are very familiar with genome hacking. Our Mew EX in standard has the same attack. Choose one of your opponent's active Pokemon's attacks and use it as this attack. And for the consistency lineup here with the trainer cards, it's pretty straightforward. It's what you come to expect with Pokemon TCG Pocket. 2 copies of the Research, of course. 2 copies of the Pokeball, and then the newest addition from Mythical Island is the Mythical Slab, letting you look at the top card of your deck, and if it is a Psychic Pokemon, you get to add it to your hand. If it's not a Psychic Pokemon, you put it on the bottom of your deck. So just another consistent way to try to get into your Gardevoirs. Another deck that I really like, and the one that I have been playing mostly ever since Mythical Island came out, is the Celebi EX Superior deck. Now, this decision was made a little easy for me because when I first opened my very first pack of Mythical Island, the very first pack contains this Immersive Rare Celebi EX, and I've now gotten 2 of them. So, I mean, why would I not play this deck? And I'm a big fan of it. Powerful Bloom deals 50 damage, flipping a coin for each energy attached to Pokemon, 50 damage for each heads, and that is supported, of course, by the Jungle Totem of Superior. Each grass energy attached to your grass Pokemon provides 2 grass energy. So, just a few energies on this Celebi, you can be swinging for a ton of damage. You do rely on putting some key coins in the right spots, which can be a little risky when it comes to an event where you have to win a certain amount of games in a row, but it really has overall proved to be pretty consistent and pretty powerful in my mind. A big addition for this deck from one of the recent promo events was this Snivy here. It does have 60 HP, the other Snivy does have 70 HP, but this one has an attack that's actually pretty usable here with the tackle. 20 damage for 1 is not too bad, and it can help to set up for some relevant numbers. You know, 20 damage into a Pikachu EX means you just need 2 heads on a powerful Bloom later on in order to KO that Pokemon. consistency engine, of course, is going to be pretty similar here with the 2 Pokeballs, the 2 Research, the 2 X Speeds. I do have, for some healing here with this deck, 2 Potions and 2 Erica. It can take a while to get to the point where you're ready to start swinging super heavily with the Celebi, so being able to ensure that your Celebi sticks around for a while with those healing options is definitely worthwhile. And I do have a extra little tech in here with the red card. Your opponent shuffles their hand into their deck and draws 3 cards, trying to slow an opponent down maybe after a research, or at the very beginning of the game. If you go first, you're lucky enough to find that 1 red card, putting your opponent down to just 3 cards before they've even played a single card from their hand is a pretty powerful effect. And then finally, we're going to take a look at one of my favorite decks from this game. I've played this deck a lot ever since the very first set, and that is Blaine's, Ninetales, and Rapidash. This is a pretty straightforward, a pretty simple deck. It's one of my favorite budget-friendly options. I use it for all of the solo events where you need to win a game with only Pokemon that have the 1 or 2 diamonds in their rarity cost, and this has been one of my go-tos. It's pretty simple. Rapidash, 40 damage, 1 energy, Ninetales, 90 damage for 2 energy, and then discard a fire energy from this Pokemon, but you're able to boost that damage up mightily with the use of Blaine here. Your Ninetales, Rapidash, and Magmar do 30 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. You've also got Giovanni as well as another way to boost some of that damage. The benefit of a deck like this for an event like this one where you need to win a certain amount of games in a row is that the games are pretty fast, and this deck is really aggressive. You're going to be attacking with Rapidash on turn 2 pretty consistently. So sometimes you can just win games by attacking a couple times in a row before your opponent really even gets a chance to set up. This can be really strong against a lot of the stage 2 decks if they ever have a slow start. And one of the benefits of with this deck being quick, if you do lose, you haven't really spent too much time losing, so you can get right back into your next game and try to be as efficient as possible when it comes to winning 5 games in a row. Well, those are my 3 favorite decks right now in Pokemon TCG Pocket for the SP Emblem event. Hopefully this has helped some of you guys figure out what you need to do in order to get that final emblem in TCG Pocket.
Truly finishing this tournament undefeated, quite an accomplishment.
So my name is Henry. I'm from Massachusetts originally, and right now I'm living in New York. Favorite starter? I'll go with Piplup. Yeah, Piplup's pretty sick. Gotta give most of the credit to my brother here. He's the one who sort of got me into it. I was only like 7 years old. He was like collecting Pokemon cards. He was like, let's actually try to learn like what this text does, and then started going to like a local league which he found online. He was very good back in the day too. He unfortunately lives abroad now, so can't play really much. We hit our first nationals, I think like a year and a half after we started, 2009. So then going to Worlds, and sort of, yeah, once you get down that road, you know, you just kind of keep going. I grew up in New England playing against a lot of really good players, people who are still competing now. Azul, Ian Robb. What sort of got me back into the game, because I had stopped playing for a little while, was seeing these people still at the top. And it's just like, yeah, dang, it's still going on. What am I missing out on? Back then, a regional was just the people in the region, right? But nowadays, you know, we got Tord coming over from Norway. Tord Reklev, I mean, he's the best player in the game. Playing against Tord, it's always got something fun cooked up. So just absolutely love to do that. Some point this season, that's definitely going to be one of my goals.
Henry Chow here, taking things down in Baltimore with Gardevoir EX.
Having like the surprise factor in an event can just straight up win you games. And I definitely surprised some people this weekend. The name I put out online and that I say is Aggro Gardevoir. So all these cards are meant to go really, really fast, and my only attackers were really Drifloon and Screamtail, and I played 3 Earthen Vessels. So the goal is just to discard as many energies as possible, and then just go in and one-shot stuff. This event and NAIC, like with the list I logged in, I felt like, you know, I had the right deck, it was just up for me to perform. I felt pretty confident going into the weekend, a lot more confident than Worlds, which did not go as well as I thought, but you know, I just felt like I had something to prove here, at least to myself. I mean, I don't have haters or anything, I just gotta prove it to myself.
Oh yeah,
oh
yeah. Hasn't like Sun getting that much yet, it's just, playing is just so fun. Just competing against other people who really put a lot of work in, just brilliant people, and just going against them head to head, what more could you ask for? Anytime I lose, I want to play more, and anytime I win, I want to play more, so I always want to play more. They told me on stage that I'm the first Worlds invite of the season. I feel like I have a bit of a chip on my shoulder because I didn't do great on this Worlds. I'm going to come in with a surprise. Even if my deck looks normal, expect a surprise. I got Worlds. I will win Worlds this year.
started playing Pokemon back in 2017. I started just going to locals and playing for fun. My Pokemon type will be Dragon. If I had to choose a Pokemon, I would be Giratina.
And he's proven himself already getting to top 4 with Giratina V-Star.
I got addicted to watching the regionals here in US, so I decided to start competitive. I played LAIC as a senior, and I ended up getting top 8. It was
Buena, terrible, Gabriel.
Wow, there it is.
Today, I will remember for many years because I just won the largest regionals of all time.
Sableye moves to the never mind. All right.
My #1 goal for the season is to win Worlds in Hawaii. My brother ended up winning the World Championship in Japan. It was the first time I cried in a game of Pokemon. I have this rivalry with my brother.
Your new world champion, Gabriel Fernandez.
I had to win once to catch up with him.
Both of them have their invite locked up for Honolulu.
I look up to Brazilian players like Gustavo, and I actually ended up beating him in the top 4 today.
And Fernandez absolutely in the driver's seat.
The most important thing is like to never give up. I'm just not letting myself down after I lose a match or after I do bad in a tournament. Just there's always the next one, you know. I like the emotion when I flame. It helps me focus. It actually helped me in school. English tests, Pokemon would help me. I love Pokemon, and I will keep playing for many years.
Regardless of how you play the game, just to have fun. I've made so many friends in this community, and I'm currently a VGC judge, and it's the best experience that I've honestly ever had. And as long as you're having fun, it really doesn't matter what happens throughout the day.
The best piece of advice I was given from my friends is just to relax and believe in yourself. It's just tapping on a screen, you know, like don't overthink it. Just calm down, relax, take that deep breath, and tap away.
Set a tangible goal for your first time and stick with meeting that and allow yourself to be, you know, happy with achieving that tangible goal. And if you do anything better than that, then it's just a cherry on top, but at least you know that you came here, you did what you came to do, and you can just kind of leave knowing that you accomplished something, and you can be proud of that.
So the best piece of advice I've been given by a friend when playing Pokemon is being okay with losses. Something that's really helped me out is seeing, like, it's not really truly a loss unless you can't learn from it. And so even through your losses, like, oh man, my attack didn't do as much damage. Great, now you can use that for the next game. Or like, oh man, this opponent used a really cool Pokemon. And actually, I've been inspired by my losses to use some of my favorite Pokemon of all time. So yeah, be okay with winning, be okay with losing, because at the end of the day, it's about learning and evolving.
There are tons of things to do at a Pokemon Regional Championships, and one of my favorite things is to check out the vendors. The vendors will bring all sorts of cards from all eras of the game, and it's a great way to try to add more cards to your Pokemon TCG collection. Now, many people collect cards for the artwork, they add them to their binder, maybe send them off, get graded, add them to the wall as a display piece, but me, personally, I love to collect retro Pokemon cards to play in retro Pokemon decks. Taking decks that were successful years and
What
years
the
ago,
fuck,
to
bro?
revisit them, to reassemble the decks. I love digging through bulk boxes and trying to find any playable cards from the history of the game. So today we're going to see if we can find some cards from a deck I've been trying to build for a while, and I'm going to bring on a special guest to help me as well. So I'm bringing on a special guest to help me find some cards today. I'm looking to build a deck from the 2006 World Championship format. It's one of my favorite formats. And what better person to bring on than someone who competed at the 2006 World Championships, Michael Pramwat. I'm trying to build your deck. So tell us what that deck was.
Yeah, the deck I played was Metacham EX with Benetti EX, and it had like a Lunatone Soul Rock package. The whole aim of the deck was to put a bunch of damage counters on the field while using ability locks via Lunatone Soul Rock, and then there was also a card called Battle Frontier, which, yeah, just pretty much just shut down opponents' decks, and yeah, you just tried to control the game. It was a pretty cool deck.
So we're talking about a deck that is 20 years old almost at this point.
Yeah, it's a really old deck at this point. Like, yeah, because it was like 2006, so yeah, long time ago.
a long time ago. It might be hard to find some of the cards, but we'll see what we can do and see if we can piece this deck together. So we dug through some boxes, flipped through some binders, and we were actually able to come away with a pretty nice little stack of cards here. Pramawat, what did we find?
Yeah, we found some Benetti X's, some Holen Transceivers. Titan Transceiver basically allowed the deck to run. It's more consistency engine. But the big thing is the Benetti X has the move, the ability Shady Move, which lets you move damage counters from one of your guys to one of their guys. And then, yeah, this was just a huge part of the deck. Knew the attack Shadow Chant, which is great attack. And, yeah, this is just part of the namesake of the deck, Bennett and Metacham.
I'm very much looking forward to hunting in the future for more of the cards. We didn't find any Metacham today, so I'll have to save that for the next regional championships. But this is a great start to adding the Bennett Metacham deck to my collection. Pramawat, I appreciate you helping me look through it.
Of course, yeah, anytime. This is great.
All right, now let's get back to the Pokemon action. Definitely a lot of fun to dig through some bulk boxes with Pramawat yesterday, find a few of the cards needed to put together that Bennett Metacham deck. We're here at the San Antonio Regional Championships. Still getting into the action. We've got 2 more Swiss rounds, Swiss Round 8 and Swiss Round 9 coming up. Players looking to lock up a spot in Day 2, needing to have at least a record of 6-2-1 to make that happen. A couple rounds to make it happen. And these are the pivotal rounds, right, where it's you're either going to have some dreams crush or you'll be elated to make it into Day 2. Now, Pablo, you and I were sitting here watching that segment as we're waiting, and as soon as we put the cards up there that I was able to buy, those Holland's Transceivers, those Bennetts, you said, those were my cards! You sold those cards to that vendor a few regionals ago?
Yeah, in Sacramento, I sold those cards. I've been getting rid of some of my older retro decks, and I mean, I was offering them to various people that I knew. I'm pretty sure I talked to you about them, and then not many people were interested, but yeah, the vendor was interested, and like, yeah, I mean, I immediately recognized, because like, you were at that vendor, I gave them the cards back in.
Hola, ¿cómo está?
And they also had other
Mire,
cards.
en LATAM no molestan, no hacen pagar extra por llevar el como equipaje de mano. Ya, así que
yeah, that's right. You and Diego
ahí la niña lo pueden llevar.
Again, a duo,
No
it seems
importa
like
que
that
pase el ancho o el largo del líquido. Ya ustedes lo pueden llevar como equipaje de mano y lo pueden llevar abajo del asiento. Ahí está perfecto. Y eso, ya. La idea es que lo pueden llevar arriba. No lo cobran abajo. La otra línea en Sky, Jetsmart también cobran y no tiran, le piden equipaje como arriba.
They were not going to change, and therefore Vaporeon EX had an ability that when you evolve Eevee into Vaporeon, you would have have both players shuffle their hands, enter deck, draw 4 cards. Essentially an ability judge. But decks were not built to withstand such disruption. At least mine was at that point, and I was trying to take advantage of that weakness in the deck building, because heading at the World Championship, of course, you're going up against the absolute best players in the world, right? So when you're a very good player playing against another very good player, the difference between you and them is going to be very small, right? So then having an edge with your deck actually becomes a lot more significant at the highest level of play. So
yeah,
by logic.
Absolutely, it makes sense. And I mean, you and Diego both had solid finishes. He got top 8, right? You finished in the top 32. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes, back then it was only 64 players at that World Championship in Hawaii, and I bubbled out of top 16. Unfortunately, I had the record for top 16, but I bubbled out.
Unfortunate. Well, I mean, it's still a solid finish, and obviously your friend ends up making a deep run as well. So, very good showing from that deck. Yeah, we could sit here and talk about retro Pokemon for a very, very long time, but we've got a tournament at hand here. We've got the San Antonio Regional Championships, and there's a lot of interesting stuff out there in the field. There's a few quad Iron Thorns doing very well. There's a few control decks doing really, really well, which I don't think is too much of a surprise, actually. All Out Blitzel is very well known in the community for playing control. By no one's surprise, is playing control this weekend, and he is 7-0 right now here in San Antonio.
Very impressive, walking the talk, right? He does very well online, shows up, and is also showing that he's pretty good in person as well. And I was walking around some of the tables, and I saw Pork here and going up with his Columbus against Iron Thorns, and he was not having a good time.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, very rough, man.
That's
that's not fun to play. But yeah, I mean, there's still tons of a couple rounds left, so still plenty of opportunity for day number 2. This is one of the biggest regionals of all time. It's not quite the biggest regionals of all time, so we, by merit of that, will have a very large day 2 field as well. And yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how that shapes up tomorrow.
Yeah, and it'll be very cool to have, like, a lot of players will be continuing their day 2 streak, but it will be, the majority of players will probably be their first day 2 experience. Right? Yeah. You have these events getting larger and larger, and I don't know, it always feels very special to play your first day 2, right? You finally make that breakthrough. You get to play more Pokemon against your top tier competitors. It's always a cool thing.
Yeah, extremely exciting. And the bigger these day 2s get, the more and more people who will be experiencing it for the first time each and every tournament. Because the game does not stop growing, it feels like. So many people every single tournament, you know, it's their first tournament ever, first day 2s. There's so many firsts, which is such a fun thing to be able to experience alongside these players, these competitors. Getting to see the joy in their face, they get their first win on stream, like whatever it is, people just finding reasons to celebrate their successes in Pokemon.
Yeah, for sure. No matter how big or small, right? We're all going through different processes, and we all have different goals, and therefore every achievement, no matter how big or small, is definitely worthwhile.
Yeah, absolutely. So we talked about some of the decks that are doing well. How do you feel like Control is positioned right now in the meta? It's been a little while since we've seen a super deep run from a Control deck, or at least one where it feels like it's a tournament that it was Control's tournament. You know what I mean?
Wholeheartedly agree. I definitely think we are seeing a bit of an aftershock of last weekend in Birmingham, where Sander, one of the most well-renowned Control players, finally back at it, finally with a good placement, top 16, with this Pidgeot Control deck that has the Toadstool and the Milotic and just all these pieces that essentially prevent your opponent from doing what they want to do and trying to make sure they can do their main strategy. And I think Control was definitely due to finally find the right combination to slow down the meta, which is much harder to do so wide, but it seems like they finally might have made a breakthrough with so much focus on Regidrago at this point.
Yeah, I mean, feels like it, right? Well, let's go ahead and bring in Emily and Juancho into our conversation here as we are gearing up to get into Swiss Round 8 shortly. Emily, Juancho, how you guys doing?
We're doing great. I'm just excited to cast more Pokemon. I mean, round 8, 2 more rounds, a little bit more maybe, no?
I think you guys kind of brought it perfectly together when you guys are talking about how dreams are crushed when this round comes up. If not, some of the biggest glories you can have, you know, that first day 2 is really special, but these are the most high pressure rounds, and especially with things like a symmetrical top cut, every win, every loss, and every tie now is very, very important.
Yeah, there's just so much on the line any given round. There's so much more to be playing for. But as a competitor, you just kind of have to try to keep a level head. Just control what you can control, right? Focus on the game at hand, play the cards that are in front of you, deal with whatever your opponent has, and the rest will come along with it.
Yeah, it's very easy to start imagining the glory that comes with the asymmetrical top cut or the debate or even making day 2, right? But if you're not quite there locked in yet, the only thing that matters right now is game 1, round 8. Everything else, you have no control over, as you mentioned. So, gotta focus one game at a time.
Well, Emily, Juancho, I mean, I'll throw it to you guys with, we've seen the meta kind of develop now through this tournament. We kind of know what's doing pretty well. No surprise, there's a decent amount of Regidrago up there, but there's some Control, there's some Iron Thorns. What do you guys make of how this tournament is shaping up?
I'm still all in on the bridge. I'm just saying. That's all I
don't even know why
about.
I asked you.
Yeah.
Emily.
Hi. Yeah, Control. North America in particular really loves its Control, its Snorlax, its stalls. I was roaming the tables earlier, and I happened to, you know, just walk by somebody using the A-Spec Miracle headset. So, honestly, it's something, it's a very necessary type of archetype that you have to learn how to play against. Control, stall. We are losing Snorlax very soon too, but I know, for example, Iron Thorns is kind of a big presence here, and I know for the Lugia players out there, it's not exactly what they wanted to see. I'm so sorry, Kieran, but I mean, it feels like a stalling Control. I feel like they are somewhat necessary to be here.
No, I definitely agree. I feel like we've been in this format for quite a minute, and especially with how much talent our players really do have, they can really identify like what key things they really like to control. Again, which is very impressive with how much the format actually evolved. Even if we've been in this format for a minute, like for example, cloth sauce, a surge of play.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, not so much right now. Even if there's one undefeated.
There is one undefeated.
Yeah, even if there's one undefeated, I would love to see that that cloth deck for sure. It feels so hard to control that when it's a meta that's continuously evolving.
Right.
But I mean, we have the best players in the world right here. I mean, All Out Blitzel, undefeated as well. I'm sure he's put in a lot of practice online to be able to really identify what he's controlling.
Yeah, he's maybe played more Control than anyone in the last, 6 months or so of Pokemon TCG. He is always playing in these online tournaments, broadcasting it. So it's really cool to see him succeeding. We'll maybe try to get a chance to talk to him and see how his tournament run is going at some point along the way here. And it does feel like for these events where, we're kind of at the end of the format, Prismatic Evolutions is going to be legal starting next weekend. It feels like these are the tournaments where Control or Stall tends to rear their ugly head, you know what I mean? Because they know what to expect in the format. The format's kind of more defined. They know what decks they're expecting to play against. And so they can form better game plans for what they think they may play against in a given tournament.
Yeah, and there's also, like, they're the most adaptable, right? And so when, they're at their strongest when they're the least expected, because that's when people haven't played against them enough as well. So, they're preparing for the meta, but the meta is not preparing for them, which makes them even stronger at that point.
Sure. No, I feel like definitely when you're a Control player, you get a lot of practice, right? I feel like the hallmarks of a great player is being able to be flexible in a certain type of situation, right? And what better, shows that than in Control? If you're not just following a certain flow chart, I'm not just gonna power up this Pokemon and then attack and I'll win in 8 turns. You have to, depending on what your opponent's doing at the moment, or even what deck your opponent's playing. And I feel like if you put in a lot of reps as Control player, you really do it's like training with weights on.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you, Juancho. I feel like also for a lot of the people that are out there that are just like, I never want to play against Control, I'm just not going to do it. You're actually doing yourself a disservice because you need that practice. It's very important as a player to just get as much practice as possible. I know for me, we have a player who loves to go with Control style decks, Stall style decks, and I may roll my eyes when I see the pairings go up and have to play them on a Wednesday night. It's still something that I feel better knowing about going into a regional playing against Stall or Control, having played against it before.
Yeah, and to be honest, that's one of the reasons, Emily, what you just pointed out, that Control continues to do really well at these tournaments is because it is one of the least practiced against archetypes. So many people will queue into a Control deck on the TCG Live ladder and concede the game because they don't want to spend any time messing around with that. They just want to play their Pokemon. It really forces you to change the way you think about how to win any given game. And it's one of the reasons it continues to see so much success because people don't play super well into it. And then that's why it will sometimes fall off into day 2 because then you start playing against the players who have the experience, who've played against all types of Control decks over the years, and they're able to use that experience to give themselves an edge in a matchup that otherwise would be kind of tough.
Yeah, as you advance in the tournament, every opponent, if you're doing well, will in theory be even more challenging than the one before, right? So yeah, I mean, the Control decks definitely take a big boost when you're playing against someone that just doesn't know all the tools in your deck that you have available. But even as the tournament advances and people see that you're doing well, and then maybe they finish their match early and they go and watch your match, they kind of get a little bit of an idea of what's going on, and that also helps as the tournament progresses. There's fewer surprises left.
No, definitely. I mean, knowledge is power, right? If you know exactly what the Control player has, you know what you have to kind of play around. Maybe you start knowing the counts of, how many switches I have to turn into prizes, essentially. But honestly, all I have to say is I'd rather play a Control player at my locals than run into them in the regional, that's for sure. No, but yeah, I mean, Control, absolutely very, very scary deck. I want to ask you guys, though, what type of Control do you guys like to play nowadays? You still with the whole Snorlax Control, or just the pure Pidgeot stuff?
If I ever queue something up, it probably would be Snorlax. I'm not trying to think as much as you have to if you're playing Pidgeot control, you know. Just kind of enjoy that a little bit if that's the route I'm going.
So I actually already played a major tournament in Colombia, the special event in Bogota. I used Snorlax, and I misplayed myself out of day 2. I had essentially, as Juancho would say, I had checkmate on board, except I didn't, right? And I misplaced my Force Seal Stone, fully expecting my opponent to Iono me out of the hand, but then they chose not to, and then I needed that Force Seal Stone to search for the last costing effect I needed to guarantee a game and finally trap a Greninja in the action against Raging Bolt. But I got a little too ahead of myself, and I just held on to that Force Seal Stone, and I definitely would have been able to make it through. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Snorlax. I like the playstyle. Ever since the card came out, I was like, this is going to be good. And I also had that itch to play it at a major, and I'm glad I got it out of the way.
Absolutely amazing to hear, Pablo. And you know what? As fun as it is to just chat Pokemon with everyone here, we're going to take the camera now because we're going to bring it in to Swiss Round 8. We're going to see some Pokemon action. So thank you so much, Chip and Pablo. It's just back to us, me and you.
I could listen to any of our casters talk about Pokemon all day, right? Especially Chip and Pablo have been playing for so long, right? They've been through so many metas and formats, and Pablo's still strong a player as ever. So once again, all of our casters are just big Pokemon fans at heart, but also great players across the way. But like you said, Juancho, we got round 8 coming up. Like we said, these are the rounds that are the most important going in. And I think this might be the first time we're seeing a certain bird fly high all day on stream.
Oh, that's for sure. That's for sure. This is do or die. But right now, I want to check out the standings we have, like all the players that are doing well. Again, if you see your name here, good job. You're a great player.
Good job. Yes, good job. Good job.
Again, we see here James Kowalski, like we were talking about earlier, Henry Chow, Gustavo Wada. Vinny is still up here, again, 7-0, 6-0-1. These are players that essentially haven't lost yet. And they are definitely, well, these are the players that are already guaranteed into day 2. And as long as they run this hot, I don't know, top 8 or asymmetrical cut is definitely not out of the question.
Absolutely. I want to give 2 shout-outs here. One to Nathan Stratford, who is here on Raging Bolt, a deck that we really haven't kind of given its flowers to in quite some time. And I think a lot of people, when they see Regidrago, they say, okay, well, we'll just play Raging Bolt. But with so much control up in the top tables, I'm interested to see how Nathan is going to pilot Raging Bolt EX around this. I also want to give a shout out to my local Michael Bio, sitting at 6-0-1 right now with Charizard too, playing the trolley. And we'll have a little bit of a chance to talk about Charizard very soon, but it's always cool to see your locals, the people that you play with on those weekday nights, doing so well, already at technically undefeated, right? A tie technically isn't a loss, but undefeated at a regional.
No, definitely. You never know. The person you see at locals could be the next world champion, regional champion.
True.
Anything's possible here in the Pokemon trading card game. With that, let's go ahead and check out some notable matches, though, for this round. You know, who's playing against who, and, of course, our stream game. You have Kieran Farah against Joshua Wallace, but, of course, some amazing names here. Michael Davidson versus another caster, Jesper Eriksson, former world champion. I know Jesper's deck as well is just really, really fun. I wish we got to feature that on stream, but it's not too late. The local Aiden Koos, one of the best players out there. Yeah, Texan local, San Antonio local, really, against Anastasia Clapson. And we, of course, we have Ian Robb versus Brandon Bond. Great names. Again, if we had 4 cameras, we'd show it. We would show it all. But Kieran Farah against Joshua Wallace. This should be a good one.
Got to talk about it, though. Just one more thing about Aiden Koos. He's on the Summer Ledge, I believe. So I'm excited to see how that is going to go. But let's talk about Kieran Farah having an amazing season already. You got to talk about it. I mean, just last month, top 16 Toronto with Lugia, top 8 of Louisville with Lugia, and also our Baltimore finalist as well. Kieran Farah is kind of the Lugia player to really watch here, just so consistent every time.
I love to see it again. Kieran Farah with the Lugia V-Star against Joshua Wallace, playing the Charizard EX. Quick fun fact, though, about Kieran. His first top cut was with Ho EX. And how about we go into another top cut with the other legendary bird, potentially. Again, Lugia V-Star, very near and dear to my heart. I feel like a very, very powerful card ever since it got released. Again, just being able to find those Pokemon. But again, Charizard EX is no sloucher either. This is a deck that just won the last regional championship. And hey, it's the real mascot, right? It's the Gen 1, it's your starter. And right now, it's one of the best decks out there as well.
It was such an exciting finals too, Wancho, to see that Pokestop get 2 rare candies. I jumped out of my chair too. It was super exciting. I can't wait to talk about Joshua's list though, because the ace spec in this one, I think there's been a little bit of a debate talking about which ace spec goes in Charizard. I know for some people they're playing the trolley, the precious trolley version of Charizard to really guarantee that setup on turn 1, but I actually do prefer the unfair stamp version of Charizard as well, just because when you force a Regidrago player to really use that Legacy Star, burn some options there, an unfair stamp can stick.
No, yeah, I feel like we have seen like lesser plays of the unfair stamp thanks to cards like Fezandipity. There's just like a lot of consistency in the format. But no, it's definitely still such a powerful ace spec. Maybe just force, again, you said it right, force your opponent to use resources they weren't really planning to use in any case. So we're going to have to see here if we Kiernan puts that to test. But right now, again, Joshua Wallace as well. Sorry, it was Joshua with the unfair stamp. And then Kiernan on the Lugia V-Star. In my opinion, I feel like this is a fairly favored matchup for Kiernan just because Cinccino can hit those big numbers. But again, Charizard has those tools. It has the Death Star into the Dusknoir. Sometimes that is pretty nice to just get a quick pop out. Cinccino is gonna have to see. Right now, let's check the prizes. Minion, Cinccino, a couple of key Pokemon there for Kiernan. While definitely some key Pokemon as well from Dogma. Raging Charizard and Pidgeot. Luckily it's in the lower section of the prizes, so you're not going to need that Raging Charizard until much later in the game. You're probably going to...
Absolutely, so I think it's also very important to note about the prizes as well before people start to see and get a little bit nervous seeing Lumineon and Cinccino in the prizes, that there's 2 copies of each in the list as well. But this is a very interesting start for Kieran here, going to start right away with the Wellspring Ogerpon EX, a card that I think a lot of Lugia players have started to throw away from their deck list, but you'll love to see it. The first thing we see on stream, Wancho, is a hedge on Mythicosa here, where we're able to go on ahead and grab a Pokemon. Now, I was looking at Kieran's hand a little bit earlier. There was a lot of energy in that hand already. Meanwhile, Joshua, I believe, also has a Buddy Buddy Poppin all ready to go. So I'm interested to see how this one is going to go for Kieran, whether we grab something like a Lugia. Obviously, we want to evolve it, but the hand is not giving us too much else to work with.
Again, sometimes that is the Lugia problem, right? It essentially loses to itself. It's those into the destruction plus getting a V-Star. You think that's an easy task, but at the same time, you do have to load up your deck with what? The 16, 17 special energies, which are essentially, they're bricks in your hand. They don't quite do that much horsepower of Pokemon, but you want to see those in your deck be able to accelerate. You have to play so many, and sometimes you just run into them. Hopefully, I didn't quite get to see the hand. Hopefully, it wasn't just a message that we have access to, but it might be the case. At least we have the resource connection, so that was quite a big flip there for the Goza. At least we have the Lugia. That's step one, right? Actually gonna pass it back. Pass it on now to Joshua. Has the Pidgey in the active, pretty good there, just because that can into something like the Pidgeot. And just give it away, open up the Buddy Buddy Poppin. You're gonna have a good time. You open that, you're gonna see at least 2 more basic, some
cosa es que le era imposible pagar su deuda. Al revisar su caso nos dimos cuenta que la mejor opción era la liquidación. Antes le llamaban quiebra y sonaba terrible, cuando en realidad la liquidación es un proceso que te permite rematar tus bienes para pagar toda tu deuda y comenzar de nuevo. ¿Saben que entregó Don Francisco para pagar su deuda de 40 millones? Una churrasquera, una plancha de pelo, un ventilador, una parrilla eléctrica y una tele. Todo viejo y todo usadísimo. El avalúo de estos bienes fueron de 107 lucas. ¿Y saben qué es lo lindo de todo esto? Después de 4 meses teníamos la resolución del término del proceso y Don Francisco, tras entregar estos bienes viejos ya no debía nada. Amigos, los 40 millones de de pesos que debía, ya no los debía más. Desaparecieron de la faz de la tierra, se borraron, se eliminaron, dejaron de existir. Don Francisco quedó libre de polvo y paja, listo para comenzar a reorganizarse nuevamente y feliz de tener una nueva oportunidad.
There's no direct way of getting that special energy back into the deck.
¿Y sabes qué es más lindo aún?
Super rotted.
Muy
So this
probablemente
Iono might
tú
actually
también
bail
puedes hacerlo.
some
Es
out.
un proceso que puede ser rápido y fácil si lo haces con expertos. Si quieres saber más, contacta.
Competitive Pokemon we have at the moment. 330 HP is absolutely monstrous, to be honest. You're going to need at least, what, 5 energies on a Cinccino just to be able to knock it out. So right now, Buffalo does have the Nest Ball as well. So we see double Pidgey, double China, maybe just Scepter, maybe how about the Pokemon is going to take a knockout. We have the Messagoza as well. It's only fair. Karina gets to find a card. Joshua does as well. Yes, maybe this time the Duskar. Maybe another Mandarin. And, oh!
Yeah, probably the Rotom at this point, right? We would want to just instant charge here. We'll see if we are going to hold the supporters in hand and we're just going to instant charge. Maybe we'll draw right into that Arven, or whether we're going to try and take a more advantageous position here. Looking at the hand though, I mean, Wancho seeing like a rare candy, so it is just going to have to be the Iono here. We are going to see the hand go back into the deck here. We're going to shuffle up our hands with both players because they haven't taken a fresh card yet. They are going to drop 6 fresh cards from the top of their decks here. We'll see what both of them can find. We hope to see an Arven here, but Joshua is going to be able, and there's the Arven, and a couple of Ultra Balls as well. We'll see what the instant charge is going to provide too.
Those Arvens the upcoming turns, especially Steel Stone and everything. And he's up here Nintendo, and I just want to give him a quick shout out as well, just because the quick Iono motion, he literally flicked his hand at the bottom of the deck so quick. Felt like a pro there, definitely. As we wanted to see another Charmander hit the board, maybe just protecting themselves from like what, a boss plus a Wellspring Mask, the torrential pump attack. Definitely smart, as we are gonna instant charge. Didn't quite get to see what we drew, but now we're back to Kieran.
Well, you saw the top deck animation, and that's because that Legacy Energy Wancho was the top deck. So we actually have an attack this turn from just 2 attacks from turns. Not even a Primal Turbo here coming out from Kieran. So this is just a strange line. I mean, I was saying earlier, oh, okay, we'll take the Iono. We have no problem going back in and you know, resetting the hand, but the hand honestly did not get much better here. But I love this play coming out from Kieran. While yes, the big bad Charizard is very scary, but why not also eliminate the Pidgeot? But my goodness, the top deck on the other side here, 2 to the Forest Seal Stone, that one's got hurt.
Only fair, only fair. Again, Forest Seal Stone, but was gonna be able to find it anyway with the Arven. But yeah, Kieran right now is up 2 prizes without any Arc Outs in play. That is kind of odd to see for a Lugia deck, that's for sure. But hey, we got lucky that way. We got the Ace Spec off the natural draw. I feel like the Iono still definitely helped out just because those were the cards he'd see off the research anyway.
Right.
They're not any good. They're not any better. He traded a handful of energies for another handful of energies.
That's what happens when you play Lugia Star, unfortunately.
Ooh. Sometimes this deck could be the strongest deck in the world, and some other times you have a handful of energies. As Arven was just played there, did get the rare candy to Charizard EX, and with the Infernal Blaze ability, Infernal Rain ability, excuse me, is able to accelerate a couple of energies. Again, such a powerful EX. Is the attacker and your own energy acceleration? Why not?
I think it's also very important to note out as well a trend that we've seen with Charizard EX kind of through the times, Wancho. We've been going less and less and less energy in the deck as possible. But something that's very interesting when you really read Infernal Rain, you have to be able to attach the energy from the deck. So if you have 2 fire energy, like Joshua has in hand, you can't go on ahead and accelerate that actually. So you have to be very careful when you are attaching your energy here. But of course, seeing Charizard turn 2 is exactly what we want to see here. The Defiance Band as well isn't even going to come into play because we're already swinging for big damage already here. But we are going to see the Ultra Ball. We could potentially see Fezandipity, but I also like the way that we are going to go into Charmeleon as well. So we are going to get essentially what could be more of a safer evolution going into Charizard for next turn.
No, yeah, definitely. I like the Charmeleon there. Gotta establish your board a little bit more just because we are playing Pidgeot less, essentially. So we don't have our main support Pokemon just because of that big torrential pump attack. As, again, Charmeleon, that means all we need, essentially, to set up another attacker is another Charizard EX. I'm not quite sure, but is that 1 or 2 energies that he hit the discard pile there? Because that's something, again, you mentioned it right earlier, we do have to keep track of those energies, as Mesagoza is going to be able to hit as well. Why not? At this point, do we try and find the Fezandipity, try and draw a little bit more, get more stabilization, essentially, or do we try and set up some Duskulls?
Yeah, I actually really like this play coming out from Joshua, right? Because, sure, we are going to be able to start scaling damage with Charizard EX as Kieran is going to continue to take prizes throughout the game, but why not essentially make that just a little bit easier, right? Why not be able to go on ahead, do Cursed Blast, and be able to just, you know, move some more damage onto these Lugia Vs, onto the bench as well. See what is going to happen here, but honestly, Joshua playing extremely well. The Iono worked out just extremely well for him that we don't even need Pidgeot right now. We could just go on ahead and hit the Hoarding Darkness for those 2 prize cards here. We'll see if Kieran's hand is going to get any better here. We got to hit heads on this Mesagoza.
Hopefully hit heads, maybe get at least 1 Archeops into hand. I do see the Ultra Ball we can try and grab. Maybe something like the Minion. Try and get more, you know, at least get a supporter to work with, right? Here we go. Big Mesagoza. Tails, unfortunately. I feel like Joshua has been able to get more use out of Kieran Stadium. As there's double Ultra Ball, so we just have to plan the hand out a little bit. Yes, we are going to lose a couple of energies, but, you know, the Ogerpon earlier was able to take 2 prizes while, you know, not losing any energy, right? So maybe we can afford to lose a couple. First Ultra Ball, 1 Archeops.
I think it's also important as well is that Joshua did have access, or still is of the Defiance Band as well. So now that they're out, he's not going to be able to knock out the Lugia V-Star here, but we are going to Lumineon V for Jacques, where you can search your deck for 2 evolution Pokemon, and that's one way to get those birds into that discard pile. So here comes that second Ultra Ball like you were talking about, Wancho, and here comes Lugia V-Star, and very soon we will see the V-Star power to get those Archeops onto the bench, and now Kieran can finally start rolling here.
Yeah, the nice thing here is that Lugia V-Star does have 280 HP, which is definitely out of range at the moment. However, the very scary thing is definitely that Duskull. Just because that can accelerate damage onto the board, as well as, you know, even if you do 50 damage, you can, you just have to, looks like we're going into the Lumineon, actually. I was expecting the attack coming from the Lugia. It's a very heads-up play here from Kieran. Do we see the...
I was about to say, we need the legacy energy. We need the legacy energy to be able to do that. But I kind of like the potential of what we're kind of calling like a hit and run here, coming out from the Lumineon V, just to kind of be able to bring it down in HP just a little bit at least, just because we don't have the Chinchinos out yet, and those are the ones that are really kind of delegated to go handle the Charizards, because they can...
¿Qué te pusiste? ¿Qué te pusiste? La chalita, buena. ¿Cómo la sientes? ¿Cómo la sientes? Sale, pesa. ¿Cómo la sientes, po? Oh, es buena idea que las uses un rato para que te acostumbres. ¿Qué te refieres? Ese es un alien. Pero es alien porque no está bien conectado al sistema. Esa es la gracia. Es un ejemplo y por eso lo dejé.
por eso lo dejé. Y ese es un fondo que estoy ocupando para construir estos niveles. Pero en este nivel me di cuenta que está como rara las dimensiones del mono. Más o menos rara. No, porque no están metidos en la cuestión, pero nos comunicamos por acá.
¿Y van a hacer el vientecito?
Ah, sí, pues está la idea por lo menos. Y mandaron el...
¿Y cómo el juego así real? Porque esto no creo que sea un juego.
¿Esta vez? ¿A qué te refieres con el juego real, güey?
Pero ¿y el monito que saltaba?
Buena.
Está muy bonito.
Es como una polera, sí, 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 está bello.
Y mira, papi.
Buena.
Papi, mira, tiene aquí los colores de brazo.
Brazo. Con calzoncillo. Ya, entonces, ¿qué te está diciendo? Ah, y aquí este es un fondo, pero en todo el fondo la idea es rellenarlo con... La cosa es que el mono no está saltando lo suficiente para alcanzar a saltar acá. Tengo que ajustar algo.
Pero ¿y el monito verde? ¿El monito verdoso?
Entonces acá, no, si volvete del mono verde. Esto debería lograr que llegue. Ah, ya sí, lo logra.
Es el monito que hace la burbuja.
¿Qué? ¿Algún problema con el monito y la burbuja?
No, pero... Pero no era un monito verde.
¡Ah!
Era un monito verde la cuestión, no era eso.
¿Verde? ¿Por qué? No me acuerdo. No me acuerdo que fuera verde. No sé por qué, no me acuerdo.
Era un monito verde.
¿Ya?
¿No te acordás? Ese monito verde que... ¿Cómo se llama? Ese monito verde que...
¿Ese monito verde qué es?
Ese monito verde que... ¿Cómo se llama?
¿Cómo se llama? No sé. Pues.
Que era... ¿Cómo se llama?
¿No sé?
Uy, no me acuerdo. Ese monito verde que saltaba a esa burbuja roja. Al principio de lo que hiciste, papi, ¿no te acordás?
¿Era verde? Ah, era como verde verdoso, así. Ah, ya te caché. Pero era como... No era verde verde, bro. Era como azulado, así. ¿Qué? Sí, pues hija. Si está bien, oye, si no ha dicho nada. No, es que cuando corre cambia el mono y ese no es su mono. Las puedo lanzar, pero todavía no está construido para lanzarlas. No hace falta. Ya, eso tamaño está bien, mira. Ahí funciona porque ahí podéis saltar para allá. Ya. Pero es chico, no sé si está bueno el tamaño. Ya, pero da lo mismo.
¿Por qué ahora yo se hace enano?
Ah.
¿Se hace enano cuando corre?
Es porque la animación del mono moviéndose es enana. El mono que se mueve, cuando se mueve, es enano. Así nomás.
Ah, claro, ahí sale. ¿Y se pone así, chiquitito?
No, eso es otra cosa.
Ese que corre.
Sí.
Ese que corre. Ese que corre. ¿Y por qué hay un alien?
Porque es un alien. Me lo dijo alguien. Lo voy a dejar al fondo ya. El alien es para graficar o ejemplificar que es un personaje que está... un elemento del juego que está fuera del sistema del juego, ya. Una cosa medio extraña.
¿Y cómo el monito que corre?
Mira, vamos a sacar de la visión el... Ah, pero acá igual se ve. Le sacamos el fondo. Saquémosle el fondo, mira, vamos a apagar el fondo, ¿ya? Eso es lo que a las plataformas en las que se va a subir.
Uy, ¿qué es eso?
No, si es porque está chiquitito, ya, pero este así está, ¿ya? Ahora.
No, te caíste, amiguito. Ahí lo tiene.
No cabe ahí, po. Ah, sí se cabe. Toma. Toma.
No le hizo nada a tu burbuja.
No, pues sí, es un alien. No, no conecta con nada de lo que está en el juego porque es un alien. Es un alien.
Porque te lo dijo alguien.
Me lo dijo alguien. Vamos a ponerlo al fondo acá. Si es que funciona.
Yo necesitaba hawaiana.
Hawaiian France. Hawaiian Mati.
Hawaiians. Después le voy a decir a mis compañeros. ¿Les gustaron mis charitas? Miren, es que yo fui a Brasil hace un tiempo.
Nah. ¿Pero qué importa eso? ¿No tiene nada que ver? ¿No? Ah.
Le mandaste 8 burbujas.
En teoría la tercera ya se atrapa. La tercera, güey, te estoy diciendo. ¿Qué pasa con el alien?
¿Y por qué no te atacan los monos?
¿Ah?
¿Por qué no te atacan?
¿Me tienen que atacar? No, vamos a nada. Me dejen tranquilito, ¿no?
¿Y en qué trabajan tus compañeros?
Están construyendo estos monos. Acá están. Hicieron eso, hicieron todas las animaciones. Esta es como la que hay que salvar porque es como así. Hicieron las letras, me mandaron estos fondos, todo lo que está ahí. Yo lo armo y lo trato de hacer funcionar.
Es como una personita corriente.
Sí, eso es, po. Eso es, tal cual. Ya, entonces ahí tenemos el primer nivel. Voy a esconder el alien, espérate.
¿Por qué te mandaron a hacer el alien?
No me mandaron a hacer el alien venía y yo lo dejé. ¿Cómo es que se ven estos otros juegos? Espérate.
¿Y hay más juegos?
Habíamos puesto uno. ¿Ah? ¿Cómo? De nuevo.
¿Has hecho más juegos?
En realidad no sé. Hay como que ocupa toda la pantalla. Eso igual ok. Ah, tiene toda la razón. Pues si el mono está ahí. Ya, ok. Ahí entendí lo que hay que hacer. Espérame, que tengo que escribir algo que se me acaba de ocurrir.
Se tiene que hacer una historia de por qué la tienen que salvar.
Sí, la han creado también un poco, yo no. Espérame. Ajustar cámara para que se vea el mapa completo sin seguir al personaje. Eso es importante, ¿verdad? Como tenemos este mapa. Lo vamos a poner acá, le vamos a poner. Y vamos a sacar la foto de ejemplo porque esto es clave, este formato es clave.
¿Y al final lo van a hacer de 2 playas?
No. No creo que lo terminemos haciendo de 2 players. No, una cuestión. Yo tengo una herramienta para cortar una parte de la pantalla, eso. Sí, pues eso es clave. No, la pantalla es chica, yo no quiero que la cámara esté fija en el jugador, yo quiero que la cámara esté fija en el espacio. Sí, pues y esto es necesario para esto. Y la cámara, un huevo, eso sí, a ver. Tenemos una herramienta que nos permite confinar el espacio donde la cámara puede operar. ¿Cómo era esto? Ah, ya. Son los límites interiores de la cámara. Ahora que lo pienso. A ver si le hago esto, la cuestión es capaz de darse, funcionar como espera. Chucha.
Joshua's hand is now going to go to that bottom, and there's one card and a draw for turn and a flip the script. See what we can get.
So Joshua is gonna get 5 cards to work with. He needs Rare Candy, Charizard, Boss's Orders to win the game. Could be possible.
You never, honestly, if I saw Pokestop flip 2 rare candies last weekend, anything's possible here. Let's see what's going to happen though. Kieran just once again trying to secure the board just a little bit here, and there is that Iono. This is probably the game deciding Iono here. We'll see what Kieran is going to draw off of these 3 cards. And we're going to see what Joshua gets off of the 1. I didn't actually catch it.
No, es que esto ya lo hice una vez y rompí la cámara. Mira, vemos si pasa algo interesante. Estás muy encima y no dejas de hacer ruido, no sé si está bien. Esta cuestión como que lo empuja. ¿O? Eso es raro. Pero esto es los límites de la cámara y está bien. La cosa es que... Polygon Collider. No quiero un Polygon Collider, pues quiero un Box Collider. Box. Una caja, po. No sé si va a funcionar. Pero vamos a probar. No, ya apagué ese, entonces ya no está activo. Ojalá que funcione, aunque de repente hacen referencia a las cosas de manera directa y eso hace que se desconecten. No, quiero probarlo. Sí, pasa el mismo efecto, como que le empieza a empujar para afuera, o no sé qué. Lo saca de la wea. Eso está re raro, no sé por qué pasa eso. No sé, igual es raro, que lo único que hice fue alterar acá. Ya me decía. Apágame la luz, porfa, que está muy brillante.
It just goes to show that Pheasantipity continues to just be one of the best cards that we have in Standard. But I have to say, for Kieran's first game on stream, we were able to bring that down to last prize cards, even when May Sagosa wasn't working in his favor. We didn't see Archeops maybe for...
Qué raro eso, man.
3, right, at this point?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it now, actually. Maybe he had to retreat to Archeops, because right now Archeops was only doing damage. 220 damage on that Charizard.
¿Dónde tu mami? ¿Ya? Pregúntale, pues igual, porque también pueden hacerlo acá. Anda. ¿Qué cosa? Pucha, ¿qué hay después? Ah, la humita, sí, ya vale. Sí, pues, onda, no se queda acá, pues, pero... Ah, ya, amor.
really impressive part about Joshua's play too. Did it all without Pidgeot. Said, you know what? I only need one V-Star. Like, I get the Forest Sealstone off the top deck, and I know exactly my lines to go on ahead and get myself set up. But there is going to be a mulligan going over to Kieran on Joshua's side here. I did see a Lugia V. I did see a Minccino, or yeah, Minccino. So we're gonna look a little bit better on this one, at least for Kieran. But let's see what we got going on here. We did find a Pokemon. It's only one card going on over here.
I will take every card we can get. That one card could be the Ultra Ball you need to discard 2 Archeops potentially. Can we see it? Can we see the Fable?
Yeah.
Turn 1, double Archeops.
Así tal cual. Bueno. Ah, oh, ah. Pelo precio. Pelo precio. Veamos.
Well, he can. He can read the wind. He just can't knock anything out. Yeah, pretty good setup here, just on turn 1 here for Joshua.
Can't ask for anything more, right? Especially we have the Ultra Ball, we can guarantee finding our Rotom here so we can start drawing some extra cards. One Charmander isn't the worst thing in the world, right? But we know that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon isn't going to get rid of both of our Pidgey and our Charmander. So this is a decent turn 1 here. If I am Joshua, I'm pretty happy with it, but I'm so excited to kind of see what this instant charge brings. 3 more cards, and it's over to Kieran. He's going to roll the dice here and flip his first heads here. That is a guaranteed at least 1 Archeops. I do see an Ultra Ball here. Let's see if Kieran's going to be able to do it again. Can we get the second heads rolls? And no, it is going to be tails. Therefore, it is just going to have to be a basic grab. But what did you grab?
It has to be another Lugia V just because of the Duskull does threaten your...
Con usted, pues, ¿no?
So we have both now for safety. We even have the Minccino in hand. That is pretty good. And if there wasn't...
Ah, no, ¿verdad? Ya. No. Me comí unos dulces.
We do have the research. If not, you can always just read the wind at the very least. So Kieran as well is going to get set up. So we're going to have a game.
Ya. ¿Y si me cago?
It's exciting to see an Archeops going into the discard pile.
No.
I think if we're cheering too.
No, no, está bien.
See if we have a Mesagoza or not, but we do also have the Minccino in hand. Definitely love to see that. We have another Ultra Ball that is going to come down, grabbing, of course, that second Archeops. And as long as we have energy in hand, you can't ask for anything more as a Lugia player to have both your birds in the discard going after turn 1.
That's for sure. As Kieran, we do have the energy. We also have the Lugia V-Star already in hand, but we also have the research. So the question here is, for me, is going to be, are we just going to read the wind, or are we going to research? We'll try and draw more. We'll probably see another Lugia V-Star on the other side anyway, or we can just wait. No. We're going to go research. We're going to see more cards. And plus we have to read the wind.
Por eso dije.
7. That's a lot of energy. Again. That's what I kind of expected. So at this point, what do we read the wind?
Potentially with the double turbo. Yeah, it's going to be the double turbo. Draw 3 cards. Hopefully we have a V-Star in there, but we do have a Cinccino that we drew into, but we don't exactly have an out.
How bad would it be if we don't find a Lugia V-Star?
Pretty bad, Wancho. I don't know how I feel about that, but you know how I I really want to talk about Joshua's hand. I mean, you already have that Arven. You can't ask for anything more here. I'm assuming we are going to be seeing a Pidgeot this game here, and we're going to start to be able to go on ahead and start taking some prizes here. Now, here's my question. Are we going to go after the Minccino on the bench?
Ooh, so we're thinking Rare Candy, Dusclops, knockout Minccino, but then we're also just doing 210, so we're not knocking out the Charizard. It's going to be an interesting... I'm curious as well what Joshua is going to decide to do. I like, personally, trying to target down the Minccino. Also, then you're kind of asking for the triple Rare Candy turn. Like Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Charizard, Rare Candy Dusknoir. I've seen it.
Though.
We need a Pokestop.
Cool. They always have it, though, Monster. They always have it. All my opponents always have it. I can Iona them out of a 9-card hand, a 10-card hand, and they'll still have Rare Candy Charizard. So we'll see how this is going to happen. But another hand with a little bit of energy in it. Once again, if we were to evolve into Charizard EX, that energy in hand isn't the one that you're going to have to attach here. So it is going to be another Buddy pop in here. Going to be able to set up some more Charizards here. I'm pretty happy if I'm Joshua, but it really is just going to come down to what do I prioritize most? Getting my Charizard out on the field, or, you know, hoping, and we know this from seeing Kieran's hand, he doesn't really have an out right away to get that Cinccino set up all the way where Cinccino is knocking out Charizard on turn 2.
No, definitely. Again, Buddy popping. Still going through the deck. I'm curious if he's trying to find another Duskull. How aggressive do we really want to be? But I like the one Charmander. Try and leave the one bench space open. Something like Serendipity. But hey, we're eyeing it. Second Dusclops. A lot of ghosts. Very spooky here.
Very true. It's very interesting because I want to see what the line is going to be for going into the second too. So how this is going to go, but you know what's coming. It's a Charizard going on turn 2. The quick search for the Rare Candy, and we're going to be seeing Charizard EX hit that.
Rare Candy, Charizard.
Es una satisfacción repetitiva que no se ajusta a la lógica simbólica o social. El goce está en los límites del cuerpo, en el sentido de que se escapa del significante, se escapa de la estructura simbólica que sostiene el cuerpo. En este sentido, escapa de la estructura simbólica del lenguaje y pulsa más allá del principio del placer. No tiene límites, lo simbólico trata de regularlo y de sostenerlo, pero se cuela por la estructura del sujeto.
I'm a very aggressive player, so I always just look for the fastest way to just...
Está en el registro de lo real. De cierta forma está moldeado por el significante, pero se escapa del lenguaje. Está el goce del otro, que tiene que ver con un goce que uno busca adecuarse a las demandas del otro y satisfacer.
A ver, a ver.
Avión y era la liga.
¿Hay un qué?
Vi como un avión y era la liga.
¿Qué? ¿Llegaste?
Encontré la liga.
Wow. Espérame. ¿Ya puedes escalar? ¿Cómo llegaste acá?
Solo salté y llegué.
Buena. Anda, po. ¿Qué tanta cosa? Probablemente no puedes hacer mucho porque la liga como que se activa después de que ganas las medallas. Ujú. Sí, pues aprovecha que estás ahí y explora. Así después por último te vas volando a otro lado.
The Dusknoir knocking out the Minccino on the bench, essentially saying, now you don't have any Pokemon that can reach my Charizard. That's not too bad. If we can't knock out both Lugia V this turn, how about we just knock out both Cinccino's, both Minccino's? That's pretty good here for Joshua.
Yeah, it's a slower game, right? But like we said, the Lugia V Lugia V Star doesn't go all the way up to the amount of HP that Charizard has, even with 300, but it is just going to be that Burning Darkness. The Duskull on the bench is still just going to be a looming threat, and now Kieran has to find a way out.
I don't see it here. There's another Duskull ready to evolve. There's still a Charizard that is very healthy. You have a Lugia with, what, 40 HP left.
Una PM Argentina-Chile. Dice, ¿te gusta el team así como está o te gustaría algún otro player en alguna línea específica? Así como está el equipo, me gusta, sí me gusta. ¿Sabes qué? Es que confío mucho. Eduardo ha hecho un muy buen trabajo contratando players. O sea, Eduardo siempre ha hecho un buen scout, es muy bueno, como de este jugador funciona, este no funciona, y el equipo siempre le ha ido bien, nos ha ido bien. Entonces, lo que esté, yo confío, pero pues a mí me gustaría que en esta, pues, digo, si en algún momento nos alcanza el dinero, pues, en algún momento me gustaría que el equipo tenga, no sé, en top, tal vez a Zeus, un Toby, ya de ser, no sé, un Mayusi, algo así. Pero bueno, la verdad que sí estoy contento con lo que tenemos, sí, estoy contento, ¿cómo no? Creo que tenemos lo mejor de lo mejor por ahora. Pero dice, a ese video le faltó presentar la mascota del equipo. No tenemos mascota, o sea, tenemos el águila, pues, pero pues no hay quien se vista eso, pues. Y no soy yo. Quiere regresar 10 años, por ejemplo, que salieras del destaque que quisiste. Ya se te nota más subida a la mujer. Que deja eso, güey, es el pelito, hombre. Mejórate, gracias, Rockstar, papito, muchas gracias, papi, gracias, papi. Gracias. Porque todos los creadores trabajaron hoy y tú no. Porque mañana es mi región, papi. Mañana yo me voy a concentrar en el sur. ¿Has pensado que incluso estudiando está difícil el asunto? La vivienda está cara. No escuché, Dino, la vivienda está cara, a ver. Ay, carajo, ¿dónde quedó lo de los Blair? Pues espérate, papi. Espérate, papi, espérame, a ver, no escuché, no tenía los audífonos puestos, permítame. Está cargando, mira. Está cargando, aguanta. Ahí viene, Dashboard.
¿Espera cómo está eso que no mantendrás hasta los 30? ¿Has pensado que incluso estudiando está difícil el asunto? La vivienda está cara.
No, papi, les voy a enseñar a que se salgan del nido tempranito. Con Zombie del top, este equipo cambia mucho, creo yo. ¿Qué le dieron a Jim? Si pudieras cambiar el pasado, ¿crees haber sido más feliz como pro player de LoL que de StarCraft 2? ¿Más feliz? No sé, Codex, no sé. Solamente me estoy concentrando como en el Con el nivel que tenía yo en StarCraft, si hubiera estado en LoL, no sé cómo hubiera ido. Pero de que hubiera jugado en LPL. Hubiera jugado en LPL. ¿Qué piensas del torneo que está Isaxer, que ya es Diamante 2 en Flex? No lo estoy siguiendo, Jorge, pero está bueno. Les está yendo muy bien en... ¿Cómo se llama? En tema de números, les está yendo muy bien. Les está yendo muy bien en Twitch. Lo que sí noté es que en español casi no tuvimos público, ¿eh? Casi no tuvimos... ¿Cómo se llama? Casi no tuvimos público en español, es lo que estaba viendo hoy. Casi no tuvimos público. Hoy casi no tuvimos público, mira. Tuvimos 4,200 viewers en algún punto del día de hoy en español, pues. En español, más o menos. Más o menos. O sea, en español casi no tuvimos público, pero los streams principales sí tuvieron muchísimo público. El de NA tuvo 50,000 y el de Brasil, no recuerdo cuánto tuvo el de Brasil, ahorita te digo. ¿Cómo se llama el de Brasil? Déjame lo que aquí la tengo, ¿verdad? El de Brasil se llama LT Azul. LT Azul. A ver. Sí, que en español. Yo siento que... No sé, siento que tenemos muy poquito público en español. ¿Dónde está la gente? ¿Por qué la gente no lo está viendo? ¿Por qué la gente no está ahí? 16,000. ¿Por qué dependemos de los brasileños y de los norteamericanos? ¿Dónde están los latinos? ¿Dónde carajo están los latinos? ¿Dónde carajo está la gente que habla español? ¿Dónde carajo está la gente que necesitamos? ¿Dónde están los latinos? ¿Por qué dependemos de Brasil y por qué dependemos de Estados Unidos y Canadá? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué siempre estamos desaparecidos? ¿Por qué no apoyamos? ¿Por qué no vemos? ¿Por qué no disfrutamos? ¿Por qué? Hoy vi que éramos 3,000, papito, ni para mover todo Brasil para estar iguales. Ya no veo más que en el LPL y LSK. Es que el tiempo de LOL ya fue. Es como StarCraft 2 en su apogeo. No, pero eso en español, muerto. Oh, en español. No, muerto. Hay streamers. No, hay streamers. Por ejemplo, hay co-streamers que tienen 10,000, 20,000 viewers viendo las ligas. Y en español, güey, números paupérrimos. Y eso me incluye. Números paupérrimos. No llegamos a los 1,000. Ni a los 1,000 viewers. No, está cabrón. ¿Dónde está la gente? ¿Dónde está la gente? ¿Dónde está la gente?
Porque al juego ya no le importamos, Jim. La comunicación fue en portugués y en inglés. A nosotros nos dividieron como divorcio latinoamericano que...
Nos dividieron, bueno, sí tienes un punto claro, ¿por qué? O sea, sí, nos divorciamos y el niño se fue con el papá y la niña con la mamá. Claro. ¿Tienes un punto? Ok. Pero de todas maneras, ¿dónde están? Porque somos muchísimos. El mercado latino en Twitch es muy grande, si no vean los streamers grandes. Somos un montón, ¿dónde están? La gente ya ha aprendido inglés. Ok. Es un mal horario. Estoy muy bien, Boli, estoy muy bien. Por eso cerró la LLA. El Caedrel siempre tiene... Sí, no, papi, Caedrel es una locura. Y fíjate que en grupos de LOL siempre dicen, si sabes inglés, ve a Caedrel. Sabe muchísimo de LOL. O sea, nunca dicen, vean a tal streamer de español. Nunca apoyan a los de español. No todos, pero en general es así. Hoy Caedrel tuvo 84,000 viewers. $84,000 viewers tuvo hoy. Y ayer 56,000. Y antier, bueno, ayer 83,000. Y antier 51,000. Y hace unos días 159,000. LTA Norte la vi en inglés. En lo personal nunca vi LOL en español, solo te consumí a ti. O sea, ¿no le afectó la LTA? No, pero sí, él es de Australia, si mal no recuerdo. Él es el Twitch es de los más grandes, es el número 7 del mundo y el número 6 en inglés. Creo que él es de Australia. Déjame recuerdo. Creo que es de Australia. Nació en Reino Unido. No, pero vive en Australia, ¿no? Algo así. No sé dónde vive. La verdad no sé dónde vive. Pero según yo era como de por allá. ¿Ok? Una locura. Son más divertidos en inglés, en español es ZZZ. ¿Tú crees que debemos de sugerirte como referencia al Ecuador de LOL o como comedia? Ni uno ni otro. Afecta el horario, la promoción de los eventos. Los streamers hablan de cualquier cosa y no analizan las partidas, analizan el draft y se olvidan de la partida. Ya estás dando información falsa. Canecro tuvo muchos espectadores hoy, pero Canecro, ¿qué hizo? ¿Canecro qué hizo hoy? Hoy tuvo 87,000. A la mierda, pues ¿qué jugó? Es que jugó Koi. ¿Jugó Koi? Tiene demasiados viewers. Hizo co-stream de la LEC. Co-stream, ahí está, es lo que les digo. Por ejemplo, co-stream. O sea, vienen co-streamers y hacen un co-stream y ganan 87,000 viewers. Acá en Latinoamérica hacemos co-stream y no nos bajan de randoms. No saben, son estúpidos. ¿Por qué hacen stream? Jalen a, no sé, de los que streamaban en 2010. O sea, ¿por qué a ellos les va bien y a nosotros no? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Porque ellos hacen co-stream y suben sus viewers 8 veces y acá bajamos nuestros viewers. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Porque somos tercer mundo? No mames. No quiero ir por ahí. Ya tienen dinero, pero el dinero ¿qué tiene que ver? No. O sea, ¿cuál es el problema? Y cuando yo encuentre la solución, yo voy a tener 100,000 viewers. ¿Cuál es el problema? ¿Cuál es el problema? ¿Qué hacemos? ¿Cómo resolvemos el que cuando hacemos co-stream en español tenemos menos gente y cuando otros hacen co-stream tienen 8, 10, 15 veces más sus viewers? A nadie le importa LOL, pero esto es LOL, papi, esto es League of Legends. Ponte la web en modo oscuro. No tiene, papi, no tiene modo oscuro. ¿Cómo? Para eso tenemos ChatGPT, pregúntale. Yo creo que no les importa LOL en Latinoamérica. El latino LOL ya está muerto. Mañana lo verás. Bueno, si no me lees, pues... ¿Qué pasó? Digo, espérame, papi, espérame. No te enojes, papi, me cuesta trabajo leer a todos. Dice, estamos en el stream de Canecro viendo a Kobe.
A nosotros los latinos nos encanta jalarle el huevo a los españoles. Si la mayoría de los viewers de Ibai son de por acá. Knows, concepto de inferioridad.
¿Tú crees? Tienen a Mellado y los de la LFP, varios otros analistas y a Ibai. Porque ya perdimos la representatividad en LOL.
Jim, son muchas cosas, Will. No es una respuesta sencilla. Ellos tienen más mercado. Hacen algunas cosas mejor. El Byte te sacó un video hablando
no
de
voy
eso.
A caer, no voy a caer, manito chaval, no me lo aplicas. Hoy no voy a caer, desgraciado. Pero bueno, tenemos que encontrar una solución. Una solución a eso, pues. El tercer mundo sí duele bien culero. ¿Tú crees, Boli? ¿Tú crees? No, por eso no tiene que ver. No, lo del mercado. Latinoamérica es mucho más grande que otras regiones. ¿Dónde está la gente? ¿Dónde está la gente, papi? ¿Dónde está la gente? ¿Dónde está la gente? Estoy pensando, ¿dónde está la gente? ¿Dónde está la gente? League of Legends es el top 3 de Twitch ahorita. ¿Dónde está la gente? 500,000 chateando, 129,000 en Grand Theft Auto 5. ¿Dónde está esa gente? ¿Por qué los streams en español latinoamericanos no destacan? ¿Somos muy mediocres? Somos muy mediocres, que no merecemos o no tenemos la calidad para confrontarnos a los creadores de contenido grandes. ¿Será? Podría ser. 100,000 a esta hora está muerto. A esta hora tenía 150,000. Papi, andamos corriendo de migración. No pongan más problemas. No tenemos un Mariano o un influencer grande que le interese el LOL. No tenemos grandes streamers que representen LOL. Imagina, ya el co-stream lo hace Canecro y Ibai. Y aquí, con todo respeto, lo hacen streamers de menos de 1,000 viewers. Eso es verdad. Sí, eso es verdad. Pero por eso te digo, ¿cómo crecemos? ¿Cómo nos volvemos relevantes? ¿Cómo le gustamos a la gente? ¿Siendo menos mediocres? ¿Siendo menos malos, tal vez? Lucha la tama es dicho. ¿Por qué te vería pelón si puedo ver La Rosa de Guadalupe? Es que tienes que jugar Marvel. No, Marvel en español, ahí te va una basadez, te va un dato basado. Marvel en español está muerto. Marvel's Rivals, el juego en español, está muerto. Eso está grande por los streamers en inglés, por los angloparlantes. Al latino no le gusta ver Marvel Rivals. No todos son videojuegos, papi, están chambeando para salir de Latinoamérica. Dice, sinceramente prefiero ver a los españoles de LOL que a los pacos de la TAM. Con todo respeto, todos son arrogantes y aburridos. Somos arrogantes, ¿y cómo dejamos de ser arrogantes y aburridos? ¿Cómo dejamos de serlo? Que le paguen al Mariana por hacer un torneo. Pero es que al Mariana por hacer un torneo, papi, el Mariana para hacer un torneo de LOL, así, pagándole, te salen 500,000 pesos, pum, por los números que tiene, por un torneito de un día. O sea, no es viable monetariamente, no es viable. Más aparte toda la logística, pues. No es viable, pues. No es viable. No son medio creedores de viejos y los grandes iniciaron en España. Buenas, vas a jugar hoy. Siempre juego, Diego, siempre juego. Sí, influye ser menos malos. Dice, el latino es mamador. No importa qué tan bueno sea el producto, si no es americano o europeo, lo ignora. StarCraft 1 en español tiene muchos views. No mames, ¿qué estás hablando, güey? Oh, tu tía. Papi, ¿no? ¿Qué estás diciendo, güey? El trato al público y que le da de juego es muy diferente. Ahora quieres más números, invita a las PIC, que no sé por qué no le dan co-stream. No sé por qué a las PIC, no sé por qué no le han dado el co-stream, no sé. Usando el método de split o todos esos grandes streamers para tener muchísima gente. El latino le gustan los balazos, te tenía que decir, no sé. No, es que sí hay gente, Taco, es que ahí se están yendo por la problemática latinoamericana del tercer mundo. No. Sí hay gente, pero ¿por qué no vienen? ¿Por qué no van? ¿Por qué no ven? Sí hay gente, no es que no quieran consumirlo, perdón, no es que no estén, es que sí están, pero no están llegando, ¿sabes? O sea, pasan de largo, pues. Esas son investigaciones de mercado mediante encuestas para recolectar datos específicos y medibles sobre las referencias y comportamientos sobre los co-streamers. ¿Y de dónde sacó eso? En la TAM simplemente está capado LOL porque los que ven competitivo en la TAM tuvo que crecer viendo las ligas importantes en inglés o en español con Ibai y Quentin. Tyler One pasó de 2,000 viewers en LOL a 15,000 jugando WoW. No, Blink, no sigues a Tyler One entonces, Blink. No. Tyler One tenía jugando LOL solamente 50,000 viewers en pandemia y cuando acabó la pandemia bajó a 20,000 más o menos. Después se retiró porque le pasaron cosas a su pareja. Se retiró un tiempo porque creo que abortaron y tuvieron un problema, se les murió el bebé, el feto, algo así pasó muy grave. Y por eso se tuvo que retirar, bajó de números otra vez porque los streamers no se pueden retirar, los streamers no se pueden tomar vacaciones, la gente te abandona. Y ahí volvió a subir, ¿no? Volvió a empezar a jugar LOL, empezó a tener 10,000 viewers. Ahorita con el WoW le está yendo bastante bien. Bastante bien. Bastante bien. Entonces, no es tanto eso. Los Rioters nada más le dan cuestión a tus amigos. Así no se puede. Fuera de ti, todos los demás son amigos de Rioters y dejan fuera a otros. Pero aquí nosotros, te digo que todos tenemos números mediocres, todos. Y aquí no estoy tirando, al cielo, no, me incluyo. Todos tenemos muy malos números para ser streamers. No hay tenemos los mismos números de siempre o menos.
Y el hecho de que cuando quieras comentar al del jueguito salga alguien a decirte que no sabes nada y que eres un rango, pues para que veo algo si termino puteado. Recuerda, no hay peor enemigo del latino que otro latino.
¿Crees que sea eso? Mar, papi, muchas gracias, papi, te mando sote.
Saludos desde El Salvador y
ya
15 meses.
Un abrazo hasta El Salvador, Mar, saluditos, te mando besote, pinche Mar, saludos, papito, saluditos, un abrazo, papi, saludos. Ahorita está buena la plática. Estamos hablando de LOL, pero estamos hablando de eSports, no estoy jugando ahorita. El que dijo eso del StarCraft 2 se quedó el Azazel, y el StarCraft 1, no, está loco el Azazel, está loquito. Es el horario. No, Ingrid, no es el horario, no. Yo digo que el legado de YouTube hace que la gente se junte al mismo streamer, por eso Nickdaboon sí sube sus números. Bueno, Nickdaboon, es verdad, Nickdaboon en el mundial, sí, en el mundial, no manches. O sea, en el mundial Nickdaboon tenía 10,000 viewers, por ejemplo. Es el único que como que ahí destaca, ¿sí? ¿No? Pues Nickdaboon es el que destaca, sí. Todos los demás tenemos hasta menos gente. Y muchos dicen que es el horario, nada, eso es mentira. Si la gente siempre encuentra tiempo para ver las cosas que le gustan. Hay una comunidad respetable del StarCraft 1 en Perú y Bolivia. Sí, pero nada que ver con los números que estamos hablando, Diego. Sí los conozco, me llevo con muchos. No hay punto de comparación. Es un granito de arroz en un universo. A ver. gente está en otras cosas y esa es una realidad. Al único influencer grande que le interesa LOL es al Cosco, pero está XD. Y Fofomar que se va a quedar en la cárcel por... No, 22 años, Charlie. Fueron 22 años por tentativa de feminicidio. No tiene nada que ver con el LOL competitivo el que los co-streamers tengan o no gente. Yo creo que es de los streamers, ellos tienen que crecer y a su vez deben interesarles el competitivo de LOL. Una combinación que es difícil si queremos un streamer grande en co-stream, entonces Riot debe poner mucho dinero en pagar de claro. Pero por ejemplo, tú te quieres traer, no sé, piensa en un streamer grande de la TAM. Que le gusten los videojuegos, que no sea puro IRL. Aparte del Mariana, a ver si...
Bebecilla. ¿Qué pasó?
No se me ocurre ninguno,
¿Está bien?
no conozco tantos. Pero grandes, así de 10.000 viewers.
¿Lo recibirá quien está acá? Pues? Acá todo,
Juan
¿no?
Guarnizo, ándale.
Y lo ese puede que también.
Poner Juan Guarnizo, Westcol, no, pero Westcol es puro IRL. No. Juan Guarnizo.
Y la vamos a mandar con nosotros, pues, güey.
Riot ahorita, si te das cuenta, en la TAM no hay tanto
Ahí
presupuesto.
nosotros le avisamos a quien corresponda.
Pero no hay tanto presupuesto para eso.
Si no está en la galota, le avisamos a quien esté en donde lo dice. Y si no hay nadie, le podemos hablar a los vecinos del grupo.
Ya es más pequeño. Entonces, al no haber presupuesto, si Riot Central no vota presupuesto para Catán.
No, que la guarden ellos, por ejemplo. En sus casas, mientras tanto no llegamos.
Papi, fácil son que streamé todas las temporadas, o sea, todos los partidos. Bajita la mano.
¿Estás preocupada de que no llega? ¿Te sientes preocupada?
$30,000, bueno, tal vez más.
Mira.
Entonces, ¿de dónde, papi? No es redituable. Probablemente su público ni siquiera va a tocar LOL. No vale la pena. No, tiene que ser gente que le guste LOL y de ahí se parte, ¿no? Que quiera hacer el contenido y de ahí se parte, ¿no? De ahí se le puede dar dinero o así, pero que lo quiera hacer.
El mono se mueve.
No que sea de una sola vez.
Salta.
No de una sola vez. 0-2, Gergely.
Ah, porque eso no lo cambió.
Ya no está dando nada a los jugadores nuevos, quitaron todo. Igual tiene mucho que ver la edad de los consumidores, ¿no? La mayor parte son niños en streams grandes. En el caso de Ibai, pega la nostalgia de cuando lo escuchamos castear en su mejor momento. Es muy bajo nivel. Pero pues el chiste también es ver lo demás, ¿no?
Es muy chiquitito, sí.
Sería genial, pero es complicado los streams.
Chao, bebecilla.
La mitad de la gente no entiende.
Igual.
Es lo que digo, la gente van a los co-streams de la gente famosa, si no, no les hacen caso. Luego es rentable ser programa para el latino, se tenía que decir, ¿ok? Pero ese no es el punto ahorita. Es cosa de ver los co-streams de Europa. Hay mucha xenofobia entre los latinos. ¿Cuántas innovaciones has hecho para atraer gente? Son latinos, son muy haraganes. En pandemia. Esto de lo de Tyler One. Sí, tú me dijiste de Tyler One. Si algún team hubiera llegado... Ay, voy muy atrás, espérense. ¿Viste este video sobre Last Pick? Ahorita vemos, espérame que termine esta plática porque me están sacando cosas del fofo y así. Aguanta. Déjame terminar este punto. El no es navegable para el público nuevo y el hecho de que cuando... eso ya lo escuchamos con los beats. Mark se suscribió. Vamos bajando, gente. Un abrazo a todos. Saluditos. Que voy muy atrás. Prefiero ver el stream en inglés o portugués porque así lo disfruto más. Ni en español ni en co-stream porque no siento que en español o co-stream le aporte algo al juego. Aparte de ti, no he visto tu co-stream en algún juego. Me está tocando un poco todas estas generaciones rancias, pero bueno, ok. Son las opiniones de la gente.
Ya, cárgame en ese sentido, sí, pues siempre.
Tienes que entender, ¿no? Cada cabeza es un mundo.
Ya, sí, después me traigo. Así como con parcase. Voy y vuelvo con parcase.
Me muevo.
¿Qué? Ya.
Va a invertir en un mercado que durante años no ha apoyado. Es lo que te digo, o sea, hay menos presupuesto, pues. Aldo, ándale, el Aldo Geo, oficina, exacto. Mira, Misa Sinfonía, Aldo Geo. Tiene más o menos números decentes para ese tipo de cosas. Juan Guarnizo, ok, va. Dime, a tu criterio, ¿crees que existe un juego que le pueda quitar el GOTY al GTA 6? No existe. A mi humilde opinión, Half-Life 3. No. Si salían los dos, Half-Life 3 y GTA 6, no, GTA 6 se lo lleva. 100%. Necesitamos de más comedia, Jimbo, más comedia. Pero más comedia, ¿en qué tipo, Eric? Para el mercado latino. Sí, es una realidad que es más difícil de entretener al latino que a otra gente de otro país. Tú puedes ser la persona más seria y aburrida del mundo de otro país y como el humor es diferente, vas a tener miles de viewers. Sigo, si tienes muchos seguidores, así. Sí, el mercado latino es bien difícil. Es muy difícil. A tu criterio, ¿qué? Eso ya lo di. Por eso digo, por eso digo que debe de hacer que un stream crezca y que a su vez le interese el competitivo de LoL, una combinación que es súper difícil de encontrar. Es que
Oye,
el problema, Neros, por ejemplo, papi, no nos vayamos tan lejos. Molly, Crystal Molly. Molly empezó haciendo quest streams del LLA. ¿Sí? Pero pasaba de tener 5,000 viewers a tener 2,000, 1,500. Su chat no escribía. Pues eso a ella le tiltea, papi. O sea, nosotros como streamers vivimos de eso. Tener menos números es menos ganancias, es menos visibilidad, menos crecimiento, estancamiento. Entonces la Molly se fue separando poco a poco. Se fue separando de LOL, se fue separando poco a poco y empezó a crecer muchísimo. No por haber dejado LOL, no. Porque se puede crecer con cualquier cosa. Pero ¿por qué ser co-streamer es algo malo en Latinoamérica? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué es malo? ¿Por qué no es? Voy a ser co-streamer, ojo, voy a tener 15,000 viewers a huevo. Aunque yo tenga 100 viewers, sé que ahorita que sea co-streamer, la gente va a venir. Y más. Y eso me estresa. Me estresa. Oye, me jugando los juegos de estrategia como E2, StarCraft 2, todo el ajedrez, pero me estresa jugar y perder. ¿Cómo libras esos pensamientos de perder? Es tu ego, huevule, que es el ego que tienes. No aceptas que hay gente mejor que tú. Y al momento de perder lo que tienes que decir es, no mames, vamos a jugar otra, vamos a intentarlo otra vez. Entonces te enojas porque no aceptas, simplemente tienes que decir, papi, es mejor que yo. Siguiente partida, ¿no? A ver si juego mejor. Y con eso, es puro ego. El enojarse o el estresarse cuando pierdes es puro ego, porque no aceptas que haya una persona que te puede ganar. Dice, pues das pick que le pidan perdón a Skyshock, Alka, por decir algunos hay gente, pero los Rioters solo ven por sus amigos. Igual ponen muchas reglas restrictivas, a huevo quieren que se avienten todos los días desde que inician las transmisiones. No, Hammer, no es cierto. Hoy empezó y yo no streamé hoy. No te piden un mínimo porcentaje porque pues, ¿qué es eso de streamear solo un día, no? Te piden un mínimo, no son tan estrictos como crees, no. Yo hoy no streameé porque pues mi mercado, yo estoy apuntando a donde está Estral. ¿Para qué quiero streamear donde está Estral? Ese día streameo todos los equipos. Si ese día juegan 20 equipos, ese día transmito todas las partidas de equipos, pero el día que juega Estral, ¿sabes? Me concentro, ahorita me voy a concentrar en el sur y en Estral. Y en los demás equipos que juegan el día que juegue Estral. Pero no es tan así, tan estricto, la verdad. Si no me hubieran regañado. Estás hablando del público el cual cuando le dijeron que iban a cerrar su liga lo celebró, porque no estaban los narradores de hace 5 años. Nada, troll, no hay chance. GTA 6 es muy superior. O va a ser muy superior. Tal vez no de gráficos, tal vez no, pero tiene mucho peso ya en la gente. Marcó muchas generaciones. GTA marcó como 3 generaciones y prácticamente es mucho público. Pero papi, ya soy libre, muy pesado el trabajo, pero ahorita ya te puedo rascar el mar. ¿Qué pedo, Poseidon? Bueno, papito, descansa, papi, descansa. En desacuerdo, pero se respeta, claro. Ni lleva 10 años picando piedra y haciendo cosas nuevas, que solo ustedes los españoles quieren llegar a copiar. Y hacer que todos los grandes ustedes, tú y toda la bola de güeyes se pasan de verga. Nunca han tenido innovación en algo que vemos hace 10 años. Más que no hay público nuevo, es GG para la TAM. O sea, todos los streamers no innovamos. Pero ¿cuál es la innovación? Yo creo que la gente ya se hace mayor, él tiene 15 años, ya son muchos. Pero ¿dónde están? Pero papi, si eso fuera verdad, no habría números en Europa, no habría números en Europa, no habría números en Brasil, no habría números en Corea, ni en China, ni en NA. No tiene sentido. Los gringos son un asco, no entiendo cómo tanta gente los ve si algunos apenas hablan. Es porque el humor es diferente, muy diferente. El mercado latino es muy difícil. Pensando en lo frío puede ser una combinación de muchos factores, entre ellos puede ser que nos falta representación, el boom del Dota no llegó hasta que un equipo peruano llegó a una buena posición. Sale Astrogoti 2 y le gana gente hace. Bueno, puede ser Astrorobo 2. Cámara, te quiero, así regresas al juego que te hizo feliz, te veré. Hola, Templario, ¿cómo estás? Un abrazo, señores, saluditos. Buenas noches, Ansel, ¿cómo andamos? Saludos. Ya déjelo, Jim. No, es que LOL me gusta mucho, ahorita me divierte mucho. Hay güeyes de Tibia con 800 viewers. Sí, yo siempre he dicho que el juego no tiene que ver mucho. Es el streamer, o sea, tú puedes jugar el peor juego del mundo y vas a tener muchos viewers. El problema es cómo streames. Aunque sí hay gente que si estás streamando algo que no le gusta, hasta se enoja y te putea. Me ha pasado por privado. Todavía me pasa. Me pasó hace unos días, durante el extensible. A Latino le gusta el tryhardeo cómico y lograr eso es bien difícil, porque está cañón hacer las dos cosas al mismo tiempo. Hoy tal vez, papi, tal vez. También Molly enfocó todo el público LGBT que bien o mal ha estado siempre con ella. Porque no son interesantes excepto yo. Bueno, eso es porque te gusto mucho, pero hablamos en general. Aquí no es como de si te caigo bien o mal. Estamos hablando más en general, pues. Abrazo, pinche Blue Level, abrazo, guapitos, saluditos. Me regalas una sub. Pero tú crees que Messi va. Va. No te mordiste la lengua. Ese que está en Latinoamérica, el problema que está.
Jaime, sé que tienes muchas dudas. Como a ti, se nos hace difícil ver que LOL es muriendo. Pero lo que realmente
No, LOL no está muriendo.
No, LOL no está tristemente mataste a
No, LOL no está muriendo, tan locos. No, LOL está bien cabrón ahorita. Está bien cabrón, pero en la TAM es diferente. O sea, es como el mundo y la TAM, ¿sabes? Siendo que no estamos globalizados. La gente está en la TAM, el problema es que ya se cansaron para hacer la burla de competitivos. Somos la peor región del mundo, en en Europa hay público, porque a pesar de no ganar Worlds, si llegan más lejos que ser la burla en los plays, todo eso pega igual. ¿Viste el nuevo éxito de Molly en TikTok? Tiene más de 2.5 millones de vistas. ¿Cuál ego? Acepto que hay gente mejor que yo, pero lo que me estresa es perder. Por eso, huevo, es que es ego, te lo juro, papi, es ego, te lo prometo. Es ego. Trata de tomártelo más como de perdí. ¿Qué hice mal? Next. Pasar página, no te claves. Yo creo que simplemente LOL no es tan popular en la TAM. Puede ser un buen punto. Pero se han llenado estadios en Latinoamérica, se llenan estadios cuando hay finales. Sí hay gente.
Videos o chismes. Eso no es crear contenido. Incluso porque crees que hace poco el meta de Twitch era ver anime. Porque así el contenido se genera solo. Que pincheo Eva la Netflix.
Sí, claro. Y ya hubieron muchas, me voy a hacer grande. Dame acá para su papito, muchas gracias, papi, muy vale, papi, muchas gracias, papá. Muchas gracias, papi, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias por su papito, bienvenido. Bienvenido, papi, bienvenido. Y sí, o sea, estoy de acuerdo, estoy completamente de acuerdo contigo. Gracias, Dagme, y gracias, Sergio, por los beats, papi. Claro, ver anime es muy fácil, o sea, realmente es muy fácil, güey. No haces contenido, pero es respetable, o sea, cada quien hace lo que quiere. Yo vería anime, si no hubiera copyright, yo vería anime. Pero a mí me da miedo que me metan strikes o me baneen, papi. Como es mi única fuente de ingresos, un día sin trabajar yo no tengo nada, o sea, literal, yo no prendo, no recibo una sub, no recibo beats, no recibo nada, no gano nada, literal, nada. Entonces por eso cuido mucho eso. Si no, si veré anime, si es bien fácil, me encanta ver anime. Bayo, papi, por la sub. Oye, papi, muchas gracias por esa sub, Bayo Deli, vale, papi, te mando otro, papi, muchas gracias. Ahorita lo sigo leyendo, de que me pasan las alertas.
La respuesta es muy sencilla. En la TAM somos muy pobres como para hacernos jugadores de videojuegos profesionales. Poca gente puede acceder a eso y por eso casi no hay competencia. Es como la gente que se quiere dedicar a arte o fotografía. En otros países sí renta, acá no.
O sea, sí, pero no, porque sí hay gente. Sí se llenan los estadios, cuando hay una final se llenan, papi. Ahorita que fui a Chile y el Movistar Arena se llenó. Quedaron algunas gradas vacías de arriba, pero también ya era muy tarde. Se llenan. Ahorita que fui a Chile se llenan con las finales de LOL. Hay un chingazo de gente. Sí hay gente, pero ¿por qué la indiferencia? ¿Por qué la poca empatía? ¿Por qué la indiferencia y por qué el hate? Ese es el punto. Sí hay hate. Pero bueno. Si mejoran como comentaristas. A ver, ay chingado, ¿dónde me quedé? Acá. Espérame, comentaristas. ¿Qué tal si mejoran los comentaristas? Si me pongo a pensar, aposté para picar por esos beats.
Yo creo que deberías de hacer otro canal, unas 10 horas de LOLcito y luego te pasas al otro canal para ver anime otras 10 horas.
Ya que ahora duermo, ya que ahora estoy con mi familia, no mames. Dice, los vayas a ir en el barco. Que sin mediado se nota cierta pasión, pero acá no noto esa misma emoción. El competitivo de Rejón mataron de los del Rayo Latam, llevamos más de 10 años olvidados, ahora ni juegan en la Selvanta, mira el competitivo del Dota 2 en Perú o el Valorant, sin juegos muy vistosos. No, acá me quiere hacer un contenido que hace 10 años vemos los mismos, el mismo juego, el mismo formato, y los mismos güeyes de siempre, no hacen nada y quieren tener más pura mamada. Güerox.
Jimbo,
no.
Tengo la solución.
Ve acá, Edrey,
¿en
qué innova?
Dejamos
no
de
te la compro.
secuestrar partidas y nuestro ego. Subimos a Diamante y tendremos 2000 viewers.
No es cierto, la liga no va relacionada con los viewers. Si no, todos los pro gamers, top channel tendrían 20,000 viewers. No. O sea, si jalas a alguna otra persona que le gusta como ver mucho nivel, pero nada, es un mercado muy pequeño ese. El mercado de la gente muy buena es pequeño. Dice, porque las ligas se encargaron de matar toda la ilusión del público y los torneos internacionales todos prefieren el más famoso. Steam llega a otras personas que no van juntas, exacto. Yo creo que en la tabla no hace falta afinidad por una marca o el tipo de streamer, por ejemplo. En el caso de Ibai, lo que generó con Koi fue generar esa fidelidad con sus viewers, ya sea LoL o Valorant. Ya que la gente no tiene ese vínculo con un equipo, todo lo contrario, hasta se toma como meme. ¿Tienes un punto? Creo que en ese aspecto Extra lo ha hecho muy bien. Creo que Extra la ha tratado de hacer más o menos lo mismo y nos ha ido bien. Pero sí falta mucho. Dice este TikTok, ahorita luego. El Sky y el Corsair dijeron están baneados de todos Riot por unos internos. ¿Cómo que Sky y Corsair? ¿Qué? ¿En serio? O sea, Skyshock sabemos, pero Corsario, pero si Corsario acaba de trabajar hace unos meses. ¿Cómo? Tenemos que encontrar la solución para que los co-streams sean exitosos, de todos. Esto no se trata de mi éxito, de todos. Desde Mariblock hasta... ¿Quién más está? No me acuerdo quién más. Acufena. ¿Quién más? Ubaman. Todos. Tenemos que encontrar una solución. Subir la calidad, se las compro. Tenemos que dejar de ser menos mediocres en el LoL. Y no hablo de jugar mal o así. Traer mejores datos y todo eso, se las compro. Órale. Vale. Puede ser, puede ser. Puede ser. Puede ser. ¿Hiciste con stream hoy? No, mañana me toca. ¿Tienes mucho ego en StarCraft? Solo ver cómo te vuelves más tóxico. No, no tengo ego. No tengo ego, papi, pero son desgraciados los protos. Es la mentalidad que si aceptas que alguien es mejor que tú, eres mediocre. Esa mentalidad, aparte de errónea y sesgada, evita que mejoren en el juego o en la vida en general. Si no ven sus propios errores, no aprenden.
No encontraste solución para salvar al SC2. ¿Vas a encontrar solución a esto qué?
Pero aquí no hay... Es que el problema es que LoL no se está muriendo, Cruz. Que SC2 se está muriendo. No, acá no se está muriendo. Es jalar a las personas que se interesen. Eso. Llamarle la atención. Haz de cuenta que... Llamarle la atención. Conquistarlos. Traerlos para acá. Otra vez. Traerlos para acá. Traerlos para acá. El contigo de la región mataron los de Radio Latam. Llevamos más de 10 años olvidados. Así lo leí. Creo que le está dando mucho hype a GTA 6 y capaz no es lo que esperamos. Yo creo que sí va a ser lo que esperamos. De lo que he visto de tu stream, creo que tu estilo de stream para de troleo tipo Nisaxter no es algo muy demandado para cosas como co-stream. No, pero hasta eso, Miker. No tengo malos números en mi co-stream. Mis co-streams son de 600 a 1000 viewers. A veces cuando juega Estral y estamos en una fase importante, 1500. No. O sea, sí tengo números decentes, pero no tenemos los números que tienen los demás streamers que no son en español, fuera de España. De 8, 9, 10 veces sus viewers, ¿sabes? O sea, es un evento. Estamos en la semifinal del mundial. Estamos en la semifinal del mundial. Estamos en la semifinal de esto. Es un evento. ¿Por qué la gente no viene? La gente no viene. O no va. Vamos a dejar de hablar de mí. No va. ¿Sabes? No va a los demás streams. Cuesten. Ya no son los números. Papi. Hoy Canecro haciendo stream. 87,000. 87. ¿Cómo que no son los mismos números? 87,000. Kaedrel haciendo co-stream. 84,000. 159,000. 51,000. ¿Cómo que no son los mismos números? Nada que ver. Hay que conquistar a la gente. Hay que conquistar a la gente. Hay que conquistar a la gente en Latinoamérica. El latino no es competitivo, es más chill por situaciones sociales y de pensamiento. Yo te soy sincero, fuera de tus streams no me interesa saber nada de LOL, ¿ok? Muy respetable. Hay poca audiencia en la TAM, también en Twitch comparado con otros lugares. Hola, Conto, todo bien, Conto, todo bien, todo bien. Puede ser eso, lo mencionó Hater de AOE. Puede ser que el LOL tal vez no es tan popular como creemos, pero no, si hay gente. No estoy muy de acuerdo porque si hay gente. Si hay innovación, los streamers grandes siempre sacan eventos super innovadores, pero pues hay zona de confort de lo que da miedo salir. ¿Qué te dijeron? Yo digo que te iría bien en Tibia si eres bueno leveleando, a la gente le gusta aprender. Nah, no soy bueno fútbol, nunca fui bueno, era bueno para las wars. Era bueno para las wars, era bueno en Tibia, yo roleaba mucho. Traicionaba guilds, era espía, estafaba, sí, estafaba prácticamente, robaba, pequeaba, secuestraba, los atrapábamos, si no soltaban sus ítems no los dejamos, niveles 300, 400, o sea, me dedicaba a rolear en Tibia. Nunca fui bueno para levelear, me daba flojera. Nunca me gustó levelear en Tibia. Horrible levelear. Me gustaba hacerle la vida imposible a los demás. A eso me dedicaba en Tibia. A sacar dinero, pues, robándole a la gente y así. Nacho, papi, yo por la sub. Te agradezco mucho, Nachito. Muchas gracias por la suerte, papito. Muchas gracias, papi. Muy amable, papito.
Esta vez salgas de plata.
No, en Tibia nunca me gustó levelear. Qué horrible, era aburridísimo. Nacho, papi, gracias por la sub. Te agradezco muchísimo, papi. Muchas gracias. Yo, papito, te agradezco mucho, hermano. Muchas gracias, papito. Muy amable, papi. Gracias. Te agradezco muchísimo, papi. Muchas gracias. Gracias, papi. Dice, si las transmisiones oficiales ya no tienen los mismos números que tenían antes, pero los creadores quisieron acercarse al mediodía, estaba viendo la transmisión de Canecro. Y él mismo estaba enojado con el chat porque la mayoría eran spam de emotes y poca gente realmente comentando, ni se diga al terminar las partidas que apenas había gente escribiendo.
Contigo? Quiero aprender juego en NAP. ¿Y cuántos dólares? ¿100? ¿200?
Latinoamérica Norte, Karen. No, con puntos de canal no cobro. La respuesta es muy sencilla, en la TAM somos muy pobres como para hacernos jugadores. Pero es que es entretenimiento, no ves un stream para ser pro. Puede ser que quieras aprender, pero el mercado es muy pequeño, de los que quieren ser pros o de los pros es muy pequeño. La gente piensa que porque eres bueno en un juego te va a ver mucha gente. No, el mercado de los pros es muy pequeño. Es muy pequeño. A menos que seas el número 1, campeón de campeones. Ahí sí, tipo Faker, Serral, ¿cómo se llama este chico de Smash que es mexicano? Me fue su nombre. Ay, aquí tengo su cara. Estaba en T1. Ay, se me fue. Perdón, ya estoy viejo, gente, se me olvida. Leo, el MK Leo. O sea, que seas el número 1 de los unos. Solo así. Si eres de los mejores, nah. O sea, sí vas a jalar gente, pero nada que ver. Nada que ver como streamear bien. A mí no me gusta LOL y aún así me sigo suscribiendo a ti, mendigo, pero no mentiroso que no da mouse. Cuco, papi, vives aquí a 10 minutos ya, cuando quieras venir, desgraciado. Eso que me refiero hace un tiempo que muchos streamers consideran variedad de jugar juegos diferentes, quizá por eso Speedcase y Sina son tan populares. No me refiero a que jugar juegos sea malo.
$400 entonces por partida cobras. Para juntar de más me alcanza en Navidad.
No me refiero a que jugar juegos sea malo, pero para la categoría de chatting es la reina. Ahí la pregunta puerca, cuando encuentres cómo innovar en algo que los demás no ven, ahí entonces tendrás 1000 viewers. Aunque juegue la TAM contra la TAM, simplemente no sabes qué hacer nuevo. Y el mercado está viejo y establecido. ¿Por qué verte a ti y no ver al Ibai que lleva como 10 años viéndolo en España? Dime. Ah, claro, entiendo. Como compras siempre Coca-Cola y entras con la pichula cola. Y pues obviamente, ¿por qué comprar la pichula cola si la Coca-Cola es muy buena? Claro, yo sé la pichula cola y Ibai la Coca-Cola. Tiene sentido. Así funciona el mercado, en realidad, no solo de stream. Así funciona el mercado del mercado, pues, allá afuera. Así funciona. ¿Por qué comprar esto si está esto mejor y casi el mismo precio? Tiene sentido. Colgarte de la fama de los demás es lo que hacen muchos y funciona. Colaboraciones. Te la compro, órale. A veces depende del creador que lo hace el co-stream. Lo he visto funcionar en Dabuno, la Speed con el LSK. En 1 hora y media me voy en una fiesta y hoy no modero. Dale, hijos, diviértete, con mucho cuidado, cabrón. Es algo que crece con el stream en una comunidad que va con él. Claro, por ejemplo, si yo me cambiara de juego o de plataforma, la mayoría se vendrá conmigo porque tenemos una relación parasocial, ¿no? Ustedes, yo, les gusta, claro, 100%. 100%, claro, 100%. ¿Sabes qué? No, pero es que estoy hablando de LOL. Me iba yo a cambiar a yo chatting, pero estoy hablando de LOL, acá de LOL. Entonces sí, o sea, si yo me cambiara, exactamente. Como el Kratos de los videojuegos, se llenaban. Los estadios, bueno, se llenaban porque ya no hay eventos. Casi no hay eventos. Ahorita que fui a Chile hace 1 año y medio, pues prácticamente se llenó la arena Movistar. O sea, no hay eventos, digo, se llenaban porque no hay eventos, pues. Ya perdonaste al Dante, todavía no. 1 mes. Eso era antes. No, te digo, papi, porque no hay eventos casi. Voy a acelerar. Si tuvieras que escoger entre un Supra o un Skyline, ¿cuál prefieres? Pero Supra nuevo, el Supra nuevo se parece al MX5 de la Mazda. Oye, no me cambien el tema. Hay muy poca gente para toda la gente que hay en la TAM. No confío en tu criterio cuando mueres cada vez dices que el juego no está muriendo. Pero Delix se suscribió, muy bien. ¿A nadie le meten strike por ver anime? No, si le meten asas, sí les meten. Sí les meten. Sí les meten, papi, porque yo conozco historias, yo veo historias, sí. Es muy fácil, lo que pasa es que la gente no sabe reportar. Por ejemplo, si alguien está viendo un anime o una película o una serie en stream, no se le da clic derecho a reportar, no. Buscas de qué cinematográfica o de qué casa es el anime y les mandas un email diciéndole, oye, este streamer está viendo este anime. ¿Qué pasó ahí? Y ellos vienen y lo reportan con Twitch. Así es, papi, así es. No se reporta en Twitch. Se reporta con el dueño del contenido. Dice, no ha tenido problemas. Me encanta ver anime. Dice, o sea que si no haces nada, no recibes nada. Me encanta ver anime. O sea, ahorita que vi Arcane aquí en stream, papi, hermoso, o sea, no tengo que hacer nada, me cago. Ay, carajo, se me bajó. Me cago de risa y listo. Exacto, alguien queda aquí con el teniente. ¿Desde cuándo refina el estadio recinto? Ya pasó mucho tiempo de que se llenó un recinto así. No, te digo que acabo de ir al Movistar Arena y había un montón de gente. Rabes, pregúntale que quieras. Ahí estuvimos un montón. Te equivocas, el problema no es la TAM. Todos los juegos tienen sus nichos. Por ejemplo, Lost Ark tiene millones de viewers en Corea. Hay un MOBA móvil que es masivo en China. Rayo de TAM solo se dedicó a robar y nunca ni siquiera güey. Si lo mueren en esta región es por la mala práctica y el mediocre empeño que ya funó a Skyshock. ¿Cómo vamos a enamorar a la gente para que venga a ver los co-streamers? Ese es el topic de hoy. Quiero ideas. Subir el nivel de streamer mejor. La calidad, hablar de cosas que sea del juego durante la partida. Fíjate que a mí me gusta hacer co-stream y nunca hablo de las partidas, la verdad. Me la paso platicando con el chat. Podríamos hacerlo así. Y esos 2 puntos. No he encontrado un tercero. Échense otra idea. Nueva representación. La gente de la TAM está desilusionada con el competitivo que hay aquí. Así de fácil me acuerdo toda la conexión que había en el Season 3-4. Había mucha identidad, pero siempre lo mismo. Y cada vez jugamos peor. Obvio nos hacemos perdernos. Eso huele a que no valoras la afición. En vez de fumar pasta te ven en Twitch. Sí, güey. Comparas a Canecro y va... No, güey, así se llama. Así se llama. Y en tus streams me interesa, LOL. Es cierto que mataste la LLA. Si hay gente, pero no en la TAM. Era el putrefacto. Como en la vida real. En Tibia, esto es de Tibia. Traidor scammer, esto es de Tibia, ¿verdad? Que no, es lo de Tibia. Yo empecé a ver los co-streams de la LLA cuando casteaba que Skyshock y un Alan Q. El Alan Q sigue casteando. Y la neta me gustaba ese cotorreo más camaradería. El casteo profesional me gusta. Claro. Y eso es lo que le gusta a Latinobots. Sí. No a todos, pero sí. Es como el mayor nicho. La diferencia es que los españoles llevan años haciendo contenido para el público. Todos hemos visto sus guías. Y con sentido, por más que no seas un gran seguidor, si lo pillas un día en stream lo verás, aunque sea un rato. Digo, ¿el real lo que ibas a hacer para los subs de 100 meses es real o fue otro timo? No, si es real, Godzilla, si es real. No, si es real. Si es real. U-Rising DSC2. Entonces, ¿tú crees que la transmisión oficial es entretenida para el público latino? Es la oficial. Es que es profesional, Enrique, es profesional. Es profesional. O sea, ahorita estaba Calypso, estaba Giral, y no me acuerdo quién era el otro, Baula, creo. No. Ay, ¿quién era el otro? Bueno, no me acuerdo. Es profesional, o sea, hay que mantener como un mínimo de calidad y eso. Si tú das es un buen producto, la verdad. Digo, hay gente que no le gusta, pero es un buen producto. Está muy chingón. Está muy chingón, está profesional. Hablan de lo que tienen que hablar. Cuando tiene Giral sabe mucho de LOL. Se le están metiendo mucho. Y pero pues, si a la gente no le gusta, ¿qué hacemos para que le guste, no? ¿Cómo los volvemos a enamorar? ¿Cómo? Es muy buen producto, la neta. Dice, yo me quedo contigo, Jin, colaboremos, por favor. Tú eres streamer. Cuando quieras, papi. Descarado casi nunca estás. No, sí está el hijo de Jin. También el Dante, ahorita el Dante lo traigo sentenciado. No he escrito, mira, no he escrito nada. Ahí me está escuchando. Un montón de gente del stream te andaba diciendo IRL cocinar algo nuevo desde hace rato, pero no escuchas ni a tu público, así está difícil, tienes que hacer cosas nuevas, clips, interacciones. Por eso se hace un día y ya, o sea, no pasa nada. Yo tampoco veo ni juego LOL, me gustan los MOBAs, pero no LOL. Veo tu stream por ti, pero no vería el competitivo, quizás solo el mundial. Que Jimena haga colaboración con Eduarda. De momento es nuevo mod. A mí me llama la atención que el streamer sepa mucho sobre los equipos, jugadores y sus picks, así como lo hace Cadrel con equipos del LCK. Soy adicto a las mufas, secuestrar partidas y al picoteo de ojos. A ver. El archienemigo, dime una pregunta, no es mala onda, pero ¿crees que si llegaste cerca del topo de tus gentes que te ve en de 1000 a 1500? ¿Cómo? Una pregunta, no es mala onda, pero ¿crees que llegaste cerca del topo? Puffy, no entiendo, papi. Me vuelves a replantear. ¿Quién quiere reportar? Si ves anime yo te reporto, ya lo hice con el ojo ninja y otros 3 locos. Te pasa de burger, güey. Déjalos en paz, hombre. Ahorita mismo reporto al Valky. Te pasas de burger. Que juegues Crack Game, eso sí jala. Crack Game es de los peores juegos que he jugado en la historia. Así todo está muy feo ese juego. A su madre, lo odié. Está muy feo, güey. Está muy feo ese, la voz del caster. Mejorar la voz de casa. Trae gemita y tendrás 100,000 viewers. No creo. Ya te ganaron el público y le eres fiel a tu streamer y ya. Haz encuesta, Ivo, para ver cuántos de aquí juegan LOL o ven LOL competitivo. Una encuesta. A ver. ¿Cuántos juegan LOL o ven competitivo? Compe, ¿no? Así. Yo no. A ver, ahí está. Ya le puse. 5 minutos. Dice, pregúntale al Sky Show que streamen más horas. Streamen más horas. O sea, que los co-streamers streamen más horas. Pero se acaba el contenido y ahí tú te tienes que rifar, ¿no? O apagas o te sigues, ¿no? Te sigues. Es que no se puede, ya te ganaron. La voz del caster, traer a Jimenita. Debes poner un día y un horario para hacer dúo, pero analizar la partida al terminar. Así intercambian opiniones de decisiones que tomaste. Es que ahí ya te concentras más en el... en buscar ser como pro, ¿sabes, Kimball? No sé si me entiendes, pero tiene sentido. ¿Y no crees que Lola Tam le va mal por la falta de iconos? O sea, me atrevo a decir que el icono es José Dodo al ser el que más fanbase tiene, en base a lo que veo en redes sociales en comparación a los iconos del LSK o LEC. Claro, porque somos más pequeños. A ver, el Puffy ya contestó. Es que no te entendí, Puffy, me repites, no te entendí. Mi pico, o sea, pues sí, ahorita ando entre 800, 1000 viewers más o menos diarios. No puedo romper ahí. Son buenos números, pero pues falta, ¿no? Faltan muchos seguidores, falta que me conozca mucha gente, falta crecer más para poder ser relevante, para poder estar en eventos importantes, para poder ser así, para poder levantar la voz y que me tomen en serio, porque pues levantas la voz y te quién eres, tuiteas algo, 2 likes, o sea, no hay relevancia, ¿sabes? No hay relevancia todavía. Tenemos que crecer más para que cuando seamos muchísimos, lo que yo diga pues tenga impacto, ¿sabes? Repercusiones, positivas o negativas. Entonces ahorita, irrelevancia. Irrelevancia, todavía estamos en el punto de la irrelevancia, todavía. No importa LOL, solo importas tú, bebé. ¿Qué pedo, pinche Cariberto? Sopapitos, saluditos. Sopapitos, saluditos. No le meten pasión entonces. No le des vuelta, para que ser atractivo necesitamos ser un buen talento en cámara. El actual talento es indigesto. Y si los co-streamers ponen al stream en español, mejor nos vamos a verlo en inglés. Contrata Skyshock, Nosfer, Corsario, Rafamai, JJ, Lancú, por ejemplo. Está JJ y Lancú están casteando, ¿no? Están casteando ahorita. ¿Dónde está la queja? Digo, sé que no está Skyshock, sé que no está Nosfer, sé que no está Corsario, sé que no está... Perdón. Sí, sé que no está Corsario. Pero bueno. Yo dejé ver tus castes oficiales desde que salieron al Skyshock. Y si subes tus casteos estilo el color de fútbol haciendo una presentación. Al estilo calor de fútbol, una presentación. Podría ser. No suena mal. ¿Cómo los vamos a enamorar si nunca enamoraron al público? Bueno, ¿cómo se les enamora entonces? Va a haber un trailer nuevo a la liga, ¿qué dices? Dale, papi, dale. ¿Por qué tienes domado al Dante? Lo tengo con el short rojo domado. Deberás de dudar en directo, es lo que todos queremos. Mira, Jimbo, ese plan para conquistar el mundo, weón, no. Yo veo más que jugar, me gusta de vez en cuando el LSK y apoyar en el TAM ahora. Ahora, Sol, Jimbo, me voy a pensar en ir a la cama que son... Dale, papito, dale, Sol, descansa, papi, descansa. Te mando un beso, mi amor. Ahorita ya la verdad ni me interesa el LOL, solo lo veo por Jim. Y si es que juego en Aram con mis amigos. Hola, Zukan. Mejor plantear la forma de quienes ven LOL competitivo, quienes pueden y quienes hacen ambas, quién ninguno. A ver, vamos a ver. A ver cuántos son contestar en encuesta. ¿Cuántos juegan LOL o ven compu? 63%, la mayoría juega y ve compartir. Los otros no. ¿No juegan o no ven compu? No está muy generalizado, pero igual es interesante. Vale, no sé cuántos somos, la verdad. Debemos ser como 300 tal vez. No, me dediques la canción de Mauricio. Como no, sub tier 3, Nautilus, esa es de sub tier 3. Como no, si te la dedico, si es sub tier 3. Yo creo que si Steps hiciera co-stream de la nada, bajaría sus viewers. Estoy completamente de acuerdo contigo. Y es que no le pasa solo a... Le pasa a todos, Taco, a todos les pasa, a todos. A todos. Pero, por ejemplo, la gente que ve a Steps, obviamente no me va a ver a mí. La gente que ve a Steps quiere como ser muy bueno en el juego y está aprendiendo de él. En el momento que Steps cambie de juego o ¿cómo se llama? O deje de ser bueno, la gente lo va a abandonar. Porque así funciona la gente a nivel alto. La gente que ve a alguien que es así de bueno, porque Steps es una bestia, o sea, es buenísimo, hijo de su madre, es buenísimo. Y no voy, gracias por el breakdown, muchas gracias. Es una bestia el chamaco. Me gustaría verlo competir alguna vez. Así pasa. Es como cuando yo jugaba StarCraft. O sea, hay gente, por ejemplo, cuando yo jugaba StarCraft, no importara si yo estaba de malas, si yo estaba enojado, si los insultaba, si no hablaba, si no ponía cámara. O sea, realmente podría, mientras yo jugara, la gente iba a estar feliz, porque esa gente va a copiar lo que hago yo para tratar de mejorar en su juego. Es un mercado muy diferente, es un mercado que es muy pequeño, ¿sabes? Es un mercado completamente diferente. Pero ¿qué pasaría si ahorita, por ejemplo, yo un día estoy de malas, enojado, o les insulto, me porto mal, o no sé, estoy odioso, pues, estoy un día de malas, ¿no? Y no me sé controlar, no me controlo. Obviamente se van a enojar, que ya es un mercado completamente diferente porque están aquí por mí, no por lo que hago. Entonces, ¿sí me entienden? ¿Sí me entienden? ¿Sí me entienden? Siempre en el LOL. ¿Qué va a hacer? Me voy con el Shamboni, exactamente. Yo dejé ver LOL hace mucho tiempo, competitivo, llevo un más. Tenía que decir que LOL, casi 4 años que no LOL, juego el sónico LOL y exacto. Ok, porque te gusta más verlo que entretiene, como el fútbol, ¿no? La gente que ve fútbol no siempre tiene que jugarlo. Está bien, de hecho, es el mercado al que queremos, o al que yo planeo, o el que tengo la idea, o el que estoy planteando, o el que estoy tratando de dar a entender, que es el que necesitamos. Estas personas son las que ocupamos. No juegas, pero ves, ¿no? Lo ves, te diviertes.
Esos que te ven cuando estás enojado y solo juegas sin cámara solo por ver SC2. Esos güeyes comen tamales con mayo.
No, pero es la gente que le gusta el competitivo, es un mercado diferente, Karen, es completamente un mercado diferente. Y dejen de juzgar el tamal con mayonesa, es riquísimo. Pobre Gilbert, no estábamos todos aquí para aprender a carrear. Tu encuesta está mal, yo juego LOL, pero no veo competitivo. Sí, me faltó separarlo, pero igual es algo muy generalizado, no necesitamos datos exactos. Okay. Eres troll hasta para comer. Igual cuando se construyen más viewers que la misma ley. Sí, por supuesto, pero por supuesto. Tomar con mayonesa es delicioso, mira, no juzgues sin probar y que la pichula. Todos los días andas de Dios, en StarCraft 2 nadie estaba por ahí por StarCraft. Cada noche nos ponemos a hablar de cualquier mamada y yo hasta le contaba mis decepciones amorosas y echarles el día como un niñas. Luego era muy divertido. Yo antes veía StarCraft 2 pero exactamente veía ser sí, no importa que no hablaran, que fueran aburridos, es un mercado diferente. Hay gente que come banana con ketchup. Es cierto que da tanto escuchar los cantos de verdad y eso que no es porque sean malos, sino porque siento que no me están aportando nada nuevo. La verdad, yo podría ver otra misión sin sonido y aún así seguirá viendo, entonces ¿por qué te veríamos aquí? ¿Qué tienes de nuevo para ofrecerme? Porque me atraes a tu stream y no eres bien conocido como todo el mundo hace porque aquí entra la ley de atracción. La gran masa siempre es un pequeño, no es solo piénsalo, ponete 4. ¿Qué te ofrece un co-streamer que no te da la transmisión principal? Que te caiga bien el streamer. O sea, puede ser que te caiga bien, puede ser que meta datos curiosos, puede ser que sea chistoso, que diga cosas cagadas, que no hablen las cosas importantes o que hablen las cosas importantes, eso importa.
Ay, güey.
Todas hay 2 semanas para que vean lo que es un MOBA de verdad. ¿Por qué no en Skyset? Hay unos pedidos ahí. Hay un está raro que debería ser cuántos jugadores contra un competitivo. ¿Y no para cuándo? Te voy a dar el delante, ya te dije. ¿Qué vas a streamear mejor? La realidad es que la gente quiere pasarse bien con el streamer y hacer LOL o en cualquier otra cosa. Si los streamers se dedican a pasar es lo mismo hablando de la partida en momentos claros nada más. Ya, por ejemplo, cuando yo hago stream, yo no hablo de la partida hasta que hay una jugada importante, me la paso hablando de cualquier cosa, ¿sabes? De cualquier cosa, entonces... Pero es que estamos hablando... Aquí no empieza la comedia, preguntarles a ChatGPT. Esas opciones. Y una videojuego que piensas. Ahorita la verdad me interesa hablar a los problemas, viajar, de matración de todo. Pero pues vos con el resto de malos cosas creativos y los juegos deben escuchar a la gente en vez de hacer todo por sus bongadas y oídos. La verdad, escuchan, güey, pero no va a ser esto, y esto no se les ha dicho en el Viper y no se les va a decir. La neta, muchas de las decisiones vienen de muy arriba, de Riot Central, ¿sabes? Vienen de Riot Central. Muchas veces están atados de manos. Por más que quieran hacer las cosas bien o mejores, están atados de mano. No es que sea personal, ¿sabes? Te dicen, ¿es esto? Y no es personal. Mucha gente agarra los Rioters y los empiezan a putear, pero no es personal, viene de muy arriba de las decisiones. Y pues tú como trabajador, papi, tienes que respetar la cadena de mandos, ni modo. Te pones de rebelde, mañana tienes que renunciar. Ahí tienes tus cositas en la puerta. Tienes tus cositas en la puerta, tu macetita y tu laptopcita. A ver, juegas My 2, unas cadenas para que vean lo que es un nuevo de verdad. Uno se acordará de su audiencia de huesos negros cuando se vuelve Dios de Kid. Yo el Dios de Kid. Me voy a acordar, no sé, tu vida. No me he mareado con lo que he logrado. Es humildad. Nunca. A mí no me gusta menospreciar a la gente. Yo a veces menosprecio si son malísimos en el juego, nada más. Eso, y es puro troleo. Pero de dinero, de éxito personal o profesional, nunca. Me podrás putear, me podrás insultar, me podrás decir, y nunca te voy a decir algo de dinero, ni te voy a decir yo soy mejor que tú, o te voy a decir que mi cama es más grande, ni te voy a decir que mi carrera es más exitosa. Me vale que eso. Tú eres malo. Yo trabajo para tener una vida buena y disfrutar con mi familia, y eso. Me da completamente igual si estoy arriba o abajo de ti. No me hace mejor o peor persona. De hecho, mi valor como persona cuando me comparo con alguien es ¿qué tan bueno eres? No me refiero de habilidades, sino ¿qué tan buena persona eres? ¿Qué tanto has ayudado? ¿Qué tanto es esto? ¿Qué tanto esto? ¿Qué tanto lo otro? ¿Qué tanto tratas bien al próximo? ¿Le das amor al próximo, sí o no? Eso para mí es lo importante. Todo lo demás, da igual. General Papi, por su papito, muchas gracias, papi, gracias. Papito, papi, gracias. Gracias, papi, gracias. Me da igual. Ese ya lo leímos. El Steph no puede competir porque es muy tóxico. Él mismo le dijo que no podía contenerse. Bueno, pero es fácil. Un psicólogo o trabajo interno y sales de ahí en chinga. Es nada más que quiero. Pero sí me gustaría verlo competir al Steph. Sí me gustaría. Como está Venezuela, con suerte no terminará encerrado y torturado en una celda por Maduro. Pero en algún punto alguien le puede echar la mano. O sea, se puede juntar $1,500 y lo sacas de ahí, en un avión. Y pues a hacer su carrera. O sea, hay soluciones. Sí me gustaría verlo competir, la verdad. Y va, cuando hace co-stream tiene más viewer, o se lo limos, se van a echar leña. Yo dejé LOL hace un mes, pero me quedé como viewer fiel. No, muchas gracias, eres muy amable. Si no me preocupes, no me perdono. Ya, listo. A ver, que le bajo. No mames, pero ¿por qué tantos mensajes? Espérense, listo, grande. ¿Qué pedo, pinche nepe? Yo le doy al próximo, el que perdona está en la cruz. Karen Gapper sus beats, muchas gracias. Ahí está.
Oye Jim, hablando de renunciar, hoy el gerente me metió tanta pega y me apuraba hasta que me colmo, y yo ya estaba redactando mi carta de renuncia inmediata. Y le dije, te voy a dar una oportunidad, dime que es broma, y me dijo, si es broma no te preocupes. Y yo jajabalí, pero me decía algo y yo le mandaba en toda su cara mi renuncia. Malditos gerentes creen que se es robot.
Sí, Karen, sí, así funciona, sí, lo sé.
Jim, admiro tu resiliencia tratando de entender tu público para mejorar y crecer como creador de contenido. Sin embargo, siento que ignoras que el mayor apoyo que procede de tu comunidad es por loquitos que se masturban viendo a Jimena.
No sé, CH, me lo están pidiendo, no sé, ya veremos. Ya veremos. La categoría dice LOL, pero estamos hablando de LOL. Es que todo empezó viendo el competitivo. O sea, estábamos viendo los brackets, vimos algunas jugadillas ahí de Lion. Mañana juega Estral. Y de ahí nos fuimos por las ramas de los co-streams. Empezamos a hablar de los números, de los co-streams. Y llegamos hasta aquí, ¿no? Hasta este punto de la plática. Listo. ¡Rocha! ¡Papi, para su tier 3!
Hola papito, ¿cómo va todo? Llego tarde, ¿qué va a pasar con papito?
No, wea.
Son de tier 3.
Son de amores. Amores que matan. Papi, muchas gracias, papito, muy amable. Oye, gracias por esa sub tier 3, papito. Muchas gracias, papito. Gracias. Gracias, pinche. Trocha, gracias por esa sub, papito. Muchas gracias, señor. Gracias por esa sub tier 3. Mira, papi, muchas gracias. Muchísimas recompensas gratuitas. Y el Viva México, ¿no? Ese es cuando regalan sub. Ah, se veía. Qué pedazote, no mames. Se ve tremendo. No se mide con las personas porque él ya ganó en la vida. ¿Cuántas personas conocen que tienen el más de Dice Jaime, mira, esto pasó en el ring con un dedo. No mames, en serio, papi, estas cosas sí me enojan. No hay cosas que me enojen más. No hay cosas que me enojen más que ver a un desgraciado, o en este caso desgraciada, que se pase en el ring con las nalgas, con un dedo, con la mente, con los ojos cerrados. No hay cosa que me enoje más porque yo, con mis 5 sentidos y súper concentrado, no puedo. Me ofende mucho. Me ofende, este tipo de videos me ofenden muchísimo. No tienes la idea que me ofenden estos videos. Me encabronan porque digo, no puede ser. Yo mamadísimo, con las 2 manos, concentrado y no puedo. Con el Guitar Hero me enojan, me encabronan. A ver.
I just don't even know if I ever could. It just seems way too complicated.
¡Wey! O sea... ¡Wey! No manches.
Okay,
John, gracias por papito. Muchas gracias, papito. Gracias. Nah.
Okay, it's fine.
Con un palo y sin armadura. Y encuerado, ¿no? Con el personaje encuerado. Nah, qué carajo. ¿Cómo no me voy a encabronar?
Mira este papito. Le ganan en 8 segundos.
Nah, ¿qué es eso? Ah, quítame esto me enoja. Me enoja mucho. Me demuestra lo malo que soy en ese tipo de juegos. Pero solo tienes que pagarle a un chirito como Elon Musk. Mira este, a ver. Pero voy a ir abriendo el LOL. Ah, sí lo he visto. Se bufean mucho, sí. Hay una manera de super mega recontra bufearte y de un golpe los matas. Sí, lo he visto. ¿Qué? Ok. Vale. Dice, a una le comentó ahí, yo también terminé en 8 segundos. Lo que tengo aquí. No mames.
Me puse puta para verte. Tú que estás con suerte. No quiero tequila, quiero verga.
Vale, pues. Entonces, mañana a las 10 AM, gente. Mañana a las 10 AM. En 14 horas prendo stream. Para la partida de Estral, gente. Yo ni subo. Yo sí. 2 toques más fácil que tu hermana. Papito, ¿qué estás viendo? Eres una puerca, Geme. Si te viste como 15 guías para terminarlo. No. ¿Y la humildad? ¿Qué es esto? Te voy a decir que mi cama es más grande. Y te voy a decir que mi carrera es más exitosa. Me vale que es. Te voy a decir que mi clip todo rancio. El silencio dice más que 1000 palabras. Oye, qué fea está mi voz, ¿no? Es que estoy bien enfermo. Ando con una gripa desde hace 2 días. Con una griponga, por eso me levanté más malo de la garganta de lo normal. Hoy no puedo hablar. Ayer puedo hablar y hoy ya no. Y así estoy. Ok, en el feo Namel, entonces. Yo creo que ya no sirve, ¿no? Yo creo que Mel ya fue. ¿Me cerrar la música? Yo creo que Mel ya fue, ¿no? Yo creo que Mel ya valió queso. Yo creo que Mel, el sueño de Mel ya valió. Creo que ya valió Mel. 258, ahí está. Ya sabía que le iban a mega nerfear, pero estaba balanceada. Ayer me hice una penta de ADC, buenísima, cráneo, buenísima. Cuando se preguntan qué hacías de pequeño, ¿qué es esto? Era espía, estafaba, sí, estafaba precisamente, robaba, pequeaba, secuestraba, los atrapábamos, y no era espía. Se pasan de burger, güey. Sancionamos a un jugador que una de tus partidas recientes por abandonar la partida. Me dieron un comodín a fuerzas. Así es que me va a tocar mid sí o sí. Ok. ¿Creen que Mel ya no sirve? Realmente ya está muy nerfeada. Me la voy a calar. La voy a calar pues. Vamos a calarla pues. Vamos a darle pues. Vamos a darle. Oye, me gustó mucho la plática de hoy. ¿Me concentré en LOL? ¿En la plática? Sí. Pero pues esports, números, todo ese chingón. Mira esto de Mel. A ver. La neta sí sirve. Pues yo la veo medio fake. Puedes ver este video. ¿Qué es este video, papi? Ya lo vi, Warco, lo vi hace... Lo acabo de reaccionar hace un ratito. Hace ratito reaccionamos aquí. Merecido a la chepa. Merecido. Mira la notificación de LOL. ¿Qué tiene esto de acá? Ha recibido un regalo de Gilberto. ¿Cómo? Oye, Gilberto, papi. Oye, muchas gracias por esa skin, papi. No es necesario, Gilberto, no es necesario, papi. Oye, muchas gracias, Gilbert. Un besote para aquí. Un besote para ti, papito. Ya, gracias por apoyarme, cabrón. Muchas gracias, papito. Muchas gracias. Oye, muchas gracias, Gilberto, por esa skin, papi. Muchas gracias, te mando un besote, papi. Muchas gracias, papi. No es necesario. Mejor aliméntame. Denis, ¿qué es eso? Te quiero mucho, papi.
Jaime, esto es normal en México, pero no lo muestres en stream. No trolees como siempre.
A ver. Pues no es normal, pero pues ya se está volviendo medio común. Chale, ya les quitaron esa cuenta a los League Partners. No, en Latinoamérica no tenemos los skins, Alfred, nunca hemos tenido. Nunca se ha tenido, no sé por qué. Papi, vas a jugar el Hordes of Hell. Está en descuento en Steam, está bueno. No sé ni qué es eso, vamos a buscar. Suena a un Tower Defense, algo así. Hordes of Hell. Veamos. Se ve como Path of Exile, pero supongo que es como, claro, ya, como, ¿cómo se llama este tipo de juegos? No me acuerdo. Ay, ¿cómo se llama este tipo de juegos? Es como Vampire Survivors, como el otro que juego, el de los enanos, que he jugado aquí. Grumpy, papi, para su papito, muchas gracias, papito, te voy a dar un besote. Hola, pinche JFLC, ¿cómo estás? Disfrútalo, papi, disfrútalo. Un abrazo, Grumpy, papi, para su papito, muchas gracias, te mando un besote, muchas gracias. No, pero este no es como Path of Exile, ni como Diablo, no. Este es como Vampire Survivors. No, es un juego completamente diferente. Este es defender y escalar. Y tus armas atacan solas. Defender. Hoy mi dúo me ha dejado por jugar a esta mierda. Oye, juegazo, Oh, Zeus, juegazo. Está bueno, este tipo de juegos me gustan mucho. Son divertidos. ¿Es gratis? No creo que sea gratis. A mí sí me gustan este tipo de juegos. Sí me gustan este tipo de juegos. A ver si lo streameo. Lo voy a guardar. Lo voy a guardar. Sí me gusta, para que no se me olvide. Dice, podemos revivir esto, a ver. Hordes of Hell, soy yo. No mames. No seas cabrón. Pásalo en el chat. Ahí se los pasé. Bueno, ¿cómo te mata que no lo he visto bien? mames. No seas Buenazo, tremenda jugada. Papi, ¿qué opinas de que tu hijo Eduardo se anda inventando una infancia bien sufrida para justificar su historia de que es de barrio? Hoy dijo que de niño se pelea con perros y que le dio rabia. Pero aún así logró estar donde está gracias al trading y nunca dejar de meterle ganas. ¿En serio? No creo que le haya dado rabia. O bueno. Porque para acabar como Eduardo sí le debe de haber dado rabia, ¿eh? O puede ser que sí, puede ser que sí. Puede ser que sí. Puede ser que sí, creo que es real. Hola, Barbas, ¿qué pasa, güey? Ok, gente, escuchen. Escuchen muy bien. ¿Quieren que gane o quieren que exista? Me banearon a... ¿Cómo se llama? Perdón. Banearon a Mel. Mel ya está nerfeada. Voy a sacar a Lilia. Voy a ganar todas. Hoy voy a ganar todas. Ya no la banen. La nerfearon hoy en la mañana. Vale. Quiero que ganes, pero no hay mucha esperanza. No, sí, hoy voy a ganar todas. Saqué a la Lilia. Es muy buena contra Ramos y contra Nasus. 3 AP. Sí, 3 AP, no pasa nada. Con eso. Ahorita van a sacar un Pike de ese lado, vas a ver. Es casi posible sobrevivir a la rabia. Si crees que vas a ganar todas, ni le preguntes, solo gana. Güey, me caes a toda madre. ¿Qué onda, Tapan? ¿Cómo andamos? Saludos, un abrazo, saluditos. Tranquilo, yo le pregunté. Es para que no la banen. Porque los mains Mel estamos sufriendo de mucho baneo. Ya no está OP.
¿Es un pájaro? ¿Es un avión? No. Es Jin bujeado en oro otra vez. XD.
Los papi, por los beats. Oye, papito, muchas gracias, papi, gracias. Gracias, muchísimo, papi, muchas gracias, papito, muchas gracias. Oye, muchas gracias, papito, muchas gracias, papi. Soy el pájaro. Soy el pájaro, papi. Soy el pájaro. ¿Cómo no? Hoy bajamos a plata. No. No. 3 apelos del otro lado son 2 tanquesotes AD. Te estás en plata. Estoy en oro 4. Perdí ayer 8 y gané 2. Ayer fue día de viewers y se dedicaron a trolearme todo el día. Se dedicaron. Un top luchador para iniciar que no se ganen. ¿Por qué? Un luchador para iniciar que no se ganen. Iniciador,
Ahí se me paró
Chen.
con el pájaro. Confío, Jim, éxito en tus
En
partidas.
top.
En mi
Se
corazón
o sea,
mereces Challenger.
Ya, papito, papi, muchas gracias. En la jungla, Sejuani, Maokai, Zack. En top está el Chen, está otro iniciador poderoso. Ornn es el que tiene la mejor iniciación del juego. Ornn. De los que están OP, su madre, no se me viene a la mente. Espérate. De los que están, o sea, de los mejores ahorita del meta. Es que, mira, de los mejores ahorita son Darius. Está el Darius, pero pues no es iniciador. Peleador. A ver, acá saco la lista. Sí, es que no hay ningún iniciador, güey. Malphite solamente. O sea, puedes pelear, pero así un iniciador heavy. No, güey, solo el Malphite. No hay ninguno. Oye, la idea ya volvió a tirar ese, ¿eh? Ya volvió a tirar ese después del nerf y sigue. No hay ningún iniciador potente. Ningún iniciador potente hay. No, solo el Malphite. De los mejorcitos, solo el Malphite, sí. Hola, Notio, ¿qué pasa, papito? ¿Cómo estás? A Timo. Clase. ¿Wukong? Wukong puede ser. Wukong es muy bueno, pero sí. Subió a gracias a que la dejaste de jugar. ¿Tú crees? Es que era nerfeado y bajó a tier D y ahorita ya está en tier S. Volvió a subir, pero sí se siente mucho en late. Sí se siente bastante. ¿Por qué no abusas de Trundle jungla? Había muchos tanques del otro lado. Sí que sé que el Trundle es bueno contra tanques, pero está bien fuerte el Trundle. Está muy fuerte el maldito Trundle. Está muy fuerte. Está muy fuerte el maldito Trundle. ¿Por qué siempre dices yo inicio y ustedes los matan? Ah, porque yo inicio, me matan y ya se quedan vendidos los demás. Es como por ejemplo un Nocturne, prende la ulti, entra, inicia con la ulti de Orianna, muere, pero los matan a todos. Se muere Nocturne, pero matan a todos, ¿sí me entiendes? Un sacrificio menor. Un pequeño sacrificio para algo bastante grande, ¿sabes? Para algo bastante bien. Ahí está pues, Ahí está pues. Puki, vámonos. Ya renovaste a los mods. No, todavía no. El loco, cualquier cosa que te mate a puros básicos es tope. A puros básicos. A puros basiquillos, ok. Al año se le olvidó la parte de matar a todos. No, es que iba muy atrás Lion iba muy atrás. En oro iban muy atrás todos. Dime las runas. Ok, gente, ustedes han escuchado hablar de la Lilia asesina. Traigo a electrocutar. Son las runas de Ari. ¿Han escuchado de la Lilia asesina? Bueno, se las presento. Voy a jugar Lilia asesina. Va. Voy a jugar asesina. Ponte letalidad. No, asesina maga. Me voy a hacer diente de Nashor. Maldición de Liche, diente de Nashor. Lilia asesina. La Lilia asesina. A ver, va pues. Van a conocer a Lilia asesina. Ay, carajo. Ok, dejamos soporte, ¿verdad? Listo. Pues mira, ahorita no hay ganks. Vámonos. Vamos para acá. Ok, entonces me voy a hacer... Me voy a hacer Liandry. Papá. Liandry, ¿cómo no? Diente, pero eso es para básicos más rápidos. No son tus viewers, eres tú. ¿Qué onda, Fable? ¿Qué pedo, pinche Fable? Te llamas Fable, juegas StarCraft 2. Dice, la verdad te entiendo. He estado ayudando a un amigo a salir de Silver y las partidas de allá abajo son cosas serias. Está bien duro, está bien difícil. Papi, está bien difícil. A ver, pues, ahí va pues. Vale. Papi, vale. Pum. Bien. Vamos para acá. En los pájaros, mira, está el Kha'Zix ahí. Kha'Zix no ha hecho back. Aquí en los pájaros. Tenemos un poquito de chance acá. Tenemos un poquitito de chance, así, pero poquito. Poquitito de chance nomás, poquitito. Ahí estamos. El Nasus tiene toda la vida, no hay ganks. Entonces lo que voy a hacer aquí es invadir, porque acaban de salir los lobos de este loquito. Siempre y cuando haya farmeado bien, ¿verdad? Aquí donde están los lobos, se los voy a robar. Vamos a guardarla acá. Y ya deberían de salir en cualquier momento. Sí, porque los míos también están por salir. Claro que están. Bien. Estoy esperando las larvas. Faltan 40 segundos para las larvas. Faltan 40... Ahí viene Kha'Zix. Faltan 40 segundos para las larvas. Bien. ¿Cómo está el Malphite aquí? Vamos a ver. Tiene la mitad de vida. Que el Malphite tiene la mitad de vida. Vamos a ver. ¿Será que le podemos dar? No me quiero mostrar todavía. Aún no me quiero mostrar. Eso te iba a preguntar, invade. Buena. Sí. Vamos a invadir. Faltan 17 segundos para las larvas. Estamos aguantando. Ahí viene. Vamos a guardar acá. Viene el sapo. Está saliendo el sapo de este loquito, pero... Vamos a ver si podemos matar al Malphite. Sí, no viene. Bueno, voy a hacer larvas. Vale, está reiniciando el Malphite. Bien. Vamos a meter aquí por las larvas. Está facilito. Puro macro, Puro macro del buenardo. Robar es malo, súper malo. Súper malo. ¿Por qué anda jugando Bambi? Me sacaron unos tanquesotes bien pesados. ¿Qué pasó que no te Irelia? No, hombre, papi, la Irelia ya la domino. Ahorita ya la domino. Soy OTP Mel ahora. Ahora soy OTP Mel. Estoy Mamadísimo con la Mel, pero mamadísimo. Bien. Ahora soy main Mel. Está muy divertido el campeón. Está muy divertida la Mel. La Mel está súper divertida. ¿Ok? No, hombre, se murió el mal sacar. Fuck. Se murió el mal sacar. Cuidado. OTP Mel, sí, soy OTP Mel. Soy OTP Mel. Mira, voy por el Malphite. Ahí voy, gente, ahí voy. Voy por el Ibiza Kevin. Meljungla está broken. Ayer la probé, no sirve. Ayer probé Meljungla. Ok, le pegamos. Acuérdense que no tiene ulti. Le entró el electrocutar, ¿Por qué fuiste a Meljungla? Quería ver si funcionaba, pero no la jugué en Ranked. Hice el patín 2 veces en herramienta práctica. Pero limpia muy feo. Nada, no funciona. No funciona. Bien, abajo matamos a todos. Bien. Terminé la jungla al minuto 3:55 sin leash. Ay, no hay chance. No hay manera. No hay manera de jugar. No hay manera. No hay manera de jugar eso. No hay manera. Sí, no hay manera. No hay chance, papi, no hay chance. Ok, papi, va. Vale, vamos para acá. Agua, papi, aguas. Aguas, si Mel está rumeando y tú vas por ella, se podría decir que vas detrás de Mel. Algo así. ¿Por qué dices lo matamos y no participa? Porque somos un equipo. ¿A poco has escuchado que un jugador de fútbol diga, anotó gol? No, anotamos gol. Se les olvida que es un juego en equipo. Bien, sacamos las botas. Bien, carajo, bien. En bot le vamos triunfando. Hoy voy a ganar todas mis partidas. Voy a ganar todas. Voy a ganar todas mis partidas hoy. Hoy voy a ganar todas. Va a estar aburrido el stream. Va a estar bastante aburrido. Voy llegando. Voy por el Django Flow. Se matan los dos, gente. ¿Los duermo? Adiós. Casi que murió. No, sí lo quemé, estoy seguro.
Tú le peras con la papaya. Tú le peras con la papaya.
No digáis nada, no os entendería.
¡Se la banana!
Vamos a ver si tiene en serio, mi Galio, ¿qué pasó? No hiciste bien. Ayer fue Galio,
Tú le peras con la papaya. Oh, hello, papagena. Tu le bella con la papaya.
There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was a Billy of Tea. The winds blew up her bow, up down, oh below my bully boys blow. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Da 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 da. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side, harping and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed. The captain's mind was not of greed, and he belonged to the whaleman's creed. She took that ship in tow. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Da 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 da. For 40 days or even more, the line went slack and tight once more. All boats were lost, there were only 4, but still that whale did go. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The Wellerman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew and all. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
Shines from you. You wind up like a wreck, you hide behind that mask you use. And did you think this fool could never win? Well, look at me,
paladín se llama el Nasus. ¿No tienes más? ¿No es necesario? No es necesario, no es necesario. Lo guardo mejor para pegárselo al otro, al Niengo Flow, para darle duro al Niengo Flow. Para dárselo duro al Niengo Flow. Vamos, que va a tirar uno. ¿Sí?
Oh, mata, matangi. Oh, no toma maina. Mana Taku pele pele Pamay toma fanfananga Saulo tonga tene Mana tunatu Kita mafine Mawai telo manay Kita mafine
Tengo 900 de oro para comprar el cinturón gigante. Mano de garganta, viene atacando.
Oh, mata ya matangi
Un abrazo, pinche Aztec, te agradezco mucho, hermano. Muchas gracias por la suerte, muchas gracias, señor. Bienvenido, papito, muchas gracias. Te mando besote, papito, gracias. Muchas gracias, muy amable, papi, muchas gracias.
Oh, we're the Mario Brothers in plumbing's a game. We're not like the others who get all the fame. When your sink is in trouble, you could call us on the double. We're faster than the others, you'll be hooked on the brothers.
Poquito. Llevamos poquito.
Amaya me ha dicho que un día estuve bastante perdida. Le he dicho
Pero
a su
Melo.
que se pasa. Me ha pasado su single por WhatsApp. Hoy Paula me ha dicho que un día también se siente incomprendida. Después hemos estado de WhatsApp, bailando twerk en la terraza. Y es que parece mentira que a todos nos cueste la vida, pero de repente hay un día que gritas ¡joder, qué alegría! Hemos amanecido contentas y ya nos da igual lo que piensas. Vamos a subir el volumen y ya no nos ves hasta el
Lunes antes de almorzar, una niña fue a lavar, pero no pudo lavar porque tenía que bailar. Así bailaba, así, así, así bailaba, así, así, así bailaba, así, así, así bailaba que yo la vi.
Y luego Adri me dijo que para el twerk la clave, según ella, era poner las manos así, entonces con cadera a cadera y con un poquito de... como con sacando un poquito el culo, ¿no? ¡Hala! Es verdad, ¿eh? ¡Qué fuerte! La espaldita recta.
Nos hemos tomado unos vinos, le he dicho que cuánto la admiro y al terminar he comprendido que es todo tan relativo. Hemos amanecido contentas y ya nos da igual lo que piensas. Vamos a subir el volumen y ya no nos ves hasta el martes antes de almorzar. Una niña fue a lavar, pero no pudo lavar porque tenía que bailar. Así bailaba, así, así, así bailaba, así, así, así bailaba, así, así, así bailaba que yo la vi. Así bailaba, así, así, así bailaba, así, así, así bailaba, así, así, así bailaba que yo la vi.
Ni lavar, ni planchar, ni barrer, ni guisar, ni fregar, ni coser, ni bordar, ni tender. Ni lavar, ni planchar, ni barrer, ni guisar, ni fregar, ni coser, ni bordar, ni tender. Ni lavar.
Estamos contemplando el mundo, volando desde una avioneta. Las cosas se ven tan pequeñas, si te hablo del ya ni te acuerdas. A veces observo mi vida y aún no sé si es drama o comedia. La niña hoy no puede lavar porque es que tiene que bailar.
Sí, bailaba, así, así. Oye.
Sí, que quitamos la guardia. Estamos hasta el Nasus está muy bien, el Nasus sí me mata. Uy, le pegué a los dos, bien.
Nah, Lamelo. Lamelo. ¿Qué está haciendo Lamelo? Ah, la comidita. Ya. Vamos a buscarla. Vamos. Tu plato. Vamos a buscarla. El plato.
Leyendo en el cielo azul la señal del sol, lo nuestro está en navegar el eterno mar, de noche estrellas nombrar y así ubicar cuál es el lugar, destinos perseguir, descubriremos nuevas islas hoy. La isla nuestra mantener en mente siempre y así saber volver. Exploradores somos y al decir de los ancestros las hazañas, la cadena de seguir. Saber volver.
Chanchita con el burro se pusieron a resbalar. La chanchita preocupada no se quiere ensuciar. La chanchita con el burro se pusieron a resbalar. La chanchita preocupada no se quiere ensuciar. Zapateado mi alma, refalosa de los animales en la granja de Don José. Refalosa de los animales en la granja de Don José. ¿Dónde aprendieron el baile? Eso yo no lo sé. ¿Dónde aprendieron el baile? Eso yo no lo sé.
La chanchita con el burro se pusieron a resbalar. El burro muy educado dice te voy a enseñar.
La chanchita con el burro se pusieron a resbalar. El burro muy educado dice te voy a enseñar. Zapateado mi alma, refalosa de los animales en la granja de Don José. Refalosa de los animales en la granja de Don José. ¿Dónde aprendieron el baile? Eso yo no lo sé. ¿Dónde aprendieron el baile? Eso yo no lo sé. La gallina y el caballo se pusieron a resbalar. La gallina le dice al oído, no te vayas yo a pisar. La gallina y el caballo se pusieron a resbalar. La gallina le dice al oído, no te vayas yo a pisar. Zapateado mi alma, refalosa de los animales en la granja de Don José. Refalosa de los animales en la granja de Don José. ¿Dónde aprendieron el baile? Eso yo no lo sé. ¿Dónde aprendieron el baile? Eso yo no lo sé. La gallina y el caballo se pusieron a resbalar. El caballo que sabe mucho le enseñó a cacarear. de Don José. ¿Dónde aprendieron el baile? Eso yo no lo sé. ¿Dónde aprendieron el baile? Eso yo no lo sé. ¡Uefa!
Buena, papi, buena, se me salió el flash un poquito así.
Feliz cumpleaños, no podré estar ahí en cuerpo, pero en espíritu sí. Mi lugar ocupado está ahora, no importa, tendrás muchos cumples más. Hasta ser ancianos y celebraré, no me iré de tu lado, moriremos después de que juntos lleguemos a la conclusión que ya es hora de partir. Y yo no te compraré solo una rosa, toda la florería. Yo te recitaré aquel poema que no existe todavía, mas no puedo desde acá. Feliz cumpleaños, aún huele a ti ese día de otoño que ahora es gris, pues no tengo manera para regresarle el color a esta oscuridad. Feliz cumpleaños, me quito el bombín, con todo respeto te deseo a ti. Nunca nadie podrá festejarte jamás como yo lo haría acá. Yo no te compraré solo una rosa, toda la florería. Yo te recitaré aquel poema que no existe todavía. Sí, pasará bien, pues no se te olvides un día cualquiera, pues yo te celebraré los 365 hasta que muera, mas no puedo desde acá. Yo no puedo desde acá.
Mi empatía a la gente que siempre mal a todos para poder caer bien. Tú sé tú, papi, muchas gracias por esa parada. Muchas gracias, te mando un besote. Te mando un besote, amigo, te mando un beso, te mando un beso, millón. Te mando un besote, papi, te mando un besote, muchas gracias, Gigi. Bien, papi, bien.
Say I love you is not the words I want to hear from you. It's not that I want not to say, but if you only knew how easy it would be to show me how you feel more than words is all you have to do to make it real. More than words to show you feel that your love for me is real. If I took words away, then you couldn't make things new just by saying I love you. More than
I don't fucking like it.
Muestra de cerca donde tienes hundida la cabeza, pero no tengo hundida la cabeza, ¿entiendes? No está hundida. Es el efecto del pelito, pues. ¿A qué hora te irás hoy? ¿A la misma hora de siempre, Alex? A la misma hora de siempre, 4 o 5 a misma hora de siempre. No cambia nada, solo duermo menos. Mejor no prendas, ya no se puede. Eduardo dijo que 2-0 subestimando al rival, anda muy egocéntrico. No, antes hemos ganado 2-0. Sí, está bien. Y no, Aztec, no soy tóxico, papi, no soy tóxico.
Toma.
Contexto de la Like 3000.
¿Qué va a ser? Tenemos que jugar para crecer. ¿Qué verdad? Para jugar hay que desordenar. ¡Hey! Vamos a jugar, que no quede nada en su lugar. ¡Hey, hey, hey! Vamos a jugar, que no quede nada en su lugar. Las sillas en filita jugando a ser un tren. La carpa de los indios con cara de mantel. Haciendo remolinos, timón sin timonel. Naufraga en la bañera un barco de papel.
Uy, se mojó un poquito el piso.
¿Lo tapamos con la alfombrita? ¿Qué va a ser? Tenemos que jugar para crecer. ¿Qué verdad? Para jugar hay que desordenar. ¡Hey! Vamos a jugar, que no quede nada en su lugar. ¡Hey, hey, hey! Vamos a jugar, que no quede nada en su lugar.
Ahora juguemos a otra cosa.
Ya sé, a la maestra.
No, mejor hagamos experimentos. ¿Y si armamos con Rusty?
Un avión.
No, un barco.
No, yo quiero saltar a la soga.
¿Y si dibujamos?
Las tizas de colores prometen diversión. El piso entusiasmado se vuelve pizarrón. Debajo de la mesa trabaja un inventor en un experimento que tiene mal olor.
Esto ya es demasiado.
A guardar cada cosa en su lugar. A guardar cada cosa en su lugar.
No, justo ahora.
Un ratito más.
Terminamos de armar la casita.
A guardar cada cosa en su lugar. A guardar cada cosa en su lugar.
Vamos a guardar todo en su lugar.
Vamos a jugar, vamos a jugar.
Vamos a jugar, que no quede nada en su lugar. Hey, vamos a jugar.
No puede ser, siempre lo mismo. Al final, yo estuve ordenando y ahora dejaron todo tirado otra vez. ¡Vengan a ayudar!
Como yo sabía que vamos a jugar, que no quede nada, nada en su lugar, nada en su lugar, nada en su lugar. Hey, vamos a jugar, que no quede nada, nada en su lugar. Hey, vamos a jugar, por más que no quede nada, nada en su lugar, nada en su lugar, nada en su lugar. Hey, vamos a jugar, por más que no quede nada, nada en su lugar.
¿Me estás escribiendo?
Hakuna
¿Me estás-
Matata.
Bueno, ellos no saben que no tengo flash.
What a wonderful phrase.
Ellos no saben que no tengo flash. Ellos no saben. Ellos no
Hakuna
saben.
Matata. Ain't
Ellos
no
no saben que no tengo
past
flash.
craze.
Solo lo saben ustedes y yo.
It means no worries for the rest of your days. It's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata.
Pateando, por favor. Vamos. Abajo está bueno aquí. Se ve sabroso el abajo, Se ve sabrosón el aquí. Bien, 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 bien. Vamos a poner aquí lobito.
Why, when he was a young warthog. When I was a young warthog. Very nice. Thanks. He found his aroma like a certain appeal. He could clear the savannah after every meal. I'm a sensitive soul, though I seem thick-skinned. And it hurt that my friends never stood downwind. And oh, the shame! What's a shame? On a change in my name! Oh, what's in a name? And I got downhearted. How did you feel? Every time that I... Hey, Pumba, not in front of the kids. Oh, sorry. Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase. Hakuna Matata. Ain't no passing craze.
It means no worries for the rest of your day.
Yeah, sing it, kid. It's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata.
Me voy a ver la marca. Yo tengo Smile, No, me fue imposible. Me fue imposible. Me perdí el red, pero me llevé la marca. Bien, bien, bien. La marca es importante. Me llevé la marca, bien. Chaco, el troleo durísimo. Troleo duro, duro, duro. No pasó nada. Manejable. Es completamente manejable. Es completamente manejable. Manejable, manejable, manejable. Manejable, manejable, manejable. Una cosa ya va, pero voy a hacer como entregando. Ahí voy. Como entregando, ahí voy.
It means no worries for the rest of your days.
It's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata.
Voy a reiniciar porque hay una marca en top. Así es que debería de estar reiniciando porque si no le voy a ganar. Le voy a ganar completamente todo. Ahí voy. Ahí voy.
Gato selección dulce, borgoña frutilla y chirimoya. Equilibradamente dulces, ricos y frescos. Gato, típico chileno.
¿Buscas una razón para probar el $5 Meal Deal con el nuevo McValue? Aquí tienes una.
Normal gigante.
4.
Welcome to the paradise.
Son 5.
Farro.
Además de lo que
Cuatro abrazos y un café. Apenas me desperté y al mirarte recordé que ya todo lo encontré en tu mano, en mi mano, de todo escapamos juntos, ver el sol caer. Vamos pa' la playa, pa' curarte el alma. Cierra la pantalla, abre la medalla. Todo en el Caribe, viendo tu cintura. Tú le coqueteas, tú
aprovecha que el sol está caliente y vamos a disfrutar el ambiente. Vamos a meternos para el agua para que vea qué rico se siente. Y vamos a tropical por toda la costa chinchorreal. De chinchorro a chinchorro paramos a darnos una medalla bien fría para bajar la sequía. Un beso de Bob Marley y unos tragos de sangría pa' que te suelte poco a poquito, porque pa' vacilar no hay que salir de Puerto Rico. Y dale lento, date un shot de coquito y como dice Fonsi vamos a darle despacito pa' que te suelte poco a poquito, porque pa' vacilar no hay que salir de Puerto Rico.
Vamos pa' la playa, pa' curarte el alma. Cierra la pantalla, abre la medalla. Todo el mar Caribe, viendo tu cintura. Tú le coqueteas, tú eres un cabuya.
Vamos pa' la playa, pa' curarte el alma. Cierra la pantalla, abre la medalla. Todo el mar Caribe, viendo tu cintura. Tú le coqueteas, baby, tú estás dura y me gusta. Lento y contento, cara al viento.
Lento y contento, cara al viento.
Y dale lento, métele violento. Te puse reggaetón pa' que me baje ese cuerpo. Métele hasta abajo, está duro ese movimiento. El único testigo que tenemos aquí es el viento. Y dale, métele cintura, mátame con tu hermosura. Mira cómo me frontea porque sabe que está dura.
Calma mi vida con calma, que nada hace falta.
Estamos juntitos andando. Calma mi vida con calma, que nada hace falta. Si estamos juntitos bailando.
Vamos pa' la playa, pa' curarte el alma. Cierra la pantalla, abre la medalla. Todo el mar Caribe, viendo tu cintura. Tú le coqueteas, tú eres un cabuya.
Vamos pa' la playa, pa' curarte el alma. Cierra la pantalla, abre la medalla. Todo el mar Caribe, viendo tu cintura. Tú le coqueteas, baby, tú estás dura y me gusta. Desde la isla del encanto. Far, Lanzai, Pedro Capó, Georgie Noriega, Rec 808, Shadow Towers, Puerto Rico.
Haz de cuenta que hasta salió un capítulo del Preso de la Historia, Paco Mike. Vendían una cómica así, no sé, algo así, y lo llamaron al Paco Mike, salió ahí.
Amigas y amiguitos, os vamos a contar. Se ha terminado el juego, ha sido divertido. Ahora toca aguardar, aguardar, aguardar. Cada cosa en su lugar, sin romper, sin tirar.
What the
A jugar y aguardar. Cada cosa en su lugar. A todos los juguetes les vamos a avisar. Por mucho que se quejen, se escondan o se alejen, les vamos a encontrar. Aguardar, aguardar. Cada cosa en su lugar, sin romper, sin tirar. Que mañana hay que volver a jugar y aguardar. Cada cosa en su lugar. Si alguno queda fuera, lo vamos a buscar. Y con mucho cuidado lo suelto de mi mano. Tenemos que guardar, aguardar, aguardar. Cada cosa en su lugar, sin romper, sin tirar. Que mañana hay que volver a jugar y aguardar. Cada cosa en su lugar. Perdida en la cocina, llorando la encontré. Solita en una esquina, la galleta María que no encontraba ayer. Aguardar, aguardar. Cada cosa en su lugar, sin romper, sin tirar. Que mañana hay que volver a jugar y aguardar. Cada cosa en su lugar.
¿de qué hora me los robó? Déjame asomo. Es que si dejo esto van a sacar las botas ellos. Ellos van a sacar las botas. Esto es bastante fuerte, estoy súper fuerte. Bien, tengo una alarma, ya con eso estamos mucho.
Smile by smile, day by day, love gets stronger in every way. Love won't stop, love goes on like your soul, like your soul. Love goes on like your soul, love goes on like your soul, love goes on like your soul, love goes on, love goes on.
Aprovecha que estoy soltero, single, y no me mal. Si quieres que te singa, te voy a llevar a ver hasta el fin de. Después de mí, vas a borrar Tinder.
This is the way we make the love grow. This is the way we make the love grow.
This is the way we make the love grow. This is the way we make the love grow.
Aprovecha que estoy soltero. Don Francisco.
Smile by smile, day by day, love gets stronger in every way. Love won't stop, love goes on like your soul, like your soul. Love goes on like your soul, love goes on like your soul, love goes on like your soul, love goes on, love goes on, love goes on.
Bien, papi, bien, 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 peleamos. Ay, no se murió nadie. No, papi, no se murió nadie. Bueno, me llevé el dragón por momento. Y así necesitamos que saquen las botas. Lo malo es que el Smolder va 5-0 a Smolder. Va 5-0 a Smolder. Hice mi trabajo, digo, ¿qué hizo Dante? Mira, Dante, no olvides Dante, porque el dragón por fuera.
Yeah, 'cause this is the way we make the love grow. This is the way we make the love grow.
This is the way we make the love grow. This is the way we make the love grow.
This is the way we make the love grow. This is the way we make the love grow.
This is the way we make the love grow. This is the way we make the love grow.
This is the way we make the love grow. This is the way we make the love grow.
This is the way we make the love grow. This is the way we make the love grow.
This is the way we make the love grow. This is the way we make the love grow.
This is the way we make the love grow. This is the way we make the love grow.
This is the way we make the love grow. This is the
Llevo 3 meses encerrado acá en mi pieza. Por poco ya no sé quién soy o lo que el tiempo aleja. Solo veo ya una cuerda tirada en una bandeja y un tipo que me sonríe levantando una ceja. Dispareja, es mi mente, no lo entiendas, es compleja. Solo ve lo que ella quiere o lo que el espejo refleja. Amistades fueron falsas, me dolió la moraleja. Sin dinero no hay amigos, sin cariño no hay pareja. Derrumbe, comenzó el derrumbe de mi vida entera, pues mi barco ya se hunde. Soy la mala hierba que en la oscuridad sucumbe. Vacío y sombrío, pues no hay luz que me deslumbre. Todos pa'l carajo, no confío en nadie, me los paso por debajo. Mataría al jefe de ABC por quitar el trabajo. Voy escaso de paciencia, rana cuajo. Sobre el ritmo boto furia para volver al relajo.
Va a arder, veo oscurecer y crece la sed. Se nubla la vista y no logro ver. Soy una bomba de tiempo cayendo. El agua en el aceite hirviendo. Exploto por el odio que domina. Pancho de rabia en la escena y no me importa lo que opinan. Ay, me inundo de ira. Quiero ausentarme del mundo por un par de días y volver cargado de fuerzas para liderar la batalla contra lo que me molesta. No existe muro que contenga. Estate alerta que las ideas no se gobiernan.
Hoy solo sé que estoy cargado con furia, listo para dinamitar la ciudad.
Mi vida, mantén lo verdadero. El respeto aquí se gana. Es una pasión, un juego.
Hoy solo sé que estoy cargado con furia, listo para dinamitar la
ciudad.
Mantén lo verdadero. El respeto aquí se gana. Es una pasión, un juego.
La paciencia para concretar la furia en la letra. Vamos firme en el camino y no hay quien ya nos detenga. Full destreza contenida la potencia. No me olvido de los míos. En un freeze le hago trizas a los huetas. No me mientas, me importan ya los cuentos. Mejor haga la cortita, aporta esto. El con mi movimiento son de peso. Las razones me confieso cuando piso la tarima. Soy obeso, gordo flow para el universo. Me verás al 100 sudando cada letra. A grosso modo ajeno, si P1 recuerda. La conexión siempre está viva, nunca muerta. Ok.
El rap mi disciplina, mi medida, no descanso. El dinero lo mueve, es un rito falso. Se te ha olvidado rapear con lo real. El verdadero círculo está lleno de puros animales. En todo caso nadie te extraña. Musarañas gusanean al que porta mendigando una raya. No sabe aplicar el método en el género. Camina derechito que acá derimo el féretro. Usted me disculpa, solo me sale, a mí no me importa que critiquen por rapearle rápida si la hago corta. Cada verso una bomba, dilo y sacamos ronda. Tu actitud separatista interesada es la que colma. Sin flow, tu vocecita de gallina cruega. El disco que sacaste está pasado, discoteca está pasado. A falacia sin pilar ni contenido. Ligero la balanza en la conclusión y un brillo.
Hoy solo sé que estoy cargado con furia, listo para dinamitar la ciudad.
Mi vida, mantén lo verdadero. El respeto aquí se gana. Es una pasión, un juego.
Hoy solo sé que estoy cargado con furia, listo para dinamitar la ciudad.
Mi vida, mantén lo verdadero. El respeto aquí se gana. Es una pasión, un juego.
¿Quién se murió? Pensaba que
Cinco ratoncitos vi bailando bien el twist. Cinco ratoncitos vi bailando bien el twist.
Vi un gato negro, fijo lo miró, y a este ratoncito blu, blu, se lo llevó.
Cuatro ratoncitos vi bailando bien el twist. Cuatro ratoncitos vi bailando bien el twist.
Vi un gato negro, fijo lo miró, y a este ratoncito blu, se lo llevó.
Tres ratoncitos vi bailando bien el twist. Tres ratoncitos vi bailando bien el twist.
negro fijo lo miró y a este ratoncito se lo llevó.
Un ratoncito vi bailando bien el twist. Un ratoncito vi bailando bien el twist.
Vino un gato negro, fijo lo miró, y a este ratoncito se lo llevó.
Un gato negro vi bailando bien el twist. Un gato negro vi bailando bien el twist. Gatos y ratones 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 vi bailando bien el twist. Twist, twist.
Tremendo, tremendo. Más largo.
I felt it before. Hello, my son. The life goes on, and this life away, like you.
No pude cargar, estaba muy cabrón. Perdimos mucho el COVID.
La 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 la.
Now that I've lost everything to you, you say you wanna start something new, and it's breaking my heart you're leaving. Baby, I'm breathing.
If you wanna leave,
take good care. Hope you have a lot of nice things to wear, but then a lot of nice things turn bad out there.
oh baby, baby, it's a wild.
It's hard to get by just upon a smile.
Amaya me ha dicho que un día estuvo bastante perdida. Le he dicho eso nunca se pasa. Me ha pasado su single por WhatsApp.
Hoy Paula me ha dicho que un día también se siente incomprendida. Después hemos estado de guasa, bailando tuerca en la terraza.
Y es que parece mentira que a todos nos cueste la vida, pero de repente hay un día que gritas ¡joder, qué alegría! Hemos amanecido contentas y ya nos da igual lo que piensas. Vamos a subir el volumen y ya no nos ves hasta el
Lunes antes de almuerzo, una niña fue a lavar, pero no pudo lavar porque tenía que bailar. Así bailaba, así, así, así bailaba, así, así, así bailaba, así, así, así bailaba que yo la vi.
Y luego Adri me dijo que para el twerk la clave, según ella, era poner las manos así, entonces cadera a cadera, y con un poquito de... como con... sacando un poquito el culo, ¿no? ¡Hala! Es verdad, ¿eh? ¡Qué fuerte!
La espaldita recta.
Nos hemos tomado unos vinos, le he dicho que cuánto la admiro y al terminar he comprendido que es que es todo tan relativo. Hemos amanecido contentas y ya nos da igual lo que piensas. Vamos a subir el volumen y ya no nos ves hasta el martes antes de almorzar. Una niña fue a lavar, pero no pudo lavar porque tenía que bailar así.
Así bailaba, así, así.
Así bailaba, así, así, así bailaba, así, así, así bailaba que yo la vi. Así bailaba, así, así, así bailaba, así, así, así bailaba, así, así, así bailaba que yo la vi.
Ni lavar, ni planchar, ni barrer, ni guisar, ni fregar, ni coser, ni bordar, ni tejer, ni lavar, ni planchar, ni barrer, ni guisar, ni fregar, ni coser, ni bordar, ni tejer.
Estamos contemplando el mundo, volando desde una avioneta. Las cosas se ven tan pequeñas, si te hablo del ya ni te acuerdas. A veces observo mi vida, ya no sé si es drama o comedia. La niña no puede lavar, porque es que tiene que bailar. Si bailar, así, así, así bailar, así, así, así bailar, así, así,
donde el flow de un grupo bueno en peso y talla. Soporte, un amigo en un problema si aquel falla. Huir a muerte por los míos y sobrepasar la raya. Métrica, métrica, se viene la réplica. Fluyo con el bombo, tengo una atracción magnética. Ética, puedo aterrizar frases poéticas. Suele elevar misiles contra ratas cibernéticas. Pienso que puedo morir de algún ataque. Ya mi corazón no late, está petrificado en el amor primate. Jaque mate, para el combate. Ritmo duro no es un juego, vete antes que te atrape. Una rima a la décima, la mina de forma atlética. Camino de fino ni rumbo, mi gente no gente que sea patética. Separo palabras para cabalgarlas por tono de clase alfabética. Con naturalidad fluimos y creamos ética. Simplemente voy, rude boy. Por donde yo quiera, siempre como soy fino. Camino tranquilo, camino de frente y voy, rude boy. Por donde yo quiera, siempre como soy fino. Camino tranquilo, camino de frente.
Rompo el protocolo que no estará acompañado, pero también me siento bien solo. Robo tu atención, tomo la decepción como parte de relacionarse con personajes que nos dan el tono. Yo te quiero tal cual como eres, somos seres tan complejos. Entre más me quejo, la soledad visita nuestro terreno. A lo lejos diviso un reflejo, las amistades honestas perduran hasta cuando seamos viejos. La música me acompaña, lo bueno se extraña. Si no te veo hoy, confío en que te veré mañana. La inspiración me llama, por más que tenga fallas, mi voz nunca se calla, vaya donde yo vaya. Muchas cosas por decir, aún más por hacer. Ya no confío mucho en las palabras, solo los actos que pueda ver. Ellos te definen ser, no parecer. Esto es lo que hay, lo que ves, comprometido al 100. Y miro para atrás, no para retroceder, para avanzar mucho más. Hay cosas que no voy a dejar, que siempre me van a acompañar. No sé olvidar la música, la amistad y algo más, y mucho más.
Simplemente voy, rude boy. Por donde yo quiera, siempre como soy fino. Camino tranquilo, camino de frente y voy, rude boy. Por donde yo quiera, siempre como soy fino. Camino tranquilo, camino de frente.
Soy el mismo que escupe su rabia en frase. La melancolía en mi mente no cabe. El mismo al que podí decirle, socio usted no puede. Y con gusto te arrepiento en frase. El mismo que no se cansa de rabia, su felicidad y su descontento. Vamos más honesto, vamos que se puede. Vamos que la mafia tiene para rato, aunque a mucho le duele. El mismo que no es de cuento ni cartón. A mí no me incluí mojón, no es lo mismo ser piola que weón. Elemental escupe esta mierda en vivo, por favor. Salgan del montón, que este mismo loco tiene el manso flow. El mismo de corazón, amante del hip hop, enamorado de esta vida. El mismo que lleva este loco rap de
Simplemente voy, rude boy. Por donde yo quiera, siempre como soy fino. Camino tranquilo, camino de frente y voy, rude boy. Por donde yo quiera, siempre como soy fino. Camino tranquilo, camino de frente.
Este es el baile del esqueleto, mueve la cintura, no te quedes quieto. Y si este ritmo para de sonar, Yo me congelo en mi Este es el baile del esqueleto. Mueve la cabeza, no te quedes quieto. Y si este ritmo para sonar, yo me congelo en mi lugar. Este es el baile del esqueleto. Mueve las rodillas, no te quedes quieto. Y si este ritmo para sonar, yo me congelo en mi lugar. Este es el baile del esqueleto. Mueve todo el cuerpo, no te quedes quieto. Y si este ritmo para sonar, yo me congelo en mi lugar.
Now that I've lost everything to you, you say you wanna start something new, and it's breaking my heart you're leaving. Baby, I'm grieving. If you wanna leave, take good care. You have a lot of nice things to wear, then a lot of nice things turn bad out there. It's hard to get back just upon a smile. Baby, it's a wild world. I always remember you like a child. I've seen a lot of what the world can do, and it's breaking my heart in two. 'Cause I never wanna see you sad, girl. Don't be a bad girl. But if you wanna leave, take good care. You can make a lot of nice friends out there. Just remember there's a lot of bad ass everywhere.
Doctors say Americans accidentally make Nazis 6 to 8 times a year. That's right, man. The safe way to stop the war exceeding pollution. Seek higher threshold. What I'm going to do is I'm going to think the most racist thing I can, but it looks like I'm patting a small child on the head, or perhaps assessing the height of the pig. Not the Nazis. Don't take my word. Thanks to Sugar Butt, nobody knows my secret. What if someone makes an ambiguous gesture which could be a Nazi's? Prescribe domicile. You're on domicile while there's ambiguity. You err on the side of basic human decency. Future has finally arrived. Yes, it is different than real form. But don't worry, just me and Egyptian jazz. Future is already awake. So patient. Future has
Cuando empiezas a bailar, y lo noto en tu mirar, te gusto. Sonando esta canción y oyéndote, si te acercas a mí no pares. Y si te digo está lindo una y otra vez, eso te gusta y lo sabes. Cuando empiezas a bailar, te asusto. Y lo noto en tu mirar, te gusto. Sonando esta canción y oyéndote, si te acercas a mí no pares. Y si te digo está lindo una y otra vez, eso te gusta y lo sabes.
Si tú me echaste la discoteca, ya te he dado mucho y poco tú me das. De la fiesta y de la pieza que falta, por pasarla rico ya no faltas tú. Deja de llevar, estás ansiosa lo puedo notar. Todas tus ganas las puedo calmar. Si yo soy lo que te hace falta, y aquí solo faltas tú. Deja de llevar, estás ansiosa lo puedo notar. Todas tus ganas las puedo calmar. Si yo soy lo que te hace falta, y aquí solo faltas tú.
Cuando empiezas a bailar, te asusto. Y lo noto en tu mirar, te gusto. Sonando esta canción y oyéndote, si te acercas a mí no pares. Y si te digo está lindo una y otra vez, eso te gusta y lo sabes. Hoy vine a verte otra vez, yo solo quiero hacerlo otra vez. No sé lo que tú me hiciste, me dieron ganas de desvestirte. Hoy salí a verte otra vez, yo solo quiero hacerlo otra vez. Y no sé lo que tú me hiciste, me dieron ganas de desvestirte. Un par de miradas y como si nada, va pasando el tiempo, se acorta la distancia. Que tendrán tus besos, que mis labios llaman. Empezó en deseo, termino en realidad. Vente, y es evidente que yo te gusto, del ego se siente. Déjate llevar que estaba en el ambiente. Sígueme el plan que yo lo tengo en mente. Cuando empiezas a bailar, no es justo. Y lo noté en tu mirar, te gusto. Sonando esta canción y oyéndote, si te acercas a mí no pares. Y si te digo está lindo una y otra vez, eso te gusta y lo sabes. Cuando empiezas a bailar, te asusto. Y lo noto en tu mirar, te gusto. Sonando esta canción y oyéndote, si te acercas a mí no pares. Y si te digo está lindo una y otra vez, eso te gusta y lo sabes. Hoy vine a verte otra vez, yo solo quiero hacerlo otra vez. Say you baby, keep up with me. Sky, rompiendo. Y no te vas conmigo. Y aquí no te vas conmigo. Y aquí no te vas conmigo. Y aquí no te vas conmigo. Cuando empiezas a bailar. Víctor, el ley ya no sirve, ese campeón. Ahorita se va el minuto 25 y ya el no hace nada. Y ahí es donde empiezo yo a brillar.
¿Cuándo vamos a grabar?
Que traje un trabalenguas. Que lo atrape el que se atreva. Que traje un trabalenguas. Que lo atrape el que se atreva. Bueno, empecemos por uno fácil. Duerme tranquilo. El trabalenguas. Dentro de un tronco. Nadie lo encuentra.
Sabía cuál era la parte.
Bien, más rápido. Duerme tranquilo. El trabalenguas. que traje un trabalenguas. Tra que tra que lo atrape el que se atreva. Tra que traje un trabalenguas. Tra que tra que lo atrape el que se atreva. A ver ahora al trotecito. Este trabalenguas viene al trotecito. Al tranquito corto. Como los potrillos. Más rápido. Este trabalenguas viene al trotecito. Al tranquito corto. Como los potrillos. Tra que traje un trabalenguas. Tra que lo atrape el que se atreva. Tra que traje un trabalenguas. Tra que lo atrape el que se atreva. ¿Quién se anima con el más difícil?
Yo.
Gira en un trompo el trabalenguas. Gira trayendo sus triquiñuelas. Trucos y trampas te desconcentran. Y 3 o 4 se te entreveran.
Por favor, yo no sé esa.
Gira en un trompo el trabalenguas. Gira trayendo sus triquiñuelas. Trucos y trampas te desconcentran. Y 3 o 4 se te entreveran. ¡Cuenta! Tra que traje un trabalenguas. Tra que lo atrape el que se atreva. Tra que traje un trabalenguas. Tra que lo atrape el que se atreva. Eso. Tra que traje un trabalenguas. Tra que lo atrape el que se atreva.
¿Salió bien? Sí, no. Sí. No. Sí. No. Creo que salió mal.
Y es ese sueño que tuve despierto, un recuerdo leve de esto que siento, una sacudida a mis salidas, la cima de un beso en un brinco suicida, su fuente de energía cautiva mis sensores, pues no hay quien la controle, cuando baila encendida, tiene dentro esa chispa que quema transistores y bebe de un elixir que enciende sus motores. Sale a la disco a bailar una diva virtual. Chequea cómo se menea. Chequea cómo se menea. Tiene algo de robot en su táctica, me agotó la batería, su técnica. Su modelo vino con cintura plástica, con los movimientos de la mujer biónica. Te encendía, con la sangre ahí prendía. Hoy no quiere ver la luz del día, no trajo brújula, esta noche anda perdida. Su sistema seductivo calentándose, mientras que su frecuencia está sintiéndose. Sus fluidos corporales deportándose, robótica en la pista está luciéndose. Salió a la disco a bailar una diva virtual. Chequea cómo se menea. Chequea cómo se menea. Chequea cómo se menea. Tiene algo de robot en su táctica, me agotó
agotó la batería, su técnica. Su modelo vino con cintura plástica, con los movimientos de la mujer biónica. Tiene algo de robot en su táctica. Me agotó la batería, su técnica. Su modelo vino con cintura plástica, con los movimientos de la mujer biónica.
Chequeo cómo se menea y es ese sueño que tuve despierto. Un recuerdo leve de esto que siento, una sacudida a mis salidas. La cima de un beso en un brinco suicida, su fuente de energía cautiva mis sensores, pues no hay quien la controle. Cuando baila encendía, tiene dentro esa chispa que quema transistores y bebe de un elixir que enciende sus motores. Chequea cómo se menea